Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 2519 to Chapter 2604. What? There's a creature that awakened even earlier than the four overlords? Lin Feng was astonished. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. This was too inconceivable. It was hard to believe. But the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra had said it. Therefore, Lin Feng believed it. The world was vast, and there were all sorts of strange things. What was impossible about an existence that was even older than the four overlords of the primordial era? Who is this creature? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He was simply too curious about this creature. There was no record of it in the sutra. The sutra only recorded the four overlords of the primordial era. There were no records of other experts. Therefore, even Lin Feng had never heard of such a terrifying creature before the four overlords of the primordial era. He didn't know the origin of this creature, and what kind of glorious history it had. If this creature really existed in the world, then it wouldn't be a groundless rumor that the heaven-shaking stone steel was created by this creature. At this time, the immortal reincarnation scripture suddenly began to chant, "Primordial chaos, the universe was born." First, there was Hongjun, then there was heaven, Taoist Luya was before. Ancestor Hunkin created the myriad of worlds, billions of living beings were born within them. Primordial Qi was created between heaven and earth, Xianxia life forms descended into the world, the eternal blue sky was a lotus, various emperors rose, 100 saints appeared, the great Tao began to take shape, myriad races appeared, the 6 paths of reincarnation were finally formed, the 3 sovereign realms controlled the myriad of Taos, the foreign world had 9 layers of heaven, the 4 directions of the universe became the 4 divisions, 3,000 eras, 1 era. The Immortal Reincarnation Sutra's voice was very low. Lin Feng felt as if he had been brought to a glorious period of history. This period of history, from the primordial era, before the universe had been created, to the end of an era. It was such a long period of history. Glorious and profound. But it was also filled with endless sorrow. Nothing in the world could be eternal. Not even in the various worlds. The 6 paths of reincarnation. Everything would be destroyed. An era could end, an era could end, and an era could end, let alone a person's life. Most of the time, life was the most fragile thing. The change of an era. A new hope appears. Our era is about to come to an end. Now, we have to plunder the world's karmic luck. Before the apocalyptic battle arrives, we need to increase our cultivation. Only then can we survive. The Immortal Reincarnation Sutra said. Lin Feng had heard of the 5 decays of the heavens and understood what was going on. But the apocalyptic battle, he didn't know much about it. He only knew a small part of it. Now that the Immortal Reincarnation Sutra mentioned the apocalyptic battle, Lin Feng wanted to know more about it. He wanted to be mentally prepared. He asked, "Senior, who started the apocalyptic battle? I've heard that it has something to do with the otherworld. Is that true? Otherworld?" This world was indeed one of the participants, but it wasn't the decision-maker. The Immortal Reincarnation Sutra sneered. It wasn't the decision-maker? Lin Feng was stupefied. The Celestial Reincarnation Scripture's meaning was obvious. It meant that the cultivators from the other world were just assistants. The otherworld was. It was unknown how many tyrannical existences there were. But they couldn't be the decision-makers. The creatures who started the apocalyptic battle were too terrifying. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, everything in this world, including all kinds of life forms, is evolved from the heavenly Tao. Order and law dominate the operation of everything. However, the heavenly Tao is also alive. When the heavenly Tao is born, the world of cultivation will also reach a peak state. When the heavenly Tao is silent, the world of cultivation will also become silent and gradually decline. The heavenly Tao is gradually aging. When the heavenly Tao is old, the 5 decays of heaven and man will appear. At that time, the heavenly Tao would undergo nirvanic rebirth. If the nirvanic rebirth succeeds, the 5 decays of the heavens and the earth would shine with new vitality. If the nirvanic rebirth fails, the era would be destroyed. Countless creatures would die and wait for the new era to begin. But in reality, it's not that easy for the heavenly Tao to undergo nirvanic rebirth. When the heavenly Tao grows old, it's at its weakest. In this world, there are some creatures strong enough to escape the control of the heavenly Tao. Those creatures can even kill the heavenly Tao. When Lin Feng heard that, he was astonished. What kind of ability was that? Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he had heard of a saying before. Great emperors were as high as the heavenly Tao. He couldn't help but ask, some scriptures say that great emperors are as high as the heavenly Tao. Is that true? Great emperors are as high as the heavenly Tao in the mortal world. The mortal world is one of the 3,000 great worlds. However, there are higher planes of existence in this world. For example, the heavenly realm and the other world. In the mortal world, the great emperor is naturally an invincible existence. However, in these higher planes, the great emperor is unable to be invincible. In the higher planes, there are even more powerful heavenly Tao laws. Great emperors can only look up to them, they can't look at them as equals. Those terrifying creatures destroyed the celestial Tao and absorbed the core cosmic energies of the celestial Tao to increase their own strength. Those creatures were the key to the destruction of the celestial Tao. When the celestial Tao was destroyed, the epic was over. What kind of creatures are they? They can actually kill the heavenly Tao? That's too abnormal. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He found it hard to believe. I'm not sure. Some people might know, but in the end, they suffered a calamity. Rumor has it that the deaths of Hong Meng, Hong Jun, Daoist Luya, and Ancestor Hunqing are related to those creatures, said the reincarnation immortal scripture. This was really important news. It was too shocking. If it spread in the outside world, it would cause a great chaos. Lin Feng felt the seriousness of the matter. The 5 decay of the heavenly Tao had already appeared. The apocalyptic war wasn't far off. Although his current cultivation wasn't considered weak, it was still far from enough for him to have a chance of survival before the doomsday battle. Perhaps he would need to cultivate until he became a great emperor or even surpass the great emperor realm. Right now, we need to improve ourselves as much as possible. The heaven-shaking steel is a way to improve ourselves, said the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng said, don't tell me you want me to collect the heaven-shaking steel? Do you think I have the ability to do that? Of course you don't, said the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He said snappily, since you know I don't have the ability, why did you call me here? I called you for another matter, said the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. What is it? Asked Lin Feng. Injecting soul origin energy into the heaven-shaking steel? What's the meaning of this? What's your goal in doing this? Lin Feng asked curiously. Hee. Do you know why the heaven-shaking steel can't be collected? The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra suddenly asked. Lin Feng shook his head. He was also puzzled. Back in the starry sky world, the heaven-shaking steel was compatible with his bloodline. The blood should be the blood of the sovereign emperor ancestors. He had even activated the heaven-shaking steel for a short period of time. Logically speaking, that treasure should belong to him now. However, the heaven-shaking steel soared into the sky and instantly disappeared. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said, the heaven-shaking steel is very special. It will only recognize an owner when the doomsday battle descends. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng was very surprised. That's right. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra nodded and said, now, we'll inject our soul imprints into the heaven-shaking steel. The heaven-shaking steel will sense our aura. If this continues, when the doomsday battle descends, our chances of obtaining the heaven-shaking steel will be much higher than others. What a good plan. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The heaven-shaking steel was too terrifying. Back then, he had been so weak, but he had been able to rely on the heaven-shaking steel to kill dozens of foreign gods. When the doomsday battle descended, his cultivation would definitely be many times stronger than it was now. At that time, if he could obtain a heaven-shaking steel, wouldn't it mean that he would be able to survive the doomsday battle? Moreover, with the heaven-shaking steel, he would be able to protect his family and friends. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could obtain the heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng asked. The heaven-shaking steel is very terrifying. Its offensive power is very strong. I'm worried that if I approach it rashly, I'll be killed by it. Lin Feng wasn't exaggerating. The heaven-shaking steel had a spirit and was exceptionally terrifying. If the heaven-shaking steel took the initiative to attack anyone who approached it, no one would be able to survive. I can teach you a technique. This technique is very special. It's the technique recorded on the sky-shaking steel. When you encounter the sky-shaking steel, recite this technique. Not only will you be able to approach the sky-shaking steel, but this technique will also record the method of imprinting your soul imprint into the sky-shaking steel. However, when the heaven-shaking steel appears, I reckon that countless people will covet the heaven-shaking steel. At that time, there will definitely be countless experts fighting for the heaven-shaking steel. Those people don't know that the heaven-shaking steel won't recognize an owner now. Since they don't know, they will think that the heaven-shaking steel can be suppressed and refined. If I rashly approach the heaven-shaking steel, I will definitely be besieged by those experts. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra snorted and said, "Kid, don't be so pretentious. I know you want something from me. Tell me, what do you want?" Lin Feng immediately laughed and said, "Look at what you're saying. I'm not that kind of person. But since you want to give me some rewards, I can't disappoint you, can I?" The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra looked at Lin Feng speechlessly. It felt that Lin Feng was too shameless. Moreover, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra had a very bad feeling. It felt like Lin Feng was going to rip it off. "Kid, you can ask for anything, but don't go overboard," the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. "Look at what you're saying. I'm not that kind of person." Lin Feng grinned and said, "Give me 1,000 strands of immortal qi first. Leave. Hurry up and leave. I can't afford to hire you." The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra shouted. It wished it could throw Lin Feng away. Asking for 1,000 strands of immortal qi, did he think that immortal qi was like ordinary origin crystals? Lin Feng chuckled and said, "Senior, don't be in such a hurry to reject me. We can discuss it." 100 at most, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. 900. Lin Feng said. 200, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra bargained. 800. Lin Feng said. 300. That's my bottom line. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said through gritted teeth. Lin Feng could tell that there was something wrong with the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's tone. He guessed that it was probably as the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra had said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right, I'll take a loss. 300 it is. Why do I have the urge to slap you to death?" The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said angrily, but it held back in the end. Lin Feng said. "Deep love, deep hatred." The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. "Fine, I'm impressed by how thick-skinned you are." Lin Feng said. "Master, let's talk about the inheritance of the Tao." "What orthodoxy inheritance?" The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra looked at Lin Feng cautiously. "It's like this. I was lucky enough to obtain the cultivation method for the first part of the Great Reincarnation art. However, I've never been able to obtain the second part of the Great Reincarnation art. I wonder if Senior can impart the second part of the Great Reincarnation art to me. I'll work hard to cultivate it and make the Reincarnation Immortal sect my life goal." Stop. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. "Kid, I don't care about the half of the Great Reincarnation art that you obtained. However, it's impossible for you to obtain the other half of the Great Reincarnation art from me unless you become the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Only the sect leader has the right to cultivate this mystique." The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's attitude was extremely firm. There was no room for negotiation at all. Lin Feng said, "Senior, it's good to have principles. However, the 5 signs of heavenly decay have appeared and the Armageddon battle is about to descend. Why are you still insisting on your principles? Senior, you don't want to see the inheritance of the Great Reincarnation art end. Therefore, hurry up and impart it to me. The more people who learn it, the greater the chance of this mystique being passed down when the Armageddon battle arrives. No matter how glib your tongue is, I won't break the rules and impart the second part of the Great Reincarnation art to you. You'd better give up on that thought." The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said. Lin Feng said indifferently, "All right then. When I see the heaven-shaking stone tablet, I'm not sure if I can imprint Senior's soul into it. After all, my strength is limited. Therefore, Senior must forgive me if I fail. Are you threatening me? The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra said fiercely. It really wanted to stomp Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng said, "It's not a threat. I'm just saying something that might happen. Of course, if Senior is still worried, you can find someone else to help you." Lin Feng said. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was angry. However, he couldn't find a suitable person to help him in a short period of time. This was because other people's cultivation was simply not up to par. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Lin Feng was the strongest person in the Reincarnation Immortal sect besides Lord Tortoise. Ask Lord Tortoise for help. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra didn't even think about this. If he wanted to ask Lord Tortoise for help, he would have to pay a huge price. If you can imprint my soul into the heaven-shaking stone tablet, I'll impart the second part of the great reincarnation art to you when you return. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra found a compromise and said, "All right, deal." When he returned from the reincarnation cliff, Lin Feng had a smile on his face. This time, not only did he obtain 300 strands of immortal chi from the Reincarnation Immortal Scripture, but he also obtained the promise of the Reincarnation Immortal Scripture. Moreover, when he imprinted the soul imprint of the Reincarnation Immortal Scripture, he could also imprint his soul imprint on the heaven-shaking stone tablet. At that time, the probability of becoming the owner of the heaven-shaking stone tablet would also greatly increase. As for whether the Reincarnation Immortal Scripture would obtain the heaven-shaking stone tablet, obtain it himself, or be obtained by others, these were things that would happen in the future. Now, what Lin Feng had to do was to do what he could to do perfectly. On the way, many disciples greeted Lin Feng after seeing Lin Feng. Especially those female disciples, they were all flirting with Lin Feng. Obviously, they wanted to seduce Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't pay attention to those female disciples at all. He didn't like ordinary women. On the way, Lin Feng saw an acquaintance. This acquaintance was none other than Gu Yun. After Lin Feng saved Gu Yun, he introduced Gu Yun to the Reincarnation Immortal sect as a servant disciple. Gu Yun was born extremely beautiful. Although she was only a servant disciple, she still had a good reputation among the disciples. Moreover, there was an endless stream of suitors. However, Gu Yun never agreed to anyone's pursuit. Gu Yun stood together with a group of disciples. When she looked at Lin Feng, she couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. She thought of many things in the past, and even thought of the scene when she first met Lin Feng. At that time, Gu Yun remembered very clearly that Lin Feng looked at her a few more times and she scolded him as a hooligan. At that time, she was young. Later, she was sneak attacked by the Yin Yang Union sect and fainted. It was Lin Feng who saved her. However, when she woke up, she found that her clothes were disheveled and there was only Lin Feng by her side. She misunderstood Lin Feng. Until a long time later, the misunderstanding gradually disappeared. And now, Gu Yun felt that although she and Lin Feng were in the same sect, they were like people from two different worlds. This feeling made her feel extremely disappointed. Gu Yun couldn't help but sigh as she watched Lin Feng leave. In the end, he didn't have the courage to go up and greet Lin Feng. Lin Feng also saw Gu Yun but he also didn't greet Gu Yun perhaps an ordinary life was more suitable for her. Lin Feng didn't want to break Gu Yun's peaceful life. After returning to the barren mountain, Lord Tortoise shouted, "You unfilial disciple, you actually went for so long. Did you do it on purpose? Are you trying to starve me to death? Hurry up and start the fire to cook. Today, your master wants to eat a big meal." Lin Feng muttered, "I didn't see you starve to death when I wasn't in the sect. How dare you talk back? You're asking for a beating." Master Tortoise kicked Lin Feng off the barren mountain. "Oh heavens, oh earth! Send down lightning and strike this unfilial master of yours to death!" Lin Feng wailed. He got up from the ground and returned to the barren mountain to prepare dinner. Previously, he had hunted a giant bear and hadn't cooked the 4 bear paws. Now, he could make braised bear paws, which would definitely taste good. In the forest, Lil Tian Tian, Lil Mang Mang, Bibi, and the dragon rabbit were playing together innocently. Giggles could be heard from time to time, filled with childlike innocence and joy. Zhao Lin was at the side, acting as Lin Feng's assistant. Damn you, I'm a princess of a country, yet you dare to make me chop vegetables and start a fire? Zhao Lin couldn't help but glare fiercely at Lin Feng, extremely dissatisfied. Female slave, you dare to be dissatisfied? Do you want to be punished? See how this master will punish you tonight. Lin Feng fiercely glared at Zhao Lin's delicate body as he spoke. Zhao Lin's pretty face turned red, and she was so frightened that she didn't dare to speak. This woman had fallen from the high and mighty princess of the 9 continents immortal kingdom to Lin Feng's female slave. This contrast made Zhao Lin extremely angry and humiliated. But now, no matter what she thought in her heart, she couldn't resist Lin Feng, nor could she betray Lin Feng. After a table of delicacies was prepared, everyone gathered around to eat. Come, let's drink. Lord Tortoise, this unfilial master of his, actually started drinking with Bibi and the dragon rabbit. During this period of time, Lin Feng had forbidden the 2 little fellows from drinking, but Lord Tortoise had tempted them. Bibi and the dragon rabbit couldn't bear it anymore. Then, they started drinking with Lord Tortoise. How could the 2 little fellows be a match for Lord Tortoise? It didn't take long for them to get drunk. After dinner, Zhao Lin was in charge of looking after Lil Tian Tian and Lil Meng Meng. Bibi and the dragon rabbit were sent back to the mountain river ring by Lin Feng to rest. Lin Feng, on the other hand, returned to his own room. He took out the Chonglu Devil Palace. Now, the Chonglu Devil Palace had shrunk to the size of a palm and was placed on the table by Lin Feng. After breaking through to the heavenly god realm, Lin Feng would be able to enter the 4th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace. Previously, when he was in the 9 continents immortal realm, he had some misgivings, so he didn't contact the Black Bear Devil King. Now that he had returned to the sect, he no longer had any misgivings. Lin Feng planned to enter the Chonglu Devil Palace to take a look. So, Lin Feng quickly flew into the Chonglu Devil Palace. His body kept shrinking as he flew into the palace. Master, seeing Lin Feng enter, the Black Bear Devil King appeared and bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Master, are you planning to enter the 4th level? The Black Bear Devil King asked. Yes. But before that, I want to enter the 3rd level to take a look. Lin Feng said. Master, please follow me. The Black Bear Devil King said. Shua, with a flash of light, Lin Feng and the Black Bear Devil King disappeared from the palace and entered the 3rd level. The mysterious stone sword was placed in the 3rd level. Previously, Lin Feng had activated the stone dagger. The stone dagger could even injure the shadow of death. However, it was obvious that the stone dagger's power couldn't be compared to the stone sword in front of him. Lin Feng tried to pick up the stone sword, but he still failed. The stone sword is extraordinary and hard to activate. Master, you still need to raise your cultivation. The Black Bear Devil King said. Lin Feng nodded and said, we can only wait for a while longer. Bring me to the 4th level to take a look. Shua, Lin Feng and the Black Bear Devil King disappeared. In the next moment, they appeared in the 4th level. There were extraordinary treasures in each space. The treasures that could be placed in these spaces by Chonglu Demon Emperor must be the most precious treasures in Chonglu Demon Emperor's life. The treasures on the first 3 levels were shocking and useful. Therefore, Lin Feng was looking forward to the treasures on the 4th level. After arriving at the 4th level, Lin Feng looked into the depths. There, he saw a huge ball of energy. What is this? Lin Feng was shocked. That thing was wrapped in the ball of energy, so he couldn't see clearly what it was. However, he knew that the thing on the 4th floor of the Chonglu Devil Palace was definitely not simple. Lin Feng walked towards the ball of energy. When he came to the ball of energy, he was shocked. He saw what was inside the ball of energy. It was a broken small world. When a cultivator reached the Nihility God realm, they would be able to condense their own small world. Lin Feng had also condensed his own small world. However, his small world was still very weak. At most, it could store some things. However, the things he stored were stored in his storage ring. There was no need to store them in his small world. The laws of his small world were extremely unstable. Therefore, if he stored things in it, the things inside would be easily destroyed. However, the small world in front of him was different. Lin Feng's small world was an illusory small world. There was no powerful life force in it yet. However, the small world in front of him was a condensed small world. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw the vitality in the air. A small world? Lin Feng looked at the small world in shock. This is a small world that the Chonglu Devil Emperor obtained back then. It's a small world left behind by a Devil Dao Great Emperor after his death. The Black Bear Sage said. Lin Feng said. A great emperor left it behind? It's actually so extraordinary. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. A small world like this was simply too extraordinary. If he could refine it, it would be an extremely powerful aid. If a small world left behind by a great emperor was activated, its power would definitely be terrifying. Let me see if I can successfully refine this small world. Lin Feng said. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to refine the small world. The Black Bear Sage didn't disturb Lin Feng. It retreated, leaving Lin Feng alone on the 4th floor of the Chonglu Devil Palace. Powerful magic power continuously flowed into the small world. Lin Feng started to refine it. How long has it been? How many years have passed? Suddenly, an ethereal voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt that he had arrived in another world. This world exuded an ancient and boundless aura. Powerful creatures could be seen everywhere in this world. It was as if they had arrived at a prehistoric era. A man in a black robe stood in the distance, his back facing Lin Feng. Is it that great emperor? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He guessed that the man was the owner of this small world. His stature was very slender. His black hair cascaded down. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. This man looked very otherworldly. He really didn't look like a demonic Dao expert. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that to determine whether or not a person was a demonic Dao cultivator, one naturally couldn't judge from the surface. That would be too superficial. What does this person look like? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He wanted to get close to the man and see what he looked like. However, he had failed twice. There was a special power in this world that prevented Lin Feng from getting close to the man. Lin Feng simply gave up on getting close to the man. Eternal efforts, but in the end, it's just a pipe dream, the man spoke again. His back appeared to be very lonely, very bleak, and gave off a sorrowful feeling. Who is he? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Thorns grow on the path to immortality. The path of cultivation is full of trials. Immortal body of sun and moon samsara. When I defy the heavens and return. Raise your sword and kill your way to the 9 heavens. The man began to recite a poem. This poem was filled with endless unwillingness and killing intent. It was also filled with endless struggle and hard work. Kill your way to the 9 heavens and destroy billions of worlds. The heavenly Dao could crumble, and so could the human Dao. He stood alone on the cliff, looking into the distance. His origin was a mystery. Lin Feng didn't understand his origin even after he left the minor world. Powerful magic power filled every corner of the minor world. Lin Feng's aura was deeply imprinted in this minor world. Finally, Lin Feng succeeded in refining this mysterious minor world. He could feel a close connection with this minor world. The minor world was filled with the power of emperor laws, but they were all dormant. Unless Lin Feng awakened them. Return, Lin Feng shouted. Instantly, the minor world shrank rapidly and entered Lin Feng's dantian. When the minor world entered Lin Feng's dantian, Lin Feng felt his blood flowing rapidly. The speed of his blood flow increased greatly. A lot of blood qi entered the minor world, and it became a part of Lin Feng's body. Refining a minor world left behind by a great emperor. How heaven-defying. I wonder how strong the offensive power of this minor world is. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. Once a minor world was formed, it would have endless uses. Releasing powerful attacks was only one of them. Other than that, there were many other powerful uses. After collecting the minor world, Lin Feng greeted the Black Bear Sage and came out of the Chonglu Devil Palace. Lin Feng took out 300 strands of immortal qi. These 300 strands of immortal qi were extorted from the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. When Lin Feng first joined the sect, he received 3 immortal qi. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra rewarded him with 3 strands of immortal chi. He used 1 strand of immortal chi to temper his body, 1 strand of immortal chi to temper his soul, and the last strand of immortal chi to temper his magic power. Back then, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased by 3 levels, from the 3rd level of the Divine Fire Realm to the 4th level of the Divine Fire Realm. From this, one could see how shocking the effects of immortal chi were. However, Lin Feng's cultivation was still relatively low back then, so he didn't need much immortal chi to break through. But now, Lin Feng was already at the 5th level of the Heavenly God Realm. He was many times stronger than before. If he wanted to break through, the amount of immortal chi he needed was naturally huge. Lin Feng began refining the immortal chi. Strands of immortal chi were refined by Lin Feng. The immortal chi turned into the purest energy. Then, the energy turned into the purest magic power in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's magic power kept increasing. Finally, he broke through from the 5th level of the Heavenly God Realm to the 6th level of the Heavenly God Realm. However, his cultivation didn't stop there. In the end, Lin Feng's cultivation stopped at the peak of the 6th level of the Heavenly God Realm. If I had another 100 strands of immortal chi, I would be able to break through to the 7th Heavenly God Realm. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was too stingy. He had haggled with it for a long time, but it only gave him 300 strands of immortal chi. But Lin Feng was satisfied that he had broken through to such a high cultivation level. For the next half a month, Lin Feng stayed in the sect. He visited some friends and talked about the recent situation and some interesting things. Of course, he also flirted with goddess-like female disciples like Xianxia. Dancing Flame Fairy was not in the sect. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that Dancing Flame Fairy had been looking for a secret place. She probably hadn't found it yet. Lin Feng decided to leave the Reincarnation Immortal sect and head to the Southern Immortal Sea domain. Lin Feng only brought Bibi and Dragon Rabbit with him to the Southern Immortal Sea domain. Xiao Tian also stayed in the sect to cultivate. With Lord Tortoise teaching Xiao Tian, she would be able to learn how to use her powerful strength well. Lin Feng took the spacetime wormhole to the Southern Immortal Sea domain. Of course, due to the long journey, it would take at least half a year to reach the Southern Immortal Sea domain. This was a conservative estimate. If he encountered any delays along the way, he would need even more time. 3 months after Lin Feng left the Reincarnation Immortal sect. That night, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Torrential rain poured down. The thick bolts of lightning were as huge as mountains. Many people looked at the huge bolts of lightning that fell from the sky in horror. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It was hair-raising. Looks like something is going to happen tonight. Lord Tortoise muttered to himself. It was too dark outside. One could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. The disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were also hiding in their rooms to avoid the rain. A bolt of lightning struck down. A cultivator in a black robe could be vaguely seen amidst the rain. He walked through the forest step by step. The universal mirror of the Reincarnation Immortal sect did not notice his arrival. The black-robed cultivator arrived outside the barren mountain. Lord Tortoise frowned. You shouldn't have come here. The black-robed cultivator looked at Lord Tortoise and frowned. I'm here to pick up the young master. Lord Tortoise raised his eyebrows slightly. She doesn't belong to this world. I'm sure you know that. The black-robed cultivator's voice was extremely hoarse. If she continues to stay in this world, it will cause some terrible things. The black-robed cultivator said. Lord Tortoise asked, where are her parents? Why didn't you come personally to pick her up? Why did you send you instead? It's none of your business. The black-robed cultivator's voice was cold. Scram. Get her parents to come personally. Otherwise, you won't be able to take her away. Lord Tortoise said coldly. What do you want to do? Could it be that she had designs on the little master? You're courting death. I'll kill you today. The black-robed cultivator sneered. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Lord Turtle in an instant. Then, he sent a palm strike at Lord Turtle. Even the void was destroyed. It was hard to imagine how powerful the black-robed cultivator was. A small fry like you dares to be so fierce? Lord Tortoise curled his lips. The black-robed cultivator revealed his killing intent. Even in that world, he was an existence that made people pale when they talked about him. Now, in a low-level world, he was actually called a small fry by an old turtle. The black-robed cultivator was naturally furious. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. The magic power in his body surged out violently. The power of the divine ability he used became even stronger. Just as the attack was about to hit Lord Tortoise suddenly disappeared without a trace. The black-robed cultivator's expression changed greatly. His heart was filled with shock. How could such a powerful existence exist in a low-level world? He simply couldn't believe it. He wanted to quickly travel through the void and leave this place, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He turned around with difficulty and saw Lord Tortoise holding a large stone club and looking at him with a smile on his face. In the next moment, the black-robed cultivator's vision turned black and he fainted on the ground. When the black-robed cultivator woke up, he found that he had been thrown at the foot of the mountain. He was only left with a pair of underwear. The rest of his belongings had been taken away. My storage ring, my everlasting armor set, the black-robed cultivator let out a mournful roar. There were countless treasures in his storage ring. His clothes, shoes, and even decorations were all supreme treasures. Only this pair of underwear was not a supreme treasure. If this pair of underwear was a supreme treasure, perhaps it had already been taken away. The black-robed cultivator naturally knew that it was that old turtle who had snatched his treasures. The black-robed cultivator was incomparably furious, and his killing intent was monstrous. However, thinking that the old turtle's strength was too terrifying, he could only endure it for the time being. The black-robed cultivator quickly left. On the way, he saw a rogue cultivator who had entered the ancient forest to train. The black-robed cultivator snatched the rogue cultivator's storage ring, found a suitable set of clothes, put them on, and quickly left. 4 months later. It was still night. The rain poured down. A peerlessly enchanting woman walked towards the barren mountain step by step. "Are you the child's mother?" Lord Tortoise looked at the woman calmly. "Yes, I'm here to take him away," the woman said. "Of course, that's not a problem. However, I've helped you take care of him for so long. Shouldn't you give me some benefits?" Lord Tortoise said with a smile. "What do you want?" the woman asked. "I heard that the Supreme Celestial Court appeared in that place. The rumors should be true, right?" Lord Tortoise said. "You know quite a lot." The woman frowned slightly. "I want the epic Tao source in the Supreme Celestial Court," Lord Tortoise said. "Humph. You want the epic Tao source with just one sentence? You're asking for too much," the woman said coldly. "Look at what you're saying. We have some history, and I've helped you take care of your child for so long. Isn't it only right for me to hand over some epic Tao source?" Lord Tortoise said with a faint smile. "All right, here you go." The woman tossed a porcelain bottle to Lord Tortoise. Lord Tortoise held it in his hand and smiled after sensing it. "This thing is useless to you." The woman frowned slightly. "It's useless to me, but someone else can," Lord Tortoise said indifferently. The woman nodded and carried the sleeping little Xianxia away. Then, she left the Reincarnation Immortal sect. "Master, why did you agree to that old tortoise's request?" More than 10 people were waiting outside the Reincarnation Immortal sect, including the black-robed cultivator from before. When he saw the woman coming out, the black-robed cultivator said reluctantly. He hoped that the woman would teach Lord Tortoise a lesson. "I'm no match for him," the woman said. "What? How's that possible?" The group of people all revealed an aghast expression. They knew how strong their master was. However, their master had said that she was no match for that old tortoise. How could that old tortoise be so strong? The space-time wormhole did not lead directly to the southern Immortal Sea domain, so Lin Feng had to transit midway. Every day, there were large passenger ships carrying cultivators to and from the various ancient cities. Lin Feng also boarded a huge ship. He spent a lot of money to rent a huge training room. First, Lin Feng took out the evil corpse ring. The origin of this evil corpse ring was extraordinary. Lin Feng obtained it in the ancient city. Previously, his cultivation was not enough, so he could not open it. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he could open it after breaking through to the heavenly god realm, but after breaking through, he still could not open it. However, during this period of time, Lin Feng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th heavenly god realm. Naturally, his strength was not something that could be compared to when he had just entered the heavenly god realm. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to try again. However, this time, Lin Feng still failed. The evil corpse ring was very extraordinary and difficult to open. I still can't open it. Just what is inside this evil corpse ring? It actually set up such a powerful restriction. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Could it be that I have to wait until the giant god realm before I can open the evil corpse ring? Lin Feng could not help but think gloomily. He kept the evil corpse ring, then took out the monkey fur. Lin Feng began to comprehend the monkey fur. He was still hoping to comprehend the 72 transformations from the monkey fur. This was the inheritance of the great sage, heaven's equal. Once he succeeded, it would definitely shock the heavens and gods. Just thinking about it made him excited. Lin Feng once again entered the world of Flower Fruit Mountain. Everywhere, there were spirit monkeys running and playing. It was very lively. Lin Feng did the same as before. He entered the water curtain cave, then sat cross-legged on a chair made of white tiger skin. Lin Feng tried to comprehend something, but he kept feeling that he was still lacking some opportunities. The water curtain cave hid a huge secret. Perhaps it was related to the 72 transformations, or perhaps there was an even bigger secret. However, Lin Feng did not succeed in comprehending it after many attempts. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Lin Feng had been trying to comprehend the Tao within the monkey fur. But so much time had passed. Still, he didn't manage to gain anything. My 72 transformations, Lin Feng couldn't help but wail. He really hoped that he could successfully cultivate the 72 transformations. If he could master the 72 transformations, it would definitely be one of his trump cards. Back then, the great sage equaling heavens had relied on this mystic skill to conquer the entire world. Do I have to go to Flower Fruit Mountain to comprehend this ability? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. He thought of the Flower Fruit Mountain next to the eastern sea of the Martial Heaven continent. Within the white mist, there was a powerful restriction. When the matters in the 9 states Great World are settled, I will return to the Tianwu continent and make a trip to Huaguo Mountain to take a look. At the same time, I will bring Shangguan Fair and the others to the 9 states Great World. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. After leaving the Tianwu continent for so many years, Lin Feng also missed Shangguan Fair and the others. The 9 states Great World was the true sacred ground for cultivation. After bringing Shangguan Fair and the others over, their cultivation would also improve greatly. Of course, returning to the Tianwu continent was a matter for the future. For the time being, Lin Feng still needed to stay in the 9 states Great World. There were still many things that had not been settled here. Lin Feng rested for a few days. Then, he began to cultivate the white tiger aura. This kind of aura was extremely difficult to cultivate. Lin Feng still had not succeeded in cultivating it. However, Lin Feng had already grasped 2 types of aura. He believed that it was only a matter of time before he succeeded in cultivating the white tiger aura. In the blink of an eye, another 4 months had passed. The huge ship finally arrived at the southern sea. Lin Feng had been in seclusion for 4 months, but he still had not succeeded in cultivating the white tiger aura. The difficulty of cultivating the white tiger aura was much more difficult than the Great Fate technique. As they were about to reach the southern Immortal Sea Domain's cultivator gathering place, Lin Feng did not continue cultivating. The southern Immortal Sea Domain had many modified gathering grounds. Some of the modified gathering grounds were larger and more powerful, while some of the modified gathering grounds were smaller. However, one could not underestimate any of the cultivator gathering places in the southern Immortal Sea Domain. A place that could form a decorated gathering place. There would definitely be a complicated relationship between them. Behind these decorated gathering places, there would usually be a peak power supporting them. Otherwise, these decorated gathering places would not be able to be built. This was Lin Feng's second time coming to the southern Immortal Sea domain. The last time he came, it was with the Empress. Lin Feng followed the Empress and found the things left behind by Nuwa. It was only then that Lin Feng found out that the Empress was actually a descendant of Nuwa. Later on, the Empress left without saying goodbye. She left with a heart full of worries. After entering the starry sky world, he did not know where she went. Now that he came to the southern Immortal Sea domain again, he thought of the Empress. Lin Feng realized that he missed the Empress quite a bit. Lin Feng, let us out, give us a chance to negotiate. Su Miaqing and Xue Qianwu, who were suppressed in the 4 ferocious cauldrons, transmitted their voices to Lin Feng at the same time. Negotiate? I'm not interested. I'm rather interested in the two of you. Lin Feng immediately laughed. Su Miaqing was a cunning and ruthless woman. She was Duge Ditian's fiancée and had an irreconcilable relationship with Lin Feng. Xue Qianwu was a traitor of the Snow Clan. They had been suppressed by Lin Feng for a few years. The Land of Women was a hero's grave. The Southern Immortal Island was one of the largest gathering places in the Southern Immortal Sea domain. After arriving at the Southern Immortal Sea domain, Lin Feng brought Su Miaqing and Xue Qianwu to the island. The Southern Immortal Island was very lively. People came and went. Experts were everywhere. You've served me for half a month, so I won't make things difficult for you. Now, I'll give you your freedom. Of course, if you want to be my concubines, you're also very welcome. Lin Feng said with a smile. I'll kill you. Su Miaqing glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She had lost all her dignity. All of it had been trampled on by Lin Feng. She wished she could cut Lin Feng into pieces. You're welcome to kill me anytime, anywhere. Lin Feng said with a smile. Su Miaqing quickly left. What about you? Little Wu Wu, why don't you stay and accompany me? Lin Feng looked at Xue Qianwu with a smile. Humph. Xue Qianwu snorted and glared at Lin Feng fiercely before leaving quickly. Lin Feng let Su Miaqing go because he wanted her to lure Duge Ditian over. When the time came, he would kill Duge Ditian. As for Xue Qianwu, after all, this woman was from the Snow Clan. Now that she had repented, there was no harm in letting her go. However, Lin Feng expected Xue Qianwu to return to his side sooner or later. This woman was very ambitious. Relying on him was her best choice. Lin Feng rested on the island for 3 days. On this night, a paper crane flew to Lin Feng's residence. It had been a long time since Feng Yaoguang sent a letter to Lin Feng. Now that he saw her letter, Lin Feng was overjoyed. The paper crane burst into flames. Feng Yaoguang's figure appeared. Husband, Yaoguang is going to do something very important. I might not be able to send you any more letters for some time. Please wait for me. Once I'm done, I'll return to find you. Feng Yaoguang said affectionately. Said Feng Yaoguang. She stretched out her hand as if she wanted to caress Lin Feng's face. However, she couldn't touch Lin Feng. In the end, Feng Yaoguang's figure vanished without a trace. Yaoguang, Lin Feng was very reluctant to part with Feng Yaoguang's figure. Feng Yaoguang's letters expressed her longing for him. How could Lin Feng not miss Feng Yaoguang? It was clear that Feng Yaoguang had gone to do something extremely dangerous. However, Lin Feng had no idea where she had gone. Lin Feng couldn't help Feng Yaoguang. He only hoped that everything would go smoothly for Feng Yaoguang and that she would be safe. Suddenly, the Demon Lord said, she went to the Undying Realm. It must be the Undying Realm, Lin Feng was shocked. The Undying Realm? Yaoguang went to the Undying Realm? Is this true? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord nodded and said, that's right. It must be the Undying Realm. I remember some things about the Undying Realm. Earlier, I saw an aurora streaking across the sky behind Feng Yaoguang. That was the Dao Light of the Snow Domain, a type of Dao Light born in the Undying Realm's 72 domains. Apart from the Snow Domain, there is no other place where you can see such a Dao Light. The Undying Realm. The Undying Realm. I didn't expect Yaoguang to go to the Undying Realm. Demon Lord, could it be that you have remembered how to go there? Lin Feng asked. As the number one major world among the 3,000 major worlds, the Undying Realm was naturally a place that everyone dreamed of going to. Moreover, it seemed that only the Undying Realm could help cultivators break through to the Great Emperor Realm. Of course, it might be possible in other places as well, but Lin Feng didn't know where those places were. He only knew that the Undying Realm had this ability. Another example would be an existence like the Red World Fairy, who knew the Great Fate technique and could change fate. A person like the Red World Fairy could break through to the Great Emperor Realm no matter where she was, because she could defy the heavens and change fate. I only remember some things about the Undying Realm, I don't remember how to go there, the Demon Lord said. Hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng felt a little helpless. However, he was actually somewhat prepared for this outcome. The Demon Lord's memories were currently incomplete, and it was indeed too difficult to obtain the method to go to the Undying Realm from him. The Demon Lord continued, "Right now, you should still think about improving your strength as soon as possible. The Undying Realm is filled with experts and countless geniuses. Your talent can be considered top-notch in the 9 regions, but in the Undying Realm, it can't be considered top-notch unless you can awaken your bloodline at a deeper level. Before going to the Undying Realm, the most important thing you need to do is to improve your strength." Lin Feng naturally understood the meaning of the Demon Lord's words. He nodded. It was indeed the same as what the Demon Lord had said. The most important thing now was to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Even if he wanted to think about other things, his cultivation wasn't enough. What was the use of thinking about it? Lin Feng planned to stay on the Southern Immortal Isles for a while. Since the reincarnation immortal scripture had been deduced, there would be a change in the Southern Immortal Sea domain. It should be during this period of time. Lin Feng spent most of his days in seclusion. At night, he would go out and have fun. During this period of time, Lin Feng discovered that there were many cultivators of races that he had never seen before in the Southern Immortal Isles. For example, there was a cultivator with 9 eyes and 8 arms. He was extremely ugly. There was also a cultivator with a human body, a pig's head, and a dragon's tail. He didn't know what race that cultivator was from. The local customs of the Southern Immortal Sea domain were similar to the other domains. The composition of the cultivators was also similar. As the Dragon Sect Master, Lin Feng was very familiar with the races that lived in the Southern Immortal Sea domain. Moreover, he had been in the 9 regions Great World for so many years, so Lin Feng had a certain understanding of the races in the 9 regions Great World. He had never heard of these races before. Lin Feng inquired about the news in the Baishao Pavilion and found out that these races had come to the 9 regions Great World from the Heavenly Sage Great World. The Heavenly Sage Great World was the home of thousands of races. The 9 regions Great World was a world dominated by humans. In ancient times, the 9 regions had begun to decline, but the Heavenly Sage Great World had entered its heyday. So, the densely packed races of the Heavenly Sage Great World united and began to invade the planets of life in the starry sky world. The 9 regions Great World was also occupied by the thousands of races back then. Many forces were destroyed in the resistance. This period of history was about 500,000 years ago, so there were detailed historical records. At that time, the major forces of the 9 regions formed an alliance to fight against the thousands of races, but the thousands of races were too powerful. The 9 regions alliance couldn't fight against them at all. If nothing unexpected happened, the 9 regions alliance would be defeated. At that time, there were only 2 outcomes for the 9 regions alliance. They would either be destroyed or become a vassal of the thousands of races. During the crisis of the 9 regions, the 100 saints of the human race appeared. Under the joint forces of the 100 saints of the human race, the cultivators of the 9 regions united against a common enemy and finally defeated the thousands of races. The rise of the 100 saints of the human race was very sudden. They were the most powerful group of human cultivators since the ancient times, and they appeared together. Not long after defeating the thousands of races, the 100 saints of the human race left along the starry sky ancient road. More than 500,000 years had passed, and now the cultivators of the thousands of races had descended on the 9 regions Great World again. Lin Feng felt that the arrival of the cultivators of the thousands of races in the 9 regions was definitely not a good thing. The ambitions of the thousands of races were too great, and they had enslaved countless planets of life. Most likely, the myriad races also wanted to turn 9 regions into the object of their enslavement. After Lin Feng left the Baishao pavilion, he walked towards his residence. At this moment, there was a commotion on the street. There was a great battle ahead. A human cultivator and a cultivator of the thousands of races had a conflict. In the end, the human cultivator was directly killed by the cultivator of the thousands of races. This cultivator's words naturally infuriated many people because the people of the myriad races were simply too arrogant. Otherwise, how could they kill people on the street? Lin Feng saw the cultivator of the myriad races. It was a cultivator from the silver wing race who had a pair of huge silver wings. That pair of wings was like the most powerful Dharma treasure. With a light shake, the sky would collapse and the earth would crack. The silver wing race was an extremely terrifying race. Among the myriad races, they were considered a royal race. Such a race had produced a great emperor in their ancestors and their bloodline was abnormally powerful. Back then, the 9 continents were just slaves of the myriad races. Now that the myriad races have returned to the 9 continents, how dare a lowly race like you challenge the dignity of the myriad races? You deserve to die. The silver wing race cultivator sneered and provoked the cultivators of the 9 continents who surrounded him. Aren't you a little too arrogant? Back then, the myriad races were driven away by the 100 sages of the human race and the cultivators of the 9 continents. Now, you have the nerve to show off here. How ridiculous. Are you slapping your own face? Someone replied with a sneer, not giving the other party any face. His voice was cold and filled with sarcasm and disdain. The 100 sages of the human race are just a flash in the pan. They have long been buried in the starry sky world. On the other hand, the 9 continents are still prosperous and powerful. In the eyes of the myriad races, the 9 continents is a great world that is about to be enslaved. When the time comes, all of you will become the slaves of the myriad races. The silver wing race cultivator said coldly. This person was very arrogant and his words were filled with provocation and arrogance. This silver wing race cultivator did not take the 9 continents seriously at all. This aroused the anger of many people. This is not a place for you to be arrogant. I think you'd better scram back to the heavenly sage great world. A cultivator stepped out and said coldly. Su Qian. It's him, the son of a peak master of the longevity immortal sect. He was ranked 17th in the ranking competition of the prodigy ranking. Someone recognized the identity of the cultivator and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. More than 1,600 years ago, Su Qian shone brightly in the prodigy ranking competition and obtained the 17th place. Later on, Su Qian also obtained a great opportunity in the 9 continents immortal realm. His strength became more powerful. Now that more than 1,600 years had passed, no one knew how powerful Su Qian was. Cultivators from lowly races are also overconfident. The silver wing race cultivator placed his hands behind his back and cast a sideways glance at Su Qian, his tone filled with disdain. Who are you calling a lowly race? You are the lowly one. Many people couldn't help but roar. Su Qian was a human. The 9 states world was a world dominated by humans. More than 90% of the cultivators were human cultivators. Other races, such as the Yao clan and the Devil clan, were rare. Most of the surrounding cultivators were also from the human race. The silver wing race cultivators' insults towards Su Qian were also insulting them. These words could be said to have incurred the wrath of the crowd. Lowly race. You only know how to talk, but you don't dare to fight. The silver wing race cultivator continued to provoke the surrounding human race cultivators. He glanced at the surrounding human race cultivators in disdain and revealed a mocking expression. Many people were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to fight against the Silver Wing clan cultivators. However, they were held back by their companions. The strength that the Silver Wing race cultivator had displayed previously was too strong. If they fought against the Silver Wing race cultivator, wouldn't they be courting death? The human race cannot be insulted. Su Qian's voice was cold as he took a step forward. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. The aura that permeated the air caused everyone to be shocked and moved. That's right. The human race cannot be insulted. Many people shouted. Su Qian's words stirred up the emotions of the surrounding human race cultivators. Su Qian's cultivation is strong. He will definitely be able to defeat this arrogant fellow. When the time comes and this fellow is trampled under his feet, I can't wait to see his expression. A cultivator said. Many people chimed in and cheered for Su Qian. They hoped that Su Qian could show the might of the human race. Reversal of heaven and earth. Su Qian attacked. He didn't hold back at all and unleashed his best ultimate skill. The moment the reversal of heaven and earth was unleashed, everyone felt as if the universe had been turned upside down. Even the cultivator's willpower would be affected. Those who were slightly weaker would have their willpower turned upside down when faced with the reversal of heaven and earth. What reversal of heaven and earth? Let me have a look at the true ultimate skill. The Silver Wing Race cultivator was extremely arrogant and didn't take Su Qian seriously at all. Rushing Thunder Palm. The Silver Wing Race cultivator opened his palm and slapped it towards Su Qian. Instantly, endless amounts of divine thunder descended from the sky. He was bathed in the thunderbolts as though he had turned into an immortal thunder god. The Silver Wing Race cultivator took a step forward. With every step he took, the void would distort. When his palm slammed down, it instantly broke Su Qian's mystic skill. How could this be? Su Qian's face was filled with disbelief. He retreated hastily, wanting to avoid this terrifying strike. However, it was already too late. The speed of the Silver Wing Race cultivator was way too fast. In an instant, he arrived before Su Qian and slammed down with his palm. Su Qian's roar shook the heavens. He wanted to defend against this strike of the Silver Wing Race cultivator. However, he wasn't able to do so. Bam! Following a violent collision sound, Su Qian was sent flying. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Countless bones in Su Qian's body were broken. Thud. Su Qian fell onto the ground, unable to move at all. He was severely injured. Too weak. He can't even take a single strike from me. Is this the strength of a genius of the human race? Indeed, you are from a lowly race. How dare you call yourself a genius with such a weak cultivation state? What a joke. The Silver Wing Race cultivator laughed out in disdain. Haha. In this world, we of the myriad races are naturally the rulers. In the ancient era, the human race was our slaves. If we were to trace back even further, the human race was nothing more than livestock that we reared. Some of the cultivators of the myriad races who were watching the show spoke out. These people let out a mocking laughter. The surrounding human race cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. However, the Silver Wing Race cultivator was way too strong. Even an expert like Su Qian was defeated instantly. Even though they were infuriated, none of them dared to challenge the Silver Wing Race cultivator right now. After all, a moment of hot-bloodedness could cost them their lives. After cultivating to their current cultivation state, everyone is very rational. The geniuses of the human race are just a bunch of trash. There's no way they can be compared to the geniuses of the myriad races. Let's go and find a place to have a drink. The Silver Wing Race cultivator looked at the surrounding cultivators of the myriad races and said. The group of cultivators left together. This birdman is so arrogant, Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Little brother, lower your voice. Don't let that person hear you. If he hears you, we'll be in trouble. Some of the cultivators said. They were worried that Lin Feng would be in trouble if he offended the Silver Wing Race cultivator. The cultivators around Lin Feng quickly moved out of the way. Now that the Silver-Winged Clan cultivator had heard Lin Feng's mutterings, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Everyone sympathized with Lin Feng. However, they did not want to be implicated in this matter. Therefore, they hid far away. Lin Feng said indifferently. I said you're a birdman. Don't you understand human language? Hearing Lin Feng's mocking and rhetorical question, the cultivators of the Silver-Winged Clan were all shocked. Hearing this, the surrounding human cultivators felt extremely satisfied. However, when they thought about how powerful the Silver-Winged Clan cultivator was, yet, Lin Feng was still mocking the Silver-Winged Clan cultivator. Now, only death awaited him. Many people felt sorry for Lin Feng. It was truly a pity that he was going to die in the hands of the Silver-Winged Clan cultivator at such a young age. Are all the cultivators from the lowly races this stupid? Why are they rushing to their deaths one after another? The silver-winged clan cultivator looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. His tone was extremely cold and disdainful. The way he looked at Lin Feng was also filled with arrogance. Previously, even Su Qian was not taken seriously by the silver-winged clan cultivator. Moreover, a young cultivator like Lin Feng was even more disregarded by the silver-winged clan cultivator. You keep saying that others are from the lowly races. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Perhaps you can't even be considered a human. At most, you're a birdman. This pair of wings is really good. No matter if it's stewed or roasted, the taste will definitely be excellent. Lin Feng said indifferently. The corners of his lips curled up into a mocking smile. Stewed or roasted? This brother is awesome. Does he think that the silver-winged clan cultivator's wings are chicken wings? Immediately, a cultivator laughed and said, "Let's not talk about how strong this brother is. Just based on his ability to mock others, he's simply invincible." Following that, another cultivator said. The silver-winged clan cultivator was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His pair of wings was the pride of the silver-winged clan cultivator. They shook gently. They could tear apart the void. They could shatter the sky. However, in Lin Feng's words, it was actually stewed or roasted. The silver-winged clan cultivator's way. Not chicken wings. You lowly life form, do you know the consequences of provoking me? The silver-winged clan cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Are you talking about yourself? A birdman who didn't fully evolve into a human. A failed evolution like you is indeed a lowly race. Failed evolution? Many people were stupefied and staring at Lin Feng. Of the way of the silver-winged clan. The silver-winged race cultivators believed themselves to be high and mighty. They looked down on the human cultivators, believing that the human cultivators were a lowly race. To the clan to clan. For the cultivators of the silver-wing race, this was an enormous humiliation. This caused them to be extremely enraged. You're courting death. I don't mind killing you. The silver-winged clan cultivator was filled with killing intent as he walked towards Lin Feng. You think you can do that? If we were to fight, you're not even worth my attention. I can probably take away half of your life with just a few punches and kicks. Lin Feng said coldly. You're courting death. The silver-winged clan cultivator snorted coldly as he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. An endless amount of thunderbolts were formed. It was the same rolling thunder palm that he used against Su Qian. This mystic skill was formed with an endless amount of thunderbolts. Its power could be said to be apocalyptic. Even with Su Qian's tyrannical cultivation base, he was still defeated by the rolling thunder palm of the silver-winged clan cultivator. One could tell how strong this mystic skill was. Now that they saw the silver-winged clan cultivator using the rolling thunder palm to deal with Lin Feng, the expressions of the human cultivators changed. This mystic skill is way too strong. That little brother wouldn't be killed right away, right? That's really possible. The faces of the human cultivators were extremely ugly. Lin Feng represented the human supremacy cultivators. Naturally, they did not wish for anything to happen to Lin Feng. How dare he challenge the dignity of the myriad races? He must be tired of living. Brother Gong's son will probably only need one move to kill this brat. The surrounding cultivators of the myriad races sneered. In those people's eyes, Lin Feng was going to die. Bam! Lin Feng attacked and sent a punch towards the silver-winged clan cultivator. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would be defeated or even killed by the silver-winged clan cultivator. However, no one expected that when Lin Feng collided with the silver-winged clan cultivator, Lin Feng sent the silver-winged clan cultivator flying. The thunderbolts surrounding the silver-winged clan cultivator were completely shattered. Plop! The silver-winged clan cultivator fell to the ground in a wretched manner. Oh my god! What did I just see? This little brother actually defeated the silver-winged clan cultivator with a single palm strike? Isn't that a little too powerful? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The human cultivators shouted in disbelief. The combat prowess Lin Feng displayed was simply too strong. It made them feel as if they were in a dream. The cultivators of the myriad races had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They had not expected something like this to happen. They found it hard to accept. I'm going to kill you. The silver-winged clan cultivator roared furiously. His eyes had turned blood red. Previously, he was high and mighty, looking down at Lin Feng from the corner of his eyes. But now, he was defeated by a cultivator he looked down on with a single move. For the silver-winged clan cultivator, this was a great humiliation. Boom, a terrifying aura burst out from the silver-winged clan cultivator's body. He soared into the sky and flapped his wings violently. Every time his wings flapped, they would form an extremely strong storm. A huge storm was formed, sweeping through the world and surging towards Lin Feng. That violent storm wanted to devour Lin Feng. Brother Gongsun has used the power of the immortal slaying silver wings. That's one of the trump cards of his race. That kid is dead for sure. Seeing the silver-winged clan cultivator using his wings to deal with Lin Feng, the cultivators of the myriad races shouted excitedly. They looked at Lin Feng as though they were looking at a dead man. The surrounding human cultivators could also sense how terrifying the wings were. They could not help but look at Lin Feng worriedly. Kid, you're the first person to make me use the immortal slaying silver wings. Today, I'm going to tear you into pieces. The silver-winged clan cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a gaze filled with killing intent. He charged towards Lin Feng with lightning speed. Lin Feng laughed coldly. He took a step forward and leaped into the air. In the void, Lin Feng lifted his right leg and stomped down. The storm formed by the immortal slaying silver wings was shattered by Lin Feng's stomp. The silver-winged clan cultivator was sent flying by the tremendous force of Lin Feng's stomp. Thud. Dust flew everywhere. The silver-winged clan cultivator fell to the ground once more. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he descended from the sky. Pooh. The stomp from Lin Feng caused the silver-winged clan cultivator to cough out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale and his entire body twitched. The strength that Lin Feng had displayed was simply too strong. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. Every one of them stared with gaping mouths. They could not believe what they were seeing. That was especially true for the cultivators from the myriad races. Their faces were extremely ugly to behold. They had assumed that the Silverwing clan cultivator would be able to deal with Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, this was the outcome. It's a completely one-sided battle. How satisfying. Yes. Seeing the arrogant Silverwing clan cultivator lying on the ground and getting trampled on is truly inspiring. This fellow had looked down on us humans before. Now, however, he is being trampled on by a human cultivator. What a slap to his own face. He thinks too highly of himself. He kept saying that the human race is a lowly race. Now, he can finally prove who the lowly race is. Seeing Lin Feng trampling on the Silverwing clan cultivator, many cultivators began discussing excitedly. Who is he? How is he so strong? Some cultivators asked curiously. They did not recognize Lin Feng. I don't recognize him. Could he be from one of the hidden families? Some cultivators said. I recognize him. This young master is the number one on the genius list, Lin Feng, said a young cultivator. A young cultivator said. He had also participated in the prodigy ranking competition, but his ranking was only around 1500, which wasn't particularly ideal. However, he had watched Lin Feng's battles against others. He had watched the battles where Lin Feng defeated the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son, the Qing Emperor and the others. Thus, he was able to recognize Lin Feng. What? He is Lin Feng? Isn't he too young? It feels like his lifespan is less than 100 years, no? How many years has he been cultivating for? Less than 100 years? The current Lin Feng has only been cultivating for around 30 years. He is very young. He can be considered a peerless genius. After Lin Feng's identity was exposed, the surrounding cultivators were filled with shock. They might have heard some things about Lin Feng before, but seeing was believing. Now that he had seen Lin Feng in action with his own eyes, he knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Furthermore, he was ridiculously young. He was so young, yet so powerful. The future. It was truly limitless. You keep saying that the human race is a lowly race. Now, do you know who the lowly race is? Lin Feng looked down at the silver wing race cultivator with a cold expression on his face. Brat, hurry up and let go of me. Otherwise, when the experts of my clan arrive, you will die without a grave. The silver-winged race cultivator glared at Lin Feng with bloodshot eyes. Before this, everything had been smooth sailing for him. And yet, after suffering such a huge loss to Lin Feng, the silver-winged clan cultivators wanted nothing more than to hack Lin Feng into pieces. Do you think that I would be afraid of a bunch of birdmen like you? Especially a birdman like you. You are already a prisoner and yet, you still dare to squawk non-stop. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Lin Feng looked at the silver-winged race cultivator with a cold expression. If you dare to touch me, you will be dead for sure. The silver-winged race cultivator said coldly. He felt that Lin Feng was trying to scare him on purpose. The silver-winged race was so tyrannical. Who would dare to provoke them? Do you really think that I am joking with you? Lin Feng said coldly. He raised his right hand and slashed out a sword chi. Pooh, the sword chi shot out. It sliced off one of the silver-winged race cultivator's wings. Fresh blood spurted out as the silver-winged race cultivator let out a miserable shriek. You are dead for sure. No one can save you. Not only will you die, but your family and friends will also die because of you. The silver-winged race cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a venomous gaze. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not say anything. Instead, he slashed out a sword chi and sliced off the other wing of the silver-winged race cultivator. This pair of wings is not bad. One can be stewed while the other can be roasted and eaten. Lin Feng said with a smile. Then, he kept both wings. The surrounding cultivators looked at Lin Feng in shock. None of them had expected that Lin Feng would actually dare to attack the silver-winged race cultivator. From the looks of it, Lin Feng might really be planning to kill the silver-winged race cultivator. Spare me. Spare me. Please spare me. The silver-winged race cultivator was terrified. His arrogant demeanor was completely different from before. He could sense a dense killing intent from Lin Feng. The silver-winged race cultivator knew that Lin Feng was not joking with him. Lin Feng really dared to kill him. Moreover, Lin Feng was not afraid of the silver-winged race cultivator behind him at all. It's too late to beg for mercy now, Lin Feng said coldly. Then, he slashed out another sword chi. Pooh, the sword chi flew out. The sword chi sliced off the silver-winged race cultivator's head. The silver-winged race cultivator is dead. Good job, he is indeed the #1 on the prodigy roll. How domineering. The human cultivators were greatly encouraged, and they roared excitedly. Previously, the silver-winged race cultivator had killed the human cultivator and insulted the human race. Su Qian had also been defeated easily by the silver-winged race cultivator. The silver-winged race cultivator had humiliated the human race even more. This had caused the human cultivators to feel extremely aggrieved and angry. However, the silver-winged race cultivator had been killed. Moreover, he was killed by the human cultivator Lin Feng. This caused the human cultivators who were feeling extremely aggrieved to regain their confidence and dignity. The human race cannot be humiliated, Lin Feng said coldly. After saying this, he swaggered off. Soon. The news of the silver-winged race cultivator being killed by Lin Feng quickly spread throughout the southern Immortal Island. During this period of time, a large number of cultivators from the myriad races had entered the 9 continents' great world. Many of them had gathered at the southern Immortal Sea domain. The experts of the myriad races had probably guessed that there would be a change in the southern Immortal Sea domain. Therefore, the cultivators of the myriad races had gathered there. The cultivators of the myriad races were high and mighty. They were filled with contempt and mockery towards the human race. Although they were in the territory of the human race, they looked down on the human race. Now that they had heard that the silver-winged race cultivator had been killed by a human cultivator, many of the myriad races were extremely furious. We don't have to do anything for now. The silver-winged race is strong enough. Isn't it easy for them to deal with a human cultivator? Provoking the myriad races is simply courting death. Let's wait for the silver-winged race to kill that brat. Some of the cultivators of the myriad races spoke out. They were all waiting for the silver-winged race cultivator to make a move. The outside world was in an uproar. Lin Feng was grilling wings in his residence. He was staying in a high-class inn. There were many courtyards in the inn. There were many courtyards in the courtyards. Lin Feng rented one of them. The wings of the silver-winged race are really extraordinary. There are immortal lights surging around them. They must taste really good, Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Looking at the grilled wings that had been grilled to a golden color, his saliva was about to drip out. Outside, more and more cultivators were gathering. There were human cultivators, demonic beasts, and cultivators from the myriad races. A storm was brewing. Just how deep is this fellow's heart? He is actually roasting a wing in his courtyard. That huge wing should belong to the Silverwing clan cultivator, right? A cultivator could not help but comment when he saw Lin Feng roasting the wing. The situation was so tense and the cultivators from the myriad races were about to attack. And yet, Lin Feng was still acting so leisurely. Many people could not help but want to pry open Lin Feng's head to see what he was thinking. The cultivators from the myriad races looked at Lin Feng with cold gazes. Lin Feng's actions had thoroughly angered them. The cultivators from the myriad races felt as though their dignity was being challenged. The cultivators from the myriad races attached great importance to this. Because of that, they wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into pieces. The taste is really good. Seeing that the wing was almost done, Lin Feng began to chew on it. As he ate, he praised his cooking skills. Everything else aside, this fellow's mentality is truly admirable, a cultivator lamented. To be able to maintain such a mentality in the face of a colossus like the myriad races was truly inconceivable. Lin Feng had long since noticed the cultivators outside. However, he did not care about them. At present, he was only concerned with destroying the huge roasted wing before him. The taste of the roasted wing was simply too good. As expected of a wing from the Silverwing clan, the quality of the meat was truly top grade. Tens of experts flew over from afar. All of them were emanating cold-killing intent. The Silverwing clan is here, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. As a royal race among the myriad races, the Silverwing clan was exceptionally strong. This time around, there were not many Silverwing clan cultivators from the great heavenly sage world who had come to the 9 prefectures. However, there were top-notch experts among them. Although Lin Feng was strong, he was still too young. In many people's opinion, Lin Feng should be able to kill off the Silverwing clan cultivator from earlier. After all, the Silverwing clan cultivator was only a young cultivator from the Silverwing clan. If Lin Feng were to encounter a middle generation or older expert from the Silverwing clan, only death would await him. Of course, if the leading figure of the Silverwing clan's younger generation attacked, Lin Feng would definitely die. A peerless genius had appeared in the younger generation of the Silverwing clan. That peerless genius was very young, but his cultivation base was extremely high. Many experts of the older generation weren't a match for that genius from the Silverwing clan. It was said that the bloodline of the Silverwing clan's genius had undergone a mutation. Among the special bloodlines, the mutated bloodline was an exception. Cultivators with mutated bloodlines were far more powerful than cultivators of the same level. Challenging someone of a higher rank was too easy for them. However, that prodigy had yet to come to the 9 regions. The leading Silverwing race cultivator was a middle-aged man. When he spread his wings, they were more than 10 meters long. With a light flap of its wings, the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Xianxia. That person became a quasi-emperor 2 million years ago. I wonder which celestial plane he is currently at. Some cultivators of the myriad races muttered to themselves. A quasi-emperor had to ascend the 99th step to reach the great emperor realm. The 99th step was equivalent to the 99th celestial plane. Every time one ascended a step, their cultivation base would increase tremendously. Therefore, 2 cultivators of the same quasi-emperor realm might have a world of difference in their strength. After such a long period of time, he must have cultivated to an extremely high level of the quasi-emperor realm. I didn't expect Xianxia to personally make a move. This is really unexpected. It seems like that kid won't be able to escape today. Many cultivators of the myriad races sneered. They were looking forward to the show that was about to unfold. They were looking forward to seeing Lin Feng being tortured to death. They didn't want him to be killed directly. If they killed Lin Feng directly, it would be letting Lin Feng off too easily. Did you hear the discussions of those people of the myriad races? The leading silver wing race cultivator seems to be very powerful. Some human cultivators said worriedly. Lin Feng had protected the dignity of the human race. This cultivator didn't want Lin Feng to die in the hands of these people of the myriad races at such a young age. But now, the strength of this silver wing race cultivator could only be described as peerless and terrifying. Therefore, this cultivator couldn't help but be extremely worried about Lin Feng. I heard him. He entered the quasi-emperor realm 2 million years ago. Who knows how terrifying he is now? Someone replied with a frown. The mood of the human race was obviously gloomy and solemn. The faces of the myriad races were cold and filled with killing intent. The dozen or so silver wing race cultivators stopped in the void and looked coldly at the courtyard. When they saw Lin Feng eating roasted wings, the bodies of the dozen or so silver wing race cultivators trembled violently. They were obviously angered. You deserve to die. One of the silver wing race cultivators was filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and held a huge bow in his hand. Then, he took out an arrow. He wanted to kill Lin Feng with this arrow. That's the black flame bow. It's said that it's made from black flame magic copper. It's a supreme treasure and is even more powerful than many bronze weapons. When the cultivators of the myriad races saw the huge bow that was surrounded by black flames, they immediately cried out in surprise. Bronze weapons were rather special. Generally, they were treasures created during the Bronze Age. Among the many bronze weapons, the most famous were the bronze weapons. Because the Bronze Age was too long ago, there wasn't a complete cultivation system. Therefore, it was very difficult to equate bronze weapons with the treasures of the current era. Some bronze weapons were even more powerful than emperor weapons. However, there were also some bronze weapons that weren't very powerful. Although this black flame bow wasn't a bronze weapon, it was a supreme treasure that wasn't inferior to a top-grade bronze weapon. It was said that in the past, a silver wing race's emperor-level ancestor had fought with another emperor-level existence. In the end, that emperor was killed by the silver wing race's ancestor with the black flame bow. Therefore, this black flame bow had an extremely extraordinary status in the silver wing race. Not only was it powerful, but it also had a glorious history. Is this bow really that powerful? This is truly unimaginable. Many people cried out in surprise when they heard the words of that silver wing race cultivator. The human race cultivators were even more worried about Lin Feng. On the other hand, the cultivators of the myriad races had cold expressions on their faces. They knew that Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Therefore, they looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. The silver wing race cultivator had a cold expression on his face. It was filled with endless killing intent. The arrow in his hand wasn't an ordinary arrow. It was a powerful magic arrow that was densely covered with runes. The runes emitted terrifying fluctuations. Now, the silver wing race cultivator knocked the arrow and pulled the bowstring. The energy between heaven and earth surged wildly into that arrow. That arrow emitted an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. When they felt the energy emitted from that arrow, many people couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. The energy absorbed by that arrow was simply too terrifying. Swoosh, at this moment. Is Lin Feng going to meet with a calamity? Many human cultivators cried out in alarm. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They really wanted to help Lin Feng. However, their strength was limited. Right now, they could only pray for Lin Feng and hope that nothing bad would happen to Lin Feng. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out. The speed of the arrow was simply too fast. It streaked across the sky like a falling meteor. Many people thought that Lin Feng would be killed by the arrow. However, at that moment, they saw Lin Feng actually open his hand and grab the arrow. He's grabbing the arrow with his bare hands? Some cultivators cried out in alarm. They had guessed Lin Feng's intention. Is he crazy? Countless people were dumbfounded. He's overestimating himself. The cultivators of the myriad races sneered and looked at Lin Feng with indifferent expressions. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die. However, in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Feng directly grabbed the arrow with his hand. That was a magical arrow. Moreover, it was a magical arrow shot out by a supreme treasure like the black flame bow. Such a powerful arrow was actually caught by Lin Feng with his bare hands. Wasn't this too terrifying? Powerful. He's simply too powerful. This Lin Feng's cultivation has definitely reached an unfathomable level. The humans cheered. Lin Feng represented the dignity of the human race. Now that they saw how powerful Lin Feng was, many human cultivators were unusually excited. As for the cultivators of the myriad races, their faces sank. The situation in front of them made them feel unusually angry. This was especially so for the Silver Wing Clan cultivators. Each of their faces looked uglier than the other. It's a waste for such a powerful treasure to fall into your hands. Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth and say, "You dare to insult me?" The Silver Wing Clan cultivator with the black flame bow looked at Lin Feng with murderous intent. This cultivator was called Gong Sun Qin. His martial soul was very special. It was an arrow martial soul. People with such a martial soul were born to be sharpshooters. Therefore, the black flame bow fell into Gong Sun Qin's hands. His arrow martial spirit combined with the black flame bow was able to release the power of the black flame bow. Furthermore, once his arrow martial spirit was activated, it would hit its target 100% of the time. No one would be able to dodge the arrow martial spirit's attack. "I don't even want to waste my time talking to you anymore," Lin Feng said indifferently. His words were full of contempt and disdain for Gong Sun Qin. This made Gong Sun Qin extremely angry. As a cultivator of the silver-winged race, Gong Sun Qin was used to being high and mighty. The humiliation he felt was driving him crazy. "Little bastard, today I will let you have a taste of the power of my arrow martial spirit." Gong Sun Qin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Rumble, waves of destructive energy waves spread out from Gong Sun Qin's body. Gong Sun Qin began to activate his martial soul. Endless black flames burned fiercely. The space around the black flame bow started to distort. A pitch-black energy arrow was formed. This was the energy arrow formed by Gong Sun Qin's martial soul. It was called the Dark Demon Arrow. Gong Sun Qin is infuriated. He is going to use his ultimate move to deal with this brat. This brat is dead for sure. That's right. Once Gong Sun Qin activates his martial soul, the Dark Demon Arrow formed by his martial soul is invincible. That brat won't be able to catch it with his bare hands. The cultivators of the myriad races exclaimed. Obviously, the cultivators of the myriad races were quite familiar with Gong Sun Qin's methods. In the eyes of the myriad races, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Whoosh, the dark demon arrow was released by Gong Sun Qin and shot toward Lin Feng. The dark demon arrow was too fast. It was so fast that the cultivators could not see it clearly with their naked eyes. The spectating cultivators could only see a flash of black light. Nothing else could be seen clearly. That black light was actually the dark demon arrow. This dark demon arrow is quite interesting. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He originally wanted to lock onto the dark demon arrow's trajectory and catch it. However, Lin Feng realized that he could not lock onto the dark demon arrow's trajectory. It seemed that the dark demon arrow could not be caught with his bare hands. Since he could not catch the dark demon arrow, Lin Feng decided to give up. He quickly got up and moved to the left. The dark demon arrow brushed past Lin Feng's body and shot toward him. He dodged it. Many people shouted in shock. The human cultivators were extremely excited. The myriad races cultivators had gloomy expressions. 9-star alignment, Gong Sun Qin's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. He shot 9 arrows in a row. One arrow after another. The 9 arrows were flawless. There was no way to dodge them. However, everyone realized that Lin Feng was actually able to dodge all 9 arrows with ease. How astonishingly fast does he have to be in order to dodge all 9 arrows? Many people's faces were filled with deep shock. At this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Gong Sun Qin and sent a punch toward him. You're courting death. Not only was Gongsun Qin's archery superb, but his cultivation was also extremely strong. He was many times stronger than the Silver Wing race cultivator that Lin Feng had killed earlier. Gongsun Qin's talent might not be comparable to that Silver Wing race cultivator. However, Gongsun Qin had cultivated for a long time. Diligence could make up for stupidity. Moreover, Gongsun Qin's talent was also very strong. Therefore, when he saw Lin Feng coming to his side to attack him, Gongsun Qin was not worried at all. Gongsun Qin wasn't worried at all. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Dracofant arm, Lin Feng sneered and used the Dracofant arm to attack Gongsun Qin. Bang! When the two fists collided, Gongsun Qin felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas surging into his arm. Next, his arm exploded. Ah! Gongsun Qin screamed and wanted to retreat. He wanted to increase the distance between him and Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not give Gongsun Qin the chance to do so. He immediately used Sky Splitter. A blade light condensed and slashed toward Gongsun Qin. Gongsun Qin could not react in time and was split into two by Lin Feng's blade light. The black flame bow fell into Lin Feng's hands. Gongsun Qin's corpse fell to the ground. All of this happened in a flash. Even when Gongsun Qin was split into two by Lin Feng, many people could not react in time. Gongsun Qin was killed. How is this possible? Gongsun Qin had such a strong cultivation and the black flame bow, but he was killed just like that. The cultivators of the 10,000 races could not accept this. Too strong, too strong. Lin Feng is much stronger than the rumors say. He killed Gongsun Qin so easily. What is Lin Feng's cultivation level? Could it be a quasi-emperor? Ah? A boundary emperor? How old is he? Even the Red World Fairy did not enter the boundary emperor realm at this age. The cultivators of the human race whispered to each other. They thought that Lin Feng might be a boundary emperor. These human cultivators had a better understanding of Lin Feng. After all, they had heard a lot of rumors about Lin Feng. In the past, when they talked about Lin Feng, it was mostly because Lin Feng was the disciple of Master Tortoise. The fact that Lin Feng had obtained the first place on the prodigy roll in one fell swoop had caused a huge commotion in the 9 prefectures. It had shocked countless people. Even though everyone knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was extraordinary, they did not expect Lin Feng to be this strong. It was truly unbelievable. Little bastard, you are courting death. Attack together and kill him. Gongsun Shua's eyes turned red when he saw Lin Feng kill Gongsun Qin. His gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with an extremely dense killing intent. It was an expression that seemed as if he wanted to slice off Lin Feng's flesh piece by piece. That expression was simply too terrifying. Following Gongsun Shua's command, the dozen or so Silver Wing clan experts behind Gongsun Shua all charged towards Lin Feng. These Silver Wing clan experts flapped their wings. In an instant, terrifying light beams shot out from their wings one after another. Those light beams shot towards Lin Feng. It seems like the two sides are going to have a decisive battle. Lin Feng's cultivation is indeed unexpectedly strong. I wonder if he can withstand the attacks of so many Silver Wing clan cultivators? I hope he can. I really don't want Lin Feng to die here. Many human cultivators watched the battle nervously. The myriad races cultivators had the exact opposite thoughts. They hoped that Lin Feng would be killed. The more miserable his death, the better. Facing the attacks of the dozen or so Silver Wing clan cultivators, Lin Feng did not fight them head-on. He quickly retreated to avoid the attacks of the Silver Wing clan cultivators. Then, Lin Feng drew his bow and shot an arrow. The black flame bow was a supreme treasure that was controlled by Gongsun Qin. Gongsun Qin couldn't unleash the full power of the black flame bow. Although Gongsun Qin had an arrow martial spirit, his physical body couldn't draw the black flame bow. Therefore, when Gongsun Qin used the black flame bow, he only pulled it back a very small distance. Of course, if it were anyone else using the black flame bow, they wouldn't be able to draw it back either. Gongsun Qin used the black flame bow. At the very least, the black arrows condensed from his arrow martial spirit could release extremely powerful attacks. This was something that no one else could compare to. Lin Feng did not possess an arrow martial spirit, but Lin Feng was able to draw the black flame bow. In order to unleash the power of the black flame bow, one had to draw the black flame bow to the fullest. Just like Lin Feng. Draw the bow and shoot an arrow. Lin Feng gradually drew the string of the black flame bow. As the black flame bow was continuously drawn, the energy of the heavens and earth continued to gather. And the energy was increasing. This was the terror of the black flame bow. The black flame bow was able to actively absorb the energy of heaven and earth to form arrows. And this energy arrow could unleash the true power of the black flame bow. Those magic arrows or the black demonic arrows condensed from Gongsun Qin's arrow martial spirit were unable to unleash the power of the black flame bow. Finally, Lin Feng drew the black flame bow to the fullest. The energy of heaven and earth continued to surge. The energy arrow condensed from the black flame bow became more and more powerful. How is this possible? Seeing Lin Feng draw the black flame bow to the fullest, even Gongsun Shua's face revealed an expression of disbelief. The black flame bow was a very special treasure. It required physical strength to draw it. No matter how strong one's magic power was, if one's physical body was not strong enough, one would not be able to draw the black flame bow. Even in the Silver Wing clan, only that great emperor-level expert was able to achieve this. And now, the black flame bow was drawn to the fullest again. However, the person who was able to draw the black flame bow to the fullest was a young human cultivator. And everyone knew, the physical bodies of human cultivators were extremely weak. Therefore, Gongsun Shua did not know how Lin Feng was able to draw the black flame bow to the fullest. So, a pitch-black arrow pierced through the void as it shot towards a silver-winged clan cultivator. "Hurry up and dodge!" Gongsun Shua could not help but shout. However, the arrow shot out by the black flame bow was simply too powerful. Even if the cultivator wanted to dodge, it was too late. Pooh! The black flame bow pierced through the cultivator's body. Seeing this, the killing intent of the other Silver Wing clan cultivators soared to the sky. They were about to attack Lin Feng. But at that moment, Lin Feng shot out arrow after arrow. The black flame bow was extremely terrifying. One energy arrow after another was condensed from the black flame bow and shot towards the Silver Wing clan cultivators. Activate your magic treasures to destroy those energy arrows. Some of the Silver Wing clan cultivators shouted as they brought out their magic treasures to defend against the incoming energy arrows. However, they had underestimated how terrifying the energy arrows were. The energy arrows pierced through the magic treasures brought out by the Silver Wing clan cultivators before continuing to shoot towards them. Although the Silver Wing clan cultivators were extremely fast, they were unable to outrun the energy arrows. Pooh! 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 Ripping sounds rang out one after another. One after another, the Silver Wing clan cultivators were killed by Lin Feng's arrows. Blood splattered everywhere. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. Heavens! This is a one-sided massacre. Be it the human cultivators or the cultivators from the myriad races, all of them revealed looks of shock. The battle before them had completely overturned their understanding of the world. Originally, they had all assumed that Lin Feng would die in this battle. In the end, however, it was Lin Feng who was slaughtering the Silver Wing clan cultivators. The Silver Wing clan cultivators were extremely strong. However, the black flame bow in Lin Feng's hand was even stronger. Additionally, Lin Feng could fully unleash the might of the black flame bow. The Silver Wing clan cultivators could only blame themselves for being so unlucky. Of all the people they could provoke, they had to provoke Lin Feng. Not long after, Gongsun Shua was the only one left alive among the dozens of Silver Wing clan cultivators. Moreover, Gongsun Shua had already charged in front of Lin Feng. His eyes had turned blood red. "I will definitely tear you into pieces." Gongsun Shua roared as he slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Gongsun Shua was indeed an expert who had entered the Boundary Emperor realm 2 million years ago. His palm slammed out and even the void was split open. Currently, it was no longer suitable for him to use the black flame bow at such a close distance. Lin Feng hurriedly kept the black flame bow. Then, he activated the arm of dragon and elephant and punched towards Gongsun Shua. The thing that Lin Feng was least afraid of was close combat. Gongsun Shua's cultivation was strong. However, he was far from qualified to fight Lin Feng in close combat. Bam! Following a dull collision sound, Lin Feng and Gongsun Shua collided violently. Everyone saw that Lin Feng did not move at all while Gongsun Shua was sent flying. Wow! Lin Feng's physical body was unparalleled and invincible. Even if a great emperor were to arrive, his physical body would not be able to match up to Lin Feng. To be able to fight with Lin Feng at such a close distance, naturally, Gongsun Shua was no match for Lin Feng. The fact that Gongsun Shua was beaten up by Lin Feng to the point of spitting out blood was something that was absolutely earth-shattering. This was even more shocking than when Lin Feng had used the Black Flame Bow to kill dozens of Silver Wing race cultivators consecutively. That was because Gongsun Shua had already entered the Boundary Emperor state 2 million years ago. Right now, he was definitely not as simple as a Boundary Emperor state. However, to think that someone with such tyrannical strength would be beaten up by a single punch from Lin Feng to the point of spitting out blood. This was simply way too unbelievable. And yet, such an unbelievable thing was happening right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Everyone's hearts were filled with astonishment. The battle prowess that Lin Feng had displayed was absolutely shocking. Shoo! Lin Feng chased after Gongsun Shua swiftly. His speed was simply way too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Gongsun Shua. Now that Gongsun Shua was injured, Lin Feng naturally had to seize this opportunity to defeat or even kill Gongsun Shua. Gongsun Shua's cultivation state was extremely tyrannical. If Lin Feng were to miss this opportunity, it would be much more difficult to kill this person in the future. Boom! Lin Feng channeled his epic dominance and suppressed Gongsun Shua directly. At the same time, he deployed the arm of the dragon elephant and slammed it towards Gongsun Shua. The epic dominance was intimidating. The arm of the dragon elephant attacked. Multitasking. The battle prowess that Lin Feng displayed was simply heaven-defying. You! Gongsun Shua's face changed immediately. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late for him to dodge the strike of Lin Feng. Therefore, he had no choice but to strike out against Lin Feng. However, Gongsun Shua was stunned by Lin Feng's epic dominance. His cultivation state was reduced by at least 30%. Coupled with the fact that he was injured, his cultivation state was reduced by another 20%. Due to his hasty attack, he did not have enough time to activate his powerful divine ability. As a result, his cultivation was reduced by another 10%. As a result, Gongsun Shua was unable to unleash his full strength. He was unable to resist Lin Feng's attacks at all. Bam! The two sides collided once again, and Gongsun Shua was once again sent flying by Lin Feng. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking was heard as Gongsun Shua's right arm snapped. The power of Lin Feng's attack just now was simply too tyrannical, directly blowing off Gongsun Shua's right arm. Is this the so-called high-level race? How laughable. You dare to mock the human race with such strength? Do you really think there's no one left in the human race? Lin Feng stepped forward. His black hair danced in the wind. He was like an archaic fiend god, arrogant and domineering. He's so handsome, many of the onlooking female cultivators screamed, wishing that they could marry Lin Feng right now. They were even willing to become Lin Feng's concubines. There were countless young girls who were deeply attracted to Lin Feng, unable to extricate themselves. The human race was greatly encouraged, and many of them had excited expressions on their faces. Lin Feng's appearance had lifted the spirits of many of the humans who had lost their confidence. The arrival of the myriad races during this period of time had dealt a huge blow to many of the human cultivators. That was because the strength of the myriad races was simply too tyrannical. On the human race's side, there were very few people who possessed special bloodlines. As for the myriad races, almost everyone possessed a special bloodline. Perhaps, this was the strength of the bloodline. But right now, Lin Feng was still able to suppress the Silverwing race Boundary Emperor state powerful beings without using his own bloodline. It was said that the physical bodies of the human race were weak. But Lin Feng's physical body was so strong. Who said that the human race was a lowly race, while the innate conditions of the human race might not be comparable to the other races? The human race was more malleable and had a higher potential for growth. As long as they worked hard in their cultivation, they would definitely be able to achieve great things. Therefore, Lin Feng's appearance had given many of the cultivators a renewed confidence in their cultivation. Bam! 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 Along with the dull sounds of collisions, one after another, Gongsun Shua was sent flying again and again. He kept coughing up blood. There were also many wounds on his body. His clothes were dyed red with blood. Lin Feng was simply too domineering. He suppressed Gongsun Shua to the point that he did not even have a chance to fight back. Lin Feng's physical body is too strong. We have to distance ourselves from him. Otherwise, Gongsun Shua will not have any chance to turn the tables in this battle. A myriad races cultivator said in a serious voice. Gongsun Shua naturally knows that, but that kid's speed is too fast. He's like a shadow following him. Gongsun Shua has no chance of shaking him off. Another myriad races cultivator said. The other myriad races cultivators nodded as well. Now that Gongsun Shua was indeed in trouble, he could not shake off Lin Feng at all. In a situation where both sides were fighting in close combat, Gongsun Shua had already been severely injured by Lin Feng. If this continued, he would die soon. Bam, 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 Lin Feng's attacks grew fiercer and fiercer. Gongsun Shua kept blocking Lin Feng's attacks, but gradually, Gongsun Shua could not hold on any longer. Gongsun Shua's face was as white as a sheet. The human cultivators clenched their fists because they felt that Gongsun Shua would soon be killed by Lin Feng. He was really showing off the might of the human race. Just as Lin Feng was about to focus all his strength on killing Gongsun Shua, a terrifying beam of light shot out from Gongsun Shua's dantian. Martial soul! A cultivator exclaimed. That beam of light was Gongsun Shua's martial soul. Martial souls were an ability that only humans had. Other races did not have. However, if other races mutated their bodies, perhaps one of their ancestors had the bloodline of the human race, they could also awaken a martial soul. As a result, a small number of cultivators from other races also possessed martial souls. For example, Gongsun Qin, who was killed by Lin Feng. The current Gongsun Shua belonged to this group. Gongsun Shua's martial soul was very terrifying, and the beam of light he shot out was extremely powerful. Even Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Gongsun Shua had been waiting for a rare opportunity to unleash his martial soul, wanting to kill Lin Feng with a single blow. Finally, he had been waiting for this opportunity. At such a close distance, Lin Feng could no longer dodge the beam of light. Die, kid. Gongsun Shua sneered. Said Gongsun Shua with a ferocious smile on his face. He could already see Lin Feng dying under that light attack. The terrifying beam of light was about to hit Lin Feng. Swoosh. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. At the critical moment, Lin Feng unleashed the heaven patching technique. He dodged Gongsun Shua's attack. In the next moment, Lin Feng stepped out from behind Gongsun Shua. Lin Feng leaped out of the void. Then, he turned into a yin-yang Dao diagram and shot toward Gongsun Shua. Immortal slaying wings. Gongsun Shua reacted extremely quickly. He quickly turned around, and a pair of huge wings flapped rapidly, slashing toward Lin Feng like two peerless swords. Clang. Lin Feng's yin-yang Dao diagram collided with Gongsun Shua's immortal slaying wings, creating a clanging sound. The two sides clashed for hundreds of rounds. Lin Feng's yin-yang Dao diagram tore apart Gongsun Shua's immortal slaying wings. Then, the void Dao diagram slashed toward Gongsun Shua. Puff. In the next moment, Lin Feng was like an immortal god. He stood in the void and scanned the surroundings coldly. Anyone who met Lin Feng's gaze hurriedly lowered their heads. Lin Feng was too powerful. No one dared to look directly into Lin Feng's eyes. Even those arrogant cultivators of the myriad races had no choice but to lower their heads now. Lin Feng's strength had shocked them. Before the silver-winged race cultivators attacked, some cultivators of the myriad races had said that if the silver-winged race couldn't kill Lin Feng, they would be willing to help and kill Lin Feng to restore the dignity of the myriad races. But now, these cultivators of the myriad races also shut their mouths. They knew that they couldn't compete with Lin Feng in terms of cultivation level. If they really went against Lin Feng, they would only die in the end. Any race in the 9 prefectures can come, but remember that the 9 prefectures is a world dominated by the human race. If you come to the 9 prefectures, be obedient. If you dare to insult the human race again, no matter what race you are, I will kill you all. If you are not convinced, you can come and find me. I will kill all of you until you tremble in fear. Lin Feng placed his hands behind his back and said in a sonorous voice. This was equivalent to warning the myriad races. It was also a declaration of war against the myriad races. He was not afraid of the myriad races. The surrounding cultivators of the human race felt their blood boiling. Who would dare to say such words to the myriad races, but Lin Feng dared to. The cultivators of the myriad races were exceptionally furious. Killing intent surged in their hearts. But now, they were intimidated by Lin Feng's sharpness and did not dare to say anything. The fate of those silver-winged race cultivators was still lingering in their minds. They could not forget it. The news of Lin Feng killing 17 experts of the silver-winged race quickly spread throughout the 9 prefectures. This news caused a huge uproar. During this period of time, the myriad races could be said to be arrogant and domineering in the 9 prefectures. However, the cultivators of the myriad races were powerful and terrifying. No one dared to provoke them. Now that Lin Feng had appeared out of nowhere and killed so many experts of the myriad races with his absolute strength, it was simply inspiring. Blazing Sun State, Divine Land City. This ancient city was adjacent to the Return Ruined Sea region, so people came and went, and it was extraordinarily bustling. At present, all the cultivators in the ancient city were talking about Lin Feng. Qingfeng Tea House. Many customers gathered in 2s and 3s, drinking tea and chatting. Several cultivators were sitting together, discussing Lin Feng's matter. Lin Feng said that if anyone dares to insult the human race again, no matter what race they are, I will kill them all. If anyone refuses to accept this, they can come find me. I will slaughter your myriad races until you tremble in fear. These words were too domineering, completely ignoring the myriad races. They really didn't know what kind of person Lin Feng was. They really wanted to see this person and experience his supreme demeanor. A blue-clothed cultivator said. Lin Feng has indeed brought honor to the human race. The myriad races think too highly of themselves. Do they really think there's no one left in the human race? Another green-robed cultivator said. The myriad races are much more obedient now. Until now, no one dares to challenge Lin Feng's prestige. It seems like the myriad races are scared out of their wits. The only old man among them said with a smile. The rest of the people also smiled. Humph. It's just a mere Lin Feng. Who does he think he is? The myriad races have many experts. Just you wait, I will soon take this kid's head. Cold laughter came from the stairs. More than 10 cultivators walked down the stairs. These people had clearly heard the conversation of the other cultivators. This group of people were all cultivators of the myriad races. The one who spoke was a cultivator with golden wings. Moreover, he had a purple horn on his forehead, which looked a little like a dragon's horn. Who are you? How dare you boast so shamelessly here? Are you stronger than Gongsun Shua of the Silver Wing race? Some of the human cultivators sneered. They didn't think that this cultivator could kill Lin Feng. Gongsun Shua was a boundary emperor, but he still died in Lin Feng's hands. And this cultivator in front of them was too young. He definitely hadn't cultivated for more than 300 years. Gongsun Shua is only a boundary emperor who reached the 13th step. How can he be compared to our young master? A cultivator from the myriad races said coldly. The human cultivators in the tea house couldn't help but frown. They felt that something was wrong. Perhaps that arrogant young master really did have terrifying strength. The cultivator from the myriad races continued, our young master is from the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn race. He has both the Golden Eagle bloodline and the Dragon bloodline. He is an extremely rare possessor of 2 bloodlines. A mere Lin Feng is like an ant in front of our young master. The cultivator from the myriad races was very arrogant. His words were full of disdain for Lin Feng. Twin bloodlines. Many people were horrified. They felt that this was going to be troublesome. Any cultivator who had twin bloodlines was extremely heaven-defying. Moreover, this cultivator who had twin bloodlines was from the myriad races. The human race is a lowly race. This is a saying passed down from my ancestors. Your ancestors were just livestock raised by my race. It won't change even after billions of years. The young master from the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn race sneered. He didn't hold back and directly insulted the human race. Insulting the human race? You're courting death. Let's attack together. There are so many of us. Can't we defeat a mere dozen people? A cultivator said coldly. Attack, many people responded. Boom. A great battle broke out. Hundreds of cultivators attacked the dozen cultivators from the myriad races. You lowly ants don't even have the right to make me attack. The cultivator from the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn race said coldly, filled with endless killing intent. The dozen cultivators from the myriad races behind him attacked. These people were very scary. Pfft, the sound of flesh tearing could be heard. A human cultivator was killed. Soon, the entire tea house was covered in blood. Take their heads, it's a small gift for Lin Feng, said Lin Feng. The young master from the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn race said coldly. Yes, young master. The dozen cultivators from the myriad races replied. They chopped off the heads of the dead cultivators. During this period of time, more and more cultivators surged into the southern immortal island. There were human cultivators as well as many from the myriad races. Lin Feng had killed dozens of powerful beings from the Silverwing race. Furthermore, his words had long incited the killing intent of the myriad races. There were many powerful beings among the myriad races. Many of them wanted to kill Lin Feng, who had dared to challenge the authority of the myriad races. Attaining the Tao through killing. Hopefully, some powerful beings can come. That way, I'll be able to temper my killing intent and cultivate my white tiger dominance successfully. Lin Feng could not help but mumble to himself. The reason why he had said those words was to show off the might of the human race. Secondly, he wanted to attract more powerful beings from the myriad races. Lin Feng wanted to go on a killing spree. He wanted to kill until the myriad races trembled in fear. At the same time, he wanted to temper his killing intent and cultivate his white tiger dominance successfully. After all, the white tiger had attained the Tao through killing. Lin Feng had been trying to cultivate the white tiger dominance for a long time, but he had yet to succeed. He guessed that it was because his killing intent had yet to reach the requirement to cultivate the white tiger dominance. That was why he had been unable to cultivate it. Late at night, Lin Feng opened his eyes. An old friend has come to visit. Aren't you going to come out and welcome him? A voice rang out from outside. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He leaped up and quickly arrived outside. Under the night sky, a flame qilin shrouded in divine light stood in the courtyard, looking at him. Lin Feng was incomparably excited when he saw the flame qilin. A flame qilin. It was actually a flame qilin. Lin Feng had not seen the flame qilin for 20 years since they had parted on the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng was filled with gratitude toward the flame qilin. In the early stages of his cultivation, it was the flame qilin that had led him on to the correct cultivation path. One had to know that the initial stage of cultivation was the time to lay down the foundation. It was also the most important time. If there were any problems during the initial stage of cultivation, if something went wrong during the early stages of cultivation, it would be a huge problem in the future. The flame qilin was equivalent to Lin Feng's first teacher. Lin Feng and the flame qilin were like friends and teachers. Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed when he saw the flame qilin. Damn, I didn't expect you to become so amazing in such a short time. How shocking, said the flame qilin with a grin. Lin Feng said, I've experienced too many things and suffered too many hardships to reach this level. It really wasn't easy. How have you been these years? Not bad, the flame qilin smiled and said, back then, I came to the 9 prefectures with the Great Ping King, the Peacock King, and the others. After that, I entered the sacred land of the demonic beasts to cultivate. After coming out of seclusion, I heard about you and came to see you. The Great Ping King, the Peacock King, and the others were Lin Feng's old friends. After not seeing them for so many years, Lin Feng missed them. Of course, he also missed the little Pun King, Feng Yarao, and the others. It had been many years since he had seen them. "How are they doing?" asked Lin Feng. "They're doing well," said the flame Qilin. Then, it revealed a mischievous smile and said, "Feng Yarao is doing well as well. However, she sometimes spaces out. She's probably thinking about someone." Fire Qilin knew about the relationship between Lin Feng and Feng Yarao. Now, it spoke about Feng Yarao's matter. There was even a hint of ridicule in his voice. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It seems that I have to find time to pay a visit to the demon race's holy land." "Of course, there's no problem. You'll definitely be very popular then," Fire Qilin said with a smile. Lin Feng asked, "Are the various demonic races related to the myriad races?" The Fire Qilin replied, "There are indeed some connections. In fact, the 9 states world's demonic beasts are divided into the following types. The first type is that these demonic beasts were born in the 9 states world. These demonic beasts are not related to the other demonic beasts, such as the phoenixes, peacocks, rocks, and Qilins. The second possibility is that some of the bestial beasts came from somewhere else, but they didn't come from Heavenly Sage Great World. These bestial beasts have nothing to do with Heavenly Sage Great World, such as the Dragon Clan, the Golden Crow Clan, the Sky-Devouring Toad Clan, and so on. The third possibility is that this group of demons were abandoned by the thousands of races in the Heavenly Sage Great World when they retreated. Later, they slowly developed. "Oh? Abandoned clansmen?" Lin Feng looked at the Fire Qilin in surprise. The Fire Qilin nodded and said, "That's right. Most of these clansmen were the clansmen who were abandoned when the 10,000 clans were defeated by the 100 saints of the human clan in ancient times." "Will these clansmen be a threat to the 9 states world?" Lin Feng frowned. The Fire Qilin said, "I'm guessing that these abandoned clansmen hate the other demonic beasts even more. Back then, these people should have been executed, but the 100 sages spared them due to the heaven's benevolence. This group of cultivators gradually took root in the 9 states world and integrated into it." "What's the difference between the myriad races and the other demonic races?" Lin Feng asked. "The myriad races are very special. Because they were born in the Heavenly Sage Great World, they all have a special rune between their eyebrows. That rune is twisted together like a demonic rune. However, many of the myriad races can hide this rune. Some of the myriad races cultivators with amazing talent can even control the ability to activate that rune. They can use that rune to communicate with the world origin of the Heavenly Sage Great World, and then use the world origin of the Heavenly Sage Great World to increase their battle strength. Moreover, their cultivation is much faster than ordinary myriad races," the Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng said, "No wonder the myriad races' cultivation speed is so fast. I didn't expect them to have such an ability." The Fire Qilin said, "That's why the myriad races are so high and mighty. Their ability is something that cultivators from other great worlds don't have." Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as the Fire Qilin said. Cultivators from other great worlds were not like the myriad races, who had runes between their eyebrows and could communicate with the world origin. This ability was heaven-defying. But no matter how heaven-defying this ability was, it did not give them the right to humiliate the human race. The Fire Qilin said, "Come with me. We're going to do something big." "What big thing?" Lin Feng looked at the Fire Qilin in surprise. "Hee, a huge merchant ship from the myriad races has arrived. Do you know what's on that ship?" The Fire Qilin grinned. Lin Feng asked, "What is it?" "Just one thing is enough to tempt you. There's a damaged heaven-shaking steel in that merchant ship," the Fire Qilin said. "What? A damaged heaven-shaking steel?" Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. His voice became much louder, and his breathing quickened. He also had a piece of the damaged heaven-shaking stone steel here. "Is it from the same heaven-shaking steel as mine?" Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath before asking. The Fire Qilin knew that Lin Feng also had a damaged heaven-shaking steel. "I'm not sure, but we can only verify it after we snatch it," the Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded. Heaven-shaking steels were too important. These heaven-shaking steels were one of the greatest secrets of the myriad worlds. Refining a heaven-shaking steel was simply too difficult. Lin Feng had a damaged heaven-shaking steel, and he had been using his magic power to nourish it. Therefore, if this damaged heaven-shaking steel could be repaired in the future, it would definitely belong to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was naturally eager to repair this damaged heaven-shaking steel and take control of it. In the future, he might be able to use this heaven-shaking steel to kill the black fog creature when he encountered it. Why would such a heaven-shaking steel be transported here? Lin Feng was puzzled. An almighty cultivator of the Yao clan has calculated that something will happen in the southern immortal sea domain. When the time comes, the heaven-shaking stone tablet will appear. Perhaps the myriad races have grasped some powerful methods and can borrow the power of the heaven-shaking stone tablet that is about to appear. They can make the incomplete heaven-shaking stone tablet reveal its hidden secrets. Lin Feng said, I've studied this heaven-shaking stone steel for a long time, but I still can't figure out its secrets. The myriad races are really extraordinary. Let's not delay any longer. Let's go. The fire Qilin nodded and soared into the sky with Lin Feng. In the dark night, the two of them quickly left. There were many cultivators wandering around Lin Feng's residence, even at night. All the major forces, including the human race, the myriad races, and the devil race, wanted to know Lin Feng's movements as soon as possible. Therefore, they sent many people to monitor Lin Feng's every move. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin's departure could not be hidden from these spies. Go back and report that Lin Feng ran away in the middle of the night. The cultivators of the myriad races hurried back to report. They thought that Lin Feng was afraid, so he ran away in the middle of the night. The human race cultivators also sent the news to the forces behind them. Of course, it was not just the human race cultivators. The devil race and other forces also sent the news back. He ran away? Send people to chase after him. We can't let that kid run away. Now you know how to be afraid? It's too late. This kid is already on the must-kill list of the myriad races. He will die without a doubt. Send the experts of the races to hunt him down. Originally, it was not good for the myriad races to surround and kill this kid on the southern deity island. Now that he's out of the southern deity island, we can surround and kill him without worry. The various major forces of the myriad races also began to send experts to hunt down Lin Feng. The myriad races valued their reputation very much. In the southern deity island, the myriad races could not surround and attack Lin Feng in front of everyone. However, the top experts of the myriad races did not appear. Therefore, the myriad races were waiting. However, things were different now that Lin Feng had left the southern deity island. There were many boundary emperors among the myriad races. Under the leadership of these people, the myriad races planned to surround and attack Lin Feng. Although there were no peerless experts overseeing it. However, in the eyes of the myriad races, although Lin Feng's cultivation was very powerful, he was not a peerless expert. With so many of them surrounding and attacking Lin Feng would definitely die. Therefore, the myriad races were full of confidence. When Lin Feng left the southern immortal island, many spies followed Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin easily shook off these people. By the time the myriad races arrived, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin were long gone. There must be a peerless expert on that merchant ship. If the two of us attack that ship, we'll be courting death. What do you plan to do? Lin Feng asked the fire Qilin. Since the fire Qilin had asked him to deal with the myriad race's merchant ship, Lin Feng guessed that the fire Qilin must have thought of a way. That merchant ship is coming from the Sinkhole Ocean and will pass by the spacetime reversal sea region. The fire Qilin laughed. Spacetime reversal sea region? This is where the red dust immortal sect is located. That's right. The red dust celestial sect is located in the spacetime reversal ocean. Moreover, your dragon sect isn't far from the spacetime reversal ocean. The fire Qilin laughed. Lin Feng asked, you want me to mobilize the dragon sect's army to attack the myriad race's merchant ship? Lin Feng raised his brows slightly. That's right. However, we can't attack them directly. Instead, we need to adopt a strategy, the fire Qilin said. Lin Feng smiled and said, the myriad races are incomparably arrogant. When they arrive at the space-time reversal ocean, they have two choices. The first is to take the risk and pass through the space-time reversal ocean, and the second is to go around it. With the character of the myriad races, they definitely won't choose to go around. They will choose to pass through the space-time reverse flow sea. But the space-time reverse flow sea is incomparably dangerous. There are terrifying restrictions everywhere and shattered space-time laws. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. That's right. You're best at setting up formations. When the time comes, you can make full use of the various terrains in the space-time reversal ocean to set up a killing formation. Then, you can mobilize 1,000,000 troops from the Dragon sect to activate the formation together. Even if the myriad race's merchant ship has a great emperor guarding it, we'll still be able to skin them alive. Ha 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 ha. Alright, let's return to the Dragon sect to mobilize the troops. Lin Feng laughed. The development of the Dragon Gate was going very smoothly. Now, it had become a colossal force in the ocean region. Lin Feng's return to the Dragon sect caused a commotion. Many Dragon sect cultivators had never even seen their sect master, Lin Feng. Of course, they had heard too many things about Lin Feng. Especially during this period of time, Lin Feng had killed so many experts of the myriad races. He had threatened that if the myriad races dared to insult the human race again, he would definitely kill them until they trembled in fear. This had made many people's blood boil. It was even more so for the Dragon sect cultivators. Lin Feng was the sect master of the Dragon sect. Every Dragon sect cultivator was proud of being a member of the Dragon sect. After returning to the Dragon sect, Lin Feng caught up with everyone. Then, Lin Feng asked Du Zhu to mobilize 1,000,000 troops led by Du Zhu. Then, they boarded the ancient ship of war and followed Lin Feng to the space-time reversal ocean. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin worked together to set up a grand formation in the space-time reversal ocean. In order to set up the grand formation, Lin Feng used more than 30,000 precious formation materials. He connected many of the shattered voids in the surrounding 15 kilometers with the grand formation. In addition, Lin Feng also set up the Immortal Extermination Grand Formation and the Mystic Pin Grand Formation. Just as the Fire Qilin had said, such a powerful formation. More than 1,000,000 cultivators activated it together. Even if the Great Emperor came, he would skin him alive. What Lin Feng didn't know was that his actions had been discovered by someone a long time ago. Red Dust Immortal Sect. Red Dust Cliff. The Red World Fairy was dressed in men's clothes. Her face seemed to never grow up. She still looked like she was 16 or 17 years old. How can it be so easy to plot against the myriad races? The myriad races foundation is unimaginable. The Red World Fairy frowned slightly. Fine, I'll help you hide it from the myriad races so that the primogenitors won't be able to sense what's going on here, the Red World Fairy muttered to herself. Her hands kept forming hand seals. A powerful force of destiny descended from the sky. Defying the heavens and changing fate, hiding from the heavens, Honorable Immortal Hongchen murmured. The powerful force of destiny surged into the void and disappeared without a trace. It was unknown where it had gone. Amidst the endless waves of the sea, a huge ancient ship 10,000 meters long sailed over. This ancient ship was the merchant ship of the myriad races. It was the ship of the myriad races alliance. The myriad races alliance was the strongest faction in the great heavenly sage world. It was formed by many of the top factions of the myriad races. This ancient ship was called the All Saints Ancient Ship. The captain was an expert of the nine-headed insect race called Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints. He was a famous expert in the great heavenly sage world. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints was drinking and having fun with many experts of the myriad races in the main hall. Beautiful women surrounded him. It was extremely extravagant. Lord Heavenly Sovereign, we're about to reach the space-time reversal sea. It's said that the dojo of the strongest expert of the 9 provinces Great World, the Red World Fairy, is here. Upon hearing the words Venerable Immortal Hongchen, the noisy hall immediately quieted down. The Red World Fairy, the Red World Fairy. I've heard her name more than once in Heavenly Sage Great World. The 9-headed bug couldn't help but say. The 9-headed bug wore a golden chainmail, which was probably a powerful supreme treasure. It had a human body and a serpent head. The 9 gigantic heads were incomparably terrifying. They were simply too ugly. When this terrifying existence spoke, its voice was like thunder, but it also had a sinister tone. I heard that this woman went to that place, and even fought a progenitor. A myriad race cultivator said uncertainly. The Red World Fairy was only around 4,000 years old. Could she fight a progenitor of the myriad races? It sounded unbelievable. This is probably just a rumor. It's not true at all. No matter how strong the Red World Fairy is, she's only cultivated for 4,000 years. If she really met a progenitor of the myriad races, she would have died long ago. One of the cultivators from the myriad races immediately scoffed. He did not believe the words of another cultivator from the myriad races at all. But since it's rumored that the Red World Fairy is the strongest in 9 provinces' great world, there must be some basis for it. The Red World Fairy's cultivation must be unfathomable. There's no need for us to get into a conflict with the Red World Fairy, right? Why don't we take a detour? Another myriad races cultivator said. This myriad races cultivator was more cautious. What's there to be afraid of? We have so many experts here. Why should we be afraid of the Red World Fairy? It's fine if immortal Reverend Hongchen doesn't show up, but if she does, we'll capture her and pluck her energy. Think about it, plucking the #1 expert of 9 provinces plain. Isn't that interesting? A myriad race cultivator covered in scales couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. His words caused many of the myriad race cultivators to smile knowingly. However, the spacetime reversal sea is dangerous. We need to be careful when we cross it. Someone reminded. Our ancient ship can cross the starry sky. A mere sea won't be able to harm our ancient ship. Someone else disagreed. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints said. There's no need to take a detour. We'll cross the spacetime reversal sea directly. I actually hope that the Red World Fairy will appear so that we can experience her techniques and see if she's as powerful as the legends say. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints couldn't help but sneer. Rumble, the 10,000-meter-long ship quickly traversed the world ocean. Soon, they entered the spacetime reversal sea region. Reporting to the sect master, the ships of the myriad races have already entered the spacetime countercurrent sea and are now sailing towards us. The spy Lin Feng had sent had come back with some important news. Ha 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 ha, they're finally here. This time, they won't be able to leave. The Fire Qilin laughed loudly. Kill these people. And he would be able to obtain the heaven-shaking steel in the myriad race's possession. Lin Feng hoped that the heaven-shaking steel was the same as the one he had obtained. If it was the same heaven-shaking stone tablet, Lin Feng would take an important step in repairing the heaven-shaking steel. Pass down the order. Tell everyone to get ready. Lin Feng said. Du Zhu hurriedly passed down the order. Next, they had to wait for the myriad race's arrival. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 3 days later, an earth-shaking rumble resounded. A huge ancient ship sailed over. It was none other than the myriad race's ancient ship, All Saints. They're here. The Fire Qilin said. Prepare to activate the formation. Lin Feng nodded. The ancient ship continued forward for another dozen li and arrived at the center of the formation. Lin Feng activated the formation. The formation runes intertwined, sealing off the area. The densely packed great formations completely sealed off this region of the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of chains colliding could be heard. These were the Emperor runes formed by Lin Feng. 9 Emperor runes streaked across the sky. It wrapped itself around the ancient ship, All Saints. The ancient ship could no longer move forward. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The cultivators outside shouted. The upper echelons of the myriad races who were enjoying themselves in the hall turned grim. Someone actually dares to attack us. Could it be the Red World Fairy? An expert of the myriad races asked. Come, let's go out and take a look, Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints sneered, then stood up and walked outside. The other upper echelons of the myriad races stood up as well. When the group of experts arrived at the deck, they saw 9 thick Emperor runes locking down the ancient ship like 9 chains of order. The surroundings were filled with formation runes. This place was completely sealed off. However, they did not see anyone. It was obvious that the person who had set up the formation was hiding in the formation. The Red World Fairy, is that you? Is this the demeanor of the strongest expert of the 9 provinces' great world? A coward who only dares to hide in the shadows? Come out and fight me if you dare. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints sneered. This person was extremely arrogant. He was provoking the Red World Fairy, hoping that the Red World Fairy would show herself. Lin Feng sneered. If the Red World Fairy really did make a move, you would have died many times over. Do you think you still have the chance to shout here? Who are you? How dare you scheme against the myriad races? Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints' expression darkened. Lin Feng said indifferently. If you want to know who I am, you can ask King Yama when you go to hell later. Ignorant fools, how dare you challenge the dignity of the myriad races? All of you must die. Destroy these emperor runes. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints said coldly. Rumble, terrifying beams of destructive light shot out from the All Saints' ancient ship. The beams of light wanted to destroy the 9 emperor runes that Lin Feng had set up. Follow me and activate the formation to exterminate these people, Lin Feng shouted. He began to activate the array. Meanwhile, the million cultivators who were hidden in the deployment spell released their own strength at the same time and helped Lin Feng activate the deployment spell. A loud rumbling sound was heard. Endless spacetime force poured down, forming a spacetime storm, and bombarded the ancient starship. The Immortal Slaying Grand Array formed a 10,000-meter-long Immortal Slaying Sword and slashed towards the ancient ship. As for the Xianping Grand Array, it formed a Xianping Gate. The Xianping Gate was 8,000 meters tall. It was like a towering mountain that slammed down on the ancient ship. Meanwhile, the Deity Realm Avatar controlled the ancient starship, Xianyuan. Boom boom boom, a series of earth-shaking noises resounded through the clouds. All sorts of powerful attacks were launched at the ancient ship. This ancient ship had a mysterious origin, but it was a supreme treasure on the same level as the Xianyuan starship. However, no matter how powerful the ship was, it couldn't withstand such a ferocious attack. Moreover, the ancient ship was now locked down by Lin Feng's 9 thick emperor runes. There was simply no way to counterattack. He could only passively take the beating. Therefore, the overwhelming attacks landed on the defensive formation of the ancient ship. Even though the ship's defensive barrier was extremely strong, it began to crack after receiving several attacks. My lord, the enemy's attack is far more powerful than we thought. The giant spirit stone cannons on the ancient ship are extremely powerful, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the Great Formation here is too powerful. If I'm not wrong, the Great Formation here is a combination of Great Formations, including the 2nd and 3rd ranked Xianmi Great Formation and the Immortal Slaying Great Formation. Besides, the people who set up the formation are extraordinary. They connected the formation with the spacetime reverse current of the sea. Therefore, when they activated the formation, the spacetime reverse current of the sea also attacked the ship. We have to face the Xianping Great Formation, the Immortal Slaying Great Formation, the ancient ship, and the spacetime reverse current of the sea. We have to think of a solution quickly, otherwise, the defense of the ship will be destroyed. Once the defensive formation of the All Saints ship is destroyed, we will be completely exposed. At that time, we will have to face the enemy's attack directly. The enemy is too well prepared. All of us will be annihilated. On the All Saints ship, an expert of the myriad races who was proficient in formations said in a solemn voice. His expression was extremely ugly. It was because he was proficient in formations that he knew how terrifying the predicament they were in was. When the rest of the upper echelons of the myriad races heard this expert's words, their expressions changed drastically. They had been so arrogant before. He even said that even if the Red World Fairy came, he would be able to suppress the Red World Fairy. He even wanted to pluck the Red World Fairy. But the Red World Fairy did not come. They didn't even know who their opponents were. They had actually fallen into a desperate situation. It was like a slap to their faces. We have underestimated the cultivators of the 9 prefectures, an upper echelon of the myriad races said with a gloomy expression. Even though he didn't want to admit it, now that things had developed to this point, he had no choice but to admit it no matter how unwilling he was. It's useless to say all this. Let's quickly think of a way to break the other party's attack. Otherwise, all of us will die here. What can we do now? The other party deliberately set up this trap to kill us. They have calculated everything. They want to trap us to death. I'm afraid we can't escape from such a terrifying attack. The upper echelons of the myriad races began to discuss among themselves. Everyone was anxious. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints said, "What are you panicking about? The battle has just begun, and it's not certain who will emerge victorious. I'll use the sacrificial technique to communicate with a Lord Primogenitor. As long as we can communicate with that Lord Primogenitor, his power will descend and these people's formation will be broken." The eyes of the upper echelons of the myriad races lit up when they heard Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints' words. These people rely on their formation. As long as we can break their formation, they will be like tigers without teeth. We can slaughter them as we wish. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then that's great. Lord, please use the sacrificial technique to communicate with the Lord Primogenitor. Several upper echelons of the myriad races cupped their fists and said. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints nodded. With a wave of his right hand, an altar appeared. There were many tributes placed on the altar. Lord Primogenitor, please descend with your power and help us get rid of these lowly beings of the 9 prefectures. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints knelt before the altar and chanted an incantation. Then, he cut his palm. His blood dripped into a cauldron placed in front of him. The upper echelons of the myriad races were waiting for the Lord Primogenitor to appear. However, after the sacrificial ceremony ended, there was no movement. What's going on? What's going on? Why isn't there any movement from the sacrificial ceremony? Everyone was stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They were filled with anticipation, but what they received was disappointment. Everyone's expression became extremely gloomy. Something's wrong. I can't sense the Lord Primogenitor's aura. Someone has blocked the heavenly secrets of this place. We're trapped here, Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints said solemnly. What? How can this be? Doesn't that mean we're doomed? The expressions of the upper echelons of the myriad races changed drastically. Crack. 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 At this moment, the cracks on the ancient ship's defenses were getting worse and worse. Let's negotiate. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape this calamity, one of the upper echelons of the myriad races said. We're not willing to lower our heads to these lowly races, one of the upper echelons said coldly. In the eyes of the myriad races, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures were lowly cultivators. They looked down on the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. The myriad races had always been high and mighty. In fact, they were not only against the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. The living beings of the planets outside the 9 prefectures. In the eyes of the myriad races, they were all lowly races. They were only worthy of being their slaves. But now, they were forced to negotiate with the lowly races in their eyes. Many of the myriad races found this hard to accept. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints said. Let's get through this calamity first. Once we're through, we'll tear these people to pieces. Then, Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints said, Black Fiend Evil Lord, you negotiate with them. Yes, my lord. A black-robed cultivator of the myriad races replied. Then, he shouted, Friend who attacked us secretly, we're willing to negotiate with you. You can name any conditions you want, but please let us leave. What do you think? Ignore them. Attack with all your might. Lin Feng sneered and gave the order. The myriad races were vicious and merciless. Their words could not be trusted. Since they attacked, Lin Feng had no intention of letting them leave alive. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Their attacks became even more ferocious. These people have no intention of negotiating. Damn it, damn it. They're trying to kill us all. The upper echelons of the myriad races had grim expressions. Previously, they had been high and mighty, insufferably arrogant. But now, in the face of death, the upper echelons of the myriad races were restless like ants on a hot pan. Kacha kacha kacha, under the attacks of the Immortal Slaying Array, the Xianyuan Grand Array, the Xianyuan Ancient Starship, and the Spacetime Reversal Storm, the cracks on the All Saints Ancient Starship became more and more severe. Finally, the defensive restrictions on the All Saints Ancient Starship, it directly shattered. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth bombarded the All Saints ancient starship that had completely lost its defensive capabilities. Hurry up and run. Bang. 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 Bang, bang. 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 Bang, all sorts of attacks rained down on the myriad Saints' ancient ship. The ancient ship had a huge origin, was extremely precious, and was extremely powerful. However, the ancient ship sank after taking on such a ferocious attack. The cultivators who did not manage to escape in time were all killed inside the ancient ship. Break out. Let's break out of this, Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints roared. He did not want to think about anything else. He only wanted to break out of this place as soon as possible. As long as he could break out of this place successfully, he would come back for revenge when the time came. Originally, there were about 10,000 cultivators. Now, there were only 6,000 or 7,000 left. They all gathered around Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints. All sorts of defensive Dharma treasures were brought out. The cultivators of the myriad races activated their Dharma treasures to block the attacks as they quickly moved toward the edge of the array. They wanted to tear the array apart and escape. However, Lin Feng did not give them the chance to do so. The immortal exterminating sword formed by the immortal exterminating array, the gate of Xianpin formed by the Xianpin array, the huge spirit stone cannons on the ancient ship, and the spacetime reversal power poured out from the spacetime reversal. When these 4 types of attacks fused together, the destructive power was simply too terrifying. It was an unstoppable attack that destroyed the defensive Dharma treasures of the myriad races. Pft! 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 Ripping sounds could be heard one after another. The bodies of the cultivators of the myriad races were constantly being torn apart. One by one, the cultivators of the myriad races were killed. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, spare me, I beg you, spare me. I'll leave the 9 states and return to the great heavenly sage world. I'll never set foot in the great heavenly sage world again. Please spare my life. Many of the cultivators of the myriad races begged. Originally, these cultivators of the myriad races were each more arrogant than the other. They viewed the cultivators of the other races as ants. But now, these cultivators of the myriad races were like stray dogs. Don't stop. Attack with all your might, Lin Feng ordered. These cultivators of the myriad races did not deserve to die. Lin Feng did not pity them. All sorts of attacks were launched. No matter how strong the cultivators of the myriad races were, they could not withstand the overwhelming attacks. The number of cultivators from the myriad races was constantly decreasing. Soon, there were only about 3,000 people left. If you kill us, the myriad races won't let you off. When the primogenitor descends to the 9 prefectures, he will definitely make the 9 prefectures flow with blood. The cultivators of the myriad races roared loudly and began to threaten Lin Feng. They wanted to instill fear in Lin Feng so that he would let them go. But Lin Feng didn't care about their pleas at all. Various powerful attacks continued to bombard the cultivators of the myriad races. This was a completely one-sided battle. The number of cultivators from the myriad races was still decreasing. Soon, there were only 2,000 people left. Then there were 1,000 people. 500 people. The cultivators of the myriad races tried to break through the encirclement again and again, but they were unable to break out. On the contrary, the number of people kept decreasing. Almost everyone felt a deep sense of despair. Because they really couldn't find a way to escape. Under the continuous attacks, the cultivators of the myriad races were killed one after another. Soon, there were only a few dozen cultivators left. No matter how powerful the cultivators of the myriad races were, they didn't have the strength to resist. The most terrifying thing about Lin Feng's side wasn't the array formation that Lin Feng had set up. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Feng had brought over 1,000,000 cultivator army. And these arrays were activated by the 1,000,000 cultivator army that Lin Feng had brought over. The 1,000,000 cultivator army itself was terrifying enough. Moreover, the 1,000,000 cultivator army supported the arrays to attack the cultivators of the myriad races. Anyone who was trapped in the arrays would feel despair, let alone the cultivators of the myriad races. I curse you all to die a horrible death. Many cultivators of the myriad races began to curse. Before they died, they began to curse. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he ignored the curses of the cultivators of the myriad races. Pft. 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 The cultivators of the myriad races continued to die. In the end, only Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints was left of the myriad races. Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints was also severely injured. 3 of his 9 heads had been chopped off. If not for the strong defense of the golden armor on his body, Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints would probably have died. Right now, Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints was simply mad with hatred. He had great strength. But there was nothing he could do. He could not unleash his own strength. This made Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints so aggrieved that he wanted to die. Who exactly are you? Why are you trying to kill us? Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints roared furiously. He really wanted to know Lin Feng's true identity. At the very least, after he died, he would not die without knowing the reason. You want to know? I just won't tell you. Lin Feng said indifferently. Hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Kill him. Lin Feng ordered. Among the cultivators of the myriad races, only Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints was left alive. All kinds of attacks bombarded Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints. Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints held the scorching dragon flame saber in his hand and blocked all kinds of attacks. But in the end, he was still unable to block them. The golden armor on his body was destroyed under the continuous bombardment of all kinds of attacks. I hate this. Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints roared. Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints roared furiously, his eyes turning blood red. If he had been defeated and killed in a battle, Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints would not have been so resentful. But now, he did not even have the chance to use his cultivation. He was unwilling to die so tragically. He continued to resist for another 15 minutes. Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints could not hold on any longer. The immortal slaying sword cut Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints in half. Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints' blood dyed the sky. Heavenly Sage Great World. 9-headed insect clan's primordial spirit lamp hall. Those who were qualified to place their primordial spirit lamp here were either direct descendants of the 9-headed insect clan or extremely powerful side bloodlines. Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints was not only a direct descendant of the 9-headed insect clan. His strength was also extremely terrifying. This was because Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints was an expert who had stepped onto the 90th stone step. But now, Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints' primordial spirit lamp had shattered. The servants guarding the primordial spirit lamp hall turned pale when they saw Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints' primordial spirit lamp shatter. They scrambled out and reported this matter to the Grand Elder of the primordial spirit lamp hall. The Grand Elder of the primordial spirit lamp hall then reported this matter to the clan leader of the 9-headed insect clan. Many of the 9-headed insect clan's higher-ups were led to the primordial spirit lamp hall by the clan leader. According to the time, Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints should have reached the 9 states great world. He is a quasi-emperor who has stepped onto the 90th stone step and has many experts by his side. Who in the 9 states can kill him? This was also what puzzled the others. With Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints' strength and the many experts around him, logically speaking, no one should be able to kill Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints. Yet, Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints had fallen in 9 continents. At this time, another high-ranking member of the 9-headed insectoid race said, Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints could communicate with the primogenitor through the sacrificial technique. No one could kill him. If he encountered any danger, he could borrow the power of the primogenitor to avert the danger. The group of high-ranking members of the 9-headed insectoid race frowned. This matter was full of peculiarities. The leader of the 9-headed insectoid race said, It's useless to talk about this now. The key is that our heaven-shaking steel has fallen into the hands of others following Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints' death. I need to go to the Heavenly Sage Alliance to explain this matter. Send people into 9 continents to investigate the cause of Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints' death. Find out who dares to touch our people. Yes, leader. The group of high-ranking members of the 9-headed insectoid race hurriedly replied. After Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints' corpse was fished out, Lin Feng took his storage ring. The remaining cultivators' storage rings were also collected. As for the corpses, they were all gathered together. Lin Feng released heavenly fire and burned the corpses to ashes. At this time, a black light shot up into the sky from the sea. An ancient ship was suspended within the black light. This ancient ship was none other than the All Saints. The All Saints' ancient ship was very extraordinary. Although it was almost destroyed previously, it had now recovered to its original state. This ancient ship clearly had an extremely powerful ability to repair itself. Now, this ancient ship wanted to escape without a trace. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Feng sneered and quickly chased after it. He had sent people to salvage the ancient ship, but there had been no movement. He did not expect the ancient ship to recover completely. This was a top-grade ancient ship. It was not much inferior to Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient ship. Naturally, Lin Feng would not let this ancient ship escape. He opened his hand, and lines of Emperor runes were formed, sweeping across the void. The Emperor runes shot towards the ancient ship, wrapping around it. The All Saints swept out beams of destructive light in an attempt to destroy the Monarch runes formed by Lin Feng. However, the Monarch runes were simply too powerful. In the end, the All Saints ship failed. The Emperor runes wrapped around the ancient ship. Next, Lin Feng used the 8 God sealing seals to seal the ancient ship. Then, he took out a glass bottle that was used to store ancient ships. Buzz. A powerful devouring power was released from the glass bottle. That powerful devouring force enveloped the ancient ship, the eminent holiness. All Saints shrunk rapidly and flew into the glass bottle. "Beat the gongs and retreat. Let's go," Lin Feng said. Woo woo woo, a bugle horn sounded, and the army gathered and quickly left the spacetime reversal sea region. After leaving the spacetime reversal sea region, the army returned to the Dragon Gate. After returning, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin broke the restrictions on Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints storage ring. Lin Feng's godly awareness penetrated the deployment spell, and he was pleasantly surprised. Heavenly Venerate 9 Saints storage ring was filled with a dazzling array of treasures. Of course, the reason Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised was because he saw a heaven-shaking steel. The moment Lin Feng saw the heaven-shaking steel, he knew that it was the one he needed. It was the gap on the steel. It was connected to the gap on the heaven-shaking steel he had obtained. The two steels clearly came from the same heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng took out the heaven-shaking steel from the storage ring and the heaven-shaking steel he had obtained before. Then, he connected the two steels through the gap. Just as Lin Feng had expected, the two steels could be connected through the gap. "Ha ha ha ha, it's indeed one heaven-shaking steel. I've finally collected the second one," Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh loudly. Every time he collected a heaven-shaking steel, he would be one step closer to repairing the damaged one. Lin Feng was overjoyed and looked forward to it. He would wait until he repaired the heaven-shaking steel. At that time, he would kill gods, Buddhas, and demons if they blocked his path. He wouldn't have to be afraid of the foreign creatures or even the creatures from the previous era. He could just take out the heaven-shaking steels and kill them all. This was why the heaven-shaking steels were so terrifying. The heaven-shaking steels were simply invincible. This is the incantation. The Fire Qilin found a jade tube in the storage ring. After sensing it for a while, it tossed the jade tube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine sense entered the jade tube and found that there was an incantation imprinted on it. The incantation was called the Heaven-Shaking Incantation. The Heaven-Shaking Incantation was very miraculous. When chanting the incantation, different heaven-shaking steels would be able to sense each other. The myriad races might want to use the heaven-shaking incantation to create a connection between their heaven-shaking steel and a completed heaven-shaking steel that was about to appear. This way, some of the secrets contained in the heaven-shaking steel might be revealed. Of course, the myriad races weren't sure if the secrets would be revealed. However, this method was definitely worth a try. Heaven-shaking incantation, heaven-shaking incantation. This is great. The heaven-shaking incantation is the incantation to activate the heaven-shaking steels. Although I can't refine the heaven-shaking steel now, I can refine it when the Armageddon War arrives. With the heaven-shaking incantation, my chances of refining the heaven-shaking steel will be much higher than others. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Found it. I've finally found it. The Fire Qilin shouted excitedly. It was practically dancing with joy as it took out a treasure from the storage ring. The treasure was engulfed in flames. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a piece of beast bone. The beast bone was emitting intense fluctuations. Moreover, the beast bone was surrounded by blood chi and runes. There was a kind of saint energy contained within the beast bone. What kind of bone is this? Lin Feng was shocked. This bone was definitely extraordinary. Lin Feng felt that it wasn't inferior to the saint bone he had refined the first time. This is the saint bone of one of the Fire Qilin race's primogenitor. It's still intact even after billions of years. It contains unimaginable power. Now, I'm going to enter seclusion to refine the saint bone. As long as the saint bone fuses with my body, I'll complete a major transformation. The Fire Qilin said excitedly. Alright, you enter seclusion here. I'll go outside and check if there are any other treasures in the storage ring. Lin Feng said. The Fire Qilin nodded. As a member of the Qilin clan, the Fire Qilin's talent was extremely high. Back in the Tianwu continent, when Lin Feng was still weak, the Fire Qilin was already one of the peak experts of the Tianwu continent. It was known as the Flame Sage. It was born from flames, so this name was indeed very suitable for it. If not for the fact that its divine power had been devoured by the Sage Royal Stone, the Fire Qilin would have been forced to cultivate again. It was unknown how strong the Fire Qilin's cultivation had become. After coming to the 9 prefectures, the Fire Qilin had undergone a bloodline baptism in the ancestral land of the Yao race. Now that it had undergone a second bloodline awakening, its cultivation had skyrocketed. Now that it had obtained the sacred bone of a primogenitor of the Fire Qilin clan, how strong would the Fire Qilin be once it was refined? Perhaps only Lin Feng himself would know. Lin Feng left the secret room. Lin Feng returned to his room and began to look through the other treasures in his storage ring. Lin Feng saw many ancient maps of the starry sky. There were more than 200 jade tubes that recorded the routes of the ancient maps of the starry sky. This greatly surprised Lin Feng. The contents of these ancient maps of the starry sky were extremely shocking. Many of the planets marked on the ancient maps of the starry sky were undeveloped planets. If he could enter those planets and develop them, who knew how much resources he could obtain? This is a map of the great sage world's factions? Lin Feng looked at the jade tube in his hand in a strange way. He had sensed something different from the contents of the tube. This jade tube had a huge map imprinted on it. On the map, there were countless markings indicating the locations of the various forces in the great sage world. The strength of each faction was also recorded in great detail. Even which factions had enmity with each other was written clearly. It seems that the myriad races are not as united as one. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He put down the jade tube and continued to search for other treasures. There were piles of godly stones and celestial iron in his ring. Those godly stones and celestial iron were extremely precious, and Lin Feng needed them. Divine artifacts were hard to come by mainly because the materials to forge them were not easy to find. That was why many deities in the world of cultivators still had ordinary magic treasures, but did not have divine artifacts to protect themselves. It was because they couldn't find the materials to forge divine artifacts. Lin Feng estimated that the immortal iron and immortal stones in the storage ring could be used to forge 5,000 to 6,000 divine artifacts. At that time, he would be able to equip another powerful army. In addition to these divine stones and immortal iron, there were also all kinds of heavenly treasures. There were also many precious array formation materials. In order to arrange the array formation, Lin Feng had used up more than 30,000 array formation materials. He had spent a long time collecting array formation materials, but because of this battle, they had all been used up. However, there were about 70,000 to 80,000 types of rare and precious array formation materials in this storage ring. Lin Feng didn't just replenish the array formation materials that he had consumed. Furthermore, there were an additional 40,000 to 50,000 types of array formation materials. With so many array formation materials, it was enough to kill several top experts. What a moving treasure trove! Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng's face was full of joy. In the corner of the storage ring, there were more than 1,000 magic treasures. The quality of these magic treasures was extremely high. There were a total of 632 heavenly deity-level magic treasures. There were a total of 360 giant god-level magic treasures. As for pseudo-emperor level magic treasures, there were a total of 8. This was truly an eye-opener for Lin Feng. This was the first time he had seen so many pseudo-emperor level magic treasures. The demon lord said, logically speaking, if you can find enough materials, these pseudo-emperor level magic treasures can evolve into emperor level magic treasures in the future. Lin Feng smiled wryly. But the most difficult thing is to find the materials. The great emperors looked everywhere for them, but they couldn't find them. Therefore, the great emperors had no choice but to turn their treasures into great imperial weapons. They couldn't turn their treasures into great imperial weapons. That's right. This is why emperor-level magic treasures are so precious, said the demon lord. There was a saying, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. That was exactly what it meant. If the emperors couldn't find those precious materials, they couldn't forge true emperor-level magic treasures. Not to mention the emperors, even the fleeting immortals wouldn't be able to forge true emperor-level magic treasures. If they didn't have enough quality materials, they wouldn't be able to forge true emperor-level magic treasures. The only pity is that there isn't a defensive pseudo-emperor level magic treasure among these 8. Lin Feng frowned slightly. His purple gold heavenly sphere was also a pseudo-emperor level magic treasure, but it had been destroyed. That was why Lin Feng lacked a powerful defensive magic treasure. Defensive magic treasures are rare to begin with. Especially this kind of high-grade defensive magical equipment, they are even rarer, said the demon lord. Lin Feng nodded and continued to search for other treasures. There was a mountain of origin crystals in the storage ring. What surprised Lin Feng was that they were all high-grade origin crystals. A high-grade origin crystal was roughly equivalent to 10,000 normal origin crystals. There were a total of 200 million high-grade origin crystals. That was equivalent to 2 trillion normal origin crystals. Of course. Normally, no one would be willing to exchange high-grade origin crystals for low-grade origin crystals. That was because high-grade origin crystals could greatly increase one's cultivation, and low-grade origin crystals couldn't compare to them. Lin Feng also found many insect eggs in the storage ring, but he didn't know what kind of insect eggs they were. At the same time, he also found many precious insect materials that could be used to cultivate insects. Big flame grass, blazing fire flower, green vine ghostface flower. Ha 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 ha, these materials can all be used to cultivate the Emperor Archaic. Black tiger liquid, mysterious grass, evil charm stone, dark demon venom. These materials can all be used to cultivate chaos demon refining insects. Lin Feng was delighted. Whether it was the Emperor Archaic or the Chaos Demon refining insects, they had extremely high requirements for insect materials. They wouldn't eat normal insect materials at all. They only ate certain high-grade insect materials, which were extremely rare. It was too difficult to find them. However, there were more than 2,000 types of insect materials in Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints storage ring. Among the 2,000 types of insect materials, Lin Feng found 3 that could be used to cultivate the Emperor Archaic. He found 4 types of insect materials that could be used to cultivate the Chaos Demon refining insects. The harvest was too great. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from the depths of the storage ring. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints storage ring had a space of its own. It was very large, and Lin Feng hadn't checked its depths yet. What is the fluctuation coming from? Could there be a powerful treasure in the depths of this place? Lin Feng was shocked. Roar! At that moment, an earth-shaking roar came from the depths of the storage ring. The beast's roar startled Lin Feng. This beast's roar contained a monstrous might that could shake the heavens. Lin Feng's consciousness quickly entered the depths of the storage ring. From afar, he could see the black fog rolling in the depths of the storage ring. Within the black fog, there seemed to be a huge creature. Clang, 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 the sound of chains colliding could be heard. The huge creature's roar shook the heavens. It tried to break free from the chains again and again. However, after a few attempts, it failed. The huge creature was extremely terrifying. Its aura seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. What the hell is this? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Vaguely, Lin Feng felt 2 cold gazes looking at him. The mysterious creature within the black fog was looking at him. The creature's aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng felt his heart palpitate. He did not know what kind of terrifying race this creature belonged to. Roar! All of a sudden, the living being roared again. This time, the creature charged out of the black fog and pounced towards Lin Feng. Waves of destructive power surged out. The storage ring was about to be shattered by that terrifying power. At this moment, Lin Feng finally saw clearly what kind of creature this was. This creature was actually a Xianxia. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. The Xianxia did not manage to touch Lin Feng. Because the length of the chains was not enough, it could not touch Lin Feng at all. This is a Xianxia primordial spirit? Lin Feng looked at the chained Xianxia in shock. This Xianxia was not made of flesh and blood. It was just a primordial spirit. However, it was precisely because of this that Lin Feng was really excited. This Xianxia primordial spirit was extremely powerful. Lin Feng had a Xianxia primordial spirit among his 9 clones. Previously, the Xianxia clone had evolved into a two-headed Xianxia. The two-headed Xianxia had been very useful to Lin Feng during his early stages of cultivation. It had helped Lin Feng avert danger many times. However, as Lin Feng's cultivation base rose, the two-headed Xianxia's ability was no longer enough to help Lin Feng. As such, it had been a long time since Lin Feng had used the two-headed Xianxia. Unless the two-headed Xianxia evolved again. The strength of this Xianxia primordial spirit was too strong, and it was abnormally violent. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. The Xianxia's primordial spirit was trapped. If it hadn't been trapped, it wouldn't have been easy to subdue it. I really didn't expect that there would be a Xianxia origin spirit locked in the depths of this storage ring. What was the cultivation level of this Xianxia origin spirit when it was alive? How could it be so terrifying? Could it be the origin spirit of a Xianxia that was comparable to an Emperor Realm cultivator? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. After refining the Xianxia origin spirit, the Xianxia clone will definitely be able to evolve again. Perhaps it will obtain some unimaginable abilities. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He was also looking forward to it. The 9 Emperor clones actually had an extremely heaven-defying effect on cultivators. First, the 9 Emperor clones could help cultivators fight against enemies. Second, when the 9 Emperor clones evolved, the cultivator refining the 9 Emperor clones had a certain probability of obtaining some special abilities. These special abilities were generally related to the Demon Emperor that responded. The third point was also the most important one. After the 9 Emperor clones were completely refined, one would be able to sense the whereabouts of the 9 Emperor diagram. Lin Feng had been searching for the primordial spirit that could awaken the 9 Emperor clones. However, until now, Lin Feng had only awakened 5 Demon Emperor clones. There were still 4 Demon Emperor clones that had yet to awaken. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that this required luck. There was no point in being anxious. Lin Feng's divine will moved and the Xianxia clone appeared in his storage ring. When the Xianxia clone saw the Xianxia origin spirit, it let out an earth-shattering roar and directly pounced on the Xianxia origin spirit. The 9 Emperor clones had a very powerful ability. The 9 Emperor clones could suppress the primordial spirits of the corresponding beasts. This trapped Xianxia origin spirit was extremely powerful. Even Lin Feng had a hard time suppressing it. However, the Xianxia clone could easily suppress it. Everything had its own counter. This was the principle. There was no absolute invincibility in this world. The Xianxia origin spirit was gradually being devoured by the Xianxia clone. Crack, crack, soon, another head popped out of the Xianxia clone. This was the 3rd head of the Xianxia clone. Then, the 4th head, the 5th head, the 6th head, and the 7th head popped out one after another. With each additional head, the Xianxia clone's strength would increase greatly. Now, the Xianxia clone's heads had increased from 2 to 7. There were 5 more heads. It was equivalent to going through 5 transformations. After the transformation, the Xianxia clone's body surged with a majestic power. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw that strength. Great, this is great, even if Lin Feng had a strong mentality. At this moment, he could not help but be extremely excited. The Xianxia clone's cultivation level after the transformation would definitely be of great help to him. When Lin Feng fought with an enemy, he could use the Xianxia clone to fight at any time or even borrow the Xianxia clone's power. Now that the Xianxia clone had completed the transformation, it was great news for Lin Feng. The Xianxia clone had also become one of Lin Feng's most powerful trump cards. Demon Emperor Xianxia, demons wreak havoc in the heavens. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng only saw a flash of light, then he arrived in a mysterious world. The world was ancient, vast, and majestic, as if it was the absolute beginning era. A Xianxia beast with 9 heads walked over from afar. The Xianxia beast transformed into a man. It was an exceptionally handsome man, and that man should be Demon Emperor Xianxia. I have an immortal celestial technique to pass down to the future generations. Demon Emperor Xianxia looked at where Lin Feng was standing. This was a scene that had been imprinted countless years ago. Demon Emperor Xianxia seemed to be looking at Lin Feng through the river of time. Supreme Celestial Technique? Could it be an immortal technique? Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This was something he did not expect. Who would have thought that the Xianxia clone had such a heaven-defying secret? Any immortal technique could be considered an immortal technique. Its power was unimaginable. Even the primeval emperors had to take great risks and search for an immortal technique in all kinds of dangerous places. However, the Xianxia clone that he had refined had an immortal technique hidden in it. The 9 emperors' clones were a whole. Since the Xianxia clone had an immortal technique, it could only mean one thing. Could it be? Lin Feng could not help but feel excited at the thought of this. If the other 8 Demon Emperor clones also had immortal techniques passed down, then, when the 9 Demon Emperor clones were completely refined, he might even obtain 9 immortal techniques. Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. At this time, Demon Emperor Xianxia began to demonstrate the immortal technique he wanted to impart to Lin Feng. This immortal technique was called Demon Chaos. Just from the name alone, one could tell how terrifying this immortal technique was. Lin Feng was studying the bestial chaos celestial technique. In the outside world, a storm was brewing. This was because the news of Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints' death had already spread. Ever since Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints had arrived in the 9 States' great world, he had been extremely high profile. Of course, as a quasi-emperor who had reached the 90th stone step, Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints had the qualifications to do so. In the entire 9 States' great world, there were probably only a few people who could defeat Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints was a top-notch expert even in the Heavenly Sage Great World, let alone the 9 States Great World. However, Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints had been killed this time, and there were tens of thousands of experts by his side. The myriad races were furious when they heard the news. They began to investigate the cause of Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints' death. Ha 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 ha. It's good that he died. This is so satisfying. After entering the 9 provinces' great world, the myriad races had put on airs of superiority, looking down on us cultivators from the 9 provinces' great world. Now, do they know how powerful the cultivators from the 9 provinces are? I wonder who did this. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints is such a terrifying existence with so many experts by his side. Yet, he was killed without a trace. It's hard to imagine who the culprit is. I heard that Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints' ancient ship entered the spacetime reversal sea, where the Red Dust Immortal sect is based. They entered the spacetime reversal sea? Can this be confirmed? It's not just hearsay, right? Of course it's true. These myriad races were so high profile. They entered the spacetime reversal sea with great fanfare. Many cultivators saw them. Could it be that the Red World Fairy killed Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints? It's really possible. The Red World Fairy is the strongest person in our 9 continents world. I'm guessing that this is what happened. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints and the others entered the spacetime reverse current and somehow got into a conflict with the Red World Fairy. Then, they were mercilessly killed by the Red World Fairy. That's really possible. These myriad races are arrogant and domineering. It's really possible that they've offended the Red World Fairy. All the cultivators of the 9 regions were discussing this matter. This was because Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints and the others had been killed in the spacetime reversal sea region. Therefore, many people suspected that the Red World Fairy was behind this. Even the cultivators of the 9 regions thought so, let alone the cultivators of the myriad races. The people of the myriad races had long suspected that the Red World Fairy was behind this. Therefore, many people of the myriad races had gone to the Red Dust Immortal sect. The Red World Fairy had taken the blame for Lin Feng. This was something that Lin Feng hadn't expected. The myriad races have surrounded the Red Dust Immortal sect. They want an explanation. The myriad races think highly of themselves. After suffering such a big loss, they won't let it go. I heard that Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints was escorting an extremely important treasure this time, and that treasure was also lost. Was it taken by the Red World Fairy? If that's the case, the myriad races will definitely pursue this matter to the end. Let's go and take a look at the Red Dust Immortal sect. The cultivators of the 9 regions also went to the Red Dust Immortal sect. Now, the eyes of the entire 9 regions' great world were focused on the Red Dust Immortal sect. The myriad races, who were originally looking for Lin Feng, couldn't care less about this matter now. Compared to the current situation, Lin Feng's matter was not worth mentioning. The Red Dust Immortal sect was shrouded in immortal fog. That was a mysterious place that was protected by powerful restrictions. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard coming from the Red Dust Immortal sect. More than 100,000 myriad races cultivators surrounded the Red Dust Immortal sect. During this period, many myriad races cultivators had entered the 9 regions' great world. The myriad races cultivators in front of them were about 1/3 of the myriad races cultivators who had entered the 9 regions' great world. There were also many 9 regions cultivators around them. In addition to the 9 regions cultivators, there were also many extraterrestrial cultivators. The extraterrestrial world was vast and boundless. During this period of time, besides the myriad races cultivators who had come to the 9 regions one after another, many cultivators from other planets and even great worlds had also come to the 9 regions. However, these extraterrestrial cultivators were not as arrogant and domineering as the myriad races. It's said that an extremely terrifying expert is about to arrive. I heard that he had already become a quasi-emperor expert who had reached the 99th step of the stone steps 1.75 million years ago. Now, he has been accumulating for 1.75 million years and is making his final preparations to become an emperor. That expert's cultivation can be described as unfathomable. A human cultivator told the news he had received. Hearing this cultivator's words, many people's expressions changed greatly. More than 100,000 experts from the myriad races had arrived. This force was already terrifying enough. Now, there was even a quasi-emperor expert who had reached the 99th step 1.75 million years ago. The myriad races' strength was simply too great. Who could contend against the myriad races, the Red World Fairy? In many people's opinion, although the Red World Fairy was powerful, she was still far from being able to go against the myriad races. The myriad races won't directly destroy the Red Dust Immortal sect, right? A cultivator asked. Many people nodded solemnly, thinking that this might be possible. Whether or not they would destroy the Red Dust Immortal sect would be revealed when that expert from the myriad races arrived. Roar, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, 9,000-meter-long black flood dragons pulled a divine chariot over. The chariot pulled by 9 dragons is here. Many people held their breaths. That was a quasi-emperor expert who had reached the 99th stone step 1,750,000 years ago. An expert of this level. Perhaps only a true great emperor would be able to suppress him. The 9 flood dragons finally stopped in the void. A man walked out of the bronze chariot. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He looked very young. Many people were stunned when they saw him. He was too young. Greetings, my lord. The cultivators from the myriad races bowed to the man. The man nodded. For someone of Huangdao Wuji's age to be able to reach the 99th step of the Boundary Emperor realm, his talent was astonishing. Most Boundary Emperor realm experts who reached the 99th step of the stone steps had a lifespan of more than 10 million years. The Boundary Emperor realm was very special. It was extremely slow to cultivate. Moreover, this era was not a golden age for cultivation. Although the Heavenly Sage Great World did not reach the end of the cultivation era like the 9 States Great World, there were still some problems compared to its peak. Moreover, it was impossible to become a true great emperor in the heavenly sage great world. Rumor had it that Huangdao Wuji could have broken through to the true great emperor realm long ago, but he was still accumulating his cultivation. This was because breaking through to the great emperor realm was too important. Once he succeeded, he would undergo a shocking transformation. First of all, his magic power would increase. It would be like a small pond suddenly turning into a vast ocean. Moreover, his lifespan would officially exceed 100 million years. Therefore, in theory, a great emperor realm expert could live for several eras. Of course, the prerequisite was that he would not die early. The future was full of changes. Even a great emperor realm expert could not guarantee that he would not die. Huangdao Wuji was extremely cautious now. He did not dare to break through to the great emperor realm rashly because if he failed, he would die without a grave. Therefore, Huangdao Wuji was still accumulating his cultivation. In the mortal world, there were very few cultivators who could fight against Huangdao Wuji. Now that Huangdao Wuji was outside the Red Dust Immortal sect, it caused a huge commotion. The cultivators of the 9 states great world were naturally worried for the Red Dust Immortal sect. They were also worried for the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy was the most powerful person in the 9 states great world. She was a peerless beauty in the 9 states great world. She was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. The cultivators of the 9 states great world naturally did not want their goddess to die in the hands of the myriad races. On the other hand, the cultivators of the myriad races hoped that Huangdao Wuji would kill immortal venerable Hong Chen. This was because the myriad races suspected that the Red World Fairy had killed Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint and tens of thousands of myriad races cultivators. The myriad races wanted to kill the Red World Fairy to establish their might. At the same time, they wanted to snatch back the heaven-shaking stone tablet and other treasures that belonged to the myriad races. "My lord, we've sealed off the Red Dust Immortal sect, but there's been no movement from the sect. What's your next plan?" An expert of the myriad races asked. "The sect master of the Red Dust Immortal sect is the Red World Fairy, right? It's said that she's a great beauty." Huangdao Wuji's lips curled into an evil smile. "This Emperor Wuji cultivates immortal Dao, evil Dao, and devil Dao. Among them, he cultivated an extremely powerful evil Dao divine ability called the Great Yin Seizing Technique. This was an extremely domineering dual cultivation technique. There were 2 types of dual cultivation techniques. The first was a dual cultivation technique that would benefit both parties. This kind of dual cultivation technique could increase the cultivation of both parties at the same time. The second type was where one side would benefit while the other would suffer extreme harm. This type of dual cultivation technique was also known as the absorption technique. Normally, yang or primordial yin would be taken from the other party. However, the yin seizing technique that Huangdao Wuji cultivated was different. This great yin seizing art could not only forcibly seize the opponent's primordial yin force or primordial yang force, but it could also be used to seize the opponent's primordial yin force. Most importantly, this great yin seizing technique. It could steal a portion of the other party's cultivation. This was something that ordinary dual cultivation techniques could not compare to. It was obvious that Huangdao Wuji had evil intentions towards immortal venerable Hong Chen. "That's right. I've also heard that the Red World Fairy is a great beauty. She's qualified to become my lord's servant," an expert of the myriad races hurriedly said. "Congratulations, my lord. You're about to take in a top-grade concubine." The experts of the myriad races congratulated Huangdao Wuji. The cultivators of the 9 provinces wore gloomy expressions. Huangdao Wuji had gone too far. How could he humiliate the Red World Fairy like this? "The Red World Fairy, I've arrived at your dojo. Shouldn't you come out to welcome me personally?" At this moment, Huangdao Wuji spoke. His expression was extremely arrogant. He was indeed powerful and had the right to be arrogant. However, when they saw Huangdao Wuji's insufferably arrogant look, many of them wished they could just stomp him to death. However, Huangdao Wuji's cultivation was too strong. Many of them dared not speak up. "My master said that the deaths of the myriad races members were caused by someone else. It has nothing to do with the Red World Fairy. Cultivators of the myriad races, please leave the Red Dust Immortal sect's territory and don't disturb my master's cultivation." A voice came from the red dust immortal sect. However, the female cultivator who spoke did not appear. Do you think it's not true just because you say so? Who else could it be other than the Red World Fairy? What do you mean by the #1 expert of the 9 provinces Great World? You dare to make a move but don't dare to admit it. Is this the so-called #1 expert of the 9 provinces Great World? What a joke. The cultivators of the myriad races sneered. The Red World Fairy, is this how you treat your guests? If you don't come out, I'll have to force my way in. Casualties will be inevitable. Do you want to see your boring disciples die here? Huang Dao Wuji sneered. At this moment, the Red Dust Immortal sect was very quiet. No one responded to Huang Dao Wuji's threat. Humph, the Red World Fairy, since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, I'll break your sect's restriction today and slaughter your entire sect. Let's see if you'll come out or not. Huang Dao Wuji's face darkened. Someone actually dared to look down on him like this. This made Huang Dao Wuji extremely angry. Boundless killing intent rose in his heart. Huang Dao Wuji walked step by step toward the Red Dust Immortal sect, intending to destroy the sect's restriction. You want to see me? However, at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. That voice was so ethereal. At some point in time, a young man who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old had appeared in the void. The boy had delicate features and was simply too beautiful. It was none other than the Red World Fairy, who was disguised as a man. Ha 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 ha, the Red World Fairy, you've finally come out. Today, I'll suppress you and make you my servant. Huang Dao Wuji laughed loudly. He opened his palm and slapped at the Red World Fairy. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? Only death awaits you. The Red World Fairy said indifferently. You think you can do that? Huang Dao Wuji looked at the Red World Fairy mockingly. Clearly, he did not think much of the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy raised her right hand and gently slashed at the void. Boundless holy light surged. It was so dazzling that the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the surroundings could not open their eyes. When the holy light dissipated, the Red World Fairy had disappeared without a trace. Huang Dao Wuji was the only one left standing. How can this be? I'm going to die just like that? Huang Dao Wuji laughed bitterly. Pooh, then, a wound appeared on his forehead. Dead. Huang Dao Wuji is dead, one move. Immortal Venerable Hongchen used only one move to kill Huang Dao Wuji. Oh my god. Huang Dao Wuji was a boundary emperor who reached the 99th step, but he was killed by the Red World Fairy in one move. Isn't the Red World Fairy's cultivation a little too strong? Is the Red World Fairy already a great emperor? Countless people cried out in shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The Red World Fairy was too terrifying. She was so terrifying that it made their hearts tremble. Let's leave this place quickly, the expressions of the cultivators changed. They didn't dare to stay outside the Red Dust Immortal sect. They were really worried that Immortal Venerable Hongchen would kill them as well. The cultivators from Huang Dao Wuji's clan took Huang Dao Wuji's corpse away. The cultivators left one after another, not daring to stay a moment longer. The Red World Fairy is much stronger than the rumors say, many people sighed. The Red World Fairy's combat strength was so terrifying that it made people pale. This was the first time the outside world knew how strong the Red World Fairy was. The news of Huang Dao Wuji being killed by the Red World Fairy in one move quickly spread throughout the 9 states. The Red World Fairy became the hot topic of discussion in the 9 states' great world. Now, countless people were talking about the Red World Fairy. Even some people in the secular world were talking about the Red World Fairy. The people in the secular world might not know what the Red World Fairy's strength meant to the world of cultivators. However, the people of the secular world knew that Immortal Venerable Red Dust was like a god. She was powerful, immortal, mysterious, and ethereal. Various places in the 9 states' great world started to build temples for the Red World Fairy. Powerful faith power was formed continuously. Then, the faith power was absorbed by the Red World Fairy. Heavenly Sage Great World. Heavenly Saints Alliance. This powerful alliance was made up of over 100 races. The races that joined the Heavenly Sacred Alliance were at least the king races among the myriad races. Therefore, the threshold to enter the Heavenly Sacred Alliance was extremely high. Not just any race could join. Currently, the representatives of the various races in the Heavenly Saints Alliance were having a meeting. Streaks of light appeared in the main hall of the Heavenly Saints Alliance. These silhouettes of light took on the appearance of cultivators. These silhouettes were manifested by the experts of the various races through special methods. Their true bodies did not come. First, Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints was killed, and the heaven-shaking stone tablet and many other treasures were lost. Next, Huangdao Wuji was insta-killed. Even for the myriad races, this was a major matter that needed to be resolved urgently. When has our myriad races ever suffered such a loss? What's more, it's a lowly human who dares to attack us. If we don't destroy that lowly human, how are we supposed to establish our might? An expert from the myriad races said coldly. But that lowly human's cultivation is too strong. Someone said with a frown. Seems like we can only ask the primogenitor for help. Someone else said. Alright, then let's carry out the sacrifice and ask the primogenitor to kill that woman. The other upper echelons of the myriad races nodded. They wanted to kill the Red World Fairy no matter what. However, the strength that the Red World Fairy had displayed was too strong. They were extremely wary of her. Therefore, the upper echelons of the myriad races did not intend to do it themselves. Instead, they asked the primogenitor for help. The myriad races still had a few primogenitor-level experts. They had lived for several eras. Under normal circumstances, these primogenitors would not appear. Unless something major happened. Now, killing the Red World Fairy was a major matter in the eyes of the upper echelons of the myriad races. Moreover, it was something that needed to be done urgently. After the upper echelons of the myriad races discussed the countermeasures, they planned to carry out the sacrifice and communicate with the primogenitor. At this moment, a mysterious world suddenly appeared in the main hall. Behind this world were countless stars. This seemed to be a starry world. 5 hazy silhouettes appeared in this world. Lord Primogenitor, looking at the 5 hazy silhouettes, the upper echelons of the myriad races bowed. Dispense with the formalities. An old voice sounded from the hazy world. The upper echelons of the myriad races stood up. We already know what happened in the 9 states' great world. The person who killed Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints was indeed not the Red World Fairy. However, someone concealed the heavenly secrets and prevented us from sensing Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints' call. The person who concealed the heavenly secrets should be the Red World Fairy. The primogenitor sitting in the middle said. Patriarch. Please take action and kill the Red World Fairy. When the time comes, search the Red World Fairy's soul and find out who killed Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints. One of the upper echelons of the myriad races said. Of course the Red World Fairy has to die. However, now is not the time. This woman knows the secret of the door of everlasting life. We are guessing that she will be searching for the door of everlasting life. When the time comes, we will follow her. Once we find the door of everlasting life, we will kill her. One of the primogenitors said. What? The secret of the door of everlasting life. The upper echelons of the myriad races were extremely shocked. They also wanted to tag along. There were too many secrets in the depths of the door of everlasting life. The biggest secret was naturally the secret of immortality. However, the upper echelons of the myriad races knew that they could only dream about it. The 5 primogenitors would not bring them along. If they brought them along, they might be discovered by the Red World Fairy in advance. The Red World Fairy was such a powerful existence that even the slightest disturbance would alarm her. As for who killed Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints, it would be too disappointing if you can't find any clues on such a small matter. The primogenitor on the left said. The upper echelons of the myriad races broke out in cold sweat. If the 5 primogenitors thought that they were incompetent, then, there would be many people from the families behind them who wanted to replace them. This subordinate will definitely find out who that person is. When the time comes, he will be torn into pieces. The upper echelons of the myriad races hurriedly said. The 5 primogenitors nodded. Then, the mysterious world disappeared, and the 5 primogenitors concealed their figures. The outside world was abuzz with the news of Huangdao Wuji's instant death, but Lin Feng was completely unaware of it. He had entered a deep state of enlightenment. He had been comprehending the powerful immortal technique, demons wreaking havoc. After half a month of seclusion, Lin Feng finally succeeded in comprehending the powerful immortal technique. During this time, the news of Huangdao Wuji's instant death did not calm down. Instead, it became more and more intense. Lin Feng also heard about it after coming out of seclusion. I didn't expect the Red World Fairy to be so powerful. Lin Feng was shocked. Boom. Not long after Lin Feng came out of seclusion, a terrifying aura spread out from the secret chamber where the fire Qilin was in seclusion. Lightning filled the sky above the 9 heavens. The fire Qilin was about to undergo a tribulation. If it succeeded, the fire Qilin would undergo another transformation. This tribulation was too important for the fire Qilin because it had refined the sacred bone of the fire Qilin clan's progenitor. This sacred bone would bring about earth-shaking changes to the fire Qilin. It might allow the fire Qilin to grow into a peak expert. Ha 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 ha, I'm finally going to transcend tribulation. The fire Qilin laughed loudly and rushed out of the secret room, then flew into the sky. Following that, lightning bolts descended from the sky and struck the fire Qilin. Many people in the Dragon Gate were watching the fire Qilin transcending tribulation. All kinds of lightning bolts came down. However, the fire Qilin was very powerful. No matter how the lightning bolts descended, it easily blocked them. 2,800 lightning bolts came down one after another. In the end, the fire Qilin's body was damaged and the lightning bolts began to harm its body. The fire Qilin urged its sacred bone. When the sacred bone descended, all the attacks were neutralized. In the end, the fire Qilin successfully transcended tribulation. After transcending the lightning tribulation, a mysterious change happened to the fire Qilin's body. This change made Lin Feng raise his eyebrows. The fire Qilin's cultivation had obviously improved greatly. The fire Qilin recuperated for 3 days and recovered from its injuries. Lin Feng planned to return to the southern immortal island. He estimated that the heaven-shaking steel might appear soon. He needed to wait for the changes in the southern immortal island. Before going to the southern immortal island, Lin Feng went to the ancestral land of the deep-sea demon kingdom to see Princess Xueli and Naza. After seeing Lin Feng, Princess Xueli and Naza were very happy. After staying in the ancestral land of the deep-sea demon kingdom for a few days, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin rushed to the southern immortal sea domain. Currently, the southern immortal sea domain was surging like a storm. During this time, the attention of the 9 prefectures was focused on the southern immortal sea domain. This was because there was news that the southern immortal sea domain was about to change. The heaven-shaking steel was about to appear. It seemed like someone had purposely released this news in advance in order to attract more experts and cause chaos. The ancient starship Xianxia sailed on the sea. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the cabin and studied the ancient ship All Saints. The All Saints ancient ship was very extraordinary. It was also an ancient ship with a great origin. It was densely covered with monarch runes. Those emperor runes were extremely powerful. The only difference between this ancient ship and the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship was that it didn't have the giant spirit stone cannon on the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. This giant spirit stone cannon was a treasure passed down from the Bronze Age. Until now, it was almost impossible to find the inheritance. The one that Lin Feng had was given to him by the Empress. This ancient ship is extraordinary and can repair itself. If we can install a giant spirit stone cannon like the one on the Xianxia ancient ship, it will become the second Xianxia ancient ship. Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng said, it won't be easy, because it's very difficult to find such a huge spirit stone cannon. Perhaps there are still such huge spirit stone cannons in some places, but we can't find them. Indeed, such a powerful giant spirit stone cannon is too rare. The fire Qilin nodded. At this moment, the black fog outside suddenly surged. The sky gradually darkened. A cold and gloomy aura filled the air, and the entire world seemed to have turned into a purgatory. What happened? Fire Qilin frowned. Not good, it's the ship of curses. Lin Feng walked out of the cabin, and his expression changed drastically. Although the ship of curses had yet to appear, the current scene was exactly the same as when it had first appeared. What? The rumored ship of curses? It actually exists? Fire Qilan's expression changed when he heard the words Ship of Curses. The Ship of Curses was definitely something that both humans and gods feared. Anything that was related to curses would definitely bring endless disasters. That's right, it's the Ship of Curses, Lin Feng said solemnly. Swoosh! The ancient starship Xianxia quickly rushed forward. Its speed had reached the extreme. It was as fast as lightning. It was inconceivably fast. Rumble, at this moment, an ancient ship that emitted an evil aura rushed out of the black fog. It was none other than the Ship of Curses. It really is the Ship of Curses. Fire Qilan took a deep breath when he saw the flag of the ancient ship. He also felt that this was a tricky situation. Now that they had been targeted by the Ship of Curses, it was simply a disaster. Kid, you can't run away. You're destined to become a part of the Ship of Curses. The captain of the Ship of Curses walked out of the cabin and looked coldly at Lin Feng. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since the Ship of Curses has a new crew member. Kid, don't run away. Hurry up and join us. We have immortal bodies. Come quickly and become one of us. All the crew members of the Ship of Curses shouted, their voices sinister and terrifying. There were many cursed creatures, and they often had the ability to live forever. For example, the crow that Lin Feng had encountered earlier had also been cursed. It had lost its sense of self and could never escape from the shackles of curses. It was the same for the creatures on the Ship of Curses. However, the captain of the Ship of Curses was too powerful. Although all the people on the ship were cursed, the captain of the Ship of Curses had reversed fate and allowed all of them to regain their consciousness. Even though they had regained consciousness, they were still in pain. They were always in a state of extreme hunger. However, no matter how much they ate, they would never feel satisfied. Their bodies did not feel pain, but their souls seemed to be imprisoned in purgatory, as if they were going through purgatory's torture. The creatures on the Ship of Curses were in great pain. Many times, they even wanted to die. However, they could not die. Why do you keep staring at me? Believe it or not, I'll summon the Red World Fairy. Then, you'll be crying, threatened Lin Feng. Hearing the name the Red World Fairy, the captain of the Ship of Curses narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he sneered and said, who do you think you are? You're just a nobody. Do you think you can get the Red World Fairy to help you? Don't flatter yourself. Ha ha ha, that's right. Kid, stop bragging. You're bragging. The crew of the Ship of Curses sneered loudly. These guys are really not easy to fool, Lin Feng frowned. Then, he drove the ancient starship Xianxia with all his strength and rushed into the distance, trying to get rid of the Ship of Curses. Whoosh, suddenly, a huge wave rolled in front of him, and then a huge tentacle appeared. This was the tentacle of the deep-sea monster. This undead sea monster had been awakening since the appearance of the Ship of Curse. Its strength was abnormally terrifying. However, Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. His cultivation base had greatly improved. Facing the attack of the deep-sea monster, he directly brought out the 5-dragon wheel. Asterisk puff. Asterisk after the 5-dragon wheel flew out, its power was so powerful that it directly tore apart the huge tentacle of the deep-sea monster. A loud bang resounded. The huge tentacle of the deep-sea monster collapsed with a loud bang. Screech! The deep-sea monster was injured. The sea monster let out a painful roar. Its huge body rolled violently in the sea. Every time it rolled, huge waves would roll up in the sea. The waves were monstrous. The deep-sea monster erupted with an extremely tyrannical attack power. Numerous tentacles rushed out of the sea and smashed towards the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Whoosh, the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship's speed was pushed to the extreme. It quickly rushed forward while constantly avoiding the mountain-like tentacles of the deep-sea monster. If it was really impossible to avoid, Lin Feng would bring out the 5-dragon wheel, an immortal weapon, to attack the deep-sea monster's tentacles. Although the 5-dragon wheel was incomplete, its power was still extremely tyrannical. Moreover, the deep-sea monster was made of flesh and blood. How could it resist the power of the 5-dragon wheel? Finally, the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship got rid of the deep-sea monster. You can really escape. The Ship of Curse chased after them. The captain of the ship of curse looked coldly at Lin Feng. With his cultivation base, it was too easy to catch up with Lin Feng. However, the captain of the ship of curse could not leave the ship of curse. Therefore, he could only drive the ship of curse to chase after Lin Feng. The ship of curse and Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship were of the same level. Therefore, it was not easy for the ship of curse to catch up with Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. It doesn't matter if I'm not here. Why are you so persistent? Lin Feng said. Those who have obtained the 2 ancient coin must board the boat of curse. This is our mission. Since you have obtained the 2 ancient coin, there is naturally a place for you on the boat of curse. The captain of the boat of curse said coldly. Lin Feng said helplessly, this 2 ancient coin is not mine. It was secretly given to me by that mysterious woman. I didn't want it. I was also tricked by that woman. This 2 ancient coin turned into a pattern and was branded on my arm. How about we make a deal? When I see that woman, I will return this 2 ancient coin to its original owner. At that time, you can go and find trouble with that woman. The captain couldn't help but roll his eyes before snappily saying, the 2 ancient coin is connected to your bloodline, so it belongs to you. No one else can take it unless they kill you. F***ck, Lin Feng could not help but curse in a low voice. This 2 ancient coin was too strange. He had a bad feeling about this. Could it be that there was no way to get rid of the 2 ancient coin? Had he gotten rid of the boat of curse, after that woman disappeared, he had never seen her again. He had no idea where she went. As for the fact that the 2 ancient coin recorded the secret of the Supreme Divine Court, Lin Feng simply laughed it off. The door of everlasting life, the Supreme Divine Court, and the heaven-shaking steel. They were known as the 3 biggest secrets of the myriad of worlds. The heaven-shaking steel would occasionally appear. It was real. Some top experts had seen the door of everlasting life before, such as the 4 giants of the primordial era. It was rumored that some ancient saint emperors, such as Pangu and Nuwa, had seen it before. At this time, Lin Feng's senior sister Shui Linglong had seen it before in her previous life. Perhaps the Red World Fairy had seen it before too. The only thing that no one had seen before was the Supreme Divine Court. Of course, the 2 ancient countries' monarch might have seen the Supreme Divine Court, but there was too little information about it. Therefore, the idea of using the 2 ancient coin to find the Supreme Divine Court and obtain the countless opportunities in the Supreme Divine Court sounded too ethereal and unrealistic. Right now, Lin Feng only wanted to solve the problem in front of him. As for the Supreme Divine Court and opportunities, he didn't care at all. The boat of curse was too terrifying. It was an extremely terrible thing to be remembered by the captain of the boat of curse. Lin Feng didn't want to be remembered by the sky all the time. Who knew when he would be caught by the sky? When that time came, he wouldn't be able to leave the boat of curse even if he wanted to. The 2 sides fled for 10 days and 10 nights, but Lin Feng still couldn't get rid of the boat of curse. The captain of the boat of curse sneered. Kid, don't waste your time. Last time, you were lucky enough to escape because the Red World Fairy helped you. This time, without the Red World Fairy's help, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. It's too early to boast. If you want to catch me, you'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. You're overestimating yourself. If it weren't for the fact that you can't leave the boat of curse, you would have been suppressed a long time ago. The captain of the boat of curse looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with the captain of the boat of curse. He was focused on refining the ancient city. Although the ancient ship was suppressed, there was an extremely powerful divine sense imprint inside. This divine sense imprint was most likely left behind by a great emperor. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin worked together to fight against the divine sense imprint. If Lin Feng wanted to refine the ancient city, he would have to destroy the divine sense imprint first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to refine the ancient ship. With Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin working together, the 2 of them narrowly escaped death. Finally, they destroyed the divine sense imprint inside the ship. After that, Lin Feng started refining the all-holy ship. He and the Fire Qilin boarded the ancient ship, while the deity's clone controlled the ancient ship, the Xianyuan, to intercept the boat of curse. A large number of high-grade origin crystals burned. Lin Feng burned 10 million high-grade origin crystals in one go. These high-grade origin crystals were equivalent to 100 billion ordinary origin crystals. With so many high-grade origin crystals burning, the ancient ship's emperor imprints were activated. Asterisk boom boom boom, asterisk the huge spirit stone cannons fired one huge spirit stone cannonball after another. At the same time, the ancient ship's emperor imprints were also activated. Monarch runes began to twist and contort as they unleashed devastating attacks. Break! The captain of the boat of curse had a cold expression. He condensed a dazzling blade light, wanting to split the ancient ship apart. However, the emperor imprints on the ancient ship blocked it. Go. Oh? This ancient ship is quite interesting. It can actually withstand my attack. The captain of the ship of curse was surprised. At this moment, a shadow gradually emerged from the deep sea. The shadow was none other than the deep-sea monster hidden in the deep sea. Go and capture that brat, the captain of the ship of curse ordered. Rumble. Upon receiving the order, the deep-sea monster's huge body suddenly flipped over and quickly left. Soon, it disappeared without a trace as it chased after Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the ship of curse rammed into the ancient ship, the Xianxia Starry Sky. Spirit stone cannons were fired continuously. Emperor runes intertwined and bombarded the ship of curse. Buzz, at this moment, a huge light shield suddenly rose from the ship of curse. This was a curse light shield formed by the power of curse. This curse light shield protected the ship of curse. When the densely packed attacks bombarded the ship of curse, all the attacks were blocked by the curse light shield outside the ship of curse. The ship of curses slammed into the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia again and again. At the same time, the captain of the ship of curse began to attack the ancient ship. The captain of the ship of curse's cultivation base was too strong. He continued to attack the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. Coupled with the cooperation of the ship of curse, the ancient ship's defensive restrictions began to crack. Boom, boom. All kinds of powerful attacks bombarded the ship. These attacks bombarded the ancient starry sky ship's defensive restrictions, causing the ancient starry sky ship's defensive restrictions to gradually crumble. Bang, along with a violent explosion, the defensive restrictions of the ancient starship Xianxia blew up. The Xianxia ancient starry sky ship was completely exposed. Break! The captain of the ship of curse attacked. A huge energy palm condensed and slammed into the ancient ship. In an instant, the ancient ship was almost destroyed. Destroy it completely. The captain of the ship of curse sneered. Just as he was about to destroy the ancient ship jumped through the void and escaped. Do you think you can escape? The captain of the boat of curse sneered and was about to chase after them. At this moment, a voice resounded, "The boat of curses, which has been asleep for countless years, has awakened again." The captain raised his brows after hearing this. He didn't chase after the ancient ship. In his eyes, it was only an ancient ship. It didn't matter whether it was destroyed or not. But now, someone actually recognized the boat of curse, which made him very surprised. On the distant sea surface, a lightning mink walked over step by step with its hands behind its back. Who are you? The captain of the boat of curse looked at the lightning mink coldly. The lightning mink's aura was not strong, and it did not look particularly powerful. However, the captain of the boat of curse felt that there was something wrong with the lightning mink. The captain of the boat of curse had seen a glimpse of the true meaning of fate. Therefore, he was able to sense some unimaginable things. However, he couldn't sense where the problem was. Because he couldn't see through the lightning mink, the captain of the boat of curse felt that the lightning mink was not simple. "You can call me Grandpa Martin," the lightning mink said in a calm manner. The lightning mink was none other than Grandpa Martin. It had been attacked by his honor earlier, but it had not died. It was still living a carefree life. It was just that his honor had been deceived by Grandpa Martin. What Grandpa Martin? Isn't it just a lightning mink? How dare you boast shamelessly in front of our captain? Are you tired of living? The crew on the boat of curse began to shout loudly. They were very dissatisfied. Grandpa Martin said indifferently. "Since you dare to call yourself Grandpa, I naturally have the ability to do so. You cursed fellows, do you want to get rid of the curse on you?" You can get rid of the curse on us? The crew members on the boat of curse cried out in surprise. They looked at Grandpa Martin with burning eyes. They wished that they could invite Grandpa Martin to help them get rid of the curse on their ship. Of course, Grandpa Martin said with a complacent expression. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like an old swindler. You're just boasting shamelessly. The captain of the boat of curse sneered. He did not believe that Grandpa Martin had the ability to get rid of the curse on them. The Xianxia emperor was indeed a heaven-defying figure back then. He dug out his heart and cursed all of you who had obtained the Xianxia emperor. There's almost no way to get rid of such a blood curse. However, nothing in this world is absolute. I'm sure all of you know this. Grandpa Martin said indifferently. Stop playing tricks here. I now have the Tao of Destiny. Once I reach perfection in the Tao of Destiny, I'll be able to get rid of the curse on the boat of curse. The captain of the boat of curse said coldly. The great art of destiny is indeed a powerful ability. If the great art of destiny reaches perfection, it'll be able to get rid of the curse on the boat of curse. However, do you think you have the time to do so? Grandpa Martin sneered and said, the 5 decays of heaven and man have already appeared. The battle of Armageddon is not far away. You're a cursed creature of this era. If this era is destroyed, you'll be destroyed along with it. The captain of the boat of curse's expression turned gloomy. Grandpa Martin's words were indeed what he was worried about. The era was about to be destroyed. What if the great art of destiny was not cultivated to perfection by then? At that time, only death would await them. Who would want to die if they could live? What's your plan? The captain of the boat of curse asked coldly. The Supreme Court. Let's find the Supreme Court first. Grandpa Martin said. No one knows where the Supreme Court is. Although there are rumors that the 2 ancient coins contain the secrets of the Supreme Court, we haven't discovered any of them after so many years of research. The captain of the boat of curse said coldly. That's because you haven't collected all 1,002 ancient coins. As long as you collect all the coins and gather all the crew members, we'll be able to find the Supreme Court. Grandpa Martin said. Does that mean that kid is the key? The captain of the boat of curse's eyes flashed coldly. He's indeed the key. When the time comes, we'll have to sacrifice him to get rid of the curse. Grandpa Martin said. He's a descendant of the Imperial Sovereign clan. His bloodline is very special. As for why we're using him as a sacrifice, now is not the time to tell you. What you need to do now is capture him. Of course, the Imperial Sovereign clan is not to be trifled with. If we sacrifice that brat, any random member of the Imperial Sovereign clan could kill us all. Grandpa Martin said. Aren't the ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor's clan already dead? The captain of the ship of curses clearly knew a thing or two about the Sovereign Emperor's clan. It was an ancient and mysterious clan. Merely describing them as powerful was an understatement. They were filled with too many mysteries and unknowns. To the outside world, the Sovereign Emperor's clan had always been a mythical race. There are many things that are both true and false. Who knows if they're really dead? Grandpa Martin said indifferently. The captain of the ship of curses said. Who cares about his background? The Armageddon War is coming. When that time comes, a catastrophe will befall us. Who will care about anything else? Ha 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 ha. Grandpa Martin suddenly burst into laughter. That's right. This is what a great man should be like. As the saying goes, the times create heroes. Now, we need to survive the Armageddon War and obtain endless benefits. When the next era begins, we'll be able to become ancestors and saints. Grandpa Martin said. What's your goal? Asked the captain of the ship of curses. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. This lightning mink was extremely strange. He was suspicious of Grandpa Martin. There's something I need in the Supreme Celestial Court, said Grandpa Martin. What's your background? Asked the captain of the ship of curses. He couldn't help but be curious about Grandpa Martin's background. Who am I? I can't tell you. It's a secret, said Grandpa Martin mysteriously. Grandpa Martin wasn't afraid of the ship of curses at all. He directly boarded the ship of curses. Swoosh, the ancient ship, All Saints, was flying rapidly in the sea. Lin Feng was currently rushing to the southern Immortal Isles. The captain of the ship of curses was too terrifying. Being targeted by that guy was simply a disaster. Fortunately, he had finally gotten rid of the captain. How thrilling, said the Fire Qilin. The captain of the ship of curses is a huge problem. I wonder if I can get my cheap master to deal with him? Lin Feng couldn't help rubbing his chin. Lin Feng had seen Grandpa Tortoise in action before, insta-killing his honor in a single move. Lin Feng had the impression that his teacher was even stronger than Hongchen the Celestial Master. If he could ask Mr. Tortoise for help, they might be able to get rid of the captain of the Boat of Curses. Of course, the premise was that Master Tortoise had to help him. Many times, Lin Feng felt that Master Tortoise was unreliable. Your master? I heard from an old ancestor of the demon race that your master's background is not simple, said the Qilin. Even though Mr. Tortoise was Lin Feng's teacher, Lin Feng didn't know much about him. The southern deity Sea domain is too far away from the reincarnation immortal sect. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire, the Qilin said. Let's deal with this crisis first. I'll ask my master when I return to the reincarnation immortal sect, Lin Feng said. He could only pray that nothing would happen for the time being. He prayed that the captain of the ship of curses would stop for a while he was in the southern deity Sea domain. Please don't appear again. Roar. Suddenly, a deep roar came from the depths of the sea. Then, the sea water surged into the depths of the sea. A powerful devouring force surged out and enveloped the ancient ship, All Saints. Deep sea monster. Lin Feng and the Qilin walked out of the cabin and saw the terrifying existence in the depths of the sea. Its huge tentacles were like huge mountains. This existence was unkillable. No matter how many times it was killed, it could be resurrected. Perhaps this was the legendary undead creature. The undead creature was one of the most mysterious and strange creatures in the world. Rumble. The tentacles of the deep-sea monster that were as thick as mountains reached out of the water and smashed towards the ancient ship. There were too many tentacles. There were more than 100 of them. It was impossible to defend against all of them. What are you waiting for? Run! Lin Feng shouted. Without thinking, he turned around and fled. F***ck, wait for me, the Qilin shouted and rushed out as well. Bang bang bang, the densely packed tentacles smashed onto the ancient ship. All Saints was smashed into smithereens. F***ck your sister. My ancient ship. Yi Futian sneered. Looking at the destroyed ancient ship, Lin Feng's heart was bleeding. This was an ancient ship that was not much weaker than the Xianyuan ancient ship. But it was destroyed just like that. Whoosh! Lin Feng hadn't thought the holy ship would come out of the sea. The keel is not broken, Lin Feng was shocked. Although All Saints was smashed into smithereens by the deep-sea monster, the keel was still intact. The keel of a ship was equivalent to the spine of a person. It was the most important part of the ship. If the keel was damaged, the ship would be damaged as well. For an ancient ship of this grade, as long as the keel was not destroyed, then, there was still a chance to repair it. Lin Feng quickly stored the smashed ancient ship into a glass bottle and sealed it. Then, he fled with the Qilin. Bang bang bang, the deep-sea monster unleashed its might. Numerous tentacles as thick as mountains smashed towards Lin Feng and the Qilin. The two of them dodged pathetically. The huge tentacle smashed the void. The deep-sea monster kept roaring. The ocean within 100 miles was turbulent. Many cultivators on the ocean thought that a fortuitous encounter had appeared and quickly flew over. Deep-sea monster. It's a deep-sea monster. Run! When the cultivators who had hurried over saw the deep-sea monster, their faces turned pale with fright. They quickly fled in all directions. In the ocean, who did not know about the deep-sea monster? Now that they had encountered this undead creature, they had no other choice but to flee. When the fleeing cultivators realized that the deep-sea monster ignored them and was chasing after a cultivator and a flame creature, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they could not help but mourn for Lin Feng and the Qilin who were being chased by the deep-sea monster. The deep-sea monster's cultivation was indeed terrifying, and Lin Feng felt that it was troublesome. A creature like the deep-sea monster was extremely talented. In addition, it was an undead creature that had lived for countless years. It would be strange if it was not strong. Lin Feng and Fire Qilin were forced into a difficult situation by the deep-sea monster. Suddenly, the deep-sea behemoth displayed a powerful consummate skill. The deep-sea behemoth opened its bloody maw. Then, it spat out energy shells one after another. Those energy shells were called vitality shells. They were a very powerful technique of the deep-sea monster. The impact of the vitality shell's explosion was extremely terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng and Fire Qilin did not dare to fight it head-on. What they needed to do now was to get rid of the deep-sea monster, not to get entangled with it here. The deep-sea monster was already chasing after them. If the boat of curse caught up with them, wouldn't they be dead meat? Lin Feng and Fire Qilin dodged the deep-sea monster's attacks in midair. They dodged the vitality shell's attacks. However, they were hit by the deep-sea monster's huge tentacles. Bam! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng and Fire Qilin were sent flying. Barf! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the deep-sea monster opened its bloody mouth and sucked. A powerful devouring force surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and Fire Qilin again. Their bodies flew uncontrollably towards the body of the deep-sea monster. This big guy wants to devour us directly. Fire Qilin said with a gloomy expression. Let's fight it. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said. Okay. Let's fight to the death. Fire Qilin nodded. Boom! As a terrifying aura spread out, Lin Feng and Fire Qilin both took out their treasures. Lin Feng took out the 5-dragon wheel. On the other hand, the Fire Qilin took out a bronze artifact. It was a demonic saber made of bronze, and it emitted a tyrannical wave. Clearly, it was also an extremely extraordinary magic treasure. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin controlled the 5-dragon wheel and the devil blade respectively to attack the deep-sea monster. Poof! Pooh! With two ripping sounds, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin's attacks landed on the monster's body. The body of the deep-sea monster was directly torn apart. Blood gushed out. However, the deep-sea monster's body was too huge, and its body's defense was actually very strong. Originally, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin had planned to use the 5-dragon wheel and the demonic blade to cut the monster's body in half. However, the two magic treasures were only able to create a 10-meter-long wound before they were caught by the monster's wound. The body of the deep-sea monster contained extremely powerful strength, and it could easily control every inch of its body. Screech! At this time, the deep-sea monster suddenly opened its bloody mouth and let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry. This was a soul attack. The deep-sea monster's soul attack was too sudden, and Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin were not prepared at all. After being hit by the deep-sea monster's soul attack, Lin Feng felt that his head was about to split open. His body quickly fell towards the bloody mouth of the deep-sea monster. The Fire Qilin was in the same situation. After being hit by the soul attack, its perception of the outside world was almost blank, and it could not control its own body and quickly fell. The situation could be said to be very dangerous. Seeing that Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin were about to be swallowed by the deep-sea monster. Suddenly, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin's painful eyes became clear. Lin Feng mastered the Luya stargazing chart, a powerful soul-type god art. The Fire Qilin also had its own powerful means. It also resolved the deep-sea monster's soul attack. Therefore, they quickly regained consciousness and then shot out, dodging the monster's attack. Attack this big guy's eyes! Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He began to activate his Saint Bone. Lin Feng basically would not use the Saint Bone, because the Saint Bone consumed a lot of his body. Of course, there was another reason. This beast bone that merged with his chest, in Lin Feng's eyes, was one of his biggest secrets. It was also his trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to expose it. But now, it was a moment of life and death. The deep-sea monster was too terrifying, and he could not afford to worry about other things. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying aura, a tyrannical wave swept through the world. The Saint Bone in Lin Feng's chest was activated by him. The Saint Bone released an unusually powerful power. The saint light pierced through the void and swept toward one of the deep-sea monster's eyes. The monster's eyes also swept out a powerful beam of light. The deep-sea monster was really terrifying, and even its eyes could release such a powerful attack. It was really terrifying. Like Lin Feng, the fire Qilin also released the power of the Saint Bone. It had refined a piece of the fire Qilin ancestor's Saint Bone. The power of that Saint Bone was extremely tyrannical. The deep-sea monster's other eye also swept out a beam of light and blasted toward the fire Qilin. Bang! Bang! The attacks from both sides collided. The deep-sea monster blocked Lin Feng and the fire Qilin's attacks. This made Lin Feng and the fire Qilin turn pale with fright. The deep-sea monster was too powerful. With their cultivation base, they could not fight against the deep-sea monster. Only a powerhouse like the Red World Fairy could fight against the deep-sea monster. I thought this guy was in the Boundary Emperor realm, but now it seems that he is much stronger than those Boundary Emperor realm cultivators who have reached the 99th step of the Stone Steps. He should be infinitely close to the Great Emperor realm. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The deep-sea monster was too terrifying. Coupled with its huge body, it had a natural advantage in strength. Perhaps only a true Great Emperor could suppress it. Otherwise, no one would be a match for the deep-sea monster. At this moment, numerous tiny tentacles suddenly shot out from the deep-sea monster's bloody mouth. Each tentacle was about the thickness of an infant's arm. Who would have thought that the deep-sea monster's mouth would have so many tentacles? Lin Feng and the fire Qilin wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The dense tentacles wrapped around Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin's attacks were also interrupted. "We're dead for sure." The fire Qilin could not help but wail. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but sink. The deep-sea monster was about to swallow Lin Feng and the fire Qilin when an immortal sword flew over from afar. Pfft! A celestial sword streaked across the sky, but Lin Feng didn't know who it was. The other party was very mysterious and didn't show his true body. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin escaped and quickly retreated. Then, they began to summon their magic treasures, the 5-dragon wheel and the devil's saber. Puff! Puff! The 5-dragon wheel and the devil's saber dealt a second blow to the monster's body and tore open the wound that was about to close. Screech! Screech! After the tentacles that shot out from its bloody mouth were cut off, the deep-sea monster roared again and again. The monster was extremely angry. Its killing intent was monstrous. It had suffered extremely serious injuries, so it was completely enraged. The monster couldn't see the attacker, so it began to attack Lin Feng, the fire Qilin, and the immortal sword. The immortal sword was really too terrifying. The void trembled slightly. Dense amounts of sword chi condensed and shot out in all directions. It was accompanied by a series of tearing sounds. The giant tentacles of the deep-sea monster were chopped off one after another. The sword technique of the mysterious sword expert was really superb and unbelievably powerful. It shocked Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. They successfully got rid of the monster and quickly rushed into the distance. "Senior, thank you for saving us. We will remember your kindness in our hearts," Lin Feng and the fire Qilin shouted loudly. Then, they tore open the void and disappeared without a trace. The immortal sword also tore open the void and quickly disappeared. The immortal sword appeared thousands of miles away and finally fell into the scabbard on the back of a cultivator carrying a sword. This cultivator looked to be in his 30s or 40s and held a large wine gourd in his hand. As he drank, he chanted an ancient poem. "Don't you see the water of the yellow river flowing from the sky and not returning to the sea? Don't you see the sad white hair in the bright mirror, like black hair in the morning and snow in the evening? One must enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the golden goblet face the moon empty. I am born to be useful. Money will come back after it is spent. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure. Drink 300 cups at once. Sanfuzi, Dan Xiaoxing, when you drink, don't stop. Sing a song with you, please listen to me. Bells, drums, dishes, and jade are not expensive. I only hope that you will be drunk forever and not wake up. Since ancient times, sages have always been lonely. Only those who drink leave their names behind. In the past, the king of Chen held a banquet in peace and joy, drinking 10,000 cups of wine. Master, why do you say that you have less money? You must take the right price. Multicolored horses, 1,000 gold fur coat, will be exchanged for fine wine, together with you, the sorrow of eternity. This ancient poem was indescribably heroic and imposing. The ancient poem recited by this man turned out to be an ancient poem left by the legendary wine sword immortal, Li Taixin. She then looked at his outfit. He was dressed in white with a long sword on his back and a wine gourd in his hand. His unrestrained appearance was too similar to the rumored liquor sword immortal, Li Taixin. However, who was this person, but no one knew. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin flew for over 1,000 miles before letting out a sigh of relief. This was truly a narrow escape. If it weren't for the mysterious cultivator's help, escaping from the deep-sea monster would not have been an easy task. The deep-sea monster's strength was too tyrannical. This made Lin Feng feel even more dignified. Even such a tyrannical existence like the deep-sea monster had to obey the command of the captain of the boat of curse. He really wondered what kind of cultivation level the captain of the boat of curse had. Could he be a martial emperor expert? Lin Feng couldn't help but think in shock. That night, thunder and lightning intersected. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin took shelter from the rain on an island. It should be the deep-sea monster stirring up trouble. It must be searching for me, Lin Feng said. Now that he had completely concealed his aura, even the deep-sea monster couldn't sense his aura. The fire Qilin said, this deep-sea monster is really powerful. However, when I become stronger in the future, I must eat this guy. It's said that after eating the source of undead creatures, you can obtain the ability to be immortal. There's such a saying? Lin Feng said in surprise. However, he snorted at this saying. This saying has always existed. When the time comes, we'll know, the fire Qilin said. Lin Feng said, the deep-sea monster's body is so huge. You definitely won't be able to finish it. When the time comes, I'll eat it with you. Of course, no problem. When the time comes, we'll have a feast of deep-sea monsters, the fire Qilin said while drooling. Rumble, at this moment, thunder and lightning intersected. The storm on the sea grew more and more violent. One after another, cultivators landed on the island to take shelter from the rain. Many people were worried because they knew that the deep-sea monster was wreaking havoc in the sea. They were worried that they would suffer a calamity because of it. Fortunately, the deep-sea monster hadn't appeared in the sea yet. Lin Feng sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. By the way, Demon Lord, I have something to ask you. Lin Feng said. What is it? The Demon Lord replied indifferently. When you broke through to the martial emperor realm, how many of the 3,000 great Daos did you cultivate? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord was surprised. Why do you ask? I have some doubts because there is a saying that one needs to learn 3,000 great Daos to reach the martial emperor realm. However, there are other sayings that say that one doesn't need to learn so many great Daos. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. To reach the martial emperor realm, one needs to learn 3,000 great Daos. Actually, that's not wrong. The Demon Lord said, the 3,000 great Daos are the foundation of the Tao. When breaking through to the martial emperor realm, one needs to learn more than 3,000 great Daos. Of course, that doesn't mean that one can't break through to the martial emperor realm just because they don't know enough. That's not correct either. It varies from person to person. Some people cultivate 399 of the 3,000 great Daos, but some people cultivate 2,999 of the 3,000 great Daos, leaving only the last one uncultivated. In that case, it's very likely that the cultivator still can't break through to the martial emperor realm because they need to cultivate 3,000 great Daos. Only when they cultivate 3,000 great Daos at the same time can they break through to the martial emperor realm. I see. I understand now. Breaking through to the martial emperor realm varies from person to person. There's no standard that defines what it takes to break through to the martial emperor realm. Lin Feng immediately understood what the Demon Lord meant. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly. When he broke through to the martial emperor realm, how many of the 3,000 great Daos would he need to learn? If that was the case, breaking through to the martial emperor realm would be too difficult. In this era, it was almost impossible to collect 3,000 great Daos. Swoosh! At that moment, a woman in black entered the cave where Lin Feng and the fire Qilin were resting. She had an enchanting figure. She was wearing a bamboo hat, so her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. After entering the cave, she took off her bamboo hat. Lin Feng had a deep impression of this woman, and he hated her so much that he gnashed his teeth in anger. This woman was none other than the woman who had secretly placed the 2 ancient coin on his body and then used a secret technique to brand the 2 ancient coin on his body. Originally, the deep-sea monster was after this woman. However, after being tricked by this woman, the deep-sea monster changed its target to Lin Feng. Long time no see. How are you? The woman smiled faintly. She was extremely beautiful, and it was a kind of breathtaking beauty. Coupled with her perfect figure, she was simply a masterpiece of the heavens. However, this woman was good at scheming. This made Lin Feng have a terrible impression of her. Who are you? Lin Feng looked coldly at the woman. He wanted to know the woman's identity. Since she was able to obtain the 2 ancient coin, her background was definitely not ordinary. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I can help you solve the problem brought about by the 2 ancient coin. The woman said. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman. He sneered and said, "Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Back then, I kindly took you in, but you schemed against me. There is a saying, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. This saying is really true. Every man for himself. If you were in that situation, you would have made the same choice as me," the woman said. However, there is no such thing as if in this world. Lin Feng looked coldly at the woman and said, "I only know that you schemed against me. We should let go of the grudges from back then. Now, we should look forward. At this time, you will realize that the scenery ahead is actually so beautiful," the woman said. What a glib tongue. Lin Feng could not help but mock. The woman smiled and ignored Lin Feng's sarcasm. She said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Morong Yuechan. Of course, I know who you are. You're Lin Feng. Your name is well known in the 9 regions." Lin Feng said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. I don't have the intention to reminisce with you. Now, let's talk about how to solve the problem of the 2 ancient coins. I only need to take away your 2 ancient coin. At that time, the curse formed by you and the 2 ancient coin will be separated from your karma. At that time, you will no longer be troubled." Morong Yuechan said. "Do you think I should believe you?" Lin Feng said indifferently. This woman's thoughts were too sinister. He had to be on guard against her. Otherwise, if she sold him, he might even help her count the money. "You don't have to be so wary of me. I don't have any malice towards you now," Morong Yuechan said with a pitiful look on her face. That look was really very moving. However, Lin Feng would not be bewitched by her beauty. Women were poison. Beautiful women were even more so. Sometimes, when one admired beautiful women, one had to be on guard against being poisoned at all times. "Why? Are you afraid?" Morong Yuechan said indifferently as she looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Surprisingly, that woman was looking down on him. How could Lin Feng accept that? He sneered and said, "Provocation is useless against me. However, I can satisfy you. Let's do it now. I hope we can solve this matter as soon as possible." "All right." Morong Yuechan nodded. Then, she began to condense seals. Then, she began to chant incantations. One by one, the seals were condensed and the incantations were chanted. Then, Lin Feng felt that the 2 ancient coin imprinted on his arm had disappeared. A 2 ancient coin flew out and floated in the air. "Come here," the woman reached out to grab the 2 ancient coin. A strong suction force surged out and shrouded the 2 ancient coin. Lin Feng could finally heave a sigh of relief. This time, he had solved the problem of the 2 ancient coin. However, what happened next made his heart sink. The 2 ancient coin did not fly to the woman. Instead, it turned into a brand again. It was imprinted on his arm. Not good, the 2 ancient coins were just too strange. Haha. Haha. Haha, this gave Lin Feng a headache. Morong Yuechan obviously could not solve the problem that the 2 ancient coin brought to Lin Feng. What's going on? Morong Yuechan's expression turned ugly. Lin Feng's expression turned even uglier. However, he sighed and said, "It seems like the captain of the boat of curses is right. My fate is already connected to the Tushi ancient coin. It can't be reversed. It can't be changed. Let me think of another way." Morong Yuechan said. "What other way can there be?" Lin Feng said speechlessly. "I'll come and find you again," Morong Yuechan said and left in the rain. Lin Feng did not stop her. This woman was not simple. Earlier, he wanted to suppress Morong Yuechan. However, when Lin Feng had that thought, he vaguely felt that there was a terrifying power hibernating in Morong Yuechan's body. That power made his heart palpitate. Morong Yuechan was a woman full of secrets. Therefore, Lin Feng did not make a move on her. After Morong Yuechan left, the Fire Qilin said, "There's a terrifying power hibernating in this woman's body. That power doesn't seem to belong to her. Could it be the power of a bloodline inheritance?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. "Doesn't seem like it." The Fire Qilin shook its head. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin did not talk about Morong Yuechan for long. The deep-sea monster wreaked havoc for an entire night. The next day, the sky cleared up. Many cultivators left the island one after another. Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin also came out from their shelter and continued their journey to the southern Immemorial Island. On the way, the ancient ship Xianxia flew back. Lin Feng felt his heart ache when he saw the severely damaged ancient ship. Fortunately, the ship's keel was not destroyed. It could be repaired slowly. After putting away the ancient starship Xianxia, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin did not encounter any danger along the way. They returned to the southern Immemorial Island. "Hey, look, isn't that Lin Feng who disappeared for a while?" After returning to the southern Immemorial Island, many people saw Lin Feng and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Previously, the matter at the Red Dust Immortal sect had caused an uproar. The myriad races did not have time to care about Lin Feng. However, the matter at the Red Dust Immortal sect had gradually calmed down. Therefore, many cultivators began to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. At this time, Lin Feng actually returned to the southern Immemorial Island. This was something that many people did not expect. Because of what happened at the Red Dust Immortal sect, the myriad races had lost all their dignity. Therefore, they urgently needed to do something to regain their dignity. Not long ago, Lin Feng's killing of more than 10 experts from the Silver Wing race had caused a huge commotion. In addition, Lin Feng was ranked first on the prodigy roll. Therefore, many people from the myriad races wanted to kill Lin Feng to regain their dignity. Of course, in addition to this, many people had their eyes on Lin Feng's wealth, inheritance, Dharma treasures, and other things. Lin Feng was rich. This was something that everyone knew. In the eyes of the myriad races, Lin Feng was simply a fat sheep. Naturally, they wanted a piece of this meat. Now that Lin Feng had returned to the southern Immemorial Isles, it could be said that he had caused a huge commotion. The news of his return quickly spread throughout the southern Immemorial Isles. Lin Feng clearly ran away. Why did he come back? What is he trying to do? If it were me, I would definitely not come to this troublesome place. Now, I don't know how many people want to take his life. Yes, the myriad races need something to establish their prestige. Killing Lin Feng is obviously a good choice. Most importantly, Lin Feng has a lot of powerful inheritances and powerful Dharma treasures. His endless wealth is all coveted. This is troublesome. After returning to the southern Immemorial Isles, it won't be so easy to leave. The cultivators of the 9 continents were discussing this matter. They felt that Lin Feng should not return to the southern Immemorial Isles at this time because the southern Immemorial Isles was now a troublesome place. Now that a large number of cultivators from the myriad races had gathered in the southern Immemorial Isles, Lin Feng's return was simply suicide. This brat is really reckless. He came at the right time. Many cultivators from the myriad races looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Now, the streets of the southern Immemorial Isles were empty as everyone came to watch Lin Feng. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out as a cultivator from the myriad races walked over with a giant axe in his hand. The cultivator was 7 to 8 meters tall and had 2 pairs of giant horns on his head. This was the Giant Horn clan, one of the 10,000 clans. This clan was exceptionally ferocious, and their strength was also exceptionally tyrannical. Boundless strength. Is that the demon king of strength, Zhao Yuanba? Some of the cultivators from the myriad races were shocked and seemed to recognize the identity of this cultivator. His words immediately caused a great uproar among the myriad races. This was an exceptionally terrifying existence. Even among the myriad races, he was renowned for a long time. This person was many times more powerful than Gongsun Shua, who had been killed by Lin Feng. What? Was he the demon king Zhao Yuanba? I heard that before entering the 9 continents, Zhao Yuanba encountered a powerful void beast. That void beast was an overlord of the starry sky. It was invincible in the starry sky, but it was killed by Zhao Yuanba's axe. A cultivator of the human race said aloud. This matter had spread to a small area in the 9 regions, and not many people knew about it. However, this cultivator of the human race happened to know. Hearing this, the expressions of the cultivators of the 9 regions changed. This Zhao Yuanba was too powerful, right? Now that Zhao Yuanba was coming from afar, it was obvious that he was targeting Lin Feng and wanted to kill Lin Feng here. Many people began to worry for Lin Feng. Are you that Lin Feng? Zhao Yuanba looked coldly at Lin Feng. His huge body gave off a suffocating pressure. There was no one within 10 meters of Zhao Yuanba, because no one could withstand the powerful aura emitted from his body. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Do you need something from me?" Zhao Yuanba immediately laughed sinisterly, "Brat, I'll give you a chance. End it yourself. That way, you can die a quick death." Zhao Yuanba was very arrogant. He did not put Lin Feng in his eyes, and his words were full of contempt and disdain. In his opinion, Lin Feng was not a threat to him. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Yuanba did not treat Lin Feng as an opponent on the same level. "A trash like you dares to be so impudent in front of me?" Lin Feng looked at Zhao Yuanba with disdain with his hands behind his back. Everyone was stunned. No one thought that Lin Feng would look down on Zhao Yuanba like this. This brat dares to be so arrogant in front of Zhao Yuanba. He simply doesn't know how to write the word death. Just wait and see. Zhao Yuanba will break every bone in his body. Zhao Yuanba likes to use this method to kill his opponents. The cultivators of the 10,000 races sneered. They felt that Lin Feng was simply courting death. Daring to be so arrogant in front of Zhao Yuanba was no different from a dead man. The cultivators of the 9 regions smiled wryly. They felt that Lin Feng was going to face a great disaster today, and it was difficult for him to escape. "You lowly cultivator, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're simply courting death. I won't kill you, but I'll crush every bone in your body into powder. Then, I'll pull out your soul and throw you into purgatory. You'll never be able to reincarnate." Zhao Yuanba's face was filled with malevolence. He directly walked towards Lin Feng and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. A terrifying power suddenly erupted. The aura emitted from Zhao Yuanba's body. It made many people feel suffocated. That brat won't be killed by Zhao Yuanba's palm strike, right? Feeling the terror of Zhao Yuanba's attack, many people could not help but exclaim. The strength that Zhao Yuanba displayed was simply too heaven-defying. It was simply shocking. Look, that brat is actually not moving. Could it be that Zhao Yuanba scared him silly? When the cultivators of the 10,000 races saw that Lin Feng was not moving, they could not help but ridicule him. The faces of the cultivators of the 9 continents turned ugly. They looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Just as Zhao Yuanba's palm strike was about to hit Lin Feng's body. At this moment, everyone saw that Lin Feng had made his move. Lin Feng's fist struck towards Zhao Yuanba. Zhao Yuanba was 7 to 8 meters tall. He was like a giant beast. Lin Feng's body size and Zhao Yuanba's body size formed a strong contrast. However, it was precisely because of this that such a confrontation. It was more visually impactful. Bang, everyone heard the violent sound of the collision. It was as if 2 ancient mountains had fiercely collided. Originally, many people thought that facing Zhao Yuanba's attack, Lin Feng would be crippled even if he did not die. However, they soon realized that they were gravely mistaken. After Lin Feng and Zhao Yuanba collided, Lin Feng stood in place without moving, while Zhao Yuanba was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Zhao Yuanba's arm was broken by Lin Feng's punch. Clang. A loud sound was heard. Zhao Yuanba fell to the ground. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. Zhao Yuanba's face was distorted. He had actually been sent flying by a human cultivator with a single punch. Furthermore, he had sustained quite a serious injury. How could Zhao Yuanba accept this? Zhao Yuanba was not the only one who could not accept this. The other cultivators of the myriad races also could not accept this scene. This was simply too unbelievable. Zhao Yuanba was a famous expert among the myriad races. He was at the Boundary Emperor realm. In addition, Zhao Yuanba was from the Giant Horn clan and had an unparalleled physical body. Therefore, Zhao Yuanba could often challenge those of a higher realm. With such a powerful cultivation, he was actually injured by a human with a single punch. This was a huge blow to the confidence of the myriad races. Amazing, he's really amazing. Lin Feng's cultivation is too terrifying. Has this guy really only cultivated for 30 years? Even an old antique who has cultivated for 3 million years wouldn't have such combat strength, right? I really don't know how this guy cultivates. He's a peerless monster, a genius. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures were abnormally excited. Now, the conflicts between the myriad races and the cultivators of the 9 prefectures were increasing. The myriad races were powerful and were full of contempt for the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. This was especially so for the human race. They would often say that the human race was just livestock that they had raised in the past. The human cultivators were extremely sullen. During this period of time, Lin Feng killed more than 10 experts of the Silver Wing clan, causing the human race's reputation to soar. Then, the Red World Fairy instantly killed Huang Dao Wuji, who had reached the 99th step of the stone stairs, causing the entire 9 prefectures to be in an uproar. Especially the human cultivators, they were extremely excited. Because the Red World Fairy was a human. However, as the events outside the Red Dust Immortal sect gradually calmed down, the myriad races became even more arrogant. This made the cultivators of the 9 prefectures extremely angry, but they were no match for the myriad races. Lin Feng's reappearance and his ability to defeat the famous expert of the myriad races, Zhao Yuanba, greatly boosted the morale of the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. Especially the humans, they were extremely excited. I already told you that you're trash, but you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Yuanba mockingly. I'll chop you into pieces. Zhao Yuanba's roar shook the heavens. He jumped up, holding the giant axe in his hand, he chopped towards Lin Feng. Shua! Lin Feng's body shot out, turning into a saber light. Lin Feng had already cultivated the heaven-splitting divine ability to the great perfection stage. His divine will moved. His body could turn into a peerless saber light that could split the world. The speed of Lin Feng's blade light was simply too fast. Zhao Yuanba didn't even have time to react before the blade light arrived in front of him. Pooh! A tearing sound was heard. Zhao Yuanba's body was directly torn into 2 by Lin Feng's blade aura. Zhao Yuanba's body fell to the ground, dead. The blade light once again turned into Lin Feng's appearance. Lin Feng's hands were behind his back, his clothes were as white as snow, his black hair was loose, dancing in the wind. He was simply too handsome. At this moment, thousands of girls were captivated. Seconds? Instant kill? Among the crowd, sounds of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng, they were all astonished. Zhao Yuanba. Such a terrifying existence. He was actually instantly killed by Lin Feng. This was something that no one had expected. On the side of the 9 continents side, countless people were shouting loudly. Their previous grievances were all swept away. On the other hand, the faces of the 10,000 races cultivators were extremely ugly. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Lin Feng looked around at the densely packed 10,000 races cultivators. However, all the 10,000 races cultivators who met Lin Feng's gaze quickly looked away, afraid that Lin Feng would think that they were provoking him. A bunch of trash, don't you even have the courage to come out and fight? Lin Feng looked at the 10,000 races cultivators with contempt, The densely packed 10,000 races cultivators were extremely sullen. They were unusually angry. Usually, the 10,000 races were high and mighty, looking down on the other races. In the eyes of the 10,000 races, the human race was the lowest race. But now, a human cultivator insulted the 10,000 races like this, making the 10,000 races cultivators unable to accept it. This kind of sullenness made many people almost go crazy. However, thinking of Lin Feng's powerful cultivation, no one dared to fight with Lin Feng. Because they didn't want to die. What a bunch of cowards, saying that the other races are lowly. I think you guys are the lowliest. You don't even have the right to carry my shoes. Lin Feng looked at the 10,000 races cultivators mockingly. The 10,000 races cultivators were filled with righteous indignation, but in the face of Lin Feng's mockery, no one dared to refute. I'm now living in the southern Immemorial Isles. Cultivators of the 10,000 races can come and challenge me. I'll kill one if one comes. I'll kill 10 if 10 come. I'll kill 10 until all of you tremble in fear and kneel on the ground and beg for mercy when you see me. Lin Feng said with a sneer. His words were too arrogant, and he didn't take the 10,000 races seriously at all. However, after the 9 provinces cultivators heard it, they felt their blood boil. Especially the human race's cultivators, they felt the same way. Because Lin Feng was a human. When the experts of our race arrive, I hope you can still be as arrogant as you are now. Some 10,000 races cultivators couldn't help but say coldly. I'll wait, but you won't be able to see that day. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he slapped out with his palm. A huge energy handprint condensed and descended from the sky, blasting toward that 10,000 races cultivator. No, don't kill me. I'm not provoking you. Please spare me. That 10,000 races cultivator cried out in horror. Lin Feng ignored his pleas. Bang, in the next moment, that 10,000 races cultivator was directly killed. The surrounding 10,000 races cultivators were all frightened by Lin Feng's methods and kept quiet out of fear. Many of the 10,000 races' bodies were trembling, afraid that Lin Feng would start a massacre. I'm waiting for the experts of the 10,000 races to challenge me because I want to prove my Tao through killing. I want to step on the white bones of the 10,000 races to reach the peak of cultivation. Lin Feng's voice was cold, and his voice spread over the huge southern Immemorial Isles. Everyone heard Lin Feng's words. Many experts of the 10,000 races were enraged, and their killing intent surged. A brat from a lowly race actually dares to be so arrogant. He really doesn't know what's good for him. This kid deserves to be killed. Let's wait a little longer. It's not our turn to make a move yet. That would be beneath our dignity. Let's wait for the experts of the younger generation to come and deal with him. Some experts of the 10,000 races middle generation and older generation were secretly communicating. 3 days later, a group of experts of the 10,000 races arrived at the southern Immemorial Isles. The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan was very arrogant. Of course, he was also very powerful. He was one of the most famous geniuses among the myriad races. His twin bloodlines were enough to shock the world. After arriving at the southern Immemorial Isles, the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan heard about the recent events. Is Lin Feng still on the island? Very well. Send him the congratulatory gift I prepared. Also, tell him that I'll be waiting for him at the arena of life and death in the central square in 10 days. He can choose not to go, but if he wants to live, he'll have to kneel down and beg me. The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan said indifferently. Yes, young master. One of the cultivators from the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan responded and left quickly, in Lin Feng's residence. Lin Feng had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days. He was preparing for the upcoming battle. Lin Feng knew that the myriad races would not let him go so easily. Since he had challenged the myriad races, there would definitely be experts from the myriad races who would come out to accept his challenge. Just as Lin Feng had said, he wanted to step on the bones of the myriad races and enter the Tao through killing. This was the key to mastering the White Tiger aura. Is Lin Feng here? My young master has something for you. At this moment, a cold voice came from outside. Many people had been gathering outside Lin Feng's residence. There were cultivators from both the myriad races and the 9 prefectures. These people were the spies of the various major factions. After seeing the cultivator who had shouted, a cultivator from the myriad races said in surprise, "It's the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan." "Is the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan going to make a move?" The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan is a powerful figure. His cultivation is unfathomable. Many experts of the older generation are no match for him. Now that the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan is about to take action, things will get interesting. A cultivator from the myriad races sneered. The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan is one of the top experts among the younger generation of the myriad races. If he makes a move, Lin Feng will definitely die. Another cultivator from the myriad races said. When Lin Feng heard the commotion outside, he walked out with the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin curled its lips and asked, "What gift?" Lin Feng also looked at this cultivator from the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan in surprise, wondering what this young man wanted to give him. The Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan cultivator looked arrogant. He waved his right hand and more than 100 human heads fell to the ground. These were the heads of the cultivators who had clashed with them in the beginning. After these cultivators were killed by them, his head had been chopped off. Now, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan sent the heads of these people to Lin Feng. Seeing so many heads, the cultivators of the myriad races burst into laughter. "No wonder you are the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan. You are so domineering. The fate of these dead people is Lin Feng's future." The cultivators of the myriad races all looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They stared coldly at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures looked terrible. The people of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan killed people at will in the 9 prefectures world. Did they really not take the cultivators of the 9 prefectures seriously? "Why did you kill them?" Lin Feng asked coldly. The cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan looked arrogant. "Our young master can kill whoever he wants. He doesn't need a reason." What he said was extremely arrogant. He completely ignored the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng stepped out and punched at the cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan. The cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Lin Feng to attack him. He quickly retreated, trying to avoid Lin Feng's attack. However, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not avoid Lin Feng's attack. "I just followed the young master's order to give you something. Why did you kill me?" The cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan asked with a terrible expression. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I can kill whoever I want. I don't need a reason." The cultivator from the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan had just said those words in an arrogant manner. This time, Lin Feng said the same thing. His reply was extremely domineering. Lin Feng's way of doing things was even more domineering. If he said he would kill without hesitation. He killed without hesitation. "If you dare to kill me, our young master will definitely make you die a horrible death," the cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan roared angrily, trying to threaten Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not care about the cultivator's threat at all. His expression was extremely cold as he punched out with his terrifying palm. The cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan had a fierce look in his eyes. He also attacked with all his strength, trying to fight against Lin Feng's attack. Bang! The cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan was sent flying by Lin Feng's palm. He fell to the ground and died. Lin Feng slashed out a sword chi with his right hand and directly beheaded the cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan. The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan bullied us humans. He killed our human cultivators and even cut off their heads. How despicable. I must behead this man to avenge our dead human cultivators. Now that I have beheaded the cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan, who dares to help me send this head to the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan?" said Lin Feng, grabbing the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn cultivator's head. As the saying went, envoys were not killed in a confrontation. Lin Feng killed the cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan. His intention was clear. He would fight the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan to the death. Damn it, let me do it." Many cultivators were infected, and one by one, they fought to be the first to offer up their heads. They might encounter danger if they went to deliver the head, but no one cared about that. A middle-aged cultivator said, "Let's go together. The more people we have, the stronger we are. We don't have to worry about the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan." "That's right. Let's go together." Soon, these cultivators brought the head of the cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan to the residence of the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan. "Lin Feng, I will kill you." 2 hours later, the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan's exasperated voice came from the courtyard of the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan. It did not take long for the news to spread like wildfire. Many people were shocked. No one expected the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan to fight Lin Feng to the death before the Silver-Winged clan did anything. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures were inquiring about the strength of the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan. As for the cultivators of the myriad races, they were waiting for a good show. They knew how terrifying the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan was. Lin Feng was indeed powerful. However, in the eyes of the cultivators of the myriad races, the current Lin Feng was not among the top geniuses of the myriad races. The news that Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan were about to fight to the death spread like wildfire. This matter could be said to have caused a huge uproar. Not only were the practitioners of the Southern Immortal Sea territory talking about it, but also the practitioners from all over the 9 provinces world. After the incident in the Red Dust Immortal sect, all the clans had been looking for a chance to establish their power, and the practitioners of 9 provinces wanted to see if there was a practitioner on their side who could become the leader of 9 provinces in the future. This duel attracted a lot of attention. The Red World Fairy's strength proved that the peak combat strength of 9 provinces was not worse than that of the 10,000 clans. The duel between Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan was to test the cultivation of the younger generation of both sides. "I've seen Lin Feng fight, and he's extremely powerful. I don't know what cultivation the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan has, but no matter how powerful he is, it's not easy for him to defeat Lin Feng." "That's right. Even a master like the Qing Emperor was defeated by Lin Feng in the Battle of the Heavenly Legends list. Let's wait and see. By then, Lin Feng will definitely kill the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan and show the power of our human tribe." The practitioners of the human tribe were talking about Lin Feng. They were very confident in him. These lowly practitioners don't know how powerful the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan is. Let's wait and see. Soon, they will know how stupid and ridiculous they are. All the practitioners of the 10,000 clans sneered and despised Lin Feng. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die. On the boat of curse. Lin Feng is really a troublemaker. He's going against the practitioners of the 10,000 clans. Don't die in their hands. The captain of the boat of curse looked very gloomy. Looks like I need to make a trip to the Southern Deity Isles. I can't let that kid die. Otherwise, our plan will be ruined. I've met that kid a few times. If he's not dead, I'll find a way to lure him out. Once he comes out, he'll have no choice but to board the ship. The corners of Grandpa Martin's mouth curled into a sneer. Ha 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 ha, then I'll have to trouble Grandpa Martin to make this trip. The captain of the boat of curse laughed out loud. At the same time, many experts began to make their way to the Southern Immortal Isles. Of course, the forces that were further away from the South Sea world would not be able to make it to the Southern Immortal Sea domain. They were all waiting for news of this battle. Is this guy not worried about the upcoming battle at all? Many people stood in the distant void and looked at the courtyard where Lin Feng lived. However, at this moment, the onlookers were speechless. This was because Lin Feng, Fire Qilin, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit were eating barbecue in front of a bonfire. There were only a few days left before the battle of life and death. Not only did Lin Feng not adjust his condition, he even had the mood to leisurely eat barbecue. Many people wanted to pry open Lin Feng's head to see what Lin Feng was thinking. Soon, the news spread that Lin Feng did not care about the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan at all. He thought it was too easy to kill the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan, so he was eating barbecue with the people around him. Lin Feng is really arrogant. Many people could not help but talk about it when they heard the news. However, another piece of news came out that the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan had been fooling around every day. He did not care about the battle with Lin Feng at all. He also despised Lin Feng very much. When the outsiders found out about this, they wondered if this was a strategy adopted by Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan to provoke each other on purpose. However, in fact, the truth was that neither Lin Feng nor the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan took this battle seriously. They were confident that they could defeat each other. The Qing Emperor is here. He is dressed in cyan. He looks like the real Qing Emperor. After coming out of the Jiuzhou Wonderland, the Qing Emperor has become more and more otherworldly. On this day, the Qing Emperor came to the southern Immortal Isles, which caused quite a stir. The Qing Emperor was a holy spirit. However, he was born in the 9 provinces, so he was also a cultivator of the 9 provinces. Lin Feng can defeat all the geniuses of the 10,000 clans. The Qing Emperor said this after he came to the southern Immortal Isles. The Qing Emperor was defeated by Lin Feng, but the Qing Emperor was very broad-minded. He did not hate Lin Feng. Instead, he admired and respected Lin Feng very much. Now, he publicly supported Lin Feng. He was the first top genius in the 9 provinces to publicly support Lin Feng. This was almost the same as Lin Feng. It was equivalent to declaring war on the younger generation of the 10,000 clans. What's the Qing Emperor? He only knows how to flatter himself. He's just a lowly creature transformed from a stone. Does he really think he's a big shot? On the same day, the cultivators of the 10,000 clans sneered in response to the Qing Emperor's words. They sneered at the Qing Emperor. No one among the younger generation of the 10,000 clans is a match for Lin Feng. This young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan doesn't know what's important. He's courting death by challenging Lin Feng. Another genius had arrived. He was also supporting Lin Feng. Gongzi Yu. It's him. He is the son of the Heavenly Devil Emperor. The Heavenly Devil clan is also a branch of the 10,000 clans, right? I didn't expect him to support Lin Feng. Many people were shocked. Gongzi Yu's support for Lin Feng shocked many people. Gongzi Yu? I remember now. Isn't he just a bastard? Ha ha ha. Someone from the Heavenly Devil clan said with disdain and mockery. He's just a little bastard born from a drunken stupor. His status in the Heavenly Devil clan is extremely low. Even the Heavenly Devil clan doesn't acknowledge the existence of this little bastard. That's why they wanted to kill him. However, they didn't expect that little bastard, Gongzi Yu, to escape to the 9 prefectures and hide there for so many years. He's just a little bastard with a lowly bloodline. What makes him think he's qualified to comment on the matters of the 10,000 clans? Gongzi Yu's matter had caused quite a stir. Many people knew that he was the son of the Heavenly Demon Emperor, but they didn't know about Gongzi Yu's other matters. But now, Gongzi Yu had been insulted as a little bastard, which was truly earth-shattering. Many other geniuses arrived as well, such as Bai Wanyu and the son of the Heavenly Demon Emperor. Even the top geniuses of the 10 great immortal sects arrived, such as Du Gudi Tian and Wu Qiankuan. People from the Yao ancestral land also arrived. A cultivator with a pair of ox horns on his forehead sneered and said, "The cultivators of the 10,000 clans don't have anything to be arrogant about. Back then, my ancestor went to the heavenly sage great world and turned it upside down." In the end, not only did the people of the heavenly sage great world not dare to say anything, they even apologized to my ancestor and compensated him with countless natural treasures. Only then did my ancestor leave the heavenly sage great world. This news was very explosive. If it was true, it would cause a huge commotion. The myriad races are indeed a bunch of cowards. Do you think this matter won't happen just because you don't admit it? What a joke. My ancestors' illustrious battle achievements back then were all imprinted in the crystal ball. Do you need me to play a part of it? The horned cultivator said with a sneer. His identity was very extraordinary. It was said that he was the successor of the great sage who pacifies heaven. The great sage who pacifies heaven, the bull demon king, had a great background. He was a saint of the demon race. In the past, he was also a figure so powerful that heaven and earth paled in comparison. This lineage has the most powerful bloodline inheritance of the demon race. I originally thought that the inheritance had long been broken. I didn't expect that there were still descendants who survived. Someone said, feeling very shocked. He thought of some of the deeds of the great sage who pacifies heaven, the bull demon king. It was said that back then, he was also a powerhouse who shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even immortals and Buddhas had to retreat when they saw him. Now, the descendant of the great sage who pacifies heaven had appeared and told some of his ancestors' glorious deeds. In the end, the myriad races sent people to appease this descendant of the great sage who pacifies heaven. This descendant still had some rationality and didn't spread the things imprinted in the crystal ball for everyone to see. If it was really spread out, at that time, the old antiques of the myriad races would probably jump out to kill him. Lin Feng met the descendant of the great sage who pacifies heaven. He was an old friend of the Fire Qilin. Now, he was looking for Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin. Brother Qilin, it seems that you've obtained a great opportunity after leaving the demon race's ancestral land. Your aura is so much stronger than before. After seeing the Fire Qilin, the descendant of the great sage who pacifies heaven said with a smile. His figure was very tall and sturdy, giving off an oppressive feeling. His cultivation was also very powerful, and he had long undergone a deep bloodline awakening. This is the gadfly, the descendant of the great sage who pacifies heaven. Don't look at this little cat's age, his cultivation is very terrifying. The Fire Qilin introduced the descendant of the great sage who pacifies heaven to Lin Feng. He introduced the gadfly to Lin Feng in the tone of an elder introducing a junior. The gadfly immediately rolled his eyes. I treat you as my brother. UF** King treat me as your eldest nephew. You can't be so ungrateful. Now, the gadfly had the urge to slap the fire. Endure it. Endure. The gadfly reassured himself. Nice to meet you, brother Niu. Lin Feng cupped his fists towards Niu Meng. Nice to meet you, brother Lin Feng. Niu Meng also cupped his fists towards Lin Feng. The Niu Meng temporarily stayed with Lin Feng. He was very familiar with the Fire Qilin because they had always been together when they were in the demon race's ancestral land. Moreover, they had gone out to train together several times and experienced more than one life and death battle. They had a tacit understanding. A few more people are coming. Little Peng King, Kong Yu, Feng Yarao, said the gadfly. Lin Feng was surprised, but then he was delighted. These were all old friends from the martial heaven continent. Needless to say, the Little Rock King and Lin Feng were friends who had gone through life and death. Kong Yu was the nephew of the Peacock King. As for the relationship between Feng Yarao and Lin Feng, needless to say, she was Lin Feng's confidant and one of Lin Feng's favorite women. In the next few days, more and more experts arrived at the southern Immortal Isles. Some were very low-key, while others were very high-profile. On the 4th day, the Little Rock King and the others arrived. There were about a dozen people with them, and they were all elites of the demon race. Lin Feng didn't know many people, so the Niu Meng introduced him to everyone. Many of the elites of the demon race were kind to Lin Feng when they saw him. They had heard a lot about Lin Feng's relationship with the demon race from the Fire Qilin, the Little Rock King, and the others. Big brother Feng, do you still remember me? A beautiful young woman looked at Lin Feng. Her eyes were very beautiful. You are Little Moon? Lin Feng looked at the young woman in front of him. He wasn't sure. Little Moon was the descendant of the demon emperor. Back then, she had been rescued by Lin Feng. In order to escort Little Moon back to the demon race, she had narrowly escaped death. However, he hadn't seen Little Moon for many years. Big brother Feng, you still remember me? The young woman exclaimed in surprise. She jumped up and down. Her beautiful eyes were like crescent moons. She was very cute. Of course I remember you. It's been many years since we last met. The little girl from back then has grown up. Lin Feng rubbed Little Moon's head. Soon after, Gongziyu also came to Lin Feng's place. He had met Gongziyu before, but Gongziyu didn't live here. The Qing Emperor said he wanted to have a gathering. He knows I'm familiar with you, so he sent me to invite you. Gongziyu said. Of course, no problem. Lin Feng nodded. The southern Immortal Isles also had a myriad flower building. It was very lively here. Now that a holy maiden had come to myriad flower building, it caused a huge commotion. The saintesses of the 10,000 flower building were all devastatingly beautiful, overshadowing the moon and putting the flowers to shame. The holy maiden's name was Hualuoyu. She was dressed in white, and her figure was tall and alluring. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, and she could charm thousands of male cultivators. Most of the time, the appearance of these peerless beauties would cause a bigger commotion than the appearance of other prodigies. At night, Lin Feng, many prodigies of the devil race, and Gongziyu went to myriad flower building for a banquet. Niao Meng said, "I heard that Hualuoyu isn't a human. She's not a devil race either. Her origins are very mysterious." A devil race prodigy said, "I heard that an immortal nascent soul descended from the sky on a rainy afternoon when flowers were blooming." Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Hualuoyu to have such a background. An immortal nascent soul that descended from the sky? Was it nurtured by heaven and earth? When they arrived at myriad flower building, someone led Lin Feng and the others to a private room. The Qing Emperor, Bai Wanyu, the great demonic god, and Morong Fian were all present. These four were the top 13 of the prodigy ranking. In addition, there was another person that surprised Lin Feng. It was actually Little Fairy, who was nurtured by the Green Lotus. Every time Lin Feng saw Little Fairy, he felt that she had changed a lot. Of course, this was a change in temperament and not in appearance. The current Little Fairy had lost some of her childishness and gained an otherworldly immortal aura. In these years, Little Fairy had become even stronger. Everyone bowed to each other and then found a place to sit. After the great demonic god saw Lin Feng, he was no longer as hostile as before. The two of them didn't have much enmity. Although they had fought a few times, the hostility between them had gradually faded as time passed. "I heard that Brother Lin has been very relaxed these days. It seems that you are determined to win this battle," the Qing Emperor said with a smile. He was very otherworldly, like a banished immortal. Lin Feng said, "The blood of the 10,000 races will help me attain my Tao. Then let's toast to Brother Lin's victory the day after tomorrow," the Qing Emperor said with a smile and raised his cup first. The others also raised their cups and everyone drank it in one gulp. Everyone gathered together and chatted very congenially. At this moment, a pleasant voice came from outside. Lin Feng and the others had talked about Hualuoyu when they arrived. They did not expect Hualuoyu to come to their private room. "Fairy, please come in," Qing Emperor said. The door to the private room opened. Then, a white-clothed woman walked into the private room. This white-clothed woman had a graceful figure, a beautiful face, and a pitiful temperament. She was indeed a top-grade beauty. This white-clothed woman was none other than Hualuoyu. Hualuoyu entered the private room and bowed slightly. Qing Emperor said with a smile, "Fairy, you don't have to be so polite." Hualuoyu smiled faintly. "I heard that fellow Taoists were gathering here, so I took the liberty to come. I hope I didn't disturb you." "Haha, of course we didn't disturb you. It's our honor to have Fairy here. I still have a seat here." "Fairy, please take a seat," the gadfly said with a laugh. Perverted cow, the fire Qilin beside Lin Feng could not help but slander. "Many thanks." Hualuoyu was natural and unrestrained. She sat on a seat beside the gadfly and then toasted everyone. Everyone raised their cups and drank the wine together. Hualuoyu said with a smile, "Those people from the myriad races are also gathering in the myriad flower building." The fire Qilin curled its lips and said, "Those fellows are definitely up to no good when they gather together. They're all full of evil tricks." Hearing the fire Qilin's words, everyone smiled. "Which of the myriad races experts are here?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. He was now quite interested in the younger generation of cultivators from the myriad races. Entering the Tao through killing was naturally not a slogan. Lin Feng wanted to step on the blood of the myriad races cultivators to achieve his own Tao. The battle with the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn race was just the beginning. But it was far from the end. "This is Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi, right?" Hualuoyu looked at Lin Feng and revealed a charming smile. "Yes." Lin Feng smiled faintly. Hua Luoyu said, there are about 30 young cultivators from the myriad races. There's the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn race. Apart from him, there are also several powerful figures, such as Mu Daoyang of the Nine-Headed Insect race and Wu Qianshan of the Nine-Eyes race. After I kill the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan, these guys better not be able to hold back their tentacles. At that time, I will kill them all. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way. After the gathering was over, everyone walked out of the 10,000 Flowers building. When they arrived at the hall on the first floor, they attracted a lot of attention. Did you see that? That's Lin Feng. The day after tomorrow, he will fight against the young master of the Golden Eagle clan. There are many top-notch geniuses here. Even the Azure the Arch is here. Is that the great demonic god? I didn't expect him to come to this gathering. The great demon god belongs to the demon god clan. He's not a cultivator of the 9 prefectures, right? Although his ancestral home is not the 9 prefectures, it is said that the great demon god was born and raised in the 9 prefectures. Later, he was sealed in stone, so he can be considered half a cultivator of the 9 prefectures. Hey, look! Aren't those the myriad races cultivators? While these cultivators were talking, someone suddenly pointed to the second floor. They saw a group of cultivators from the myriad races walking down the stairs from the second floor. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Many people sighed. On one side were the geniuses of the myriad races, and on the other side were the geniuses of the 9 prefectures. When the two sides met, it would not be peaceful. The cultivators from the myriad races walked down the stairs. A cold voice suddenly came from the cultivators of the myriad races. Gongzi Yu, long time no see. A man shrouded in darkness said. His body was covered by the black fog, so no one could see what he looked like. However, Gongzi Yu's pupils contracted violently when he saw this person. He clenched his fists tightly. His breathing became extremely rapid, and his eyes flashed with endless coldness. Lin Feng was very surprised to see Gongzi Yu's change. Very few things could make Gongzi Yu so angry. Obviously, Gongzi Yu was suppressing his emotions. Who was this person? Why did Gongzi Yu suddenly lose control after seeing this person? What's wrong? My good little brother, why aren't you talking to your elder brother? At the very least, you should pay your respects to your elder brother. The mysterious cultivator said. His words caused everyone's expression to change slightly. The mysterious cultivator turned out to be Gongzi Yu's elder brother. Didn't that mean that the mysterious cultivator was the son of the Sky Demon Emperor? The Sky Demon Emperor was a living great emperor who had lived for countless years. There were even rumors saying that the Sky Demon Emperor was infinitely close to becoming an immortal. Very good, you've come to the 9 prefectures. Gongzi Yu's voice was extremely cold. What happened back then? Does Gongzi Yu hate his brother? Lin Feng was puzzled. Lin Feng didn't know much about Gongzi Yu, but he had heard some things about Gongzi Yu. Gongzi Yu's mother didn't seem to have a very high status, and Gongzi Yu had escaped to the Tianwu continent. As for what happened back then, no one knew. Gongzi Yu had never mentioned those things. Perhaps it was a secret that Gongzi Yu didn't want to touch upon. My good little brother, your attitude doesn't seem like you're welcoming your elder brother. We brothers haven't seen each other for so many years, shouldn't you be happy to see your elder brother? Gongzi Yu's elder brother smiled faintly. He still didn't reveal his appearance, as if he didn't want others to see his appearance. Humph. Gongzi Yu snorted, ignoring his elder brother. My good little brother, you're a member of the Sky Demon race. Your bloodline is noble, how can you mix with these lowly cultivators of the 9 prefectures? Gongzi Yu's elder brother said indifferently. This person was called Gongzi Nya, and he was extremely arrogant and didn't put Lin Feng and the others in his eyes at all. Fuck, how can you say that? The Fire Qilin immediately cursed. What the hell is this? Running here to act all high and mighty? The gadfly was also infuriated, and smoke was rising from his head. I won't talk to lowly races. That's an insult to myself. Those lowly races shouldn't talk to me in vain. You're not worthy. Gongzi Nye's expression was incomparably arrogant. Many people were filled with righteous indignation, and they really wanted to punch him to death. It's not up to you to meddle in my affairs. Gongziyu said with an indifferent expression. You're like a naughty child right now, throwing a tantrum with your elder brother. My good little brother, you should listen to your elder brother. Otherwise, if your elder brother gets angry, the consequences will be dire. Young Master Nya was truly hated. Even Lin Feng had the intention of killing him with one punch. This guy was simply abominable. However, Lin Feng held it in and did not flare up. This was Gongziyu's matter, and he hoped to leave it to Gongziyu to deal with. I don't have an elder brother like you. Gongziyu said coldly. My good little brother, you've really hurt me by saying that. Today, I want to see if you've made any progress in your cultivation. Young Master Nya said with a faint smile. He stepped toward Gongziyu, wanting to attack Gongziyu. What? You still want to F***king attack? Don't F***king show off in front of Grandpa Nyo. When Grandpa Nyo's ancestor stepped on thousands of races, your F***king ancestor was still in some corner. The gadfly glanced coldly at young Master Nya, his eyes filled with coldness. He had been holding back his anger. This was because young Master Nya was too arrogant. Now that the gadfly's temper had risen, he naturally would not be courteous to young Master Nya. Lowly race, all you can do is talk. Young Master Nya looked at the gadfly contemptuously. Some people think they're very noble, but they don't know how lowly they are. I remember that the ancestor of a certain race was a slave enslaved by the primitive demons. The fire Qilin pursed its lips. The race that the fire Qilin was talking about was naturally the heavenly fiend race. For an extremely long time, the heavenly fiend race had been the slaves of the primitive demons. It was only by chance that the heavenly fiend race broke free from the primitive demons' control. Gongziyu had long severed ties with the heavenly fiend race, so he did not feel that there was anything wrong with the fire Qilin's words. However, young Master Nya was unusually angry when he heard this. He was noble and looked down on other races, high and mighty. Now, the fire Qilin had mentioned this matter. This was the humiliation of the heavenly fiend race, something that young Master Nya did not want to remember. Reckless thing, how dare you make up lies to slander my heavenly fiend race? Today, I'll finish you off. Young Master Nya's expression was indifferent. He leaped out and charged toward the fire Qilin in an attempt to destroy it. Whoosh! Gongziyu's figure flashed and intercepted Gongzini. He coldly said, if you want to fight, I can accompany you to the end. My good little brother, are you going to fight with your elder brother? You've really grown up. Not bad, not bad. Now, I suddenly don't feel like fighting anymore. Let's find a chance to have a private chat. Young Master Nya smiled faintly. His emotions had returned to normal. This person was extremely terrifying and could easily manipulate his emotions. Gongziyu frowned but did not say anything. Let's go. There's no need to continue entangling with these lowly people, said a young genius of the 10,000 clans. He looked at Lin Feng and the others disdainfully. These top geniuses of the myriad races were all very arrogant. He completely did not put the cultivators of 9 regions in his eyes. This kind of attitude was too hateful. Lin Feng, enjoy your last moments. Then, wash your neck clean. When I kill you, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to my path of enlightenment. The Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan's young master looked at Lin Feng with a contemptuous and disdainful expression. He was not targeting Lin Feng on purpose. Instead, it was a disdain and contempt that emanated from his bones. Lin Feng had never been in Lin Feng's eyes. When the time comes, we'll know what the consequences will be. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Of course. Countless people will see how I stomped you under my feet and cut off your head. Ha 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 ha, the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan's young master suddenly laughed. There was an indescribable arrogance and wildness in his laughter. The cultivators of the myriad races left together. Lin Feng and the others did not stay and quickly left as well. In the next 2 days, the battle between Lin Feng and the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan's young master became a hot topic. Almost everyone was talking about it. The myriad races attached great importance to this matter. They urgently needed to establish their prestige. As a rising star of the human race, Lin Feng was also a top expert. Killing Lin Feng was definitely the best way to establish their prestige. On the eve of the battle. Late at night. The Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan's residence. An old man with his hands behind his back was looking at a painting of a tiger and a dragon hanging on the wall. This old man was the great elder of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. This time, it was he who led the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan to 9 regions. The Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan's young master entered the hall and saluted the old man. The great elder of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan said, "This Lin Feng is not simple. Don't be careless." "Yes." The Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan's young master replied, but there was contempt in his tone. Apparently, he did not take Lin Feng's matter seriously. He was even thinking about where to go to have fun after killing Lin Feng tomorrow. "This stone is called the Blood Drop Stone. It contains a drop of our ancestors' blood essence. Take it with you in case you need it." The great elder of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan took out a blood-stained stone and handed it to the young master. At the sight of the stone, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clans' eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed the stone and said with a smile, "First Elder, you love me so much. I will make good use of this blood drop stone." The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan knew how precious this blood drop stone was. Although he did not need it to deal with Lin Feng, he might need it in the future. This was a great treasure. Naturally, he had to keep it well. The next day. Early in the morning. The southern Fairy Isles was bustling with noise and excitement. Because today was the day of the life and death battle between Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. The practitioners of 9 regions and the myriad races all rushed to the square. Many members of the Oceanic tribe even transformed into human form and blended into the crowd. They went to the central square to watch the life and death battle. The practitioners of 9 regions supported Lin Feng. The practitioners of the myriad races supported the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan had not started fighting yet. The practitioners of 9 regions and the myriad races had already started cursing at each other. There were several conflicts. Some of the conflicts were so intense that they could not be stopped. "The geniuses of the myriad races are here," many people exclaimed. The top geniuses of the myriad races had arrived. The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan was the center of attention. Perhaps some people were more powerful than the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan, but today, the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan was the main character. The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan was very arrogant. He landed on the arena and looked around. "Where is Lin Feng? Why isn't he here yet? I am here. Why don't you come here and accept your death? Don't be so arrogant. You might be slapped in the face later." The cultivators of 9 states sneered at the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. "Do you lowly existences have the right to speak to me?" The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan glanced contemptuously at the cultivators of 9 states. His contemptuous eyes made people gnash their teeth in anger. "Damn it. He's such a bully. I can't help it. I really want to beat him to death." Many people were so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. "Lin Feng, come out and die. Don't make me wait for too long," the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan roared. His voice resounded over the entire southern Immortal Isles. Everyone could feel the pride from the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Perhaps, in the eyes of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan, it was not pride but confidence in his own strength. "Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated? However, you won't even have a chance to be reincarnated because I will destroy your soul." A sneer came from afar. Dozens of figures flew over. The one in the lead was Lin Feng. There were many people behind Lin Feng, such as Qing Emperor, Gong Ziyu, Feng Yaorao, Niao Meng, Fire Qilin, and so on. Lin Feng is here. The battle between the geniuses of the myriad races and 9 states is about to begin. Many people became excited when they saw Lin Feng. The battle had not yet begun, but the 2 sides were already at daggers drawn. This battle was bound to be exciting. Lin Feng landed on the arena and walked toward the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan step by step. Lin Feng was very aggressive and took the initiative to attack. In my eyes, you are just a piece of trash. Normally, a piece of trash like you is not qualified to be my opponent. I was simply too bored, so I decided to have some fun with you. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Everyone was stunned. They thought that the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was arrogant enough. But now that he had seen Lin Feng, he knew what it meant to be crazy and arrogant. The arrogance of the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan was nothing in front of Lin Feng. The eyes of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan were filled with killing intent. He stared coldly at Lin Feng and said, "You are courting death. Today, I will let you know the price of angering me." Golden Eagle Claw. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan jumped up and charged at Lin Feng. His right hand was clenched into an eagle's claw. Then, his right hand turned into a golden eagle claw. It was incomparably sharp and grabbed at Lin Feng. This was one of the unique skills of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. It was said that when this skill was cultivated to the peak, it could easily kill a giant dragon or a divine phoenix. This showed how powerful this skill was. Looks like young Eagle Master wants to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such a powerful absolute art. Young Mastering, are you trying to insta-kill that brat? The practitioners of all clans laughed. These practitioners also knew how powerful the Golden Eagle Claw was. Therefore, when they saw the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan use this divine skill, they all knew that Lin Feng was going to die. They knew that Lin Feng would definitely die this time. There was no way he could escape from this calamity. The practitioners of Jiuzhou frowned slightly. Although they were far away, they could still feel a terrifying aura from this divine skill. Many people were shocked by the aura. This divine skill that the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan used was absolutely terrifying. When the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was about to hit Lin Feng moved. He directly operated the arm of dragon and elephant and punched at the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. The physical body of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was extremely terrifying. The Golden Eagle Claw was also an application of the physical body. In fact, it was equivalent to the arm turning into a sharp claw. Then, this divine skill was displayed. That was why this divine skill was so powerful. However, Lin Feng snorted disdainfully. Even if the old ancestor of the Golden Eagle group was resurrected, he might not be able to compete with Lin Feng in terms of physical strength, let alone atavism. Bang! With a violent collision sound, everyone saw Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan collide violently. The damage caused by that collision was simply too terrifying. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was sent flying. Crack, crack. After atavism, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's right hand was broken. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan had such a powerful cultivation and even displayed the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's unique skill. However, he was still sent flying by Lin Feng's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was too incredible, wasn't it? Amazing, really amazing. When everyone came to their senses, an earth-shattering discussion broke out among the cultivators of the 9 states. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was so arrogant before. He had all kinds of contempt and disdain for the cultivators of the 9 states. This made the cultivators of the 9 states extremely sullen, but now, he was beaten by Lin Feng until he spat out blood. That was really satisfying. On the other hand, the myriad races seemed to be more silent. The cultivators of the myriad races found it hard to accept the scene in front of them. They could not believe what they saw with their eyes. Trash is trash. With this little cultivation, I can crush you to death with just a finger. Is this the standard of the myriad races? You keep saying that the other races are lowly races. I think the lowliest ones should be the cultivators of the myriad races. You obviously have no strength, but you still want to pretend to be powerful. Lin Feng curled his lips and looked disdainful. His words were sarcastic, and he even included the myriad races. If Lin Feng had been defeated by the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan, he would have been ridiculed and laughed at by others. However, Lin Feng had made the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan spit out blood with one move. Naturally, no one could refute his words. Although the cultivators of the myriad races hated Lin Feng so much that they could not wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces, they could only endure it for now. The son of the heavenly demon emperor shouted, "Brother Eagle, don't fight this kid in close combat. His physical body is very strong. You will be at a disadvantage if you fight him in close combat. Use your magic power to suppress him and you will definitely be able to kill him." "Damn, son of the heavenly demon emperor, you bastard," many people began to curse the son of the heavenly demon emperor. They hated this guy for pointing out Lin Feng's weakness. However, the son of the heavenly demon emperor only sneered and ignored the people around him. Hearing the son of the heavenly demon emperor's words, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan showed a cold killing intent. The magic power in his body was monstrous. It surged endlessly. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a destructive power surged out of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. That power was like a huge wave that could drown the world. It was surging and terrifying. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was condensing a divine ability to suppress Lin Feng. Doomsday Sea. Suddenly, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan let out a long cry. In an instant, a vast sea was formed. It stretched as far as the eye could see. In the vast sea, destructive power pervades the world. That vast sea was not simple. It contained the power to destroy the world. It was called the Doomsday Sea. It was rumored that this divine ability was related to the legendary Doomsday Battle. It was a supreme divine ability created by a brilliant genius after watching some images of the Doomsday Battle. Therefore, the lethality of this divine ability was extremely terrifying. It was powerful to the point that it was shocking. After the Doomsday Sea was formed, it directly suppressed Lin Feng. The aura of the end of the world frightened and horrified countless cultivators who were watching the battle. It's actually this divine ability. It's one of the 3 great immortal skills passed down from the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. What? This is an immortal skill? Then that boy is definitely going to die. The cultivators of all clans exclaimed one after another. Their faces were filled with shock. They knew very well how powerful an immortal skill was. Now, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was using his powerful magic power to attack Lin Feng. Was there any suspense in this battle? This is an immortal skill? Can Lin Feng withstand the immortal skill's attack? On the other hand, the cultivators of the 9 regions were all panicking and extremely worried. They were well aware of the power of immortal skills. Now that Lin Feng was facing the immortal skill's attack, it could be said that he was in big trouble. I have cultivated this immortal skill for many years and have comprehended its mysteries. What do you have to fight me? The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's face was full of cold killing intent. His pair of cold eyes stared coldly at Lin Feng, revealing a murderous intent. After using this immortal skill, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's confidence seemed to have been restored. He was coldly looking at Lin Feng, his eyes were filled with an ice-cold light. The Doomsday Sea he condensed had already enveloped Lin Feng. Then, he immediately moved towards Lin Feng to oppress him. Facing the attack of the Doomsday Sea, Lin Feng's face was full of disdain. It was just an immortal skill. It was not like he did not know it. Lin Feng immediately used the Bestial Chaos Celestial skill. It was a complete celestial skill from one of the 9 Emperor's clones, Xianxia's clone. Lin Feng had already mastered that skill a long time ago, but he hadn't had the opportunity to use it yet. Now, he could use it. 10,000 monsters rule the 3 realms. Monsters turn the heavens upside down. A series of low and deep voices resounded throughout the world. A mysterious world appeared behind Lin Feng. That world was filled with endless demonic qi. In that world filled with demonic qi, one after another, illusory figures appeared. Those figures could not be seen clearly, but they all emitted powerful demonic qi. They seemed to be experts from the history of the demonic race. At that moment, a man walked out of those illusory figures. That man was the Xianxia Saint Emperor Lin Feng had seen before. He appeared and threw a punch at the Doomsday Sea descending from the sky. Bang, accompanied by an earth-shaking sound of collision, the surrounding space began to collapse. The immortal skill passed down by the Xianxia Saint Emperor was extremely terrifying. That was because the illusory figure of the Xianxia Saint Emperor had smashed open the Doomsday Sea with one punch. They were all immortal skills, but there was a huge difference between them. Obviously, Lin Feng's immortal skill was much more powerful than that of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Lin Feng flew out of the cracked Doomsday Sea and threw a punch at the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Only then did the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan come to his senses, but he found it hard to accept. The immortal skill he had cultivated painstakingly. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had managed to break it so easily. Didn't they say that this guy's Dharma power was not good enough? Why was his Dharma power not good enough? The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was too naive. Lin Feng's Dharma power might not be as good as some of the top geniuses, but it did not mean that his Dharma power was weak. On the contrary, Lin Feng's Dharma power was extremely strong. Besides, Lin Feng had studied so many powerful spells and techniques. He had studied dozens of the 3,000 types of Great Tao. These were the foundation of the Great Ways, which could make up for the lack of Dharma power. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan knew how horrible Lin Feng's close combat was, so he wanted to retreat quickly. He did not want to fight with Lin Feng in close combat. The best choice was to keep a distance from Lin Feng and then fight with him. However, at this time, Lin Feng had come to the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan at lightning speed. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan had no time to dodge. Therefore, he had to block Lin Feng's punch. Bang, the two sides collided fiercely. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was directly sent flying. His whole arm and half of his body exploded. Blood and bones were everywhere. It was a miserable sight. It's too horrible. It's a total crush. Everyone looked at the duel in the arena in shock. This was a scene that no one had ever thought of before. Most people thought that this duel would be a close one. It wasn't a one-sided situation like the one before him. The most important thing was that they did not know Lin Feng's cultivation. Lin Feng was no longer the Lin Feng he used to be. Unless he was facing a heaven-defying existence, Lin Feng would be afraid of Lin Feng. If it were anyone else, why would Lin Feng be afraid, seeing that the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was almost beaten to death by Lin Feng? The cultivators of the 9 regions were naturally excited. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was so arrogant before. He was so arrogant. He completely looked down on the cultivators of the 9 regions. But now, he was almost beaten to death by Lin Feng. He was slapped in the face so quickly. It was really satisfying. The cultivators of all clans were silent, and their faces were gloomy. The cultivators of the 10,000 clans had underestimated Lin Feng's cultivation level. Now they knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. You're too weak. I shouldn't have agreed to this life and death duel with you, because it's an insult to me. With his hands behind his back, Lin Feng looked at the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan contemptuously. The cultivators of all clans were so aggrieved that they wanted to die. All the cultivators of all clans glared at Lin Feng, because when Lin Feng humiliated the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan, he was also humiliating all clans. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng, you little bastard. Do you think you can defeat me like this? You are so wrong. You are still far from being able to defeat me. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan roared as if he had gone mad. His eyes turned blood red. He looked at Lin Feng with endless hatred and killing intent. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan hated Lin Feng so much that nothing in the world could wash it away. What? You trash, do you have any other moves? You have used all of them. Lin Feng looked at the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan with contempt. His indifferent tone showed that he did not take the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan seriously at all. Boy, you are too arrogant. Don't shoot yourself in the foot. Who knows, you might end up crying later. Some practitioners of the myriad clans sneered. What are you trash muttering about down there? What? Do you want to fight? I can give you trash a chance. Come at me together. I can suppress all of you by myself. Lin Feng said arrogantly. Lin Feng's words enraged the practitioners of the myriad clans. He looked down on them too much. When had the myriad clans ever been humiliated like this? However, none of the practitioners of the myriad clans really flew up to the arena to fight against Lin Feng together with the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. The myriad races valued face the most, and dignity was especially important. Now Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan were having a life-and-death duel. What did they mean by going up? Did they want to attack Lin Feng together? The practitioners of the myriad clans could not afford to lose face like this. Bloodline. Awakening. Ancestral. At this moment, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan roared. Crack, crack. The sound of bones rubbing came from his body. He was activating his ancestral blood. In the blink of an eye, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan finished the transformation. His body turned into a giant golden eagle more than 10 meters long. This giant golden eagle had a huge golden dragon horn. However, this giant eagle was missing a wing. This was because when he transformed, his arms would turn into wings. However, in the fight just now, Lin Feng directly destroyed the right arm of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Although he had lost an arm, he was still very powerful. After atavism, his body exuded an aura that could destroy the world. It was so terrifying that it shocked and moved people. Of course, Lin Feng did not feel that way. Although the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was powerful, he was no match for Lin Feng at all. Even though he had returned to his ancestral state, he was still no match for Lin Feng. He had absolute confidence in his own cultivation. Brat, prepare to die, the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan sneered and flew directly toward Lin Feng. His wings slashed out streaks of terrifying cold light toward Lin Feng. It was unknown what kind of attack the cold light was, but it was extremely powerful and directly tore through the void. At the same time, from the dragon horns of the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan, streaks of destructive golden light beams shot out. This was one of the racial talents of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. The golden light streaks shot out from the dragon horn were also extremely powerful. Finally, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan also shot out streaks of lightning from his mouth. The three attacks locked onto Lin Feng. The void around Lin Feng collapsed. What a powerful attack! Seeing this scene, many people were shocked. After atavism, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan suppressed Lin Feng with his racial magic. At the same time, his real body flew toward Lin Feng, his sharp claws grabbing at Lin Feng. If the two racial magic could kill Lin Feng, it would be much easier. However, if they could not kill Lin Feng, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan thought that Lin Feng would be exhausted. Then, his real body would be able to attack Lin Feng. His sharp claws could directly crush Lin Feng's head. By then, Lin Feng would have no choice but to die. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan had rich combat experience, and his plan was very good. Many practitioners among the thousands of clans also saw through the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's plan. They could not help getting excited. Such a series of attacks. It was enough to make Lin Feng run for his life. They seemed to have already seen Lin Feng dying in the hands of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. The practitioners of the 9 states frowned slightly. They felt that the situation was very unfavorable for Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng's battle strength was incredible, he was still very strong. However, the fight between practitioners was always changing. Lin Feng was able to crush the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan just now. But now, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan might be able to suppress Lin Feng. Soon, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan rushed to Lin Feng. He grabbed Lin Feng's head with his sharp claws, and the magic he used before was bombarded toward Lin Feng. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng should first resist the magic attack of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. However, at this time, everyone found that Lin Feng did not deliberately resolve the magic attack of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Dense runes appeared on the surface of Lin Feng's body. It was a rune condensed from the powerful magical power immunity divine ability. When the magic attack of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan hit Lin Feng, all the attacks were blocked by Lin Feng's magic immunity. How is this possible? Seeing this, many people could not help but cry out in surprise. The magic attack of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was so powerful, but now it was easily resolved by Lin Feng. It was simply too inconceivable. Even the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was shocked. At this time, Lin Feng grabbed the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's claw. Then, with a sudden force, he directly smashed the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan to the ground. Clang! Clang! Clang, one blow after another. The arena was shaking violently. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan tried to break free again and again, but he could not get rid of Lin Feng's big hand. The powerful impact seriously injured the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. The cultivators who were watching the battle below, no matter whether they were from the myriad tribes, the 9 provinces, or the oceanic tribes, were all stunned. Now, they were all staring blankly at what was happening in the arena. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan had just undergone atavism, but he was still vulnerable in front of Lin Feng. How terrifying was Lin Feng's cultivation base? Boom! Suddenly, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan opened his mouth and spat out a golden ball of energy toward Lin Feng. The ball of energy contained a destructive power, which surprised Lin Feng slightly. He quickly dodged the attack. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan took the opportunity to break free. Lin Feng, you little bastard, I will fight you to the death. The blood drop stone contained the blood essence of a great emperor ancestor of the Golden Eagles and Dragon Horn clan. Once activated, it could unleash unimaginable power. Lin Feng frowned at the sight of the blood drop stone. He could sense a terrifying aura coming from it. Even though Lin Feng didn't know what that blood stone was, Lin Feng knew that it contained a terrifying amount of power. It's the dripping blood stone. Rumor has it that the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan has some dripping blood stones. Those stones contain the blood of an ancestor of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. That's why the dripping blood stone can unleash part of that ancestor's power. It's that terrifying? The cultivators of the myriad races discussed excitedly. Once such a powerful blood drop stone was used, its power would be unleashed. At that time, would Lin Feng be able to fight against such a terrifying strength? No one believed that Lin Feng had the strength to resist the attack of a great emperor. Use my blood essence as the source to awaken the ancestor's power in the blood drop stone. The young master of the Golden Eagles and Dragon Horn clan prayed devoutly, then spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence burned, and all the energy poured into the blood drop stone. Instantly, the blood drop stone emitted powerful ripples. A blood-red beam of light shot out. A figure vaguely appeared in the blood-red light pillar. The figure was extremely blurry. However, when that figure appeared, a powerful aura spread out between heaven and earth. Emperor's aura. It was the aura of a great emperor. It was the aura of a great emperor. Thump. Thump, many of the spectators couldn't withstand the terrifying aura. They knelt on the ground, their faces pale with horror. As expected of the blood drop stone. It can release Emperor's aura. Just wait and see, that kid is dead for sure. The cultivators of the myriad races cried out. Emperor's aura filled the air, enveloping Lin Feng. Despicable creature, you deserve to die, said the mysterious being standing in the middle of the blood-red light. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes flashed with killing intent. That mysterious being seemed to be the ancestor of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. Of course, no matter how powerful it was in the past, it was only a mark now. You've been dead for who knows how many years, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of me? Today, I'll let you die thoroughly, Lin Feng sneered and walked toward the cultivators of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Is Lin Feng trying to take on the Emperor's might head-on? The cultivators of the 9 regions all looked at Lin Feng in shock. He's simply overestimating himself. The cultivators of the myriad races sneered and looked at Lin Feng with disdain. They felt that Lin Feng was courting death. Blaspheming the great existence, you lowly creature will walk towards destruction. The mysterious existence in the blood-colored light pillar said coldly. The next moment, he stepped out. No one could see what he looked like. They could only see a blurry face. But the pressure emanating from that being's body, they could clearly feel it. The powerful emperor's might pressed down on Lin Feng. If it were anyone else, their body would not be able to move in the face of such tyrannical emperor's might. But Lin Feng's face was full of a sneer in the face of this terrifying emperor's might. Lin Feng immediately used his epic Haki. Haki versus emperor's might. Boom, in an instant. Lin Feng's Haki collided with the emperor's might from the mysterious being's body. The powerful emperor's might and Lin Feng's Haki both disappeared. Then, Lin Feng swung his right fist and activated the Dracophant arm. He threw a punch at the mysterious being. "You're courting death," the mysterious being shouted coldly and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang! 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 The being's power was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng was pushed back by the first blow. The mysterious being jumped up and quickly charged at Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He activated the 5 devouring martial spirits. His strength increased by 5 times. The Dracophant arm's power increased by 5 times. Bang! The two sides collided again. This time, Lin Feng sent the mysterious being flying with a punch. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they watched everything that was happening on the stage. That shadow. It was imprinted by the fallen Great Emperor of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. And it was integrated with the Great Emperor's blood. It could release terrifying Emperor's might and exert part of the Great Emperor's strength. But now, it was sent flying by Lin Feng with a punch. It was unbelievable. Lin Feng naturally knew where his advantage was. His biggest advantage was his unparalleled physical body. He could suppress the Great Emperor's shadow of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. It was also because of his physical body. If they were to distance themselves and compete in spiritual power, Lin Feng would not be his match even if his cultivation was 100 times stronger. That was the Great Emperor's shadow. Its strength was unparalleled. It was enough to make anyone despair. Lin Feng knew how to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He quickly moved forward and did not give the Great Emperor's shadow a chance to get rid of him. Violent power burst out. Lin Feng threw punch after punch at the Great Emperor's shadow. The Great Emperor's shadow could not get rid of Lin Feng. He was too close to Lin Feng. He could not condense a superpower to deal with Lin Feng. The Great Emperor's shadow could only take Lin Feng's attacks head-on. But under Lin Feng's violent attacks, the Great Emperor's shadow could not hold on any longer. He was like a human-shaped dragon. After throwing out hundreds of punches, the Great Emperor's shadow could only parry and could not fight back. Bang! In the end, the Great Emperor's shadow exploded. Heavens, this person is going to defy the heavens. Countless cultivators from the myriad races looked at Lin Feng with deep fear. Lin Feng's battle prowess was too terrifying. The cultivators of 9 provinces were in an uproar. It was too terrifying. It was so exciting. What was there to be arrogant about? Lin Feng had destroyed the Great Emperor's shadow of the myriad races. One could imagine that when Lin Feng broke through to the Great Emperor realm in the future, he might be able to dominate the heavenly sage great world. Run! Seeing Lin Feng kill the Great Emperor's shadow, the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan only had one thought left in his mind. He had to get out of the arena as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would die. Where do you think you're going? Lin Feng sneered. He raised his right hand and slashed out 100-meter-long blade light. The blade light slashed at the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. Little bastard, I dare you! Roared the great elder of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. Old bastard, why wouldn't I dare? I'll kill him in front of you today. What can you do to me? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. His blade then moved towards the old man. Puff. Dead. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan is dead. Lin Feng is so powerful. With such a cultivation, he can suppress many experts of the older generation. Among the younger generation, only those heaven-defying level geniuses can compete with Lin Feng. Exclamations came out one after another. Countless people looked at Lin Feng in horror. Lin Feng's strength shocked too many people. The cultivators of the 9 provinces were naturally elated. The cultivators of the various clans looked gloomy. No one had expected such a result. Originally, all the clans thought that the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan would win this battle. But in the end, it was Lin Feng who won this battle. Of course, if Lin Feng won this battle after a hard battle, people would not be so shocked. But Lin Feng won this battle too easily. He crushed the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan all the time. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was the top existence among the younger generation of the various clans. Except for a few heaven-defying level geniuses, almost no one was his match. But Lin Feng killed him so easily. Many cultivators of the various clans could not help but wonder if Lin Feng was also a heaven-defying level genius. Little bastard, you're courting death. The first elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan roared angrily. His killing intent soared to the sky. He directly pounced on Lin Feng. This person's cultivation was extremely terrifying. His aura was completely released, which made Lin Feng's expression turn grave. As an expert of the older generation, how can you attack a cultivator of the younger generation? Shame on you. The cultivators of the 9 provinces immediately cursed. The first elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan looked very pale when he heard the curses around him. But now, he could not care less about it. At that moment, he just wanted to crush Lin Feng into a million pieces to vent his anger. Old bastard, if you want to die, I'll kill you today. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He might not be a match for this old thing, but Lin Feng had an extremely powerful trump card. He had mastered 2 types of domineering auras. In addition, he also had the immortal artifact, the 5-dragon wheel. If he went all out, it was not impossible for him to kill this old man. Just as Lin Feng was about to make a move, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly surged out from the void. Then, an immortal sword pierced through the void. Then he charged toward the great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. It's that person, Lin Feng was shocked. He had seen this immortal sword before. Previously, when he and the fire Qilin were being chased by the deep-sea monster, this immortal sword suddenly appeared at the critical moment and heavily injured the deep-sea monster, allowing him and the fire Qilin to escape with their lives. However, that mysterious expert did not appear at that time. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know who had saved him. Now that the mysterious expert had made a move again, Lin Feng did not expect this. The immortal sword's power was extremely terrifying. Experts like the great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan could naturally feel its great power. Therefore, he quickly retreated in the face of the immortal sword's attack, trying to avoid it. However, the immortal sword had already locked onto him. The great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan hurriedly took out a small golden bell. The small golden bell rapidly expanded and crashed toward the immortal sword, trying to block its power. A shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's powerful golden bell magic treasure was directly torn apart by the immortal sword. Then, the immortal sword continued toward the great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Spare me, the great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan cried out in horror. A cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Humph, a cultivator of the older generation is openly attacking a cultivator of the younger generation. You even dare to openly violate the rules of the world of cultivators. How can I let you live? As soon as the voice faded, the immortal sword struck down. Puff, the immortal sword directly split the great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan in half. Blood splattered everywhere. The great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan died tragically on the spot. The immortal sword cut through the void and disappeared without a trace. The great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was a quasi-emperor expert who had reached the 85th step of the stone steps. Now, he was killed by a sword strike. Who killed him? Isn't his cultivation base a little too terrifying? Is this the legendary sword controlling technique? Controlling the flying sword from tens of thousands of miles away, I can easily behead the enemy. Is there anyone else in the 9 states who is so powerful other than the Red World Fairy? The cultivators of all clans began to discuss. The great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was killed by a sword strike, which caused a great shock. The cultivators of the 9 states were not without top experts. The top experts of the 9 states were also watching what happened here. If the rules were not violated, the top experts of the 9 states might not attack. However, if the rules were violated, then the top experts of the 9 states would mercilessly kill the cultivators who openly violated the rules of the world of cultivators. The great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was a typical example. The experts of the older generation did not attack the younger generation, but even if they did, they would do it secretly. They would not attack in front of so many people like the great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Which major force did not have top experts? If the experts of the older generation were to kill the juniors of the opposing forces due to the enmity between the juniors, none of the juniors of the 2 forces would be able to survive. They would all die at the hands of the experts of the older generation. This was also the reason why the experts of the older generation could not attack the juniors. Now, the top expert of the 9 states had mercilessly killed the great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan to tell the cultivators of all clans. Do not violate the rules. If the rules were violated, the top experts of the 9 states would attack. This kind of deterrence was very useful, so that the people of all clans began to take the strength of the cultivators of the 9 states seriously. Just now was just a warm-up. Is there anyone else who wants to fight with me? Lin Feng stood on the arena and coldly glanced at the cultivators of all clans below. But now, no cultivators of all clans accepted the challenge. This was a battle of the younger generation. Among the younger generation, there were not many people who could compete with Lin Feng. Some of the top geniuses of all clans did not dare to say that they could kill Lin Feng for sure. They did not want to have a life-and-death battle with Lin Feng at this moment. All the clans are just SOSO. I alone scared the cultivators of all clans into silence. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. When countless cultivators of all clans heard Lin Feng's arrogant words, they could not help but turn livid with anger. They could not wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. But when they thought of Lin Feng's powerful strength, no matter how depressed they were, they had to hold it in. All the clans are a bunch of trash. I'll wait for the experts of all clans to challenge me, Lin Feng said coldly. His tone was very arrogant, and the cultivators of all clans gnashed their teeth in hatred. Lin Feng did not stay. He left with the Fire Qilin, Qing Emperor, Gong Ziyu, and the others. The result of this battle and the news that the great elder of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was killed by an immortal sword quickly spread in the 9 states. Over the past few days, news had been spreading from various places, saying that the heaven-defying geniuses of the myriad races were about to arrive at the southern Immortal Isles to kill Lin Feng. This news caused a huge commotion among the myriad races. The heaven-defying geniuses of the myriad races were extremely terrifying existences. Each of those heaven-defying geniuses had a stronger cultivation base than the previous one. Most importantly, those heaven-defying geniuses had mastered some extremely terrifying techniques. Once those techniques were executed, they would be able to kill any god or Buddha that stood in their way. They were so powerful that it was unimaginable. Therefore, the cultivators of the myriad races were looking forward to the arrival of those heaven-defying geniuses. Once those heaven-defying geniuses arrived, the cultivators of the myriad races believed that Lin Feng would be dead for sure. When that happened, the cultivators of the myriad races would be able to hold their heads high. What heaven-defying geniuses! When they arrive at the southern Immortal Isles, I'll turn them into a bunch of dead dogs. Lin Feng said indifferently. Soon, Lin Feng's words spread throughout the southern Immortal Isles. Turn them into a bunch of dead dogs? Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected Lin Feng to be so arrogant. Those were the heaven-defying geniuses of the myriad races. However, Lin Feng actually said that he would turn those heaven-defying geniuses into a bunch of dead dogs. How much did he look down on those heaven-defying geniuses to say such words? Let's wait and see. When those heaven-defying geniuses arrive, we're looking forward to seeing the expression on this arrogant guy's face. When that time comes, let's see if this arrogant guy still has the courage to say such words. A cold sneer was heard, filled with endless coldness. Some of the cultivators of the myriad races expressed their opinions on Lin Feng's words. They were waiting for the heaven-defying geniuses of the myriad races to come and kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not care much about the outside world. During this period of time, he had reunited with Feng Yarao, and their relationship had warmed up quickly. Their relationship was very ambiguous to begin with. Their relationship did not become distant just because they had been apart for many years. Now that they had reunited, their relationship was even more passionate. Feng Yarao could be said to be a peerless beauty. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was handsome and had an otherworldly temperament. Together with Feng Yarao, they were truly a perfect match. On this day, someone came to visit Lin Feng. It was none other than Grandpa Martin. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Grandpa Martin. The first time he saw this fellow was in the forbidden grounds of Heaven Wasteland. Although Grandpa Martin's cultivation was not high, he knew a lot of secrets. Of course, that bastard was extremely treacherous. Lin Feng had always been on guard against him. When Lin Feng saw Grandpa Martin, he asked curiously, "What brings you here, Grandpa Martin?" Grandpa Martin smiled and said, "I'm here to see an old friend of yours." "Am I not welcome?" said Lin Feng smiling. "Of course, you're welcome. But I didn't expect Grandpa Martin to come. May I know why Grandpa Martin is looking for me?" Grandpa Martin said calmly, "A few days ago, I observed the stars and discovered that the Sirius star has moved down and the Fiend star has risen. Isn't that a good sign?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean by that?" "I'm just reminding you that a bloody calamity is about to descend. You can't stay in the southern Immortal Isles any longer," Grandpa Martin said seriously. Lin Feng knew that Grandpa Martin was skilled in divination. Hearing Grandpa Martin's words, it was impossible for him not to be worried. A bloody calamity? What bloody calamity could he possibly face? Could it be that an extremely powerful existence was coming to kill him? Cultivators from the myriad races? Lin Feng had been provoking the myriad races all this time. Moreover, his words were extremely rude to the myriad races. However, Lin Feng did not look down on the myriad races. There were so many races in the myriad races, and some of them were bound to have extremely terrifying geniuses. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that the most monstrous geniuses of the myriad races were definitely not people that the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn race could compare to. Take Gongziyu's elder brother, Gong Ya, for example. Lin Feng felt that Gong Ya's cultivation was many times stronger than the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn race. Even if he fought Gong Ya, he might not be a match for him. This feeling was very strong. It was obvious how terrifying Gong Ya was. However, when Lin Feng declared war on the myriad races, Gong Ya did not step forward to fight Lin Feng. It was not that Gong Ya did not want to kill Lin Feng. It was because Gong Ya was an extremely sinister person and did not want to fight. He preferred to hide in the dark and watch others make their moves, if there was a chance. If he had the chance, he would be able to reap many benefits. There were definitely more than one top geniuses of the myriad races who had the same thoughts as Gong Ya. Of course, there were also some top geniuses of the myriad races who would not hide their emotions. If they wanted to kill Lin Feng, they would kill Lin Feng without hiding anything. It's not too late to leave the Southern Immortal Isles now. I can show you a path. I guarantee that you can leave safely, Grandpa Martin said. Lin Feng suddenly felt a little apprehensive. This was not Grandpa Martin's style. In the past, when he asked this fellow to do something for him, this fellow would definitely ask for benefits. However, Grandpa Martin had taken the initiative to help him now. Did the sun rise from the west? As the saying went, there must be something wrong when things were abnormal. Therefore, Lin Feng had some doubts about Grandpa Martin. He felt that Grandpa Martin was a little strange today. Of course, Lin Feng did not tell Grandpa Martin what he was thinking. He said, "Thank you for your concern, Master Martin. I believe that man can conquer nature, so I don't really care about the divination. Whether there is a bloody disaster or not, I won't leave the Southern Immortal Isles. Instead, I hope that the experts of the myriad clans will continuously challenge me because I want to use this opportunity to prove my Tao," Grandpa Martin said. Kid, seeking fortune and avoiding calamity is the principle that cultivators should abide by. Lin Feng said, only by facing difficulties can one achieve what others cannot. Grandpa Martin tried to persuade him again, but Lin Feng brushed it off. Grandpa Martin was worried that Lin Feng would suspect it. Therefore, it did not say anything else and left. "It's a little strange," the demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Grandpa Martin's origins are very mysterious. I can't figure out what it wants to do. However, it better not plot against me. Otherwise, I won't show mercy." Another 2 days passed. That night, a chilly wind blew in the courtyard. Then, that chilly wind entered Lin Feng's room. It was the aura of the underworld, cold and terrifying. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the blurry existence in the darkness. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked. "Netherworld messenger, I'm here to give you a mission from the underworld. You can choose to do it or not," the blurry existence said aloud. His body emitted an extremely cold aura, which made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He hadn't thought that the Netherworld envoy would give him a mission. It had been a few years since he had entered the underworld with Panda Cat and the others to complete a mission. Lin Feng had not accepted any missions in the past few years, and no one had come to him to give him a mission. Netherworld envoys were very different from the traditional Netherworld envoys. The traditional Netherworld envoys belonged to the underworld, while the Netherworld envoys belonged to the Young Realm. Therefore, they had a lot of freedom. "What mission?" Lin Feng asked. "Escort a wooden coffin into the underworld and hand it over to the underworld," the mysterious existence said. "Wooden coffin? What's inside?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask," the mysterious existence said coldly. "What reward?" Lin Feng asked. "This time, you'll be rewarded with a hell stone. It's a precious material for emperor weapons," the mysterious existence said. "Good stuff." Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin. The refined essence of the hell stone could be absorbed by the Chaos Ancient lamp. This way, the lamp's power would increase again. The quality of the Chaos Ancient lamp would also be improved. "What do I have to pay attention to in this mission?" Lin Feng asked. "There might be some danger, but I'm sure you'll be able to deal with it with your abilities," the mysterious existence said. That person was being secretive and didn't tell Lin Feng what the danger was. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. However, the reward this time was very useful to Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to accept this quest. Moreover, Lin Feng had always been rather curious about the underworld. He had only been to the underworld once so far, so he wanted to enter the underworld again to see the beauty and magnificence of the underworld. As one of the 3 supreme realms, the underworld was definitely hiding a huge secret. However, Lin Feng also knew that he was not qualified to come into contact with those shocking secrets of the underworld at his current stage. "Come with me," the mysterious expert said. Lin Feng left a note, telling Fire Qilin and the others that he had something to do and would be out for a few days, and would be back soon. Then, he followed the mysterious existence and left. Above the sea, blue waves rippled. Lin Feng followed behind the mysterious existence as they entered the passage to the underworld. The surrounding sea was filled with netherworld ghost ships. On each netherworld ghost ship sat the soul of a dead cultivator. Not long after, a gust of cold wind swept over from afar. Then, a mysterious cultivator in a black robe walked out from the gust of wind. It was a netherworld emissary. "Sir," the netherworld emissary bowed to the mysterious existence beside Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng slightly surprised. It seemed that this mysterious existence's status was not low. Even the netherworld emissary had to address him as Sir. The mysterious existence nodded and said, "We are passing by this place. You can go about your business." "Yes, sir," the netherworld emissary nodded and then left. Lin Feng followed the mysterious cultivator into the depths of the palace. Not long after, they entered the underworld. Whoosh! With a flash of light, a ferocious beast and an ancient carriage flew out. The ferocious beast was a hell-black demonic beast. The ancient carriage was made of an unknown material. There was a wooden coffin on top of it. The wooden coffin was tied to the ancient carriage with ropes. "Is there a need to go through so much trouble? Just keep it in your storage ring and bring it over," Lin Feng said. The mysterious existence said, the wooden coffin's material is extraordinary. It has a very unique destructive power that can destroy any storage treasure. Lin Feng nodded. The mysterious existence then took out another item. It was a sheepskin scroll. This sheepskin scroll was special. It had the mountains and rivers of the underworld drawn on it. The birds and beasts depicted on the sheepskin scroll seemed to be alive. Even the rivers were flowing. From time to time, huge waves would roll up. It was unbelievable. Take the sheepskin scroll. It will show you the route. Don't stray from the route. Otherwise, you might run into huge trouble. The mysterious existence said. Lin Feng said. All right. I wish you good luck. There is no time to delay. Let's set off now. The mysterious existence said. Farewell. Lin Feng cupped his fists and sat on the beast carriage. Hiya, he shouted and lashed out with the whip in his hand. The hell-black demonic beast began to gallop. Smoke and dust rose. Lin Feng quickly disappeared into the horizon. Keek keek. After Lin Feng left, the mysterious existence actually let out a sinister laugh. That laughter was extremely terrifying. It sent chills down one's spine. The mysterious existence looked in the direction Lin Feng had left with a meaningful look in its eyes. This map is not bad. It seems to have formed a world of its own. Lin Feng looked at the map as he hurried along. Everything in the map seemed to be alive, which was really incredible. There was even a red dot on the map. The red dot was constantly moving. Lin Feng knew that the red dot represented him and the wooden coffin. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar was heard. A huge claw reached out from the forest in the distance. The claw blotted out the sky and grabbed at Lin Feng. It wanted to capture Lin Feng. It was a being from the underworld. The underworld was an extremely dangerous place. The beings there were also extremely powerful. After the disappearance of the underworld lord, the underworld was like a plate of loose sand. The feudal lords ruled over each other. It was extremely chaotic. All kinds of terrifying beasts ruled over the mountains and reigned supreme over the land. For example, the terrifying being that attacked Lin Feng reigned supreme within a radius of several thousand miles. Lin Feng was about to activate his treasure to fight the terrifying being. But at that moment, Lin Feng was astonished by what happened. The wooden coffin trembled slightly. The mysterious existence hidden in the forest suddenly let out a cry of horror, and the huge claw quickly retracted. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown at the strangeness of the wooden coffin. He observed the wooden coffin carefully and realized that it was covered in runes. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Was there a living being in the coffin? Or was it an undead spirit? But whether it was a living being or an undead spirit, the being sealed in the coffin must be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it wouldn't have scared off that terrifying beast. Lin Feng drove the beast carriage towards the depths of the underworld quickly. Boom! After a short time, Lin Feng sensed some incredible energies in the distance. Lin Feng saw a gigantic creature standing up. He couldn't make out what kind of living being it was, but it felt very similar to a human. He stood up straight. But it was simply too tall. It was at least 20 to 30,000 meters tall. Lin Fan wondered what kind of living being it was. That living being's opponent was an equally gigantic beast. It had a pair of thick wings and 3 heads. The two terrifying living beings fought fiercely, causing the heavens and earth to crumble. The sun and moon lost their light, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. Even the space of the underworld was beginning to crumble. The underworld was one of the 3 supreme realms. The laws of order here were abnormally strong. It was extremely difficult to shatter the space of the underworld. Lin Feng could shatter the void with a single punch in the outside world. But in the underworld, the most he could do was create a sonic boom. There was no way he could shatter the void of the underworld. It was still the same fist strength, but because the laws of order of the underworld were stronger. That was why Lin Feng couldn't shatter the void of the underworld. But now, the two beings fighting fiercely could shatter the void with ease. It was hard to imagine just how strong they were. As expected of the underworld. Powerful beings are as common as the clouds, Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. The structure of the underworld was very complicated. Other than the underworld, there were many other territorial lords. For example, the Black Hell Demon Lord and the Skeleton Evil Lord that Lin Feng met when he first entered the underworld. They were all territorial lords of the underworld. The strength of these territorial lords could be at the Great Emperor level. However, there were also some top-notch experts in the underworld. Although they had not become the lords of their own regions, they were still able to do so. However, their strength was not to be underestimated. Perhaps those existences kept a low profile, or perhaps for other reasons, but there was very little information about them in the outside world. However, their strength was even stronger than some domain lords. Such an existence was a very terrifying force in the underworld. Ordinary creatures in the underworld would not be able to come into contact with such an existence. However, many high-level creatures in the underworld, such as the domain lords, knew that there was a group of terrifying creatures in the underworld. Therefore, these domain lord-level powerhouses wouldn't go and provoke such a terrifying group of beings. It was very likely that the two beings before him belonged to this type of living being. Immortal Man, Ancient Devil, Three-Headed Hell Dragon. Suddenly, two names appeared on the sheepskin scroll in Lin Feng's hand. When Lin Feng saw those two names, he was astonished. It seemed that the 20 to 30,000 meter tall giant was the immortal Ancient Devil. As for that massive three-headed creature, it was the three-headed Hell Dragon. The area affected by the battle between these two existences was extremely wide. There was no way to go forward. Lin Feng looked at the sheepskin scroll and asked, "Can we change the route?" "Yes." Two words appeared on the sheepskin scroll. "It's become a spirit?" Lin Feng was shocked and moved. This sheepskin scroll was too strange. A new route was marked on the sheepskin scroll. Lin Feng changed the direction of the beast carriage and quickly moved forward. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked. The words on the sheepskin scroll read, "I am an existence that has been forgotten." After seeing this line of words, Lin Feng was even more shocked. He had thought that the sheepskin scroll had given birth to its own artifact spirit. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. "Are you a remnant soul?" Lin Feng asked. "You can think of it that way." A few more words appeared on the sheepskin scroll. After these words appeared, another line of small words appeared on the parchment scroll. "My soul has completely fused with the sheepskin scroll. Now, I am the sheepskin scroll, and the sheepskin scroll is me, I see." Lin Feng nodded. He had a feeling that this existence might have a great origin. He continued asking, "Can you reveal your past identity? Asking a forgotten person to recall the past will make me feel pain." "I see. In that case, there's no need to recall the past," Lin Feng said. Then, he asked, "Can you tell me who is in the wooden coffin?" A line of distorted words appeared on the sheepskin scroll. "A terrifying existence is sealed in the wooden coffin. You must not let him out. He must be suppressed in the underworld so that he can never be reincarnated. That is the best explanation to the world." Lin Feng tried asking a few more times, but the sheepskin scroll still didn't explain what kind of existence it was. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The sheepskin scroll was hiding something from him. He could only keep these questions to himself for now. A cold and gloomy aura filled the air. Black fog rolled behind. Amidst the black fog, the sound of galloping could be heard. It seemed like something was quickly chasing after them. And there were many of them. "Increase your speed. This is the territory of the nine-eyed hell wolves." A line of words appeared on the sheepskin scroll. Lin Feng was shocked. Wolves were social creatures. They were also creatures that cultivators didn't want to encounter. The wolves of the underworld were definitely very terrifying. Giddy up," he shouted loudly, urging the hell-black demonic beast to increase its speed. A woo, wolf howls could be heard from behind, echoing through the clouds. The wolf pack was rapidly approaching. Terrifying killing intent filled the air. The hell-black demonic beast was very fast, and the wolves behind it couldn't catch up. However, black fog appeared in front of them. Within the black fog, pairs of ghastly green eyes appeared. Not good. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. There were pursuers ahead. There was an obstruction behind. This was troublesome. Lin Feng planned to break through from the left, but there was also a wolf pack on the left. He could only drive the beast carriage to the right. The wolf pack pounced. Lin Feng held the black flame bow and shot out arrow after arrow. The nine-eyed hell wolves were pierced through. However, these nine-eyed hell wolves were very terrifying. They didn't die, as if they were immortal. The wolf pack completely surrounded this place. Lin Feng's expression became ugly. Hide in the mountain range ahead. A line of words appeared on the sheepskin scroll. There was a gloomy and cold chi in the mountain range. When Lin Feng sensed that gloomy chi, he couldn't help but frown. That mountain range was so gloomy that the wolves didn't dare come in. What mountain range is this? Lin Feng could not help but ask. This place made him feel very uneasy. I've heard that an extremely terrifying expert is buried here. In the depths of the mountain range, there's also an immortal tomb. It's said that the wolves outside are guarding this immortal tomb. A line of words appeared on the parchment scroll. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. This guy clearly knew about the dangers of this place, yet he still brought him here. What was his goal? Whose tomb is it? Lin Feng asked. You can go take a look for yourself. The words on the parchment scroll were written. Lin Feng did not immediately enter the mountain range. Instead, he said, such a tomb. Have the experts of the underworld not set their sights on this tomb? The underworld has its own rules. Most of the creatures of the underworld are experts who have recovered from the dead, awakened their intelligence, and cultivated to become experts. Therefore, they do not like to excavate other ancient tombs. They hope to leave some chance for others to come back to life. Although this chance is very slim, it is still hope. If they excavate other people's tombs, this hope will be completely extinguished. The words on the parchment scroll were written. Lin Feng nodded. Every world had its own rules. The world was different. Naturally, the rules were different. The creatures of the underworld had to abide by the rules of the underworld. If they did not abide by these rules, they would die without a grave if they were discovered. Lin Feng could not help but stroke his chin. He muttered inwardly. If Taoist Wuliang came to the underworld, he would definitely like this place. There were tombs everywhere that had not been excavated. It was enough to make Taoist Wuliang laugh in his sleep. Lin Feng planned to enter the mountain range to take a look. He drove the hell-black demonic beast into the depths of the mountain range. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, the hell-black demonic beast did not continue. The hell-black demonic beast's spiritual sense was very sharp. It was afraid of the things in the depths, so it did not intend to enter. Are you afraid of that immortal tomb? Lin Feng thought to himself. The hell-black demonic beast is psychic. We can make it wait here. It was written on the scroll. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. The black hell demonic beast was guarding the wooden coffin. Lin Feng, on the other hand, headed deeper into the mountain range. The further in they went, the more eerie Lin Feng felt the surrounding atmosphere. How did this look like a place to bury immortals? Something is wrong with his aura. Lin Feng said. The immortal tomb is also a tomb. Since it is a tomb, it will naturally be very gloomy. Moreover, the immortal tomb of the underworld will probably become a devil tomb after a long time. It was written on the scroll. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. He continued to walk inside, but at this moment, Lin Feng was more careful. Soon, he arrived at the depths of the mountain range. He saw a tomb that was about the size of a small mountain. It was shrouded in immortal light. The immortal tomb has no tombstone. Lin Feng said. It was written on the scroll. Yes, the immortal tomb has no tombstone. Thus, no one knows whose tomb this is. The only thing we know is that the owner of this immortal tomb is very terrifying. In the past, experts at the level of an area lord came here to pay respects to the immortal tomb. There's such a thing? Lin Feng was shocked. The expert at the level of an area lord was very likely a great emperor. A great emperor came to pay respects to an immortal tomb. It did sound a little inconceivable. However, the scroll didn't seem to be joking. It said that one can gain enlightenment by paying respects to an immortal tomb. Perhaps one can obtain some inconceivable things. It was written on the scroll. Lin Feng said. Are you saying that there might be some powerful legacies here? You can interpret it that way. It was written on the scroll. Lin Feng was shocked. He decided to give it a try. He wanted to see if what the sheepskin scroll said was true and if he could gain something from it. Lin Feng knelt in front of the immortal tomb and kowtowed 3 times, but nothing happened. Looks like it's just a rumor. It can't be taken seriously, he said. You need to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times at least, it was written on the scroll. Kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times was a great ceremony. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then nodded and began to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Just then, the tomb began to shake violently. It was written on the scroll. Something has really happened. Looks like the rumor isn't baseless. Will something heaven-defying descend? Lin Feng was astonished. He carefully observed the situation in front of him. He didn't know what would happen next. At that moment, the sheepskin scroll suddenly broke free from Lin Feng's grasp and flew into the distance. Not good, Lin Feng had a bad feeling. He quickly flew away. The scroll had always given him a strange feeling. Now that it had escaped, he was left alone. Lin Feng felt that he might have been tricked by the scroll. Rumble, crack, 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 the immortal tomb was shaking non-stop, and it was cracking apart continuously. A terrifying wave of energy surged out from the immortal tomb. That fluctuation, even Lin Feng felt suffocated. A terrifying devouring force escaped from the immortal tomb and enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surrounded by the absorbing strength of the celestial graveyard. His body was instantly devoured by the terrifying devouring force. Lin Feng wanted to break free from the absorbing strength, but after trying a few times, he didn't succeed. Ha 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 ha. Kid, this is a demonic tomb. It's said to be the tomb of a demonic lord. Now, just wait for your death. The sheepskin scroll let out a burst of sinister laughter, and then quickly left. Damn it, how dare you trick me? Lin Feng cursed loudly before he was devoured by the demonic tomb. A cold voice came from the sheepskin scroll. Kid, don't blame me if you die. Blame your bad luck for accepting this mission. Soon, the scroll arrived in front of the beast carriage. Aoo, a low growl came from the carriage. A huge wolf king walked to the outskirts of the mountain range. Haha, brother, the tribute has been sent in. It's an underworld envoy. This tribute is not bad, right? The voice in the parchment said with a smile. The tribute this time is still passable. Lin Feng murmured. The Wolf King said. The tomb closed. Lin Feng's body quickly fell into the depths of the tomb. Clang, his body landed heavily on the ground, causing Lin Feng to feel dizzy. Lin Feng could not help but grit his teeth in pain. All day long, I actually got pecked in the eye today. Lin Feng could not help but get up from the ground gloomily. His surroundings were pitch black. The tomb was extremely huge. There were several passageways that led to unknown places. Is this the central tomb? Lin Feng looked around and could not help but frown slightly. He saw that there were many coffins in this huge tomb. He counted carefully and found that there were a total of 9,999 coffins. So many coffins. Are they all buried with corpses? Lin Feng could not help but wonder. He came to the nearest coffin and observed it carefully. He found that it was an iron coffin. I've seen bronze coffins, stone coffins, wooden coffins, and so on, but this is the first time I've seen an iron coffin, Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Very few people would use an iron coffin as a coffin for burial. That was because iron coffins were prone to moisture. Once an iron coffin was exposed to moisture, it would easily gather a large amount of baleful energy. If a corpse absorbed too much baleful energy, it would easily transform into a corpse. Who would want to see their ancestor transform into a corpse? However, the tomb before him contained an extremely rare iron coffin. This puzzled Lin Feng. Lin Feng checked the other coffins and found that they were also iron coffins. The fact that all the coffins in the tomb were iron coffins was extremely strange. Iron coffins represent misfortune. There are actually so many iron coffins here. Could it be that some terrifying creature is being nurtured here? Lin Feng could not help but feel uneasy. He felt that the most important thing right now was to find a way out. Lin Feng looked at the passageways. He chose one and entered it. Screech! Soon, sharp, ear-piercing screams came from the tunnel. Then, one after another, ferocious and terrifying creatures rushed toward Lin Feng. Looking carefully, they were actually bats. However, these bats were different from ordinary bats. The bats that rushed out were purple in color. Furthermore, its head was actually like a python's head. Its pair of claws were even sharper than ever. It flickered with a blue luster, and its claws were obviously poisonous. This type of bat was called the golden python bat. It was a type of bat that contained extreme poison. It was said that the poison of this type of bat could even kill a great emperor realm expert. From this, one could tell how terrifying this type of bat was. In the outside world, this kind of bat had always been in existence in legends. In reality, no one had ever seen this kind of bat. Lin Feng knew about these bats from the classic of mountains and seas. Only now did he know that such bats actually existed in this world. Hurry up and leave. It'll be troublesome if we get entangled by these bats, the demon lord reminded. Lin Feng nodded. Not daring to stay, he quickly retreated. The golden python bats were guarding the passageway, but they didn't leave. Lin Feng then chose another tunnel. In that tunnel, Lin Feng was attacked. Pooh! 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 The sound of flesh being pierced could be heard. There were many wounds on Lin Feng's body. Blood was dripping from his wounds and dyed his entire body red. What's attacking me? Lin Feng's expression was extremely grave. His face was extremely pale. He had no choice but to leave because it was too dangerous. In the end, Lin Feng left the tunnel. Only then did Lin Feng let out a long breath. These tunnels are not ordinary. They contain peerless terror. It seems like I've encountered a huge problem this time. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The demon lord said. There must be a reason why the sheepskin scroll lured you here. Lin Feng nodded. After he healed his injuries, Lin Feng suddenly felt the energy in the tomb become chaotic. A terrifying power pervaded the air. Lin Feng felt his heartbeat quicken. His blood flowed faster. He had a bad feeling. Is this power trying to refine me to death? Lin Feng's expression turned unsightly. It's not refining you to death. It should be a sacrificial ritual. Look at the ground, the demon lord said. Lin Feng looked at the ground and saw a huge array diagram. The array diagram was very strange. The runes on it were awakening. This is a sacrificial array diagram. Hurry up and leave. Once it awakens, you'll become a sacrificial offering. You'll be sacrificed alive. The demon lord was very knowledgeable. After he understood the array diagram, his expression turned serious. This tomb is so strange. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. There was simply no way to leave this tomb. The surrounding tunnels all contained peerless terrors. Only death awaited those who entered. Therefore, those who fell into the tomb could only stay in the tomb. Their final fate was to be sacrificed alive. It was very tragic. However, Lin Feng was not willing to be sacrificed. He gritted his teeth and chose a passage that he had not taken before. He quickly rushed in. Lin Feng raised his speed to the limit. He wanted to rush out of the passage as quickly as possible. However, he found that the passage was very long. After flying for a long time, he still didn't reach the end. He continued to advance in the passage. Lin Feng stopped in the middle of the passage. He couldn't help but frown. At that moment, black fog rolled behind the passage. Dong dong dong, strange footsteps came from the black fog. After hearing the footsteps, Lin Feng's expression changed. There seemed to be a terrifying existence in the black fog approaching him. Lin Feng didn't dare to stop. He quickly rushed forward. However, he still couldn't leave the passage. Magnetic field, Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. He thought of the strange existence called magnetic field. It was like a magnetic field near the entrance to the underworld. The place where a great emperor had fallen would form a magnetic field. Some extremely terrifying creatures could form magnetic fields. Once one fell into a magnetic field, one would be lost. Unless one found a way to break out, they would never be able to escape. This passage obviously contained the power of a magnetic field. That was why he was lost in it. What the hell is this thing? Lin Feng opened the heavenly demon snake eye. He wanted to see what kind of existence was behind the black fog. That is. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupil shrank. The ancient tomb emitted a chilling aura, and the black fog was tumbling. Lin Feng saw the creature in the black fog. He vaguely saw a pair of pale green eyes, and then the pair of eyes quickly disappeared. When Lin Feng wanted to look for it again, he couldn't find it anymore. Lin Feng's face became serious. He didn't know what was hidden in the black fog. But no matter what the creature was, Lin Feng knew that it must have created a powerful magnetic field around him, trapping him in this place. Lin Feng wanted to move, but he was shocked to find that his body couldn't move. It was a terrible feeling. An extremely chilling aura was wrapping around his body. That aura seemed to want to devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. His expression became unusually serious. At this moment of crisis, he activated his supreme aura. But when the supreme aura was activated, Lin Feng's body regained movement. Lin Feng quickly ran forward. His speed became faster and faster. But the terrifying creature behind him came with the black fog, and its speed was also very fast. That creature gave Lin Feng a feeling that he couldn't fight against it. It was so terrifying that it was shocking. He didn't know what level of existence that creature was, and he didn't know why there was such a terrifying creature in this place. All of this was destined to be a mystery. Could it be a creature from the previous era? The Demon Lord said. The creatures from the previous era were unusually strong, but they rarely appeared. Usually, when they appeared, they would be shrouded in the black fog. For a long time in this era, the words "creature from the black fog" were taboo. It couldn't be mentioned casually. Because once it was mentioned, something terrible might happen. Lin Feng didn't think that it was a creature from the previous era, but after the Demon Lord's reminder, Lin Feng felt that it might be a creature from the previous era. This was because this living being was simply too terrifying. Moreover, when he moved, the black fog rolled. Most importantly, the black fog was very strange and emitted an ancient aura. It was like a black fog formed from a special energy that had been preserved from the passage of time. If it really was a creature from the black fog, then he would be in deep trouble. One had to know that the beings within the black mist had once caused the 3 realms and 6 Dao to tremble in fear. Keek keek, a sinister voice came from the black fog behind him. Are you from the previous epoch? Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked as he ran. You know quite a lot. That terrifying being sneered as he took the initiative to admit his identity. It was actually a creature from the previous era. This caused great waves to surge in Lin Feng's heart. His face was filled with shock. But soon, he smiled bitterly. Now that he had been targeted by such a powerful being, he was in trouble. How was he going to escape from this being? Stop running. It's useless. You won't be able to escape, ant-like thing, the being in the black fog said sinisterly. Lin Feng sneered. What are you trying to act all high and mighty for? Even if you're a creature from the previous era, your cultivation must have dropped a lot, right? This being was very scary. It was so scary that Lin Feng didn't have the confidence to fight it. However, compared to the creatures of the previous era, Lin Feng had learned about them in the past, they were much weaker. The beings in the black fog could easily destroy a world. This being before him clearly couldn't do that. If it still had such a terrifying cultivation, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. He would probably be suppressed in an instant. But the reality was that he was running for his life. And the being in the black fog was chasing after him. If I hadn't been schemed against back then, would my cultivation have dropped? The being in the black fog's voice was filled with coldness and killing intent. This matter had infuriated him. Even though countless years had passed, he still felt an urge to go crazy whenever he thought of this matter. Who schemed against you? Lin Feng asked. Do you want to know? Stop and let's have a good talk. I'll tell you everything. The being in the black fog said. Who are you trying to fool? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think you can escape if you don't stop? That's simply wishful thinking. Die. The being in the black fog attacked. He pushed out a palm strike at Lin Feng. Bang, the attack landed on Lin Feng and sent Lin Feng flying. Barf, Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as pale as a sheet. That attack just now had caused great damage to his body. The being in the black fog was indeed terrifying. The battle prowess it displayed was shocking. Endless black fog enveloped Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a thick aura of death enveloping him. It was a terrible feeling. Lin Feng didn't want to die like this. But now, no magical treasure or ability seemed to be able to turn the tide of the battle. At this critical moment, Lin Feng's mind flashed. He suddenly thought of the metal box containing the mysterious corpse. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the metal box. The metal box's origin was very mysterious. The corpse inside, in particular, had a great origin. When Lin Feng took out the metal box, the being in the black fog cried out in horror, "No, impossible, how can it be this thing?" He seemed to have seen something inconceivable, and his voice was filled with deep fear and trembling. Lin Feng was very surprised. He had wanted to make a last-ditch effort, but he didn't expect the being in the black fog to be so frightened. Die. Lin Feng held the metal box and threw it at the being in the black fog. The being in the black fog didn't face Lin Feng directly. Instead, it saw Lin Feng attack it. The being in the black fog quickly fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng didn't chase after the being in the black fog. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up. Moreover, if a battle really broke out, the metal box might not be able to kill the being in the black fog. This great tomb is too strange. It actually seals living creatures from the black fog. Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The being in the black fog had been schemed against. Its cultivation had plummeted, and it was now trapped here. Lin Feng's mood became very serious. If even the being in the black fog couldn't escape, would he be able to find a way out? Lin Feng carried the iron box on his back. With the iron box protecting him, he felt a bit more relieved. Even the creatures in the black fog were afraid of the iron box. It was obvious how extraordinary it was. What is the origin of the dismembered corpses in the iron box? Is that why the creatures in the black fog are so terrified? Lin Feng muttered to himself. The demon lord said with a bewildered expression. Could it be something left behind from the previous era? That. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard the demon lord's words. He did not know how to respond to the demon lord's question. If it was really something left behind from the previous era, it would be even more extraordinary than he had imagined. The iron box was equivalent to a protective talisman. Lin Feng carefully walked deeper into the tomb. After the creatures in the black fog left, the magnetic field dissipated as well. Lin Feng easily walked out of the tunnel. After walking out of the tunnel, a second chamber appeared before him. Similarly, there were 999 coffins in this chamber. All the coffins in this chamber were made of wood. The first chamber had iron coffins, but there are only wooden coffins. There are only wooden coffins here, and there are 999 of them. What is the meaning of this? Lin Feng could not help but frown. He felt that there was something fishy about this place, but he could not put his finger on it. There is another tunnel. Keep walking. The demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded and continued walking. The iron box was extraordinary. Ever since Lin Feng carried it on his back, he had been relatively safe. He had not encountered any danger. Perhaps there were some terrifying creatures hibernating here, but after seeing Lin Feng's iron box, they did not appear. Lin Feng continued walking. Soon, he arrived at the third chamber. The third chamber was the same as the first two chambers. There were 999 coffins in the third chamber. However, the coffins in the third chamber were ancient bronze coffins. Ancient bronze coffins are rarely seen in the outside world because the materials for these coffins are hard to find. I never thought that there would be so many ancient bronze coffins here. Lin Feng said in surprise. Bronze was the symbol of an era. The beginning of the Great Bronze Age was a link between the past and the future for the world of cultivators. It was also the beginning of the Bronze Age. Only cultivators in the world of cultivators know how to refine various materials and forge magic treasures. The beginning of the Bronze Age marked the end of the Stone Age. The world of cultivators had officially entered a state of rapid progress. Bronze was the earliest magic weapon made of metal, so it was very powerful. However, the materials were too difficult to find. Therefore, there were very few bronze wares. In the past, even if bronze was found, it would be used to create magic treasures. Who would waste such precious materials to create so many coffins? But now, there were 999 coffins made of bronze here. It was just too shocking. What a waste. I really want to collect all of these coffins and refine them to forge a magic treasure, Lin Feng muttered. The demon lord couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "The ancient bronze coffins are strange. If you really dare to do that, I'm afraid you'll die a horrible death." Lin Feng said, "I'm just saying. However, I really want to open a few coffins and see what's inside." The demon lord said, "Don't open them for now. Let's explore the tomb first before we open the coffins." Lin Feng thought about it and felt that it made sense. There were too many variables to open the coffins now. Who knew what would happen later? Lin Feng continued to walk inside. Soon, he arrived at the fourth chamber. After arriving at the fourth chamber, Lin Feng was even more shocked. In the fourth chamber, there were 999 stone coffins. Stone coffins passed down from the Stone Age. They were even rarer and more precious than the ancient bronze coffins. Great emperors found stone coffins to bury themselves, but it was difficult to find the whereabouts of stone coffins. However, there were so many stone coffins here. It was just too shocking. 999 iron coffins have appeared in the first chamber. 999 wooden coffins have appeared in the second chamber. 999 bronze coffins have appeared in the third chamber. 999 stone coffins have appeared in the fourth chamber. The number of coffins in the four chambers is the same, but the materials used are different. What secret is hidden here? Lin Feng frowned and pondered. He had a feeling that this matter was not simple. Let's see if there's a fifth chamber, the demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He planned to look for the fifth chamber. The fourth chamber was connected to over a dozen passages. Lin Feng chose a passage and walked through it. As he went deeper, Lin Feng found that there were more and more forks in the passages. The tomb seemed to have become a crisscrossing beehive. It was like a maze, and it was easy to get lost in it. Lin Feng walked for a long time, but he still couldn't get out. A natural maze, Lin Feng frowned. The tomb was extremely strange. It actually formed a natural illusory formation, trapping him inside. Swoosh, suddenly, a shadow flashed in front of him. Lin Feng was startled. Just now, the shadow flitted through the passage in front of him at an extremely fast speed. What was that? Lin Feng was shocked and quickly chased after it. However, the shadow disappeared without a trace. What a familiar feeling, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. That shadow gave him a familiar feeling. It was a very strange feeling. Lin Feng continued to look for a way out. Not long after, he saw the shadow again. The mysterious existence seemed to have noticed Lin Feng and quickly rushed into a passage at the side. Don't run, Lin Feng carried the box and chased after the beast. What if he encountered a terrifying creature? The iron box was enough to scare it away. The mysterious existence was very fast and very agile. It shuttled through the various passages, avoiding Lin Feng's pursuit. Lin Feng almost caught up with that cultivator many times, but each time, he managed to escape. I can't see its face, but I'm sure it's a person. Why is it giving me a familiar feeling? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The mysterious existence was shrouded in a dazzling light. It was deliberately hiding everything about itself. Lin Feng could only see a vague outline. He couldn't see its true appearance, so he couldn't determine who it was. However, Lin Feng felt a sense of déjà vu from the mysterious existence. Moreover, this feeling was increasing. Lin Feng discovered the mysterious existence again. He quickly chased after it, but the mysterious existence was very fast. It shook off Lin Feng again. This made Lin Feng very depressed. Lin Feng was stunned when he heard the voice. Holy shit, why does this voice sound so familiar? He quickly rushed toward the tunnel where the voice had come from. Soon, Lin Feng saw the owner of the voice from afar. It was Daoist Wu Liang. As expected, it's that damned Daoist, Lin Feng muttered inwardly. When he heard the voice earlier, he had suspected that it was Daoist Wu Liang. Now, he could confirm that it was exactly as he had guessed. Lin Feng was shocked. Wasn't Daoist Wu Liang dead? Why was he here? Lin Feng clearly remembered seeing Daoist Wu Liang on a ghost ship. He had entered the netherworld with the ghost ships. Back then, Daoist Wu Liang had bid farewell to him. Lin Feng had been sad for a long time. Brother, save me. Daoist Wu Liang wailed. Behind the immeasurable Daoist, a terrifying creature was chasing after him. That creature had the body of a scorpion. However, it had 3 heads. The 3 heads were actually human heads. It was unknown what it was, but it emitted an extremely evil aura. After sensing the monster's aura, Lin Feng turned and ran. He had discovered that the monster's aura was even stronger than the creature in the black fog. Such an existence was not something they could fight against. Why are you running? Aren't you being too disloyal? Daoist Wu Liang shouted from behind. Who are you? Do I know you? Lin Feng was speechless. Damn, we've known each other for so many years, and you say you don't know me? Daoist Wu Liang shouted. So it's you, Daoist. Didn't you die long ago? Lin Feng replied. He was indeed suspicious of Daoist Wu Liang's identity. Only the undead could sit on the ghost ship. Living beings could not sit on the ghost ship. Since Daoist Wu Liang had boarded a ghost ship, that meant that Daoist Wu Liang was dead. The identity of this immeasurable Daoist was worth discussing. I'm not dead. I'm a C-domain netherworld envoy. C-domain netherworld envoys are different from other netherworld envoys. Other netherworld envoys, like you, can't board the departed spirit ship. However, as a C-domain netherworld envoy, you can board the departed spirit ship. Daoist Wu Liang shouted. Lie, keep lying. Do you think I'll believe your lies? Lin Feng continued to respond. In this world, there were many methods to conceal one's identity. Naturally, there were also some living beings who could impersonate the immeasurable Daoist. Especially in the underworld, there were some extremely terrifying creatures that specialized in devouring dead souls that entered the underworld. After the immeasurable Daoist's soul entered the underworld, it might have been eaten by the terrifying creatures of the underworld before it even reached the underworld. What do I have to do to convince you that I am the immeasurable Daoist? Daoist Wu Liang shouted. If you stop that monster, I will believe that you are the immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng said. Stop your sister. I was still thinking of catching up to you and pushing you towards that monster so that you can help me stop the monster. Daoist Wu Liang shouted angrily. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes when he heard that. However, he was now certain that the person before him was the immeasurable Daoist. The immeasurable Daoist's memories could be devoured by others, but the immeasurable Daoist's way of doing things could not be grasped by others. Only the immeasurable Daoist would make it sound so righteous when he had tricked his friend. Moreover, he did not even blush when he did it. You're still alive? What a waste of the paper money I burned for you. Lin Feng curled his lips. Even if you die, I won't die. I have an undying body. Daoist Wu Liang shouted. Undying body, right? You actually have an undying body. Please stop for a moment and kill the monster chasing us. Lin Feng said. Daoist Wu Liang shouted. Even an undying body is afraid of passing through, alright? Lin Feng could not help but slap his forehead. In terms of bragging, he only admired the immeasurable Daoist. In terms of shamelessness, Lin Feng only admired the immeasurable Daoist. The immeasurable Daoist's skin was even thicker than the city walls. Lowly creatures, you won't be able to escape. The 3-headed monster laughed sinisterly as it moved at an extremely fast speed. What is this thing? Lin Feng asked with a grave expression. How would I know what it is? It crawled out of a bronze coffin. Daoist Wu Liang said. You opened the coffin? Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Yes, I did. What a scam. I only opened the first coffin, and such a terrifying creature was released. Taoist Wuliang wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Ancient bronze coffin? Is it the ancient bronze coffin from the third chamber? Lin Feng could not help but ask. In the third chamber, there were 999 ancient bronze coffins. However, Lin Feng remembered that those ancient bronze coffins were still intact. The ancient coffin I opened was the ancient bronze coffin in the fifth layer of the tomb, and then I released such a terrifying creature. Taoist Wuliang said. The two of them quickly fled, but the terrifying creature behind them did not give up. A foreign creature. The demon lord said gravely. Lin Feng's heart trembled. A foreign creature? This was actually a creature from another domain. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. A foreign creature. It possessed unimaginable strength. This is a foreign creature. Lin Feng said. Damn, no wonder it's so powerful. Taoist Wuliang could not help but wail. Previously, he had almost died under the foreign creature's hands several times. Towards this foreign creature, immeasurable Taoist deeply understood just how terrifying this existence was. Lowly creature, you actually recognized my identity. Since you know who I am, why don't you hurry up and die? The terrifying foreign creature said with a sinister smile. In reality, its current strength was far from what it used to be. Perhaps it did not even have a 10,000th of its cultivation. However, a foreign creature at its peak was simply too powerful. Therefore, even though its cultivation had dropped greatly, it was still a terrifying existence. This foreign creature was still peerlessly terrifying. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang quickly fled, but they had no way of shaking off the foreign creature. Lin Feng tried to use the iron box to scare off the foreign creature, but it was not afraid of Lin Feng's iron box. The iron box could scare off some evil creatures or strange creatures, such as the creature in the black fog, but it could not scare off the foreign creature. Perhaps the foreign creature did not know what Lin Feng's iron box represented. We can't go on like this. We'll die sooner or later. Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. Taoist Wuliang said, there's another place. Let's go there. Hopefully, we can scare off this guy. There's a terrifying existence sleeping there. What? A terrifying existence is sleeping there? In this tomb? Lin Feng was stupefied. He suddenly remembered that the goatskin scroll had said that this was the grave of a demon master. Could it be that the demon master was sleeping here? A total of 9 demon lords were born in this epoch. Taoist Wuliang hurriedly nodded and said, that's right. The powerful demon lord is sleeping in this tomb. Follow me, we'll go to the tomb where the demon lord is sleeping. Taoist Wuliang led the way while Lin Feng followed behind him. The otherworldly being was unwilling to let the two of them go. It looked like it wouldn't give up until it killed Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang. Taoist Wuliang was clearly more familiar with the passageway here. It was unknown how long he had been here. Lin Feng didn't have the time to think about Taoist Wuliang. His thoughts were all on the mysterious demon lord. The 9 demon lords represented the pinnacle of power in the world. A demon lord powerhouse was roughly equivalent to the master of gods. They were existences at the peak of the immortal realm. They were invincible. If he could obtain the orthodoxy of a demon lord, it would be too terrifying. Hearing that there was a demon lord sleeping here, it would be unrealistic to not have any thoughts about it. Are you sure that the demon lord is still sleeping? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The era of the demon lord was too far away from the present. If Taoist Wuliang said that there was a demon lord buried here, Lin Feng wouldn't have doubted it. The sheepskin scroll mentioned this before. But now, Taoist Wuliang said that there was a demon lord sleeping here. After such a long time, the demon lord still hadn't died? It sounded a little inconceivable. Of course I'm sure. Do you think I can't differentiate between the living and the dead? Taoist Wuliang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. He followed behind Taoist Wuliang and quickly rushed into the depths. Despicable existence, die, the otherworldly being chased after them. Its 3 heads constantly spat out energy balls at Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang. The two of them dodged the attacks in a somewhat pathetic manner. This otherworldly being was too powerful. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang didn't dare to take its attacks head-on. Bang! Bang! They couldn't completely dodge the otherworldly being's attacks. The two of them were sent flying by the energy attacks. Wah! Wah! Then, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. The otherworldly being was too powerful. The current foreign creatures, compared to their peak, were still at an extremely weak stage, yet they still had this type of cultivation. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying the foreign creature's peak cultivation was. Thump! Thump! Lin Feng and Fatso's fell to the ground at the same time. The foreign creatures rose up into the air and threw themselves at Lin Feng and the fat guy. Wu and Wu Liang. And Wu Liang. The foreign creature's claws contained poison. If one was scratched, they would definitely be poisoned to death. And Wu Liang was Lin's two Wu Liangs. Seeing that Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were about to be killed, Daoist Wu Liang suddenly threw out two little puppets. The two little puppets quickly grew in size. They charged towards the otherworldly being. This was the puppet technique. Lin Feng had heard of the puppet technique before, but he rarely saw anyone cultivate it. That was because the puppet technique was almost lost. Even if there were some puppet techniques that were passed down, they were all low-level puppet techniques. They couldn't display any particularly powerful effects. But now, the puppet technique that Daoist Wu Liang used was very powerful. It temporarily blocked the otherworldly being. This damned Daoist Wu Liang indeed had many powerful techniques. Let's go, Daoist Wu Liang said in a deep voice. He quickly got up and rushed towards the depths. Lin Feng also got up quickly and rushed towards the depths with Daoist Wu Liang. Behind them, the otherworldly being's angry roar could be heard. The two little puppets that Daoist Wu Liang used were very powerful. They were Daoist Wu Liang's treasures. Unless he had no other choice, Daoist Wu Liang would never use those two little puppets. Even now, Daoist Wu Liang still felt pained when he thought of those two little puppets. I'm afraid the two little puppets won't be able to hold on for too long. I'll be in charge of opening the stone door later. You'll be in charge of blocking the otherworldly being. Daoist Wu Liang said. There's another stone door? Lin Feng said in surprise. Of course, I also accidentally found the real tomb. Look at this tomb, there are 5 layers of tombs. In reality, these 5 layers are all fake tombs that contain peerless dangers. The real tomb is hidden. When I found it, the stone door wasn't completely open. I only pushed it open a crack. I saw a mysterious man lying on a stone bed, resting. At first, I didn't think of the mysterious demon lord. I only thought that he was an extremely powerful character. I didn't disturb his slumber. Later, when I opened the ancient bronze coffin in the 5th layer of the tomb, that terrifying foreign creature crawled out from the coffin. Only then did I know that the 5th layer of the tomb was a fake tomb. These fake tombs were prepared for the tomb robbers. Once the tomb robbers opened these fake tombs, they would be plundered. Daoist Wu Liang said with lingering fear. Then, he sighed, even an archaeologist like me was almost killed here. It really makes one sigh. Hearing Daoist Wu Liang's last words, Lin Feng really had the urge to kill this guy with a punch. This bastard was actually so shameless. He actually had the nerve to call himself an archaeologist. This damned Daoist Wu Liang was the world's greatest tomb robber. Okay, over the years, Lin Feng had seen all kinds of people. No one was more proficient in tomb robbing than Daoist Wu Liang. Soon, Lin Feng followed Daoist Wu Liang to a stone door. This stone door was located at the end of a passage in the belly of a mountain. Is this the stone door? Lin Feng asked. Daoist Wu Liang said, that's right, this is the stone door. I will now break the formation patterns on the stone door. Let's hide in the stone room. The otherworldly being will definitely not dare to come in. These otherworldly beings are afraid of the top experts of our universe. Like Lin Feng, Daoist Wu Liang was proficient in formations. Thus, no matter who it was, they could break the formation. However, Immeasurable Daoist had broken the Great Array here before, so he was quite familiar with it. Therefore, Immeasurable Daoist was the best choice to break the Great Array here. Despicable creatures, only death awaits all of you today. At that moment, an angry roar came from the distance. The otherworldly being was chasing after them with endless fury. "Break the formation faster," Lin Feng said gravely. "Don't worry, I will break the formation as quickly as possible." Taoist Wu Liang nodded. Lin Feng took out the 5 dragons wheel, the 9 demons painting, and the stone dagger, preparing to block the otherworldly being's attack. A terrifying aura surged out from the passage. The otherworldly being quickly rushed over. Its huge body also entered the belly of the mountain. "Lowly creature, there's no need to put up a pointless struggle. Today, all of you will die without a doubt." The foreign creature's voice was filled with boundless killing intent. This foreign creature was abnormally powerful and terrifying. Step by step, it closed in on Lin Feng. "Back then, I killed dozens of foreign creatures in the outer space world. It's been a long time since my hands were stained with their blood." "How nostalgic," Lin Feng sneered. The foreign creature's eyes flickered with a sinister light. It sneered and said, "Shameless brat, you want to kill foreign creatures with your little bit of cultivation? Who do you think you are? Today, I'll let you die without a grave." As soon as it finished speaking, the foreign creature attacked Lin Feng. Clouds of light green gas surged out of its body and enveloped Lin Feng. That was the poison released by the foreign creature. This foreign creature was very cautious. Although its cultivation was abnormally powerful, it still chose to release its poison to deal with Lin Feng before attacking Lin Feng. From this, it could be seen how cautious this foreign creature was. Such foreign creatures were often the most difficult to deal with. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He quickly summoned the white jade toad. Croak, croak, croak. After the white jade toad was summoned, it let out a series of loud croaks. Then, the white jade toad opened its mouth and inhaled. All of the poison was absorbed into its abdomen. The danger of the poison was resolved. Lin Feng also began to attack the foreign creature. Boom, violent fluctuations surged out. Lin Feng activated his 3 magic treasures. This was the ability to do 3 things at once. He activated 3 magic treasures at the same time to deal with the foreign creature. The 9 demons painting emitted endless demonic might. It was as if an immortal demon emperor was about to revive. A slight tremor in the void could cause a world to collapse. The power of the 9 demons painting was simply shocking. The 5 dragon wheel spun quickly, surrounded by immortal light. The image of a true dragon appeared, and its roar shook the sky. The power of this broken immortal artifact was even more powerful, enough to shock everyone. The stone dagger looked ordinary. It floated in the air and didn't emit any powerful fluctuations. Everything looked so ordinary. However, this treasure was Lin Feng's most important treasure. This was because Lin Feng knew how terrifying stone tools were. Although this stone dagger looked ordinary, it was extremely powerful. One had to know that the stone sword was also a stone tool. With a sweep of the void, it could kill any living being in the black fog at its peak. From this, it could be seen how terrifying stone tools were. The stone dagger was a stone tool. Lin Feng had used the stone dagger before, so he had a clear understanding of its power. Now, Lin Feng was using the 9 demons diagram and the 5 dragons wheel to feign an attack. The real killing move was actually the stone dagger. The 9 demons painting and the 5 dragons wheel exuded a boundless demonic aura. Waves of destructive energy surged in the void. The 2 supreme treasures smashed towards the foreign creatures. The foreign creatures raised 2 huge claws and smashed towards the 9 demons diagram and the 5 dragons wheel. Clang! Clang! 2 consecutive collision sounds were heard. The claws of the foreign creatures collided with the 9 demons diagram and the 5 dragons wheel. Immediately, a series of clanging sounds were heard. The foreign creature's claws were just too hard. This creature was actually able to use its claws to block the attacks of the 5 dragon wheel and 9 demon diagram, these 2 supreme treasures. It was truly inconceivable. Who knew what the foreign creature's body structure was like? It was actually this hard. If a human cultivator wanted to cultivate such a powerful body, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the entire human race, there probably weren't many people who had such a powerful body. This was the weakness of the human race. The human race's body was weak. After hard work, although the body could be continuously improved, compared to those races who were born with powerful bodies, there was still a huge difference. Human cultivators with unparalleled bodies like Lin Feng were extremely rare in the history of the human race. After the 9 demons diagram and the 5 dragons wheel were blocked by the foreign creatures, Lin Feng's third weapon, the stone dagger, quickly flew over and slashed towards one of the foreign creatures' heads. Swoosh! A cold light flashed. The foreign creature's huge scorpion tail directly pierced towards Lin Feng's body. This thick scorpion tail was extremely powerful. It was also one of the foreign creature's trump cards. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it also contained a strong poison. Clang, the scorpion tail of the foreign creatures collided with Lin Feng's stone dagger, but a shocking scene occurred. When the scorpion tail of the foreign creatures collided with Lin Feng's stone dagger, a tearing sound was immediately heard. The stone dagger actually tore a wound of more than 10 centimeters on the tail of the foreign creatures. Green blood immediately flowed out, emitting a strong stench. So strong, even Lin Feng was shocked. Wasn't the power of the stone dagger a bit too strong, as expected of a stone tool? This stone dagger was simply heaven-defying. Seeing that the stone dagger had injured the foreign creatures, Lin Feng's expression was greatly shaken. He controlled the stone dagger to continue attacking the foreign creatures. Lowly ant, you have injured this lord. This lord will consign you to eternal damnation. After being injured, the foreign creatures immediately became furious. The foreign creatures were more arrogant than the myriad races. In the eyes of this foreign creature, Lin Feng was simply an ant-like existence. Now that it was injured by the ant in its eyes, it would be strange if it wasn't angry. In its fury, the foreign creature's body emitted an aura that was many times more terrifying than before. Waves of destructive aura spread out. In the void, a huge tricolored light ball was condensed. It was unknown what the tricolored light ball was, but it was extremely terrifying because the void around the tricolored light ball was distorted. When he saw the tricolored ball of light, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly recalled the 3 magic treasures, then used the magic immunity divine ability. Next, he used the great defensive technique, creating layers of defensive crystal walls in front of his body to protect his body. After doing all this, Lin Feng still felt a little uneasy. He then took out a giant-level defensive magic treasure. The tricolored ball of energy shot towards Lin Fan. When it came into contact with the outermost 7 treasures Black Heaven's shield, it exploded. Boom! Along with the earth-shattering shockwaves that surged out, a destructive force instantly spread out. Waves of powerful energy seemed to want to shatter the void. First, Lin Feng's defensive treasure, the 7 treasures Black Heaven's shield, was directly destroyed by the tricolored ball of energy when it exploded. A defensive treasure of the giant soldier god level was already extremely powerful, but it still couldn't withstand the attack of the foreign creature. After the 7 treasures Black Heaven's shield was destroyed, the defensive crystal wall created by Lin Feng was also directly torn apart. The remaining destructive energy directly bombarded Lin Feng's body. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. That tyrannical attack, it fiercely bombarded Lin Feng's body. The magical power immunity rune that surrounded Lin Feng's body emitted a shocking wave of energy. The rune light flashed. The magical power immunity rune was greatly weakening the destructive energy attack. The magical power rune neutralized most of the attack, and the remaining energy bombarded Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng's physical body was tyrannical. Although the remaining energy attack was extremely powerful, it wasn't able to cause too much damage to Lin Feng's body. It only sent Lin Feng flying. Whoosh! The foreign creature had rich combat experience. After seeing Lin Feng being sent flying, it directly soared into the sky and clawed at Lin Feng with its sharp claws. The foreign creature's speed was simply too fast. If he wanted to dodge now, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lowly creature, everything is about to end. Later, I will eat your flesh and soul. The foreign creature let out a sinister laugh. In the eyes of the foreign creature, Lin Feng was just its food, nothing more. If he was really caught by the foreign creature, he would be in danger. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. At that time, how could he survive? The foreign creature's sharp claws were about to claw Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, whoosh! A ray of light suddenly flashed. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. At the crucial moment, he used the heaven-mending technique and dodged the foreign creature's attack. In the next moment, he appeared above the foreign creature. He held the stone dagger in his hand and slashed towards the foreign creature's 3 heads. The foreign creature never thought that Lin Feng, who was supposed to be dead without a doubt, would actually dodge its attack. As such, the foreign creature was extremely shocked. Facing Lin Feng's attack, it was no longer realistic for the foreign creatures to completely dodge. However, in an extremely short amount of time, the foreign creature still made a response. Its body quickly moved to the left. When the stone dagger in Lin Feng's hand slashed down, it only managed to cut off one of the alien's heads. The foreign creature's other 2 heads were unharmed, not affected at all. When Lin Feng attacked the foreign creature also attacked Lin Feng. The foreign creature's thick scorpion tail directly pierced towards Lin Feng. At the end of the scorpion tail was a spike. The spike contained a strong poison. The scorpion tail's speed was unbelievably fast. Although Lin Feng tried his best to dodge the scorpion tail's attack. However, he still couldn't completely dodge the scorpion tail's attack. Poochie. Lin Feng's left arm was torn open by the spike at the end of the scorpion tail. Although the wound wasn't big, the strong poison entered Lin Feng's body through the wound. This foreign creature's poison was just too terrifying. After being poisoned, Lin Feng's body began to tremble violently. His face also became extremely pale. His body involuntarily fell from midair. Although the white jade toad was doing its best to help Lin Feng suck out the poison in his body, the foreign creature's poison was too terrifying. It still made Lin Feng feel dizzy. Moreover, his entire body was powerless. If the white jade toad didn't help him suck out the poison, Lin Feng felt that he might have already been poisoned to death by the foreign creature. Lin Feng's body fell to the ground. He couldn't move at all. Meanwhile, the foreign creature roared in anger and resentment. "Lowly ant, you actually harmed this great one. This great one will tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Right now, the foreign creature's hatred towards Lin Feng was simply overflowing. In its eyes, Lin Feng was just a small character, as lowly as an ant. However, now, it had one of its heads cut off by this ant. The foreign creature wanted nothing more than to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. The foreign creature leaped up and pounced towards Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng's mind was muddled. He was already unable to resist the foreign creature's attack. A loud rumbling sound rang out. At this time, the immeasurable Taoist had already broken through the restriction. He opened the stone door. He grabbed towards Lin Feng from afar. Immediately, Lin Feng quickly flew towards the immeasurable Taoist. Meanwhile, the foreign creature that pounced towards Lin Feng missed. The immeasurable Taoist brought Lin Feng into the stone room. At this time, Lin Feng finally felt that his mind was much clearer. Gugugugu. When the white jade toad saw that Lin Feng had woken up, it cried out excitedly. At this moment, the white jade toad's entire body had turned green. This was because it had absorbed the poison in Lin Feng's body. Therefore, the white jade toad's body had changed. To be able to change the white jade toad's body like this, the poison in the foreign creature's body was too terrifying. It was no wonder that Lin Feng couldn't resist that kind of poison. Lin Feng, who was a little more clear-headed, looked around and immediately saw a stone bed placed in the middle of the stone room. A man was lying on the stone bed. The man was wearing a black robe. He was extremely handsome and had a slender figure. He also looked very young. Could this be the demon master? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but feel as if it was raging waves. A demon master. That was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. He was one of the strongest existences in this era. Hundreds of millions of years had passed in this era. Endless years had passed. Only 9 demon masters had been born. Any demon master had the power to shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. He doesn't seem to be breathing. Lin Feng looked at the immeasurable Taoist. Previously, the immeasurable Taoist had said that this demon master was still alive. But now, it seemed that this demon master was already dead. The immeasurable Taoist's expression was a little uncertain. Previously, when he saw the demon master through the gap in the stone door, he felt the demon master's vitality. But now that he had entered the stone room, he realized that the demon master's vitality had indeed been cut off. This made the immeasurable Taoist feel extremely strange. Immeasurable Taoist said coldly, "If you dare to be disrespectful to the fallen demon lord, you won't have a good ending. Underestimating the demon lord is simply courting death." Lin Feng also said, "Coveting the demon lord's corpse, you really overestimate yourself. Who do you think you are? Even at your peak, you're just an ant in front of the demon lord. Two lowly ants, after eating the demon lord's corpse, it will be time for you to die." The foreign creature laughed sinisterly, "But don't worry, I won't kill you directly. I'll capture you and torture you well. After torturing you until you're better off dead, I'll slowly eat you." After the foreign creature's voice fell, this terrifying existence had already entered the stone room. He was very bold and wasn't afraid of the demon lord. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist retreated. They looked at the foreign creature indifferently. The foreign creature who entered the stone room focused all his attention on the demon lord's corpse and didn't pay attention to Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist at all. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist didn't act rashly either. Now, they were prepared for both sides. It would be best if the demon lord's corpse destroyed the foreign creature. If the demon lord's corpse was eaten by the foreign creature, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist planned to escape when the foreign creature devoured the demon lord's corpse. Demon Lord, the top expert of this universe. Even in our foreign world, he's the top expert. The foreign creature's eyes flickered with greed. His voice was filled with extreme excitement. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but move. Some of the foreign creature's words revealed a lot of information. The foreign world didn't seem to belong to this universe. The universe was a macroscopic concept. What was the universe? The universe was the boundless starry sky world. It contained countless planets, spaces, planes, small worlds, medium worlds, large worlds, and the three supreme realms. This was the universe. However, the foreign world didn't belong to this universe. It was unknown which universe the creature was from, but it could actually enter this universe. No wonder the foreign creatures were so powerful, turns out they had such an extraordinary background. The foreign creature walked towards the demon lord's corpse step by step. He already couldn't wait to eat the demon lord's corpse. In the eyes of the foreign creatures, as long as they could devour the demon master's corpse, their cultivation would quickly recover. In fact, it wasn't as simple as recovering his cultivation base. The foreign creatures felt like they might be able to borrow the demon lord's corpse to complete an unprecedented transformation. At that time, he would transform into an unimaginable existence. When they thought of this, the foreign creatures couldn't help but become incomparably excited. The foreign creature was extremely careful. Even though it was approaching the demon lord, it didn't directly throw itself over. Instead, he carefully approached the demon master. Every step he took was very careful, fearing that something unexpected would happen. The foreign creature arrived a meter away from the demon master without any changes. This made the foreign creature very happy. It didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The foreign creature's tail was raised high, and then it pierced towards the demon lord's corpse. The foreign creatures wanted to pour poison into the demon lord's corpse. The foreign creature's poison was abnormally powerful. Once the poison entered the demon lord's body, the demon lord's body would gradually melt. At that time, after the foreign creature swallowed the demon lord, it could instantly refine and absorb the demon lord's corpse's origin energy. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang both frowned. They didn't expect the foreign creature to approach the demon lord's corpse so smoothly. Originally, Lin Feng always thought that the corpse of a powerhouse couldn't be humiliated. Not to mention devouring the corpse of a powerhouse. But everything that happened now was different from what Lin Feng imagined. This made Lin Feng feel very surprised. Just as the foreign creature's scorpion tail was about to pierce into the demon lord's corpse. Right at this moment, the demon lord's corpse emitted a world-destroying pressure. That oppressive qi was really terrifying. Lin Feng was astonished and moved. That wave of world-destroying might directly envelop the foreign creatures. Immediately after, that terrifying pressure crushed down on the foreign creatures' bodies. The foreign creature couldn't help but roar. Its body couldn't even move. As expected, the corpse of a powerhouse can't be humiliated. This guy only has himself to blame, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Daoist Wu Liang said gloatingly, the foreign creatures have always been arrogant. This guy must know this, but he didn't care at all. Lin Feng nodded. He agreed with Daoist Wu Liang's words. Sometimes, when one was too arrogant, they would look down on others. The foreign creatures were like this. If the foreign creature was still at the peak of its cultivation, perhaps it had a way to suppress the demon lord's corpse, but now, the foreign creature's cultivation had long fallen. It couldn't withstand the pressure emitted by the demon lord's corpse at all. Waves of violent fluctuation surged from the foreign creature's body. It wanted to resist the pressure emitted from the demon lord's body. But the more it resisted, the pressure emitted from the demon lord's body became stronger and stronger. Should we kill it? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Daoist Wu Liang was also eager to give it a try. However, Daoist Wu Liang finally said, let's wait. Don't get us involved. That would be terrible. Lin Feng nodded. Daoist Wu Liang's words were reasonable. If they could kill the foreign creature, it would be a good thing. If they took action, they would be enveloped by the pressure emitted from the demon lord's body. At that time, they would want to cry but have no tears. Break, 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 the foreign creature roared out, continuously struggling. However, its struggles were completely useless. Crack, crack. Its body began to crack. Lin Feng had used the 9 demons painting and the 5 dragons wheel to attack the foreign creature's body, but they couldn't break its defense. From this, it could be seen how strong the foreign creature's body was. But now, the pressure emitted from the demon lord's body cracked the foreign creature's body. It was hard to imagine how strong the pressure emitted from the demon lord's body was. Now, the demon lord was just a corpse. What kind of cultivation did the demon lord have when he was alive? Just thinking about it was enough to make people turn pale with fright. Crack, crack. The foreign creature's body cracked more and more. I can't accept this, the foreign creature roared. It was unwilling to die like this. But now, the foreign creature was powerless to reverse the situation. Previously, it wanted to devour the demon lord's corpse. This was equivalent to blaspheming the demon lord's demonic might. The demon lord's corpse couldn't be humiliated. Bang, the foreign creature's body directly exploded. This was an incomparably terrifying existence. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the otherworldly creature die. The otherworldly creature was simply too powerful. There was no way they could fight against it. Now, it had been killed by the demon lord's corpse. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang's worries were finally resolved. It's a pity that this fellow doesn't have anything good on him. Otherwise, we would have struck it rich. Daoist Wu Liang sighed. Lin Feng said, why is there such an otherworldly creature sealed inside the ancient bronze coffin? There are so many coffins in this tomb. Could it be that there are some powerful creatures sealed in them? This? Daoist Wu Liang's expression changed when he heard Lin Feng's words. This tomb was indeed full of strange places. Moreover, it had many secrets. Lin Feng said, earlier, I even saw a creature in the black fog appear and attack me. That's a creature from the previous era. Daoist Wu Liang was shocked. Could it have escaped from another ancient coffin? That's very likely. Lin Feng stroked his chin and said, of course, there are other possibilities. This tomb is too evil. I wouldn't be surprised if anything happened here. Daoist Wu Liang looked at the demon lord's corpse and said softly, I wonder if this demon lord has passed down some powerful legacy. Lin Feng said, kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Let's see if we can move the demon lord and have him bestow us with blessings. Daoist Wu Liang nodded. He knelt side by side with Lin Feng and kowtowed to the demon lord. Daoist Wu Liang began to pray, O great demon lord, how could such a wise and mighty existence like you die? This is truly a loss to the world. This junior is not talented, but I am willing to continue the legacy for Lord Demon Lord. If Lord Demon Lord knows of this in the underworld, please pass down some powerful legacy to this junior. When the time comes, this junior will definitely bring senior's legacy to greater heights. While Taoist Wu Liang was praying, Lin Feng also began to pray. Senior Demon Lord, your orthodoxy shines upon the world. If such a powerful orthodoxy were to be destroyed, it would be a loss to the entire universe. Please show your spirit and impart your orthodoxy to this junior. When the time comes, this junior will definitely bring senior's orthodoxy back to the world. These two fellows kept talking back and forth. He could say all kinds of shameless things. However, these two fellows were sincerely worshipping the Devil Lord. Although they did not know the identity of this demon lord was one of the 9 great demon lords. Such a powerhouse naturally deserved the worship of anyone. Now, this demon lord had fallen here, and even saved the lives of Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist. Even if he couldn't get anything from the Devil Lord, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang should also kneel to this demon lord. This demon master was worthy of their sincere treatment. After kneeling and praying, suddenly, a slight fluctuation surged out from the demon lord's corpse. The next moment, a small piece of information appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's expression immediately changed. An extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. The demon lord had shown his spirit. He wondered what this piece of information contained. Lin Feng's divine will was immersed in this piece of information. Suddenly, he heard a fleeting voice. Without Tao, immortals and demons will not tolerate each other. Without Tao, immortals and demons will not tolerate each other? What does this mean? Lin Feng immediately became extremely puzzled. Apart from this sentence, Lin Feng did not obtain anything else. This passage must contain some powerful Tao. Otherwise, the demon lord would not have passed it to me at this time. But, what Tao is contained in this passage? Lin Feng's mind was filled with questions. Taoist Wu Liang was also frowning. Clearly, he had also obtained some information, and the information he had obtained was also troubling him. Lin Feng did not communicate with Taoist Wu Liang about what they had obtained. Facing the demon lord, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had their own opportunities. Don't try to obtain others' opportunities. That would go against heaven's will. Thank you, Senior Demon Lord, for imparting the Tao. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang bowed to the demon lord's corpse. Then, they kowed out a few more times. Then, they got up and left. They closed the stone door. They left together. The stone room was pitch black. Suddenly, the demon lord's eyes, which were tightly closed, suddenly opened. It was a pair of unparalleled ancient and mysterious eyes. That pair of eyes seemed to contain 2 different worlds. That pair of eyes slightly blinked, and even the void trembled. Those were the demon lord's eyes, and they were now open. But right after, that pair of eyes closed again. The devil lord's eyes only opened for a moment before they closed again. Who knew what caused this? Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were destined to not be able to see this scene. At this moment, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had arrived at the 5th tomb chamber. There were a total of 9 coffins in the 5th tomb chamber. There were 2 iron coffins, wooden coffins, ancient bronze coffins, and stone coffins. There was 1 crystal coffin. Previously, Taoist Wu Liang had opened one of the ancient bronze coffins. Taoist Wu Liang had not touched the remaining coffins. There seems to be a person lying in the crystal coffin, Lin Feng said. Taoist Wu Liang nodded and said, that's right, it seems to be a woman, maybe an extremely beautiful woman. The crystal coffin is not ordinary, it is the head of all the coffins. Just now, there was a problem with opening the ancient bronze coffin, let alone the crystal coffin. If we really open the crystal coffin, there might be some big problems. Lin Feng agreed with Taoist Wu Liang's words. This ancient tomb was too strange, and both of them had obtained a chant from the demon lord. Although he didn't know what the chant he had obtained meant. But it was obviously hiding a shocking secret. Being able to obtain this was already enough. As for whether there were other opportunities in here, Lin Feng was no longer in the mood to inquire. However, he realized that Taoist Wu Liang was still in high spirits. Obviously, Taoist Wu Liang's thoughts were completely different from Lin Feng's. This damn Taoist Wu Liang didn't want to leave. Brother, let me tell you, this place where the demon lord is buried is definitely a treasure ground. We can't come to a treasure ground and return empty-handed. There's no such thing in this world. Taoist Wu Liang said. Ever since he became an underworld envoy, it was convenient for Taoist Wu Liang. In the past, he was robbing tombs in the world of the living. Now, he was robbing tombs in the netherworld. Lin Feng and Wu Liang walked back and forth in the fifth chamber for a long time. They wanted to see if there were any treasures hidden in that chamber. However, after searching for a while, they found nothing. Thus, the two of them sat on the two coffins and rested. Looks like you've been living quite comfortably recently. You must have plundered a lot of tombs in the underworld, right? Lin Feng asked Wu Liang Taoist. Wherever this immeasurable Taoist fella passed by, everyone would be in a state of panic. There wasn't a single ancient tomb that he didn't visit. That's, Wu Liang Taoist said proudly. However, he quickly recovered and looked at Lin Feng warily. Why are you asking? Are you trying to get information from me? Said Lin Feng. I'm just worried about you. I've heard that there are rules in hell. You're not allowed to go to the tombs of hell. You're not allowed to go to the tombs of hell. You're not allowed to go to the tombs of hell. Some strong cultivators from hell will kill you. Wu Liang Taoist said calmly, that's nothing. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. Wu Liang Taoist had an arrogant look on his face. There was no need for him to brag. Lin Feng said, what good things did you dig up recently? Take them out and share them. Wu Liang Taoist was wary of Lin Feng as if he was a thief. He said warily, what good things? They're all trash. They're not worth a few origin crystals. Good things should be shared with your companions, okay? Besides, I can use the treasures on me to exchange for them. Lin Feng said. Hee, why didn't you say so earlier? If I knew that you wanted to exchange with me, I wouldn't have kept it a secret. Taoist Wu Liang immediately grinned. He was never one to suffer a loss. Now that he heard that Lin Feng wanted to use treasures to exchange for something he had no use for, he smiled happily. His small eyes narrowed into slits, making him look like a profiteer. Wu Liang Taoist's principle was to cheat his acquaintances. The more familiar you are, the more trouble you are in. Therefore, when he saw the treacherous look on Taoist Wu Liang's face, Lin Feng immediately took note of it. The immeasurable Taoist indeed had a lot of good stuff here. Precious immortal iron and divine stones, some extremely rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and many precious array formation materials, even including a dazzling array of insect materials. Lin Feng exchanged a lot of insect materials from Taoist Wu Liang, some of which were used to feed the primordial ancestral insects. Some insect materials were used to feed the prehistoric demon refining insects. There were also some insect materials used to feed the eggs of the Emperor Archaic. During this period of time, the prehistoric demon refining insect queen seemed to be about to lay eggs. This time, he obtained 6 or 7 types of insect materials for the prehistoric demon refining insect queen. Lin Feng estimated that the prehistoric demon refining insects would be able to give birth to new eggs after consuming all the materials. Even the Emperor Archaic egg was starting to crack. This time, Lin Feng obtained 5 types of insect materials for breeding the eggs of the Emperor Archaic. Lin Feng believed that it wouldn't take long. The Emperor Archaic would hatch soon. This time, Lin Feng also obtained more than 10 types of eggs for breeding the primordial ancestral insects. Because the primordial ancestral insects had already hatched, many of the insect materials that couldn't be used to breed the eggs before could now be used to breed the primordial ancestral insects. After hatching, the primordial ancestral insects' requirements for insect materials were not as strict as before. Lin Feng even found an immortal grass at Taoist Wu Liang's place. This immortal grass was very extraordinary. It was surrounded by an immortal light, causing Lin Feng's expression to change. He had never seen such a heavenly material before. This immortal grass gave Lin Feng the feeling that it was an immortal spiritual root. Even if it wasn't an immortal medicine of immortality, it was probably close to evolving into one. The value of this immortal grass was astonishing. Lin Feng wanted to exchange it with Taoist Wu Liang, but he was rejected. This was obtained from an extremely dangerous ancient tomb. It's rooted in the void. In order to obtain this immortal grass, I almost lost my life. Taoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng was now certain that this damned Taoist Wu Liang had purposely used this immortal grass to tempt him. This was because Taoist Wu Liang had no intention of exchanging it with him. Lin Feng mainly exchanged insect materials, formation materials, immortal iron and god stone from Taoist Wu Liang. As for the other items, Taoist Wu Liang didn't exchange them with Lin Feng. After exchanging the items, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang continued to search for treasures in the tomb. In such a large tomb, there must be a place to store treasures. However, they were unable to find it. In the third chamber, the black fog rolled, and the creature in the black fog appeared. It stood in the darkness and stared at Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Its eyes shone with a chilling killing intent. A creature from the previous era. Do you wish to make a deal with us? Taoist Wu Liang asked. Keek keek, a sinister voice rang out from the black fog. What kind of deal do you wish to make? Tell us where the treasures are. When we get out later, I can let you out, Taoist Wu Liang grinned. This ancient tomb was extremely scary. Once one entered, it was almost impossible to get out. However, Taoist Wu Liang's methods were too frightening. He possessed some inconceivable abilities that allowed him to enter and leave this ancient tomb as he pleased. Bam! As soon as Taoist Wu Liang finished speaking, Lin Feng sent him flying dozens of meters away with a kick. Ouch! You damned bastard! Why did you kick me? Taoist Wu Liang held and glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Asking a tiger for its skin. If I really let this creature out, who knows what kind of terrifying things it will cause. I kicked you to clear your head, said Lin Feng, twitching his mouth. The creature's sinister voice rang out, perhaps we can work together to get rid of this brat. All the treasures on him will be yours. The treasures in this tomb will be yours as well. How about it? Get rid of your sister, Taoist Wu Liang pursed his lips. He and Lin Feng were just messing around. However, Taoist Wu Liang and Lin Feng were old friends. Courting death, the creature in the black fog snorted coldly and pounced toward Taoist Wu Liang. Get lost, Lin Feng's voice was indifferent. He grabbed the metal box with both hands and threw it at the creature. The creature was extremely afraid of the metal box in Lin Feng's hand. Of course, it was much calmer now. When it first saw the box, it was so scared that it ran away. Now, it could take the box seriously. However, it still did not dare to go against the box. The creature in the black fog was simply too powerful. Although it was wary of the metal box in Lin Feng's hand, it was still too weak. But if Lin Feng wanted to hurt it, it wouldn't be an easy task. It easily dodged Lin Feng's attack and stood in the distance, staring coldly at Lin Feng. Its eyes flickered with a cold light. It was a terrifying existence. It was filled with coldness and killing intent toward Lin Feng. If not for the existence of the metal box, it would have already pounced on Lin Feng and killed him. This treasure is so powerful, Taoist Wu Liang stared at the metal box in Lin Feng's hand, which began to emit a green light. He wanted nothing more than to snatch the box from Lin Feng's hand. He had already felt that the metal box was not simple. However, he had not expected it to be so extraordinary. Even the creature in the black fog had been scared away. That was an existence from the previous epoch. Yet, it had been scared away. It was clear how terrifying the metal box was. Lin Feng said, "Don't even think about it. Otherwise, I'll beat you up so badly that you won't even recognize who you are." Taoist Wu Liang curled his lips when he heard Lin Feng's words. Look at what you're saying. Do I look like the kind of person who would think about stealing a friend's treasure? Lin Feng nodded. You do. You're too similar. Taoist Wu Liang said. Brother, you know me best. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, we can't stay here for long. Let's leave. If we can comprehend the chants the Devil Lord left behind for us, it will be our greatest gain. Although the chants were only 8 words, Lin Feng knew that the chants contained an all-encompassing Tao. Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Even if it was only a single word, it could contain millions of Taos. Thus, if one could comprehend the Devil Lord's chants, it would definitely be of great use. Taoist Wu Liang nodded. He also planned to leave. This tomb made him feel uneasy. They had not found where the treasury in the tomb was hidden, and there were also living beings from the previous epoch here. It was best to leave as soon as possible. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang headed deeper into the tunnel. The immeasurable Daoist wanted to bring Lin Feng to the exit. How did you get in? Lin Feng could not help but ask. I dug them out. Daoist Wu Liang grinned. You dug him in? Lin Feng was speechless. Could this tomb be dug up? Hee, I have a Luoyang shovel here. This is a powerful treasure. It can dig up any tomb. This Luoyang shovel is known as the #1 treasure in the tomb robbing world. Daoist Wu Liang said proudly. Looks like you have quite a few treasures on you. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Daoist Wu Liang. Daoist Wu Liang grinned. Of course. Don't you know who this Daoist is? The living being in the black fog had been following Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Perhaps it wanted to see if it could follow them out. Daoist Wu Liang arrived at a side tomb in the depths of the tomb. Then, he began to dig up the side tomb. This was where Daoist Wu Liang had entered earlier. The tomb was extraordinary. It had the ability to repair itself. Excavated tombs would quickly repair themselves and become undamaged. However, it was still a place that had been excavated before. Therefore, compared to other places, this place was easier to excavate. Soon, Daoist Wu Liang dug out a tunnel. The most powerful thing about Daoist Wu Liang's Luoyang shovel was that it could ignore restrictions. This great tomb was formidable because of the restrictive spells on the walls of the tomb. These restrictions were very powerful. If one wanted to enter the tomb, they would have to destroy these restrictions. Destroying these restrictions was obviously a very difficult task. The boundless Taoist priest entered the tunnel, and Lin Feng followed him. Lin Feng stood guard at the entrance of the tunnel. He held the iron box in his hand to prevent the living being in the black fog from entering. The living being in the black fog had an ominous glint in its eyes. It seemed to want to pounce on Lin Feng. However, when it saw the iron box in Lin Feng's hand, it lost all its courage. At this time, the tomb was repairing itself. Soon, the tunnel was completely closed. Daoist Wu Liang continued to excavate. Not long after, he dug out a tunnel that led to the outside world. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang walked out of the tunnel. Soon, the tunnel disappeared. The tunnel was repaired by the tomb. We're finally out. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He then looked at the Luoyang shovel in Daoist Wu Liang's hand. The Luoyang shovel was a treasure. No wonder Daoist Wu Liang was so good at tomb raiding. Apart from Daoist Wu Liang himself, who knew many tomb raiding techniques, this Luoyang shovel definitely played a huge role. Lin Feng looked at the Luoyang shovel in Daoist Wu Liang's hand. He had the urge to snatch it. Daoist Wu Liang hurriedly put away the Luoyang shovel, guarding against Lin Feng as if he was a thief. The underworld isn't a place to stay for long. Let's go. Let's return to the world of the living first. Daoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng had already told Daoist Wu Liang how he entered the tomb. Now that they had escaped from the tomb, Lin Feng said. I'm really unwilling to leave after being tricked by the sheepskin scroll. They've already disappeared. What's the use of being unwilling? Daoist Wu Liang said. The sheepskin scroll is driving the beast carriage. Its speed definitely can't compare to our flying speed. Maybe we can catch up. Lin Feng said as he stroked his chin. No. If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm not interested. Daoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng said, that ancient coffin isn't simple. I suspect that there's a huge secret hidden inside. Don't try to trick me with such words. Daoist Wu Liang pursed his lips. Of course I'm not lying to you. That feeling was very strong. Back then, there was an overlord-level vicious beast that attacked me. That ancient coffin shook slightly, and that overlord-level vicious beast immediately retreated. Lin Feng said. Daoist Wu Liang stroked his chin and said, You said that the coffin was made of wood? Lin Feng nodded and said, That's right. It was a wooden coffin, but it was very heavy. It didn't feel like a coffin made of wood at all. The reason it's heavy shouldn't be because of the coffin. It's very likely because of the existence inside the coffin. Daoist Wu Liang said. What? What are you suspecting? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Let's make a trip and see what's inside the coffin. Taoist Wu Liang raised his eyebrows and said. He definitely had some suspicions in his heart, but he didn't directly tell Lin Feng. What are you afraid of? Lin Feng asked. Taoist Wu Liang's tone was unprecedentedly solemn. This guy usually had a carefree look on his face no matter what happened. It was rare for him to show such an expression. Lin Feng also felt the seriousness of the matter. It seemed that the existence sealed in the wooden coffin must be extremely extraordinary. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Lin Feng said. Taoist Wu Liang nodded and went to chase after the sheepskin scroll with Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't have the chance to observe the underworld the last time he entered it. This time was different. He didn't have a mission and could observe the underworld properly. As one of the three supreme realms, the underworld had a special status in the three realms because it was a place where only the dead could reach. After a person died, if their soul wasn't scattered, the best fate to enter the underworld was to become a ghost soldier or an underworld soldier. Many of the bigwig-level existences in the underworld were evolved from ghost soldiers or underworld soldiers. Of course, it wasn't easy to become a ghost soldier or an underworld soldier. Most of the souls of the dead were either destroyed in the 6 paths of reincarnation or devoured by the creatures of the underworld. Many of the creatures of the underworld could improve their cultivation by constantly devouring souls of the dead. Therefore, souls of the dead were a great tonic for the creatures of the underworld. As for reincarnation, it was really fleeting. Those reincarnated cultivators didn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation of the underworld to be reincarnated. They reincarnated through corpse decomposition. Along the way, Lin Feng saw a lot of wandering souls. The fate of these wandering souls was extremely tragic. Many creatures of the underworld would come out to hunt these wandering souls. Boom, a terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. In the distance, a creature in a black robe appeared. It was a soul-eater demon. A very terrifying creature that specialized in devouring souls to improve its cultivation. The most powerful thing about the soul-eater demon was its influence on the soul. These monsters could affect a cultivator's soul and make them lose themselves. Then, the cultivator's soul would be devoured by the soul-eater demon. Moreover, these soul-eater demons didn't like to devour wandering souls. They liked to devour the souls of cultivators the most. The cultivators of the underworld would also be extremely fearful when they saw the soul-eater demons. The spiritual senses of these soul-gobbling demons were very powerful. They sensed the existence of Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang and quickly rushed towards their hiding place. Let's go. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. He and Taoist Wu Liang quickly flew into the distance. Rumor had it that soul-eating demons were born from terrifying evil thoughts. This kind of creature existed not only in the underworld, but also in the world of the living. The netherworld was a place where energy gathered. Therefore, the soul-eater demons born in the underworld were even more powerful. With so many soul-eater fiends attacking, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel solemn. One of the most difficult creatures to deal with in the underworld is the soul-eater demons. These soul-eater demons are too harmful to the soul. Taoist Wu Liang said. Back in the mortal realm, Lin Feng had encountered soul-eater demons several times. He was well aware of the terror of the soul-eater demons. Moreover, the soul-eater demons surrounding them were much stronger than the soul-eater demons in the mortal realm. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were surrounded by the soul-eater demons. Lin Feng took out the ghost-raising jar. He poured his magic power into the ghost-raising jar. A powerful devouring power surged out. One by one, the soul-eater demons were directly devoured by Lin Feng's ghost-raising jar. What a treasure! This is the legendary ghost-raising jar, right? Where did you get this treasure? After seeing the ghost-raising jar, Taoist Wu Liang's eyes widened. As an expert tomb raider, this guy knew of many unimaginable treasures. The ghost-raising jar was a treasure that Taoist Wu Liang coveted very much. This was because the ghost-raising jar could devour all kinds of spirits and ghosts. Taoist Wu Liang had been going in and out of various tombs all year round. He had encountered many powerful spirits and ghosts, and had been hunted down by those powerful spirits and ghosts. If he could control this treasure, the ghost-raising jar, not only would he be able to devour all those spirits and ghosts, but he would also be able to devour them. He would also be able to scare away many Yin spirits and ghosts. Lin Feng said, "Don't have any ideas about this treasure of mine. Otherwise, I'll send you into the ghost-raising jar and let you accompany the ghost emperor inside." "Look at what you're saying. How could I have any ideas about my brother's treasure?" Taoist Wu Liang said without thinking. Although he said that he did not have any ideas about the ghost-raising jar, his eyes kept darting around. It was obvious that he had designs on Lin Feng's ghost-raising jar. Taoist Wu Liang continued, "Use the ghost-raising jar to devour all these soul-eater demons." Lin Feng said, "Look around." In the distance, a dense crowd of soul-eater demons was rushing over. There were too many of them, and there was simply no end in sight. Although the ghost-raising jar could devour soul-eater demons, there were so many of them that it was unrealistic to devour them all. Taoist Wu Liang's face turned pale when he saw so many soul-eater demons. "Run! Run!" Taoist Wu Liang shouted. Lin Feng relied on the might of the ghost-raising jar to carve out a bloody path. Then, he and Taoist Wu Liang quickly fled into the distance. The soul-eater demons chased after them relentlessly. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were extremely fast. It did not take long for them to shake off the pursuing soul-eater demons. "Brother, if there's anything you want, just say it. As long as I have it, I can give it to you," Taoist Wu Liang said as he stared at the ghost-raising jar in Lin Feng's hand. "No way." Lin Feng quickly put away the ghost-raising jar. This treasure was equally important to him. He did not want to trade it with others. When he saw Lin Feng put away the ghost-raising jar, Taoist Wu Liang clenched his teeth. Taoist Wu Liang rubbed his gums. The two of them hurried on. Although they encountered many dangers along the way, they were more scared than hurt. Finally, they caught up to the sheepskin scroll in a field of death. "Bastard, you almost killed me. Have you thought about how you're going to die?" Lin Feng looked coldly at the sheepskin scroll. You actually made it out alive." The sheepskin scroll looked at Lin Feng in surprise. This guy was not worried at all. "TSK, TSK. The soul inside the sheepskin scroll is very strange. It seems to have an extraordinary origin. If we capture it, we might be able to get some secrets out of it," Taoist Wu Liang said with a grin. "Two reckless things. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? Today, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." The sheepskin scroll sneered. "Ha ha ha, this guy is so funny. A sheepskin scroll dares to call itself me?" Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang laughed. The soul inside the sheepskin scroll was furious. He sneered and said, "Reckless people. This is the field of death. I have 10,000 ways to make you die here." As soon as he finished speaking, the sheepskin scroll let out a long whistle. Rumble. Rumble. The ground shook more and more violently, as if the earth was quaking. Crack, crack. Next, the ground began to crack. Crisscrossing cracks appeared. Looking at the cracks, Lin Feng could not help but frown. What the hell was the sheepskin scroll doing? It didn't take long for skeleton soldiers to crawl out from the cracked ground. There were so many of them that they were innumerable. F***CK, we've been surrounded. Taoist Wu Liang immediately shouted gloomily. In the plains of death, there are countless undead. This skeleton army is one of them. Now that I've awakened the slumbering skeleton army, let's see how you two lowly ants will die. The sheepskin scroll emitted a sinister voice. Its eyes flashed with killing intent as it looked at Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. In its eyes, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were no different from dead men. It did not think that Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang could fight against the skeleton army. "Charge!" the sheepskin scroll shouted. After receiving the order, the skeleton army immediately charged. The densely packed skeleton army charged toward Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Slash! Lin Feng took out the 5-dragon wheel, the revered sword tomb, and the 9 demons painting. Next, the 4 flying swords he controlled flew out from the revered sword tomb. The 4 flying swords were controlled by the revered sword tomb, and Lin Feng was controlling the revered sword tomb. Thus, Lin Feng could control 6 magic treasures at once. The 5 dragon wheels, the 4 swords and the 9 demon picture were all revolving around Lin Feng's body. They were unceasingly attacking the army of skeletons. No matter how many skeletons came, they would all be killed by Lin Feng's magic treasures. Daoist Wuliang took out a mysterious bell. He kept shaking the bell. It was unknown what kind of magic treasure the bell was. When the skeleton army that was charging toward Daoist Wuliang heard the bells ringing, it was immediately controlled. Daoist Wuliang immediately took control of the skeleton army. The skeleton army stopped attacking Daoist Wuliang. Instead, they started attacking the skeleton army around them. What treasure is so powerful? Lin Feng looked at the mysterious bell in Daoist Wuliang's hand in shock. Soul-seizing bell. It can control the bodies of these ghosts. Do you want this treasure? If you want it, you can use the ghost-raising jar to trade. Daoist Wuliang said with a smile. This damned Daoist Wuliang was still thinking about Lin Feng's jar. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't use the jar to make a deal with the Taoist priest, because the jar was a precious treasure that could absorb all sorts of evil spirits. The ghost jar's powerful could create powerful evil ghosts. It could even create experts at the level of Ghost Emperor. The jar had already created a Ghost Emperor, but Lin Feng hadn't been able to subdue the first one. Now, the ghost-raising jar was starting to create a second Ghost Emperor. The second Ghost Emperor was in the process of being born. He estimated that it wouldn't take long for it to be born. This treasure is not bad, but I still prefer the ghost-raising jar. Lin Feng replied to Daoist Wuliang. Daoist Wuliang pursed his lips and did not say anything else. Instead, he focused on controlling the soul-seizing bell to deal with the skeleton army. More and more of the skeleton army were controlled by Daoist Wuliang. With the help of the skeleton army, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang showed their might and killed their way toward the sheepskin scroll. Giddy up, seeing Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang quickly approaching it, the sheepskin scroll was shocked. It hurriedly drove the beast carriage forward. You can't escape. Lin Feng sneered and controlled the 5-dragon wheel to attack the sheepskin scroll. The 5-dragon wheel's speed was as fast as lightning. It quickly rushed to the side of the sheepskin scroll and then stabbed towards it. Poochie. The 5-dragon wheel pierced a hole in the sheepskin scroll. The sheepskin scroll let out a miserable shriek. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that blood was flowing out of the sheepskin scroll. It was so unbelievable that Lin Feng was shocked. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Daoist Wuliang clicked his tongue in wonder. How could blood be flowing out of the sheepskin scroll? The sheepskin scroll was not a living creature, so the blood flowing out of the sheepskin scroll was too strange. The sheepskin scroll was damaged. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang quickly rushed over. Lin Feng immediately used the 8 forbidden seals to seal the sheepskin scroll. Hurry up and make the skeleton army disappear. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart. Lin Feng glared at the sheepskin scroll. Brat, do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Let me tell you, if you let me go now, you might be able to keep your life. If you wait any longer, you'll be dead. The sheepskin scroll began to threaten Lin Feng. You're in my hands, and you still dare to threaten me? You've got some guts. Lin Feng sneered and tore the scroll apart. The sheepskin scroll was completely fine. Even with Lin Feng's powerful strength, he could not cause any damage to the sheepskin scroll. The sheepskin scroll was too tough. Brat, don't waste your strength with this little strength of yours. The sheepskin scroll sneered. To be looked down on by a sheepskin scroll, Lin Feng was a little depressed. However, he quickly sneered and said, Do you really think there's no way to deal with you? Lin Feng took out his 5-dragon wheels and threw them towards the parchment. The 5-dragon wheel was a terrifying immortal artifact that could damage the sheepskin scroll. Poochie. Another bloody hole appeared on the sheepskin scroll. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound. The sheepskin scroll shrieked and cursed loudly, Brat, do you know what you're doing? How dare you harm a mighty existence like this? There's no one in this world who can save your life. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He sneered at the sheepskin scroll and said, What mighty existence? What a joke. You might have been very powerful in your past life, but you're just a remnant soul attached to this sheepskin scroll now. Poochie. 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 When he finished talking, Lin Feng hit the sheepskin scroll a dozen more times. The sheepskin scroll was in so much pain that he started screaming. More than a dozen bloody holes appeared on the sheepskin scroll. Blood was flowing out of every bloody hole. Not bad, right? I only stabbed you a dozen times earlier. Now, I'm going to slice open the sheepskin scroll. This treasure of mine should be able to slice it open easily, right? Lin Feng sneered. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the sheepskin scroll shrieked in fright, "Spare me, please spare me." This fellow had been very stubborn before, even daring to threaten Lin Feng. Now, however, Lin Feng had scared it to death. "Why aren't you ordering the skeleton army to leave?" Lin Feng said coldly. All right. I'll order the skeleton army to leave now," the sheepskin scroll hurriedly said. Next, the sheepskin scroll let out a series of strange cries. After hearing the strange cry of the sheepskin scroll, the densely packed skeleton army entered the cracked earth. Then, the ground closed. Peace returned to the plains of death. "Now, can you tell me why you schemed against me?" Lin Feng asked. The sheepskin scroll said, "It's because I wanted to escort this wooden coffin to hell on your behalf and receive the reward on your behalf." If an underworld envoy had said this, Lin Feng might have believed it. However, when it came from the sheepskin scroll, he did not believe it at all. The sheepskin scroll was very strange, and he was hiding many secrets. Of course, the most important thing was that the sheepskin scroll was very dishonest. There was no truth in his words. Lin Feng sneered. "To be honest, if I hear this again, I don't mind destroying you." The sheepskin scroll suddenly fell silent. It seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. In the end, it said, "I was ordered by that lord to steal the wooden coffin on the way. Someone will receive me outside hell." "The person who gave me the mission? Who is he?" Lin Feng asked in a low voice. "That lord is a mysterious existence in hell. I don't know where he came from. I only know that others call him Lord Prison Keeper," the sheepskin scroll said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that when he accepted this person's mission, he had already been tricked. Of course, the prison keeper's target might not be him. He was just a tool he found to escort the wooden coffin. The person who was really escorting the wooden coffin was actually the sheepskin scroll. The sheepskin scroll continued, "I've heard that this Lord Prison Warden would often trick some of the Young Realm's underworld envoys. He would get the Young Realm's underworld envoys to escort some items to deceive the public. Then, along the way, the Lord Prison Warden's men would eliminate the Young Realm's underworld envoys and take over the task. In the end, these items would not be delivered to the destination. Instead, they would be sent to somewhere else. When the underworld asks for an explanation, the Lord Prison Warden can also say that the underworld envoys failed to escort the items and caused them to be stolen." "Isn't this the same as how you schemed against me back then?" Lin Feng sneered. The parchment smiled embarrassedly and said, "It is said that the prison keeper is related to a mysterious force, but I don't know what kind of force it is." "Isn't he from hell?" Lin Feng asked. The parchment scroll said, "There's a saying that goes, eat once while betraying another." Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang could not help but roll their eyes. The parchment scroll really knew how to use words. Clearly, its meaning was very clear. It wanted to say that the prison keeper was very likely to be in cahoots with some outside force. "Don't the underworld's upper echelons know about this?" Taoist Wu Liang asked. "Of course not. This matter is very secretive, and I only found out about it by chance. If the underworld's upper echelons knew about this, how could they tolerate this person?" the parchment scroll said. Lin Feng asked, "Then do you know what's sealed in the wooden coffin?" The sheepskin scroll said, "I'm not sure about that, but the prison warden warned me not to open the coffin, because it contains a peerless terror. Once I open the coffin, I will be doomed eternally. Moreover, this coffin is said to be sent to hell to be destroyed." "Destroyed coffin? Is it to destroy the thing inside the coffin?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. The parchment scroll said, "That's right. It's to destroy what's inside." "Open it and take a look?" Lin Feng looked at Taoist Wu Liang. Taoist Wu Liang nodded. Asterisk whoosh 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 whoosh, asterisk at that moment, a gust of wind swept through the area. Boundless ghostly chi surged. Amidst the ghostly chi, a mysterious existence shrouded in a black robe walked over step by step. Did the prison keeper send a useless person like you to escort the wooden coffin? I'm so disappointed. Amidst the ghostly chi, a mysterious man walked over step by step. The man was wearing a long black robe. He was abnormally handsome. Qin. Qin, upon seeing this person, the parchment scroll cried out in horror, as if it wanted to call out a name. However, the parchment scroll did not have the courage to call out that name. This existence before them must have an extremely heaven-defying origin. Otherwise, the parchment scroll would not be so frightened. You two ants almost ruined my plan. The terrifying cultivator looked coldly at Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. When their gazes met, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into a boundless purgatory. His body and soul were trembling. This made Lin Feng feel a sense of disbelief. What kind of existence was this cultivator in front of him? A single look from him was enough to make him feel so terrified. It was truly inconceivable. Looks like I guessed right. That person's corpse is inside the wooden coffin. Daoist Wu Liang said. The mysterious existence revealed an astonished expression after hearing Daoist Wu Liang's words. Then, his expression became extremely cold. How could a mere young realm underworld envoy know about this? Hee. Daoist Wu Liang laughed strangely, then said, it's a secret discovered after excavating an ancient tomb. Then take this secret with you and die. The terrifying cultivator attacked, sending a palm strike toward Daoist Wu Liang. He wanted to kill Daoist Wu Liang. At this moment, Daoist Wu Liang shouted, I'll stop him. Hurry up and open the coffin. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and began to break the seal on the wooden coffin. Daoist Wu Liang took out a defensive magic treasure. It was a seal that was surrounded by boundless divine light, protecting him. However, the mysterious existence was too powerful. It instantly destroyed Daoist Wu Liang's magic treasure. Then, the palm strike landed on Daoist Wu Liang's body. Crack. Crack. Crack, countless bones in Daoist Wu Liang's body were broken. His entire body was sent flying. With a thump, he fell to the ground, his body twitching. Holy sh*t. Lin Feng, who was in the midst of breaking the formation, turned green at the sight of this. Daoist Wu Liang had said that he would be the one to stop that mysterious existence. But the other party had only made a single move, just a single move, and Daoist Wu Liang was already unable to stop it. Lin Feng felt like crying. That terrifying being walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Piss off, said Lin Feng. What are you talking about? Lin Feng could not help but shout. You're courting death. That terrifying being raised his right hand and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Previously, Daoist Wu Liang had been beaten half to death by this being. Naturally, Lin Feng had no chance of winning against this being. The difference in strength between them was too great. The cultivation of this mysterious being made Lin Feng feel like a mortal facing a god. If a mortal were to challenge a god, death would be the only way out for him. Facing this being's attack, Lin Feng lifted up the coffin on the beast carriage. Then, he smashed it towards the powerful being. Bam, the attack of this powerful existence landed on the coffin. Lin Feng was sent flying along with the coffin. Despicable ant, go to hell. That terrifying being punched towards Lin Feng across the void. Next, Lin Feng felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas slamming into his chest. Crack, crack, his bones broke. His entire body was sent flying. Barf, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and struggled to get up. But to no avail. Despicable being, there are some things that you can't come into contact with. If you do, you're destined to become a corpse. This terrifying existence's voice was extremely cold. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist, but at this time, cracking noises came from the wooden coffin. Just now, Lin Feng had carried the wooden coffin and blocked the first attack of this mysterious existence. The cultivation of this mysterious existence was simply too powerful. It directly shattered some of the formation runes on the wooden coffin. Now, the formation patterns on the wooden coffin were beginning to crack. Humph. The mysterious existence snorted. He gave up on killing Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist and walked towards the wooden coffin. Runes could be seen swirling around his palm. He wanted to strengthen the seal on the wooden coffin. At this time, Lin Feng struggled to get up and quickly rushed to the wooden coffin. Reckless fool. This mysterious existence condensed runes to seal the wooden coffin with one hand, while the other hand chopped towards Lin Feng. They wanted to destroy Lin Feng. Just as the terrifying attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body. Swish, suddenly, a light flashed. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. However, the attack of this terrifying existence also hit empty air. At this critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. The wooden coffin also disappeared. Use my blood essence as the source to help me break the formation. Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away and couldn't help but shout coldly. Puff, then, Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence instantly burned and turned into pure energy. Lin Feng used the formation splitting technique passed down by the Celestial Master Sect. The energy from the burning blood essence gathered on Lin Feng's fingertip. Lin Feng pointed towards the broken formation pattern on the wooden coffin. He attacked with all his strength. The formation pattern completely collapsed. Little bastard, you're courting death. Seeing this, the mysterious existence couldn't help but roar. He appeared in front of Lin Feng as if he had teleported. Then, he slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. Bam, that terrifying attack ruthlessly landed on Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was directly sent flying. Half of his body exploded. He fell to the ground. His breathing was very weak. It was no different from being dead. The immortal divine blood was rapidly healing Lin Feng's injuries, pulling Lin Feng back from the brink of death. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the immortal divine body. Fortunately, Lin Feng's physical body was strong enough. Otherwise, Lin Feng would have died from the attack just now. His exploded body was also rapidly recovering under the immortal divine body's healing. At this moment, the mysterious existence wanted to seal the wooden coffin. However, he failed because the wooden coffin suddenly crashed towards the mysterious existence. That mysterious being was sent flying by the impact. Crack, crack, the runes on the wooden coffin began to crack continuously. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. This is... Wuliang Daoist was also very surprised. His face revealed a look of joy. No, no, no. The mysterious existence became very anxious. He quickly rushed over, wanting to seal the wooden coffin. However, it was too late. The wooden coffin's seal had completely cracked open. The wooden coffin that was suspended in mid-air opened. Lin Feng saw that there was a mummified existence floating in the wooden coffin. It was an old man. His body was simply too thin. His eyes were closed. There was no breath. It seemed to be a corpse. Lin Feng was very shocked. There was actually a corpse in the wooden coffin. Where did this corpse come from? It actually made the mysterious existence lose his composure. It's really... Wuliang Daoist was shocked. He seemed to know some secrets. Lin Feng didn't know the secret of the corpse, but he saw the shocked expression on Wuliang Daoist's face. Lin Feng wondered if he should get some information from Wuliang Daoist later. After seeing the corpse, the mysterious existence's eyes revealed a ruthless look. He wanted to destroy the corpse. However, at this moment, the corpse opened its eyes. The next moment, the corpse walked out of the wooden coffin. It came back to life? Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. There was no breath at all just now. It should be dead. Why did it suddenly come back to life? Lin Feng was very puzzled. When the mysterious existence saw the corpse come back to life, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. There was a thump. He directly knelt on the ground. Congratulations on waking up, my lord, the mysterious existence hurriedly bowed to the mummified old man. Shameless, really shameless. This guy clearly wanted to destroy this mummified existence, but in an instant, he became a slave. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. The mountains and rivers are still here, but the homeland has disappeared, the mummified old man muttered and couldn't help but sigh. Then, the mummified old man looked at the mysterious existence kneeling on the ground and said indifferently, I just woke up. I'm very hungry. You can be my food to satisfy my hunger. After saying that, the mummified old man stretched out his hand to grab the mysterious existence. No, no, my lord. This subordinate is loyal to you. Please spare my life, my lord. The mysterious existence begged. However, the mummified old man simply ignored his pleas. His large hand enveloped the mysterious existence, causing the mysterious existence's body to explode into a cloud of blood mist, which was then devoured by the mummified old man in a single gulp. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. If this terrifying existence wanted to take his and the immeasurable Taoist's lives, the two of them would not be able to resist at all. This existence was simply too powerful. They didn't even know what level this existence was at. Furthermore, even the mysterious cultivator from the underworld had to address this existence as Lord. Could this existence be someone from the underworld as well? We don't mean any harm. Immeasurable Taoist said. Lin Feng added, we don't want to see Senior being sealed in the wooden coffin, so we came here to open it for Senior. The cold gaze of that mysterious existence became much gentler. Perhaps he recalled what happened earlier. It was indeed Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist who released him. The mummified old man stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist. Two streams of pure energy surged into their bodies. Lin Feng then felt his injuries recovering rapidly. This recovery speed was even faster than the recovery speed of the immortal divine body. It was truly inconceivable. It wasn't just the recovery of his physical body. Lin Feng also felt his spirit becoming more energetic. The mummified old man was simply too powerful. It was hard to imagine how heaven-defying this person's methods were to be able to be so terrifying to be able to heal the two of them so quickly. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist quickly thanked the mummified old man. The mummified old man didn't say anything. Instead, he walked into the distance. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist exchanged glances. They followed behind the mummified old man. The mummified old man didn't chase the two of them away. This allowed Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist to heave a sigh of relief. The two of them followed the mummified old man closely because they wanted to see where the mummified old man wanted to go. Who is this? Lin Feng asked softly. Immeasurable Taoist said, an existence that can't be revealed. Just follow behind. Don't ask too much. See if you can get any benefits. Lin Feng suddenly had the urge to kill this damned Taoist with a punch. Wasn't he keeping them in suspense? Lin Feng felt an itch in his heart. He wanted to know the identity of this old man, but Immeasurable Taoist didn't cooperate at all. He didn't tell Lin Feng about his plans. Lin Feng had no choice but to suppress his curiosity and follow the mummified old man. The mummified old man went to many places. He sighed as he stood in many places. This seemed to be his homeland, but it had already become somewhat unfamiliar to him. It was not that the mountains and rivers had become unfamiliar to him. Instead, it was because his old friend was no longer around. He's like a wanderer who has left his homeland for many years. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. The mummified old man's body emitted an extremely gloomy aura. Later on, the mummified old man came to a boundless mountain range in the underworld. This place was very dangerous, and there were many terrifying beasts. The aura of some of these beasts made Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang's hair stand on end. They even saw a true overlord whose strength was comparable to a terrifying existence like the three-headed hell dragon. It was a Swanee, and its bloodline was extremely powerful. This was a ferocious beast that could intimidate the heavens. Such a beast could no longer be seen in the outside world. Its bloodline was too powerful, but there was a pure-blooded Swanee living here. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Even someone as powerful as the pure-blooded Swanee quickly retreated when it saw the mummified old man. It didn't dare to approach him. The pure-blooded Swanee watched from afar as the mummified old man, Lin Feng, and Taoist Wu Liang left. He's back. The pure-blooded Swanee muttered. The pure-blooded Swanee muttered to itself. Deep shock surged from its heart. That was a name that no one was willing to mention. A long time had passed. That name had even been forgotten by many people. But now, he had returned. Is the world going to change? The pure-blooded Swanee muttered to itself. The mummified old man walked step by step toward the depths of the mountain range. Finally, he arrived at the deepest part of the mountain range. There was an ancient tree there that was as vigorous as a horned dragon. There was also a lonely grave. There was no tombstone on the grave. It was unknown who the grave belonged to. Looking at the grave, the mummified old man stood there for a long time. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a deep sense of loneliness surging from the mummified old man. Is it an old friend of his? Or a relative? A friend? Or even a lover? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. After countless years, he had awakened from the ancient coffin and returned to his homeland. What kind of emotions did he have in his heart? Darkness descended. The underworld became even darker. The underworld was different from the outside world. There was no moon or stars here. During the day, the world was foggy. At night, one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Now, darkness enveloped the land. At the end of the underworld, a series of low roars could be heard. What's that sound? Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were extremely shocked. The sound from the depths of the underworld was very sudden. They had never heard it before. When the sound resounded, the underworld suddenly became quiet. Even the area masters who were fighting each other stopped fighting. He's back, many area masters' voices trembled, and their bodies trembled with fear. They thought of some things that had happened in the past. Now, their hearts were filled with fear. Fortunately, I didn't participate in that matter back then. There were also area masters who muttered to themselves. They were very glad. The mummified old man left the lonely grave and headed toward the depths of the underworld. He's really going in the direction of the underworld, Lin Feng frowned. Was the mummified old man going to the underworld? Lin Feng was both nervous and expectant. The underworld. It was a place filled with endless mysteries. Rumor had it that the 6 paths of reincarnation were in the underworld. Was that true? I'm afraid something extremely terrifying is about to happen. Kid, hurry up and leave the underworld. Hurry up and run. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape. The sheepskin scroll transmitted its voice to Lin Feng. Previously, Lin Feng had asked the sheepskin scroll about the mummified old man's identity, but the scroll hadn't replied to Lin Feng. Now, he didn't know what the scroll had discovered. It was so frightened that its voice was trembling. Shut up, Lin Feng said and cut off the connection with the sheepskin scroll. The mummified old man was very scary. Wherever he passed, all the creatures of the underworld chose to avoid him. Along the way, Lin Feng didn't see a single one of the creatures of the underworld. Loud rumbling sounds came from afar. The great river surged, sweeping through heaven and earth. They had arrived at the river of forgetfulness. They had crossed the river of forgetfulness. They had arrived at the border of the underworld. The river of forgetfulness had endless myths and legends. Rumor had it that there was a bridge over the river of forgetfulness. There was an old woman standing on the bridge called Mangpa. After crossing the bridge, one would drink the water of forgetfulness. They would forget their past and present lives. Then, they would enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and undergo reincarnation. Of course, this was just a story in myths and legends. These stories naturally could not be taken seriously. Now, Lin Feng had come to the river of forgetfulness. This was the 2nd time he had come to the river of forgetfulness. The last time he had followed Panda Bear and the others to escort the dead souls into the underworld, he had stopped here. They had not been able to cross the river of forgetfulness because this river did not have the permission of the underworld. If they dared to cross it without permission, they would be mercilessly erased by the underworld. Even those underworld envoys could not cross the river of forgetfulness without permission. The river was torrential, and there were endless resentful souls in it. Those resentful souls let out sharp and ear-piercing screams. Now, those resentful souls had long lost their memories. Only the most evil aura was left. The screams they made when gathered together contained an extremely terrifying penetrating power. That penetrating power was extremely lethal to a cultivator's soul. After hearing the roars of those resentful souls, Lin Feng felt a stabbing pain in his soul. One had to know that Lin Feng's soul was extremely powerful, but he was still affected by the screams of those resentful souls. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would probably go crazy when they heard the screams of those resentful souls. The mummified old man did not look for the so-called Bridge of Forgetfulness. Of course, Lin Feng did not know whether the Bridge of Forgetfulness existed or not because it was a myth. The mummified old man directly rose into the air, wanting to fly over. The sky above the River of Forgetfulness was a world where flying was prohibited. If one wanted to fly over, the final outcome would be falling into the River of Forgetfulness and dying tragically. It was not easy to cross the River of Forgetfulness. Only the underworld had this method. However, the mummified old man was too powerful. He had formed a powerful power of law. And the power of law formed by his body directly affected the order of law around him. Therefore, it was possible to fly over the River of Forgetfulness, which was originally prohibited. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist also rose into the air, following behind the mummified old man and flying over the River of Forgetfulness. Lin Feng discovered that no living beings from the underworld had appeared. It seemed that the creatures of the underworld did not dare to appear and stop this mummified old man. Who exactly was he that even the underworld was afraid of him? As they went deeper and deeper, Lin Feng saw many palaces in the darkness. Those were palaces built by powerful beings. However, many of the palaces were already empty. In the end, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang followed the mummified elder to Fengdu. Standing outside of Fengdu, Lin Feng was incomparably shocked. This was a legendary place. The King of Hell's palace was located here. This was the main camp of the underworld. Other than the 10 kings of hell, many legendary existences were also here. For example, Oxhead, Horseface, Judges, and so on were all here. It was rumored that there was another bodhisattva in Fengdu called Xianxia bodhisattva. Xianxia bodhisattva was a terrifying existence. This existence had already achieved enlightenment a long time ago. He could have become a Buddha a long time ago. However, Xianxia bodhisattva wanted to reform the billions of living beings in the underworld. He said, "If hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha." This was Xianxia bodhisattva's great wish. However, how could it be easy to realize this great wish? Is there no one in Fengdu? Lin Feng looked at the tall city walls of Fengdu and couldn't help but mutter to himself. They'd probably all been scared away. Taoist Wu Liang muttered. This damned Taoist knew the identity of the mummified old man and felt that it was very normal for the living beings in Fengdu to be scared away. This made Lin Feng even more curious about the identity of this old man. Although the underworld was not as powerful as when the Lord of the Underworld was still alive, it was still the center of the underworld. It was also the center of the underworld and the most powerful force in the underworld. There were many experts. There were also terrifying existences like the 10 kings of hell. However, so many experts were actually scared away by a person who had just awakened. This was too unbelievable. It was too unbelievable. The gate of Fengdu was pushed open. It was really empty inside. They didn't find anything. Let's go to the palaces of the 10 kings of hell to steal the treasures. They left in a hurry. There must be many treasures that they didn't take away. Taoist Wu Liang said softly. Lin Feng nodded and revealed an excited expression. This was the nest of the underworld. He wondered what he could find here. The mummified old man walked slowly in Fengdu. He walked very slowly and went to many streets. He seemed to be sighing with emotion. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang slipped away. The two of them went to the King of Hell's palace together. The King of Hell's palace was filled with myths and legends. It was said that the life and death of countless living beings were judged by the King of Hell's palace. There was a saying that if the King of Hell wanted you to die at midnight, he would never let you live until dawn. Lin Feng didn't know if this sentence was reasonable or not. However, in myths and legends, the King of Hell's palace was a place that everyone's expression changed when they talked about it. In the world of cultivators, there was a saying that the heaven realm managed immortals, gods, demons, Buddhas, devils, and other living beings. On the other hand, the underworld managed all Een spirits and ghosts. Therefore, all Een spirits and ghosts were managed by the 10 kings of hell. The history of the 10 kings of hell could be traced back to the later period when the underworld lord ruled the underworld. It was said that the underworld lord seemed to have discovered something and was very worried. No one could take over his position alone. Then, the Underworld Lord established the 10 Kings of Hell. They were given the title of 10 Kings of Hell. The 10 Kings of Hell were, 1st Court King Qingguang, 2nd Court King Chujiang, 3rd Court King Songdi, 4th Court King Wuguan, 5th Court King Yama, 6th Court King Bianqing, 7th Court King Taishan, 8th Court King Dushar, 9th Court King Equal, 10th Court King Chakra. Each of the 10 Kings of Hell had their own responsibilities. Each of them was responsible for a part of things. In the beginning, the 10 Kings of Hell did a good job. However, ever since the Underworld Lord disappeared, some powerful living beings in the Underworld started to disobey the rule of the 10 Kings of Hell. For example, the 5 Ghost Emperors in the beginning. These 5 existences were very powerful. When they were born, the 10 Kings of Hell hadn't been born yet. In fact, they were from the same era as the Underworld Lord, but their cultivation was slightly weaker than the Underworld Lord. After the Underworld Lord disappeared, the 5 Ghost Emperors naturally couldn't continue to listen to the orders of the 10 Kings of Hell. The 5 Ghost Emperors were Eastern Ghost Emperors, Kai Yulei and Shin Tu, who ruled Taoji Mountain and Gates of Hell. Western Ghost Emperors, Zhao Wenhe and Wang Zhenren, who ruled Black Mound Mountain. Northern Ghost Emperors, Zhang Heng and Yang Yun, who ruled Luofu Mountain. Southern Ghost Emperor, Du Ziren, who ruled Luofu Mountain. Central Ghost Emperors, Zhou Qi and Ji Kong, who ruled Calf Mountain. The 5 Ghost Emperors had a total of 9 people. These 9 people were also peerless experts since ancient times. After the Underworld Lord disappeared, the 5 Ghost Emperors were the first to leave the Underworld and occupy a region. Lin Feng and the Boundless Taoist Priest went to the King of Hell's palace. Lin Feng and the Boundless Taoist Priest arrived. Usually, this place was heavily guarded and no one could enter. But now, Fengdu was empty. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist could go wherever they wanted. Yama's palace was very eerie and terrifying, as if they had entered a purgatory world. The palace here was very large, and each palace was densely covered with runes. Yama's palace was divided into 10 main palaces. These 10 main palaces were where the 10 Yama kings handled their daily business. Other than the 10 main palaces, there were many special palaces in Yama's palace, such as the Cultivation Palace, the Formation Palace, the Divine Ability Palace, and so on. Of course, there were also the palaces where they lived. Damn, the treasures have been taken away too. After searching for a long time in Yama's palace, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist didn't find anything. The 2 of them couldn't help but cry out gloomily. They had come here in high spirits, only to find that there was nothing here. It was really disappointing. No wonder the 2 of them looked so depressed. I don't know where these guys are hiding. They actually took everything away. Aren't they afraid that their nest will be occupied by others? Lin Feng said speechlessly. What are they afraid of? Wait until that old man leaves and he will naturally come back. Wu Liang Daoist said. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist finally arrived at the Ancestral Hall. Here, the memorial tablets of the upper echelons of the underworld were enshrined. At the top of the memorial tablet were the words Lord of Hell. Further down, there were some upper echelons of the underworld that had fallen, and even some Yama kings. The 10 Yama kings were a kind of inheritance. The 10 Yama kings would also fall. Perhaps they would fall in battle, or perhaps they would die of old age because their lifespan was exhausted. After the previous Yama king fell, a new Yama king would appear to replace their position. But whether it was the dead Yama king or the new Yama king, they would inherit the title of the 10 Yama kings. Just like the Luan Xuan king of the 10 Yama kings, who was now the 32nd Luan Xuan king. This was like the inheritance of an emperor. An empire had a total of 35 generations and 35 emperors. After Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang searched the Ancestral Hall, Lin Feng's gaze finally landed on a large bell in the middle of the Ancestral Hall. This large bell had already rusted. It was probably made from materials refined from iron ore. There was usually a large bell placed in the Ancestral Hall. The bell had many functions. For example, it would ring when someone passed away. For example, if someone's memorial tablet was to be sent to the Ancestral Hall, the bell would be rung. The mortal world had such a rule, and it seemed that the underworld had such a rule as well. Lin Feng was staring at the gigantic bell. Even though he didn't see anything special about it, he didn't know what it was. But then again, this was the Ancestral Hall of the underworld. How could a bell placed here be an ordinary object? Lin Feng felt that this was definitely not an ordinary bell. Lin Feng punched the bell. Dong, the sound of the bell rang out, shaking the void within 100,000 miles. Lin Feng was astonished. This was definitely an astonishing supreme treasure. Hell King Bell. Taoist Wu Liang rushed over and roared in shock. It's mine. He pounced on the bell, wanting to take it for himself. Seeing Taoist Wu Liang's reaction, Lin Feng knew that this bell must have an extremely heaven-defying origin. Lin Feng kicked Taoist Wu Liang away and said, "It's mine. I saw it first. You damned brat, you already have a lot of treasures on you. This Hell King Bell is mine." Taoist Wu Liang crawled up from the ground and shouted fiercely. His eyes were red. This damned Taoist Wu Liang clearly wanted to obtain this Hell King Bell. Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's not a burden to have too many treasures. I still think that I don't have enough treasures. Moreover, don't you know how many treasures you have on you? You still have the nerve to talk about me?" Lin Feng took the Hell King's bell and caressed it. He loved it so much that he didn't want to put it down. Since it was called the Netherworld King's bell, could it be that it was created by the Netherworld King, or the Netherworld Lord? Some called him the Netherworld King, some called him the Netherworld Lord. When Taoist Wu Liang saw that he couldn't obtain the Hell King bell, he gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Feng looked at Taoist Wu Liang and asked, "What's the origin of the Hell King bell? Was it created by the Hell King?" Taoist Wu Liang nodded and said, "This is a supreme treasure forged by the Nether King in his early days. It is said that during the battle for the position of Nether King, the Nether King used this supreme treasure to suppress the ghost emperors of the 5 directions, the ghost immortals of the 8 directions. He was invincible and became the Nether King. This ancient bell has witnessed many of the Nether King's legends. However, due to the repeated battles, this ancient bell was severely damaged. After that, the Nether King never used this ancient bell again." Taoist Wu Liang sighed, feeling very depressed. He felt that he was an expert at finding treasures. Yet, the Hell King bell was taken away by Lin Feng. This was really not right. Lin Feng said, "I'll keep the Hell King bell first. When I go back, I'll study it properly. Since this supreme treasure was created by the Hell King, it should be able to deter millions of evil spirits." Taoist Wu Liang nodded and said, "It's indeed the nemesis of evil spirits." Immeasurable Taoist searched around but couldn't find anything. This made Immeasurable Taoist furious. Especially when he compared it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had obtained the Hell King bell, but he had obtained nothing. Taoist Wu Liang's head was fuming. Namo Amiba. At that moment, a Buddhist chant resounded through the world. In the deepest part of Fengdu, amidst the chaos, boundless Buddhist light soared into the sky. That's the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's temple. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva didn't leave, Taoist Wu Liang said in shock. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? That's an existence in myths and legends. Lin Feng was shocked. "I swear I won't become a Buddha until hell is empty. If I don't enter hell, who will?" These were words that everyone in the world of cultivators was familiar with. These were words that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had once said. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was filled with countless mysteries. Rumor had it that Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was proficient in the past, present, and future. He grasped the power of the past, present, and future. He could be said to be an immeasurable Buddha. It was just that he had never thought of becoming a Buddha. This was because Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's great wish had yet to be realized. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva hoped that hell would be empty, and that there would be no more evil in the world. But how could such a wish be realized? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had protected the underworld for many years. Perhaps no one knew how strong this being was. The only thing that was known was that this being had heaven-defying combat strength. Now, the mummified old man was facing Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. "Benefactor. Go back to where you came from," Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said. "Everyone is afraid of me, but you are here and have never left. Are you not afraid of me?" The mummified old man looked at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. "I have Buddha in my heart. Why should I be afraid of you, benefactor?" Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva asked. Lin Feng could not see Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's appearance as he was surrounded by endless Buddhist light. Facing Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, he only had the urge to worship him. This being was definitely one of the strongest in the three realms. If he entered the world of Buddhism, he would definitely be on par with the three ancient Buddhas, Dipamkara, Tathagata, and Maitreya. Old bald donkey, I'm afraid you can't stop me. I'm going to open the gates of hell and enter the depths of the 18 layers of hell to see if that thing is still there. The mummified old man's voice was cold. He was extremely domineering as he stepped forward and pressured Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. It's not too late to turn back now. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said softly. He stretched out his right hand and gently slapped at Lin Feng. Boundless Buddhist light surged out, and the entire world seemed to turn into a Buddhist kingdom. Petty tricks. The mummified old man's expression was cold as he punched at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Boom, the two sides collided. Roar, at that moment, a terrifying beast tore through the void and appeared behind the mummified old man. It then opened its bloody mouth and bit at the mummified old man. The beast looked like a lion, but it had dragon whiskers, a dragon's nose, dragon's eyes, and dragon's ears. It was the Truth Listener beast. It was rumored to be the most mysterious spirit beast. It was said that only one Truth Listener beast could be born in an era. And the Truth Listener beast could hear all secrets in an era. The past, present, and even some things in the future. The Truth Listener beast only needed to lie on the ground and listen. Would know the secrets. Of course, the Truth Listener beast itself was. Once it was unleashed, its strength was. Whoosh, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was gone. The mummified old man suddenly disappeared. Was calm, his means were very heaven-defying. It could be said that he had deceived everyone. There were not many people who could Truth's attack. Bodhisattva. You Lord, I, Bodhisattva. The mummified old man appeared in the depths of the chaos and walked step by step into the darkness of the chaos. Ba. He Bodhisat. He was because he was and the was. Was he? Was because he was he and the truth was that he the listener. Was that? It's very likely to be a place that leads to the 18 levels of hell. Immeasurable Taoist said. Lin Feng and the Wu Liang Taoist priest couldn't follow the old man to the 18th floor of hell. Although they really wanted to enter the 18 layers of hell to see what was going on inside, they didn't dare to do so. But obviously, this was not realistic. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang bowed to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and then quickly left. Wait for me. After pondering for a moment, Taoist Wu Liang went to the ancestral hall and took away all the thousands of memorial tablets. Are you courting death? How dare you take away all the spirit tablets of hell's fallen experts? Do you think hell will let you go? Lin Feng said speechlessly. Taoist Wu Liang chuckled and said, with this memorial tablet, I'm not afraid that the people of the underworld won't cooperate. I'll wait for the people of the underworld to exchange for these memorial tablets with supreme treasures. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. For some reason, he felt that immeasurable Taoist was playing with fire. Do you really think that hell is a freeloader? However, seeing Taoist Wu Liang's excited expression, Lin Feng didn't want to discourage this damned Taoist. He quickly left with Taoist Wu Liang. Listen to them. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said with a frown. Yes. Diding replied and then pressed his ear to the ground. Following that, a look of shock appeared in Diding's eyes. Bodhisattva, I can tell. Diding said. Is that young human from the imperial clan of the sovereigns? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva asked. He is indeed from the imperial clan of the sovereigns. His bloodline also contains the bloodline of the undead gods. However, he has another identity. Diding said. Oh? He has another identity? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was very surprised. This person is not simple. What is his identity? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva asked. Diding said. I don't dare to say. If I do, I'm afraid I'll suffer a calamity. It's better if I write it down for you, my lord. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression changed slightly. For countless years, Diding did not dare to say a person's origin. This was the second time this had happened. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva stretched out his right hand. Diding stretched out his claw and wrote a few words on Xitigarbha Bodhisattva's hand. As for what words were written, it was unknown. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva was extremely shocked. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva took a deep breath and said, "Let this secret rot in our hearts." Diding nodded with a solemn expression. Then, Diding said, "That Taoist priest is very strange. He blocked the heavenly secrets. Even I couldn't hear any of his secrets. There's such a thing?" Xitigarbha Bodhisattva was very surprised. Diding said, "Yes. It seems that this Taoist priest has an extraordinary origin. Of course, it's also possible that he has some powerful treasure on him that blocks my probing of his secrets." Amitabha. Now that the 5 signs of decay have appeared, the 3 realms and 6 paths will become lively again. I wonder how many people will survive this calamity? Xitigarbha Bodhisattva sighed. In front of the river of forgetfulness, the river surged. Lin Feng and Taoist Wuliang were blocked here, unable to cross. They had been searching for a long time, but they could not find the way. Lin Feng said, "By the way, the sheepskin scroll might know how to cross the river." He took out the sheepskin scroll and asked, "How do we cross the river?" "Chant the incantation to summon the bridge of forgetfulness," the sheepskin scroll said. "You should know the incantation, right?" Lin Feng asked. The sheepskin scroll replied honestly. "I know." "Wait a moment." Then, the sheepskin scroll began to chant the incantation. When the incantation was finished, a bridge appeared. The bridge was shrouded in darkness. It was faintly discernible. "So this is the bridge of forgetfulness? Where's Mengpa? Looks like it's really a legend." Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Then, he and Taoist Wuliang crossed the river. Following that, they headed straight for the passage out of the netherworld. 10 days later, they were finally about to reach the exit. Rumble. However, at this moment, the black fog behind them churned, and the roar of beasts could be heard from within. One after another, armored death knights rode death magic beasts and chased after them. "Lowly creatures, you actually dared to steal the bell of hell and the memorial tablets of the underworld's experts. You all deserve to die," a cold voice came from behind, and the death knights exuded a destructive aura. Each death knight was stronger than the last. They were like an immortal army of the dead. They cut off all life. They were the strongest among the Yin soldiers. They were also the elites of the underworld. Now, they were sent out to deal with Lin Feng and Wu Liang. Taoist Wu Liang shouted, "Didn't you guys go into hiding? Why do you still have the face to come out? Why don't you continue to be a coward?" Courting death, being mocked by Wu Liang, the death knights were enraged. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Taoist Wu Liang continued to provoke, "Tsk. You little shrimps want to catch up to us? You're still far from it. Those cowards of the underworld should send some top-tier experts to hunt us down. You little shrimps can only watch the door. Apart from that, what else can you do?" Hearing Wu Liang's mocking, the death knights went crazy. After all, they were Hell's most elite army. But now, Wu Liang had said that they were useless. The death knights only had one thought in their minds, and that was to capture that damned Taoist and cut him into pieces. Only then would they feel better. The death knights quickly chased after them. Lin Feng and Wu Liang continued to flee. These death knights were abnormally strong. Naturally, they were not as useless as Wu Liang had said. If these death knights caught up to them, Lin Feng and Wu Liang might die in their hands. "You are also the underworld's envoys. How dare you steal the bell of hell and the memorial tablets of the underworld's ancestral hall? Do you know what you've done?" The leader of the death knights said fiercely. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "What bullshit T underworld's envoys? I've long wanted to quit." "That's right. I've long wanted to quit as well." Taoist Wu Liang also shouted. Right now, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang only had one thought in their minds. Now that they had shed all pretense of cordiality with the underworld, even if they wanted to, they couldn't. He might as well act more domineering. Lin Feng and immeasurable Taoist speed was extremely fast. It was not easy for these death knights to catch up to them. Lin Feng, you have great potential among the underworld's emissaries. You have a bright future ahead of you. Why do you want to get involved with this damned Taoist? You are still young. Although you have gone astray for a while, you can still be forgiven. How about this? Capture this damned Taoist, and the underworld will forgive you. What do you think? Lin Feng was a netherworld envoy in name. That was why the leader of the Death Knights knew his name. Lin Feng was not surprised at all. Come on, save it. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? So what if what you said is true? You want me to betray my friends? Are you daydreaming? Lin Feng replied. Immeasurable Taoist was very touched when he heard this. He said, as expected of our many years of friendship. Lin Feng said, since you know that we've been friends for many years, hurry up and give me the immortal herbs you have. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Immeasurable Taoist revealed an expression that said, I don't know you. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Today, all of you will die. The leader of the Death Knight's eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Raise your spears. The leader of the Death Knights shouted. The Death Knights all raised the spears in their hands in unison. It was very orderly. Slash. The leader of the Death Knights shouted. Swish, all the Death Knights swung their spears at the same time. Swish, cold light flashed. Spear lights shot out one after another, and those spear lights converged together. It was so powerful that it could destroy heaven and earth. They charged towards Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist. Hurry up and dodge, Lin Feng shouted in horror. Feeling the attacks from the spear light behind him, his expression became unprecedentedly serious. The Death Knights behind him were still quite a distance away from him and Immeasurable Taoist. However, the Death Knights' cultivation base was too powerful. When a group of Death Knights attacked together, it could be said that their attacks could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist dodged the attacks of the Death Knights. Swish. Swish, the Death Knights continued to attack. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist kept dodging. Pooh, an attack landed on Immeasurable Taoist's arm. With a ripping sound, Immeasurable Taoist's arm was cut off. Blood immediately gushed out. I'm going to die. I'm going to die, Immeasurable Taoist wailed. He grabbed his severed arm, his face extremely pale. Lin Feng also suffered. His body was pierced and he was sent flying. He coughed violently and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. These Death Knights were indeed the elites of the underworld. They were actually so powerful. Even if the Great Emperor came, he would probably be killed by these Death Knights. Can you feel the aura of death? The Death Knight leader laughed sinisterly. After hearing the laughter, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Feel your sister. Immeasurable, your whole family is a Tao sovereign. Immeasurable Taoist cursed loudly while holding his severed arm. You're about to die, and you still dare to curse in front of me. After I kill you, I'll send your soul to the 18th level of hell. The Death Knight leader said coldly. Taoist, you're in trouble now. Lin Feng gloated. And you'll be sent to the 18th level of hell as well. The Death Knight leader glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. We'll know soon enough. The Death Knight leader sneered. Because Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist were both injured, the situation was not good. The Death Knights were getting closer and closer to them. It wouldn't be long before the Death Knights caught up to them. Once the Death Knights caught up to them, they would really be consigned to eternal damnation. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist's expressions became extremely unsightly. At this extremely dangerous moment, bestial roars could be heard from afar. Then, another army quickly rushed over. This army charged directly at the Death Knights. What's going on? Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist were both puzzled. Why was the Underworld army helping them? The army that stopped the Death Knight Legion was brought by this Dragon Knight. Seeing this Dragon Knight flying over on the 8-winged Hellbone Dragon, Lin Feng's expression became slightly serious. He didn't know what this Dragon Knight's goal was. He also didn't know if this Dragon Knight was a friend or foe. Wu Liang Taoist also looked at the Dragon Knight as if he was facing a great enemy. Now, Wu Liang Taoist's wound had already stopped. His wounds had stopped bleeding, unlike before. The eight-winged hell bone dragon floated in the air while the dragon knight jumped down and took off his helmet. What surprised Lin Feng was that this dragon knight was actually a skeleton knight. His body was a skeleton. Furthermore, it was a golden skeleton. Lin Feng guessed that the golden skeleton should be a relatively powerful existence among the skeleton race. His status must be very high. Kacha kacha, the skeleton's mouth opened, emitting the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Brother, I don't understand the language of the skeleton race. Lin Feng said. The skeleton transmitted its voice to Lin Feng, land of sealed demons. King Yama, Lin Feng's expression suddenly shook. He pointed at the skeleton in front of him and exclaimed, "You are King Yama?" The skeleton quickly nodded. "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see you again." Lin Feng excitedly walked towards King Yama. This King Yama was naturally not the 10 kings of hell. Instead, it was a name that Lin Feng had given him. Back in the land of sealed demons, Lin Feng and King Yama met. At that time, King Yama didn't have a name. Lin Feng thought of the legendary King Yama, the ruler of hell. Thus, he gave the skeleton the name King Yama. Lin Feng and King Yama experienced many things together in the land of sealed demons. They were chased by the gods of the demonic hall of Samsara and even witnessed the awakening of Gongziyu from his deep sleep. Later, King Yama left with a group of Yin soldiers. He never thought that Lin Feng would see King Yama again in hell. After not seeing him for so many years, King Yanluo should have completed many evolutions, so his body had also turned into a golden skeleton. So much so that Lin Feng did not recognize the identity of the King of Hell just now. In reality, it was very difficult to distinguish the skeleton race because they all looked like skeletons. How could they tell who was who? When Yama Wang saw Lin Feng, he was obviously very happy. He gave Lin Feng a bear hug. "Big brother Feng, I'll help you erase the Underworld Envoy rune. If the Underworld Envoy rune is still there, the people of the Underworld can easily find you," King Yanluo said. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. King Yanluo stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the center of Lin Feng's brows. Bang! In an instant, the Netherworld Envoy's runes exploded. "And mine, help me get rid of the Netherworld Envoy's runes," Daoist Wuliang shouted. King Yanluo stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the center of Daoist Wuliang's brows. With a bang, the Netherworld Envoy rune between Daoist Wuliang's brows also exploded. From then on, the underworld was no longer able to sense anything about Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang. "Brother, you're doing pretty well," Lin Feng said with a smile. King Yanluo sent a sound transmission. "I am currently working under the Ghost Immortal of the 8 Directions. The Ghost Immortal said that I was his master's descendant in my previous life, so he thinks highly of me. The Ghost Emperors of the 5 Directions and the Ghost Immortals of the 8 Directions were all existences of the same era as the Nether Lord." Lin Feng never thought that King Yanluo would actually have a relationship with one of the Ghost Immortals of the 8 Directions. No wonder King Yanluo was able to rise to the top after entering the underworld. "Ha ha ha ha, brother, cultivate well. In the future, you will become an overlord and dominate the underworld. At that time I will be able to swagger into the underworld." Lin Feng patted King Yanluo's shoulder and said, "I will definitely work hard. Here is a soul stone. Take it. In the future, you can use this soul stone to enter the underworld. You can even use it to communicate with me." King Yanluo handed a soul stone to Lin Feng. Although Daoist Wuliang didn't know what King Yanluo was saying to Lin Feng, his eyes were sharp. However, this fellow's eyesight was extremely unique. He recognized the soul stone at a glance. He exclaimed, "Soul stone? Isn't this a soul stone? Brother, hurry up and ask your friend to give me one as well. This is a heaven-defying treasure. With a soul stone, you can freely travel between the 2 realms." Daoist Wuliang looked extremely excited as he stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at King Yanluo and said, "Brother, do you have another soul stone? Give this damned Daoist one." King Yanluo nodded and took out another soul stone and handed it to Daoist Wuliang. After immeasurable Daoist received the soul stone, he jumped and danced with joy. "We can't stay here for long. Brother Feng, hurry up and leave." Otherwise, when the top experts of the underworld arrive, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. King Yanluo said. Alright, take care. We'll meet again. Lin Feng said. Daoist Wuliang, benefactor, we'll meet again next time. Daoist Wuliang also bid farewell to King Yanluo. Then, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang quickly left. They left the underworld and came to the outside world. At this moment, the two of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. That Lord Prison Guardian is really not a good person. The next time I see him, I'll definitely kill him. Lin Feng said fiercely. Forget it. I've heard of that Lord Prison Guardian. Unless you become an emperor, you can only defeat that guy. Otherwise, you'll just be courting death. Daoist Wuliang curled his lips and said. Breaking through to the Diqi layer isn't difficult for me, said Lin Feng confidently. Keep bragging. Daoist Wuliang looked at Lin Feng with a look of disdain. This guy wrapped his severed arm with his magic power, and then he chanted a few incantations. The severed arm automatically reconnected with his body and quickly recovered. Severed arm reattached? What kind of technique is this? Lin Feng looked at Daoist Wuliang with his mouth agape. This damn Daoist Wuliang really had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Hee, great healing art, one of the 3,000 great Daos. Not bad, right? Daoist Wuliang said proudly. This 3,000 great Daos is not bad. How about I use the great binding art to exchange with you? Lin Feng asked. With our relationship, there's no problem. Daoist Wuliang agreed. After returning to the southern Immortal Isles, Lin Feng learned of a big news. A mysterious place had appeared in the depths of the southern Immortal Sea region. It looked like a continent that was faintly discernible. Someone saw a stone stele that towered into the clouds. It stood at the entrance of that world. Countless cultivators were attracted to it. Could it be the heaven-shaking stone stele? After hearing the news, Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. This time, the myriad races had descended on the 9 provinces because of the great opportunity in the southern Immortal Sea domain. There were many different opinions regarding this opportunity. Some said that the door of everlasting life would appear. Some said that the heaven-shaking stone tablet would appear. However, whether it was the appearance of the door of everlasting life or the heaven-shaking stone tablet, they were both extremely heaven-defying. The news that Lin Feng received was that the heaven-shaking stone tablet would appear. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra's methods were extraordinary and had deduced some unimaginable things. Lin Feng had been looking forward to the appearance of that mysterious place. Firstly, Lin Feng suspected that place was related to the disappearance of Senior Duguya back then. Secondly, Lin Feng had snatched a portion of the heaven-shaking stone tablet and the heaven-shaking art from the myriad races. After seeing the complete heaven-shaking stone tablet, he might be able to use the mysteries of the heaven-shaking art to reveal some of the secrets of the 2 incomplete heaven-shaking stone tablets. Thirdly, Lin Feng had promised the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra that he would help it imprint its soul imprint into the heaven-shaking stone tablet. In return, the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra would teach him the 3,000 Great Tao, the Great Reincarnation Technique. Fourthly, the heaven-shaking stone tablet itself was one of the 3 most mysterious existences in the myriad worlds. It recorded the complete inheritance of the 3,000 Great Tao, including the Great Destiny Technique. In fact, the Supreme Divine Court, the Door of Everlasting Life, and the Heaven-Shaking Stone Tablet all recorded the cultivation method of the Great Destiny Technique. Of course, it also included many top-notch immortal techniques and methods to plunder the providence of heaven and earth. It was said that there were many terrifying secret techniques, some of which were incomparably overbearing and even incomparably evil. In any case, this heaven-shaking stone tablet was all-encompassing. Not only did it have powerful divine abilities, but it also recorded all kinds of techniques. As long as one could learn a small portion, it would be heaven-defying enough. There was no cultivator in the world who didn't want to comprehend the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist were very fast. Along the way, they saw many cultivators rushing towards that mysterious place. Lin Feng heard some cultivators discussing that place was called the Southern Immortal Demon Realm. It wasn't the first time the Southern Immortal Demon Realm had appeared, but the last time it appeared was back in the early primordial era. That was a golden age of cultivation. It was unknown how many millions of years had passed since the beginning of the primordial age. After such a long time, the reappearance of the southern immortal devil realm would naturally cause a huge commotion. Now, Lin Feng couldn't be sure if Duguya's disappearance was related to the southern immortal devil realm. After all, Duguya's disappearance back then was extremely strange. They silently disappeared without a trace. A portion of the top experts disappeared along with Duguya. However, there was no news of those people. In the distance, a phoenix pulled a carriage over. These were 3 phoenixes. They were coiled in flames, pulling a divine chariot. Many people were shocked. A phoenix pulling a carriage. Who was the other party? How could they be so generous? It's not a real phoenix, but it has the bloodline of a phoenix, someone said, letting out a long breath. If a pure-blooded phoenix were to pull the carriage, it would be too terrifying. Even the legendary Queen Mother of the West did not have such a lineup. The phoenix was the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. In the Phoenix clan, the phoenix was the mother and the phoenix was the male. Phoenixes and phoenixes were known as phoenixes. In fact, phoenixes were 2 different creatures of the same race. Lin Gongzi, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. As the phoenix pulled the carriage over, a chuckle could be heard. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. This voice seemed to belong to Hua Luoyu, the saintess of the myriad flower pavilion. Hua Luoyu was an immortal nascent soul. Her cultivation talent could be said to be unparalleled. She was known as the #1 saintess of this generation. Lin Feng did not have a deep relationship with this woman. They had only met once, and they had drunk together. So it's the flower fairy. What a pleasure to meet you. Is the flower fairy also heading to the southern immortal devil realm? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Hua Luoyu said, that's right. I'm also heading to the southern immortal devil realm. Lin Gongzi and Lin Gongzi's friend, why don't you come in for a chat? Daoist Wu Liang revealed a wretched expression and whispered to Lin Feng, I won't disturb you. It's time to be a man. This lass is very hot. I've seen her before. Try to get her in one fell swoop. When Daoist Wu Liang became wretched, Lin Feng had the urge to punch him to death. After Daoist Wu Liang finished speaking, he quickly left. With Hua Luoyu's spiritual sense, it was impossible for her not to hear Daoist Wu Liang's words. However, Hua Luoyu did not say anything. This woman knew how to deal with people. Fairy, it's not convenient to ride in the same carriage. It will affect your reputation. I thank you for your kind intentions. I'll take my leave now. Lin Feng cupped his fists and chased after Daoist Wu Liang. Don't follow me. Your luck is monstrous. If I follow you, all the good things will land in your hands. Daoist Wu Liang saw Lin Feng chasing after him and unhappily called out. This guy was still brooding over the matter of the Bell of Hell King. Look at what you're saying. When we combine our swords, we'll be invincible, said Lin Feng. Invincible your sister, Daoist Wu Liang said unhappily and quickly left. This damned Daoist Wu Liang's methods were not ordinary. Even Lin Feng could not catch up to him. Lin Feng could only head to the southern immortal demon realm by himself. Along the way, some people recognized Lin Feng's identity. Many cultivators from the 9 prefectures expressed their goodwill. However, many cultivators from the myriad races had a cold expression on their faces. A few heaven-defying geniuses have already reached the southern immortal demon realm. I'm really looking forward to their clash with this kid. Let's see how he'll die at that time. The cultivators from the myriad races discussed in low voices. A month later, Lin Feng arrived at the southern immortal demon realm. The southern immortal demon realm had already opened. It was like a huge world that stretched as far as the eye could see. That world was filled with desolate ancient forests. The aura of a desolate world assaulted his senses. It was ancient and heavy. A huge stone stele appeared in his line of sight. It was 10,000 meters tall. It was as majestic as a mountain. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. What a huge stone stele, many people exclaimed and flew toward the stone stele. It doesn't look like a heaven-shaking stone stele. Lin Feng muttered. He quickly flew toward the stone stele. The cultivators who had just arrived were attracted by the stone stele. All of them flew toward the stone stele. Surrounding the stone stele were densely packed cultivators. What stone stele is this? Someone asked. Rumor has it that this stone stele fell from the celestial realm. An old cultivator said. What? It fell from the celestial realm? Many people were shocked. The celestial realm was ethereal. It was an existence of a higher realm. The three realms were the celestial realm, the netherworld, and the chaotic Xianhuang realm. Because the chaotic Xianhuang realm was too mysterious, cultivators from the outside world did not know much about it. They were most familiar with the celestial realm and the netherworld. However, in reality, the netherworld was far inferior to the celestial realm. Although the netherworld surpassed the 3,000 great realms, it was still far from the celestial realm. It was said that when the netherworld lord was still alive, he had to go to the celestial realm to report to the celestial lord. From this, it could be seen that the netherworld seemed to be under the jurisdiction of the celestial realm. Senior, is there anything special about this stele that stands here? Someone asked. They felt that this stele wasn't simple at all. Perhaps there was something unusual about it. The old man said, the reason why this stone tablet is called the Supreme Stele is because it's rumored that only top-tier supreme beings can cause the stone tablet to change and imprint their image on it. The greater the talent, the higher the position of the imprint. The old man said. Test one's talent? This kind of thing is very common. Someone said, even feeling a little disapproving. Lin Feng had ascended the prodigy arena before. The prodigy arena had 99 stone steps. Each step represented a different kind of talent. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't unfamiliar with things that tested one's talent. Apart from the prodigy arena, there were other things that tested one's talent. For example, there were some crystal balls that could test a cultivator's talent. This stele is different. Ordinary things that test one's talent can be tested by anyone, but this heaven boundary stele only allows geniuses above the heaven-defying level to imprint their image on it. Moreover, I heard that Pangu, Nuwa, and the others used this heaven boundary stele to test their talent. The old man said. What? It can't be, right? Pangu and Nuwa used this heaven boundary stele to test their talent? Could it be a scam? Many people shook their heads, not believing the old man's words. What kind of people were Pangu and Nuwa? They were innate life forms that were born when the heavens and earth were first created. They were powerful enough to make the heavens and earth pale in comparison. Nothing is impossible. This heaven boundary stele has a long history. It can test anyone's talent. In fact, it's not just Pangu and Nuwa. Some people in myths and legends, such as the great sage, Heaven's Equal, the victorious fighting Buddha, the king of gods, the ninth demon lord, the sky-devouring demon emperor, the king of immortals, the three sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 9 heavenly fairies, the grand supreme, Guan Yuan, Tong Tian sect leader, goddess of stone, and many others have used this heaven boundary stele to test their talent. The old man said. After hearing the old man's words, the crowd fell silent. Any one of the cultivators that the old man mentioned was a heaven-defying existence. Every one of them had a glorious history. Countless years had passed. Countless worlds. There were still countless legends about them. And now, this old man actually said that those experts had actually used this heaven boundary monument to test their talent. It was truly inconceivable. Why do those experts use the heaven boundary monuments to test their talent? Lin Feng asked. He felt very puzzled. I heard that the heaven boundary monument is very special. It can predict the future and generally test what kind of achievements a person will achieve in the future. Those experts also want to see what kind of achievements they can achieve in the future. The heaven boundary monument will conduct a comprehensive test according to the tester's bloodline, perception, physical body, luck, and other aspects. The higher the result, the more powerful the talent of the cultivator, and the higher the achievements in the future. Correspondingly, their imprints on the heaven boundary monuments will be even higher. The old man explained. Let me try. A cultivator from the myriad races stepped out and walked towards the heaven boundary monument. Golden Blood Demon Clan, someone exclaimed. The Golden Blood Devil Clan was an extraordinary clan. This clan had the royal bloodline among the myriad of clans. It was an extremely powerful clan. That's Zhou Hongyan from the Golden Blood Devil clan, right? He's one of the top 3 geniuses among the Golden Blood Devil clan's younger generation, a cultivator from the myriad races said. A cultivator from the myriad races said, recognizing the identity of the man. This was an extremely extraordinary figure. Even among the younger generation of the myriad races, he could be considered a top heaven's pride. He walked towards the heaven boundary monument step by step with a confident and calm expression. However, when he was 1,000 meters away from the heaven boundary monument, he couldn't get any closer. A powerful pressure formed around the heaven boundary monument, preventing him from advancing. Do you see that? He can't even get close to the heaven boundary monument. How can he test his talent? Said the old man. Many people were shocked and moved. The heaven boundary monument was too extraordinary. It was so heaven-defying that it made people's expressions change. The Golden Blood Devil clan's Zhou Hongyan's talent was extremely powerful. Among the myriad race's younger generation, only a few people were qualified to say that they were more talented than Zhou Hongyan. However, even with Zhou Hongyan's talent, he could only reach 1,000 meters away from the heaven boundary monument. He couldn't go any further. It was hard to imagine how powerful one's talent was to get close to the heaven boundary monument. I don't believe it. Zhou Hongyan roared. He had always been very confident in his talent, but now, he had suffered a huge blow. Hence, he was extremely unwilling to accept this. Zhou Hongyan's body emitted a terrifying aura. He continued walking towards the heaven boundary monument. However, he only took 3 steps. The heaven boundary monument released a terrifying aura that sent Zhou Hongyan flying. Wah! Zhou Hongyan vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. What a terrifying heaven boundary monument. Everyone was shocked. The heaven boundary monument was too heaven-defying. The ability it displayed was shocking. Just how powerful was one's talent to get close to the heaven boundary monument? Could it be that those who can use the heaven boundary monument to test their talent are all existences that can become great emperors or immortals in the future? Someone said with a trembling voice. If that was the case, then it was too shocking. It was simply inconceivable. The old man said, that's indeed the case. I've heard that those who left their imprints on the heaven boundary monument have at least reached the great emperor realm. The old man's words caused a huge commotion. It was too shocking. Let me give it a try. A voice came from afar. It was a man shrouded in divine light. He was like an immortal god that had descended into the world. He was very young, but his strength was unimaginably powerful. A member of the ancient god clan, someone cried out in alarm. The ancient god clan. It was said that their ancestors were immortals. This clan had always been incomparably prosperous. The strength of this clan was simply unimaginable. Even in this era where cultivation was declining, this clan still had a great emperor overseeing it. Sherdao Tian. He is Sherdao Tian, one of the heaven-defying geniuses of the myriad races. He has cultivated for 351 years this year. When he was in the heavenly god realm, he could already challenge boundary emperors. Now, it is said that he has cultivated to the giant god realm. I wonder which boundary emperor realm he can defeat. What? He Sherdao Tian? The cultivators of the myriad races were shocked. There weren't many heaven-defying geniuses in the myriad races, but every one of them had a unique characteristic. When they were in the heavenly god realm, they could defeat many boundary emperors. Therefore, when Lin Feng killed the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan, many people thought that he was a heaven-defying genius. This myriad race cultivator called Sherdao Tian was a heaven-defying genius. Of course, he had cultivated for more than 300 years more than Lin Feng, so he was definitely stronger than Lin Feng in terms of cultivation level. Lin Feng had heard many people talk about how powerful and terrifying the heaven-defying geniuses of the myriad races were, but he didn't pay much attention to it at that time. Now, he was seeing Sherdao Tian with his own eyes. Lin Feng's expression turned solemn. He was indeed a terrifying existence. Such an expert wasn't easy to deal with. As the leader of the ancient god clan's younger generation, Sherdao Tian's cultivation base was unimaginably powerful. He hadn't fought for a long time. No one knew how strong he was. The female cultivators of the myriad races screamed when they saw Sherdao Tian. Sherdao Tian was young, handsome, and had great talent and strength. He was of noble birth. He was simply the most perfect man. No matter where he went, he would be the center of attention. He was also the object of admiration of countless women. Young Master Sherdao will definitely cause a phenomenon, someone said. Many of the myriad races began to flatter Sherdao Tian. Sherdao Tian didn't say anything. He just smiled. He walked toward the heaven boundary steel. The heaven boundary steel's powerful pressure didn't affect Sherdao Tian at all. Sherdao Tian walked all the way to the heaven boundary steel. He looked at the old man and asked, "How does the heaven boundary steel test a person's potential?" "It only needs one punch," the old man said. Sherdao Tian nodded and gathered his strength. He threw a punch at the heaven boundary steel. Bam! The powerful punch smashed into the heaven boundary steel. A dull sound of collision was immediately heard. Next, the sound of the heavenly Tao resounded through the clouds. Everyone was shocked. Sherdao Tian had caused a phenomenon. Was Sherdao Tian going to become a great emperor in the future? With Sherdao Tian's talent, he could indeed become a great emperor-level existence in the future. At this moment, the heaven boundary monument suddenly flickered with holy light. Soon after, numerous figures appeared. Heavens! Are all those phantoms the experts who successfully imprinted their images? Many people cried out in shock. 100 meters above the stone tablet, there were images of cultivators standing in almost every position, depending on one's potential. Everyone's standing position was also different. However, the higher they went, the fewer people there were. When they reached about 5 kilometers, the number of people was already very low. There were only a few hundred people. It was impossible to see the appearances of those phantoms clearly. He could only see a blurry image. The image of divine Dao Tian was imprinted at the bottom of the steel. There were more than a dozen cultivators branded together with him, but he didn't know who they were. Even a heaven-defying talent like divine Dao Tian is only imprinted at the bottom of the heaven boundary steel. Isn't the heaven boundary steel's requirement for talent too high? The few of us probably don't even have the qualifications to approach the heaven boundary steel, right? Many people said. Divine Dao Tian seemed dissatisfied with his position. He couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he immediately sneered. I believe that man can conquer the heavens. In the future, my achievements will definitely surpass those of my predecessors. Divine Dao Tian was extremely arrogant. He was a person who had boundless confidence in himself. The reason he was able to reach his current height was closely related to his powerful self-confidence. Divine Dao Tian believed in himself. This was a kind of self-examination of his Dao heart. Divine Dao Tian didn't stay and quickly left. As for the others, they were observing the phantoms imprinted on the heaven boundary steel. A snake head with a human body? Is that Lady Nuwa? She's about 9 kilometers away from the heaven boundary steel. Someone pointed at one of the phantoms and said in shock. There were very few people there, only a dozen or so. That's right. That should be Lady Nuwa. Someone quickly replied. They felt that it should be Lady Nuwa. There were also some people around Lady Nuwa, a total of a dozen or so people. Most likely, they were existences on the same level as Lady Nuwa. Surrounded by boundless demonic light, those 9 people are standing together. Are they the 9 legendary demon overlords? The 9 people standing at about 9 kilometers away from the heaven boundary steel caused one's imagination to run wild. They were standing slightly closer to Lady Nuwa, and their potential was even greater than hers. Although Lady Nuwa was Mother Earth, she wasn't known for her powerful cultivation. Look, there are 8 men standing beside the 9 demon overlords. They're surrounded by sacred light. Could they be the ancestors of our human race, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? A human cultivator said excitedly. The existences imprinted on the heaven boundary steel were the greatest group of experts in history. The fact that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were standing at about 9 kilometers away from the heaven boundary steel showed how powerful and terrifying they were. There are some people there as well. Those people have monstrous demonic auras. Are they experts of the demon race? Those people are surrounded by Buddhist light. Are they experts of the Buddhist world? Someone continued. The 9 kilometers away from the heaven boundary stele was extraordinary. There were many experts standing there. Further up, at a position of 9,500 meters, stood a blurry figure. However, it could be seen that it seemed to be a monkey. Is that the great sage, heaven's equal? Many people were moved. They thought of a peerless existence from ancient times. Who could compete with the great sage, heaven's equal? If it was really the great sage, heaven's equal, then he was too powerful in this era. Not many people could defeat him. There were a few people standing beside the great sage, heaven's equal. They were blurry, and one couldn't see their faces clearly. Someone pointed at one of the figures and saw that the figure was holding a horsetail whisk. Many people instantly thought of the Taoist cultivators. Could it be the primeval Lord of Heaven, Taishang Laojun, Lord of Tao and Virtue? They are the ancestors of Taoism. Someone spoke like this, feeling exceptionally shocked. Beside these people stood 7 mysterious existences, surrounded by Buddhist light. Could it be the 7 ancient Buddhas? They are the founders of Buddhism. The teachings of Buddhism were created by them. Even Dipamkara, Tathagata, and Maitreya Buddha are their juniors. A cultivator said in shock. His heart was greatly touched. Look up. Endless immortal light lingers. Immortals are kneeling. That blurry figure, could it be the king of the legendary nation of myriad immortals? Someone pointed at the 9 kilometers away from the heaven boundary stele. The nation of myriad immortals was also known as the nation of immortals. It was an ethereal place. The strength of the king was unimaginable. It's very likely that he's that legendary existence. Someone said. Oh my God. Heavens, look at the 5 phantoms next to him. They're standing together, and their bloodlines are connected. Could it be that those 5 heaven-defying existences are from the same family? The 5 phantoms were like 5 immortal sovereigns. Although their bloodlines were connected, their auras were actually different. Some of them were surrounded by holy light, while others were surrounded by surging demonic energy. These 5 experts all cultivated different techniques, which was why this kind of situation occurred. Many people were shocked. If a single clan could produce 5 experts like this, that would be too heaven-defying. What clan do you think they are from? A clan with 5 saints? How unimaginable. Someone said. Even now, he still found it hard to believe. It was too shocking. There were very few people who could stand at that position, but this clan actually had 5 of them. They stood at the 9,700-meter position. That position was too shocking. Anyone who could stand at that position represented immortality and power. I've heard that the Immortal Clan, Celestial Clan, and other clans exist in the heaven realm. Are they cultivators from those clans? Someone asked. He thought of some ancient clans. For example, the Celestial Clan was actually a clan formed by the descendants of some innate life forms. They were one of the most ancient human clans. However, after countless years, they gradually became different from ordinary humans. Their bloodlines were powerful, and their inheritances were powerful. They were born with extraordinary strength. Ordinary humans, on the other hand, were relatively weak. Because of this, factions like the Celestial Clan broke away from the human race and no longer recognized themselves as part of the human race. Now, even the heaven realm was controlled by the Celestial Clan, Immortal Clan, and other ancient clans. They were one of the most powerful primordial clans in the world. History could be traced back to the time when the world was created. Naturally, it was easy for many people to speculate that the 5 existences might have come from one of these clans. Even the great sage, heaven's equal, the 3 primes of Taoism, and the others are standing below them. The 5 existences are standing at the same position as the king of the nation of myriad immortals. Do you think the Celestial Clan, Immortal Clan, and other clans can produce such powerful existences? Someone asked. Maybe, but to be able to give birth to one is already heaven-defying enough, let alone 5. Therefore, the 5 existences shouldn't be from the Celestial Clan, Immortal Clan, or other clans. They should be from an even more powerful clan. Another cultivator said. This cultivator's words immediately resonated. Many people also thought so. Although the immortal race, celestial race, and other races were powerful, it was already extremely difficult for their ancestors to give birth to such a heaven-defying character. Not to mention that there were 5 such characters now. Therefore, those races could be excluded. I thought of an ethereal race that is almost mythical. A cultivator said. His words attracted the attention of many people. Someone asked, "Fellow Taoist, what race are you referring to?" Sovereign Emperor Clan. The cultivator said. Sovereign Emperor Clan? Does it really exist? Some people questioned. Many people had heard of this race before, but there were too few records about the sovereign race in history. It was almost impossible to find any information about them. As a result, countless people felt that the Sovereign Emperor Clan was just a mythical race. The cultivator said, "I saw a story in an incomplete Taoist scripture. The story went like this: an epoch collapsed, and life was born. The Sovereign Emperor was the first to appear. Then came the primordial chaos, and all living things were born. The Sovereign Emperor appeared, awakened all living things, taught Nuwa, and created life." The meaning of this passage was very easy to understand. It meant that after the collapse of the previous epoch, a new epoch began to be born. When the new epoch was formed, a living being was born. This living being was called the Sovereign Emperor. The Sovereign Emperor and the epoch were formed together. After the epoch was formed, the primordial chaos arrived. At that time, innate life forms began to be born, and all living things began to evolve. After the Sovereign Emperor appeared, he began to awaken these innate life forms. Then, the Sovereign Emperor taught Nuwa how to create life. Could the Sovereign Emperor here be the ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan? Someone asked in shock. This piece of news was truly earth-shattering. The cultivator nodded, "That's right." The cultivator nodded and said, "Yes, the ruler here refers to the first ancestor of the Sovereign Imperial clan. He predated the 4 giants of the primordial era, and he was the one who taught Nuwa how to create all living things. At the very beginning, our human race was actually the strongest race. For example, the immortal race and the celestial race were all part of the human race. They were the most primitive human race and were abnormally strong. However, as we continued to reproduce, our bloodline became thinner and thinner. Only a very small number of people managed to maintain their pure bloodline, while the rest no longer had any bloodline power. That was when our human race began to weaken. That's why the human race's history is divided into 2 parts. One is the Xianxia era, and the other is the Hotian era. In the Hotian era, the human race was extremely weak and precarious. It wasn't until the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors appeared that the human race was once again on the right track. Although our physical bodies are weak and our talent can't compare to that of many other races, our comprehension is the best out of all the other races. The higher our comprehension, the greater our accomplishments. Do you know why our comprehension is so high? It's said that when Nuwa created the human race at the absolute beginning, she created the human race in the image of the first sovereign emperor. That's why the human race's body is so close to the Sovereign Emperor clan. That's why the human race's comprehension is so high. Lin Feng was also shocked. This was the first time he'd heard something like this. The human race was created in the image of the first ancestor of his mother's race. The first ancestor of his mother's race was born even earlier than the 4 titans of the primordial chaos era. Even though Lin Feng was the successor of the Sovereign Emperor clan, he was still shocked. His heart was filled with shock. These things are really hard to believe. Someone said, feeling that this cultivator's words were too inconceivable, too full of myths and legends. That's a bunch of nonsense. The cultivators of the myriad races sneered. They didn't believe it, or perhaps they didn't want to believe it. In their eyes, the human race was a lowly race. However, the cultivator's words made it clear that the human race had a special status. Although the human race's bloodline was weak, they had an extraordinary origin. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them one of the noblest races in the myriad of worlds. It was hard for the myriad races to accept this. That's what's recorded in the Tao scripture. I'm only talking about what's recorded in the Tao scripture. As for whether it's true or not, I'm not sure, the cultivator said. Everyone continued to look up. Above the monarch of the myriad immortals country and the 5 mysterious figures stood 4 figures. The 4 figures were shrouded in mystery. Their auras were incomparably ancient and powerful. When they saw the 4 figures, everyone felt the urge to bow down and worship them. Are those the 4 titans of the primordial chaos era? The hazy figure was shrouded in mysterious colors. Who didn't know the 4 titans of the primordial age? Who didn't know, heaven and earth transformed into primordial age. This was the first expert of the primordial age. He was also known as Primordial Age and called himself Primordial Age Taoist. It was said that this Taoist was formed from Lu Purple Qi. Lu Purple Qi was the first purple Qi in the world. After Primordial Age Taoist were Taoist Luya and Taoist Hongjun. First there was Hongjun, then there was heaven. Taoist Luya was still in front. This sentence had been passed down for countless years. It was passed down because of one thing. Rumor had it that Taoist Hongjun had created the original heavenly Tao. Heaven referred to the heavenly Tao. That was why the saying Hongjun was first, then heaven. In other words, before Hongjun, the world was chaos and there were no heavenly Tao rules. Taoist Luya was first meant that Taoist Luya was actually superior to Hongjun. However, Taoist Luya was a carefree figure, unlike Taoist Hongjun who had taken in the likes of primeval Lord of Heaven and Tong Tian as disciples. That was why Hongjun was so famous. As for Patriarch Hun Kuan, he was more mysterious. A mass of chaos gave birth to a sacred spirit. Patriarch Hun Kuan was the first living being born from the chaos. Unlike Primordial Age, Taoist Luya, and Hongjun, he was born from the purple Qi. Apart from Patriarch Hun Kuan, who else was born from the chaos? There were too many. For example, Pangu, Nuwa, and the others were born from the chaos. The first batch of Khanate lifeforms was born from the chaos. Patriarch Hun Kuan was the first Khanate lifeform. After his birth, the rest of the Khanate lifeforms were born one after another. That was why Patriarch Hun Kuan was so famous in the early days of the epic. Hongjun was famous because his disciples were so heaven-defying that they created immortal legacies. Patriarch Hun Kuan was famous because all the Khanate lifeforms respected him. Pangu, Nuwa, and the others had to respectfully address him as Patriarch when they saw him. This was Patriarch Chaos Dumpling status. Rumor had it that the ruler of the nation of immortals was a descendant of Patriarch Hun Kuan. Of course, no one knew if this was true. After all, there was no proof of this. However, as the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. Since this matter had spread like wildfire, perhaps it really was related, this might not be accurate. Now, the surrounding cultivators were discussing the 4 vague existences. Everyone was almost certain that they were the 4 giants of the Grand Mist era. They stood at a position of 9,800 meters. In that position, just the 4 of them. They were all living beings born during the primordial era. The primordial era was the first great era of this era. Therefore, they were the first batch of existences born after the epic was formed. Look, there seems to be a ball of holy light at 9,900 meters. Someone pointed at a location that was 9,900 meters away and then exclaimed. A ball of holy light surrounded by endless divine splendor appeared. It was dazzling. That ball of holy light was extraordinary. It shocked and moved everyone. No cultivators appeared there, but a ball of holy light appeared. How strange. What does that ball of holy light represent? Everyone was puzzled. He didn't understand what that ball of holy light represented. Heavens, holy light has turned into a human. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed and pointed at the ball of holy light. A cultivator walked out of the ball of holy light. That cultivator was shrouded in holy light. Like everyone else, his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Many people were shocked. A person who could suppress the 4 giants of the Grand Mist era had actually appeared. Who was he? Could the legend of the Sovereign Emperor clan be true? Someone asked. He recalled some of the things that the cultivator had mentioned earlier. It was about the mysterious Sovereign Emperor clan. This ancient and mysterious race was shrouded in many myths and legends. Therefore, many people believed that the Sovereign Emperor clan was a made-up race. But now, a mysterious cultivator had actually appeared at the 9,900-meter position of the heaven boundary stele. This existence had trampled the four giants of the Grand Mist era under his feet. Such a heaven-defying existence actually existed. It was too inconceivable. It felt like a dream. However, all of this was real. At this time, everyone naturally thought of the ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan. What is he doing? Someone muttered. Everyone looked at the man who had walked out of the ball of holy light. Although the image was a little blurry, everyone could clearly see what he was doing. He raised his hands. Then, he faced everyone and made a peace sign. Many people almost fell to the ground. Was this really a peerless and unrivaled expert? Such a powerful expert would actually make such a frivolous action? Everyone found this inconceivable. This action. It's too familiar, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He thought of the scroll he had obtained when he went to Nuwa's cave with the Empress. There were 6 people drawn on the scroll. They were Goddess Nuwa, Fuxi, Xianxia, Fairy of the 9 Heavens, and Pangu. There was also a mysterious person. At that time, Lin Feng didn't know who he was. That mysterious person grinned and made a peace sign with his hands. It was a complete contrast to the sacred and dignified appearances of the other 5 experts. When Lin Feng saw the person who had appeared 9,900 meters away from the Heaven Boundary Monument, he felt that these 2 people were very likely the same person. However, he couldn't see the appearance of the person on the Heaven Boundary Monument clearly. Could this person be the ancestor of my mother's clan? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. This ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan didn't have the slightest hint of the sacred aura of an unparalleled expert. It seemed that the ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan was a frivolous existence. Lin Feng found it hard to calm down. He had always known that the Sovereign Emperor clan was an extremely powerful clan. They could even be described as heaven-defying. However, Lin Feng had never imagined that the Sovereign Emperor clan would be so powerful. Even the 4 giants of the primordial era were trampled under the feet of the Sovereign Emperor clan's ancestor. What level of cultivation did this ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan possess in the past? Did such a powerful existence obtain the ability to live forever? The Sovereign Emperor clan had already declined, and their bloodline was extremely thin. Their inheritance was close to being completely severed. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan had also fallen in the long river of history. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't avoid death. The Tao sounds in the world gradually dissipated. The illusory figure on the Heaven Boundary Monument gradually faded away. Those experts' images have all disappeared. I didn't expect the first-ranked expert to be such a frivolous person. I wonder if that expert is the rumored ancestor of the Sovereign Imperial clan? Who knows? The Sovereign Imperial clan is too mysterious. Countless people were discussing the Sovereign Imperial clan and the experts' images on the Heaven Boundary stele. The cultivators gathered around the Heaven Boundary stele began to disperse. Since the experts' images had already disappeared, there was no more excitement to watch. The Heaven Boundary stele was so terrifying that it was too difficult to test it. Only those with heaven-defying talents could approach the Heaven Boundary stele to test it. The number of cultivators around the Heaven Boundary stele dwindled. Lin Feng had yet to leave. He wanted to test his potential and see what level of existence he could grow to in the future. The Heaven Boundary stele was extraordinary. It could predict the future and predict a cultivator's future achievements. Of course, the future was full of variables. Sometimes, there would be some deviations. However, the final deviation would not be too great. Soon, the sky darkened. Only Lin Feng was left at the Heaven Boundary stele. He walked toward the Heaven Boundary stele. Terrifying and powerful auras spread out and pressed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent when he sensed the powerful fluctuations. Although the Heaven Boundary stele's aura was powerful, it could not stop his footsteps. Soon, Lin Feng arrived in front of the Heaven Boundary stele. Then, he circulated all the power in his body. His physical strength, magic power, sovereign bloodline, and undying divine blood were all activated. Then, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice while throwing a punch. The peerless and invincible punch blasted toward the Heaven Boundary stele. Bang! The tyrannical attack landed on the Heaven Boundary stele. In an instant, the sound of the heavenly Tao resounded through the clouds. All kinds of powerful cultivators' images appeared. Lin Feng imprinted his image at the 1,000-meter mark. Damn. My innate talent only appeared at the 1,000-meter mark. Are those people's innate talents so heaven-defying? Lin Feng was speechless. This result was much worse than he had imagined. However, when Lin Feng thought about his undying god blood, he realized that even the sovereign emperor clan had yet to fully awaken it. To be able to be ranked in this position was already quite good. Previously, the ancient god clan Shen Daotian's bloodline had already undergone a deep-level awakening, but he had only appeared at the bottom of the heaven boundary monument. If his two bloodlines were to undergo a deep awakening, it wouldn't be a problem for him to appear at a height of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Who knows, he might even be able to appear at a higher position. Lin Feng was about to withdraw his fist and leave. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his body begin to heat up. A vortex appeared in his dantian. That vortex was swirling within the primal chaos. What's that? Lin Feng's face was full of shock. This was the first time that the mysterious vortex had appeared in his dantian. He had never seen it before. At this time, the whirlpool in Lin Feng's dantian gushed out a terrifying power. That power seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas. All of it surged into Lin Feng's arm. This was an extremely mysterious power. The power of this power shocked Lin Feng. In addition to the power of the physical body and magic power, cultivators also possessed the power of bloodlines. Of course, this referred to cultivators with special bloodlines. Cultivators with ordinary bloodlines didn't even have the power of bloodlines. Therefore, Lin Feng's punch contained his physical strength, magic power, and the power of two bloodlines. However, Lin Feng didn't know what kind of power this mysterious power was. Was this the power of bloodlines? Could it be that he possessed a third bloodline? At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was extremely unsettled. This was because there were still some shocking secrets hidden in his body. And these secrets were secrets that he didn't know about. After the power surged into his arm, Lin Feng only wanted to swing his arm and punch out. Bang! He punched out a second time. When this punch landed on the heaven boundary monument, something shocking happened. Between heaven and earth, the sound of Tao resounded through the void. Flowers rained down from the heavens. Golden lotuses surged from the earth. The most shocking thing was that Lin Feng's imprint that appeared 1,000 meters away from the heaven boundary monument was actually walking up step by step. All the experts' imprints on the heaven boundary monument looked at Lin Feng's imprint at the same time. Soon, Lin Feng's imprint reached the 2,000-meter mark. However, it still didn't stop and continued to walk up. 3,000 meters. 4,000 meters. 5,000 meters. 8,000 meters. 9,000 meters. Even Lin Feng was dumbfounded at this scene. The higher one walked, the greater one's future achievements would be. After the mysterious power in his body surged out, the shadow that he had imprinted on himself had already reached a distance of 9,000 meters. It was simply too shocking. It still didn't stop at the 9,000-meter mark. 9,100 meters. 9,200 meters. This talent suppressed countless immortals and Xianxia lifeforms. 9,300 meters. 9,400 meters. 9,500 meters. 9,600 meters. 9,700 meters. Lin Feng arrived at the location of the myriad immortal nations monarch and the 5 mysterious experts. At this very moment, the aura of Lin Feng's imprint actually connected with the auras of the 5 experts. Bloodline connected. Same clan. Those 5 existences. They were actually Lin Feng's ancestors. Are they the ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan? Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. His imprint didn't stop there. It still continued to walk up. The 4 titans of the primordial era all looked at Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly had a misconception. He vaguely sensed that the 4 titans of the primordial era were looking at him with encouragement. Apart from encouragement, there seemed to be anticipation. Finally, Lin Feng reached the 4 titans of the primordial era. He paused for a moment, then continued to walk up. Soon, he reached the 9,900-meter mark and stood at the same position as the Sovereign Emperor clan's ancestor. Even now, Lin Feng didn't dare to believe that he could reach this position. Just how heaven-defying was the talent required to reach this position? Was he going to reach the same level as the Sovereign Emperor clan's ancestor in the future? Lin Feng felt a proud gaze. The Sovereign Emperor clan's ancestor seemed to be proud of having such an outstanding descendant. However, what shocked Lin Feng even more was that this position wasn't his final destination. Lin Feng's imprint continued to walk up. In the end, the imprint stood at the 10,000-meter mark, at the very top of the heaven's chosen list. He stepped on the heaven boundary steels. The thunderous sound of war drums resounded through the heavens. This is the sound of the heaven drum. The legendary heaven drum is being sounded. It's said that the heaven drum will only sound when someone's talent surpasses the immortal realm. The heavenly drum sounded, shaking the surroundings. Countless experts quickly flew in the direction of the heaven boundary monuments. That's when the experts arrived and saw Lin Feng's illusory figure imprinted on the heaven boundary monuments, they were deeply shocked. A hazy illusory figure stood on top of the heaven boundary monuments. It was as if he was looking down on all the mountains. Below him were countless powerful existences that could shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. The scene in front of them deeply shocked everyone. It made everyone turn pale with fright and disbelief. Who is it? His talent is actually so heaven-defying. Countless cultivators murmured. However, no one knew who that mysterious person was. This matter was enough to cause a huge commotion. In this era where cultivation was declining, such a peerless genius had actually appeared. Could it be that this person wanted to rely on the opportunity of the epic change to become a peerless expert? Investigate. We must find out who that person is. I hope he's a cultivator from our myriad races. If he's not, we must kill him. Otherwise, he'll definitely become a huge threat in the future. The experts of the myriad races communicated through their divine wills. They were very anxious. They wanted to know who that person standing on top of the heaven boundary monuments was. I hope he's a cultivator from 9 prefectures. The upper echelons of many forces in 9 prefectures also sent people to investigate. They wanted to know who that person was. Many cultivators from other races also sent people to investigate this matter. This matter was enough to cause a huge commotion. It was too shocking. That person's potential had already surpassed the 4 overlords of primordial chaos, the Sovereign Emperor clan's founder, and the others. If he could continue to grow smoothly, he would be able to do so. Everyone knew that this person would definitely become an extremely heaven-defying existence. He might even become the epic lord. Not everyone wanted to see such a thing happen. At this moment, Lin Feng was already far away from that area. Now, he had discovered the secret of his body. Moreover, it was a huge secret. It seemed like there was an even more terrifying power hibernating in his body. That power was not the power contained in the Sovereign Emperor blood or the Undying God blood. It was a third mysterious power. Lin Feng did not know if the third power was a bloodline power, but Lin Feng knew that this power was too heaven-defying. The reason why he was able to display such a powerful talent was related to the third power. The third power quickly disappeared. Lin Feng could not find out where that power was hibernating in his body. He searched his dantian but to no avail. Lin Feng knew that the strength hadn't awakened yet. The reason why it had appeared before was because it was too strong. Perhaps it was related to the heaven boundary monuments. The power contained within his body made Lin Feng excited and yet worried. He was excited because this power was abnormally strong and terrifying. If he could control it, he would be able to defy the heavens. Lin Feng was worried because he didn't know that strength. When faced with an unfamiliar situation, people would always feel a little worried. Lin Feng was no exception, but in general, he was in a good mood because he had such a powerful strength lying dormant in his body. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that no matter how powerful one's talent was, it was still just talent. There were too many cultivators with shocking talent in the world. However, due to various reasons, they could not mature. Therefore, even though Lin Feng knew of his heaven-defying talent, he would not become arrogant because of it. Moreover, his current cultivation level was not enough to look down on all the cultivators in the world. Many older cultivators were still extremely heaven-defying. If he dared to underestimate them, death would be the only path. The southern immortal devil realm was extremely huge. Lin Feng flew towards the depths. 3 days later, he heard a piece of news. A lake appeared in front of him. There seemed to be a cave in the depths of the lake. Many people were heading towards that place. They wanted to open the cave and see if there were any shocking treasures inside. After hearing this, Lin Feng also flew towards the lake. By the time he arrived, there were already thousands of cultivators gathered. There were cultivators from the 10,000 races, the human race, and many alien cultivators. Lin Feng is here, said someone who recognized Lin Feng in a low voice. Many people were looking at him. This was especially so for the cultivators of the 10,000 races. They looked at Lin Feng with cold gazes. Divine light surged in the distance as a man stepped out. He was an exceptionally handsome man. He was shrouded in divine light, looking like a god. Xianxia. It was actually him. He was a powerhouse of the ancient god tribe, one of the heaven-defying geniuses of the 10,000 races. Lin Feng had seen him before. Boom, in another direction, a terrifying aura spread out. Another powerhouse had arrived. It was a valiant man. His face was cold, and his eyes shone with a cold light. He had a pair of huge blood-red wings. Xianxia of the blood-winged heavenly wolf tribe. Many people exclaimed. He was also an extremely terrifying existence. He was on the same level as Xianxia, one of the heaven-defying geniuses of the 10,000 races. He, looks like this place has attracted quite a lot of people. A coquettish laughter came from afar. A woman with 18 pairs of wings flew over. This woman was dressed in a black veil. Her face was so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. Xianxia of the fallen angel tribe. Someone recognized the woman's identity. She was also extraordinary. Her talent was also heaven-defying. She was one of the top geniuses of the fallen angel tribe. The fallen angel tribe was a special tribe. It was said that they originally belonged to the fallen angel tribe. However, for some unknown reason, they committed a grave mistake and were banished by the fallen angel tribe. Furthermore, the wings of the fallen angel tribe were black. They seemed to be incompatible with the white wings of the fallen angel tribe. After being banished, the fallen angel tribe became the archenemy of the fallen angel tribe. These two factions were like fire and water. The 10,000 races were like this. They had never truly united. There were all sorts of conflicts within the 10,000 races. Of course. When the 10,000 races faced the outside factions, they were still extremely united. 3 powerhouses have arrived. I wonder if they will kill Lin Feng. Some cultivators of the 10,000 races asked. They were looking forward to the 3 powerhouses killing Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng was the public enemy of the 10,000 races. The cultivators of the 10,000 clans wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. After Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianxia arrived, someone told them that Lin Feng was also here. Then, someone pointed at Lin Feng. However, the 3 of them did not make a move. This made the cultivators of the myriad races extremely disappointed. How's the situation in the cave? Xianxia asked. Xianxia nodded and flew toward the cave dwelling in the depths of the lake. The cave dwelling was at the bottom of the lake. A few waves of cultivators had already gone down to break the formation, but they had all failed. All the cultivators who had failed had died at the bottom of the lake, so the lake was very quiet now. No one wanted to go down to break the formation. Moreover, the bottom of the lake was very dangerous. Ordinary cultivators didn't dare to go down rashly. Someone touched the formation below, so some of the formations in the lake were activated. If you go down rashly, you'll be in trouble, said Xianxia. Let's go down and take a look, said Xianxia. I hope there's something good inside, said Xianxia. Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianxia were very strong. They weren't afraid of the formation at the bottom of the lake, so they went down directly. Let's go and take a look too, some of the more powerful cultivators said. They also had amazing methods that could neutralize the formation's attack. The group of cultivators also went down, but most of them stayed outside. It was very dangerous down there, and they didn't want to take the risk. They were waiting for an opportunity. If the formation was broken, they could enter the cave dwelling below. They might be able to gain something. Lin Feng also went down to the bottom of the lake. The further down he went, the colder it became. He couldn't help but frown. The coldness was very strange. "There's a large amount of yin qi gathered here," said Lin Feng. His facial expression was grave and solemn. "It's already formed a place of extreme yin. This place is very dangerous," said the demon lord. He also had a premonition that this place was very dangerous. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the bottom of the lake. He saw a huge cave dwelling. It was covered in dense restrictions and black fog. The cave dwelling was faintly discernible. "This is a place of extreme yin. It's very dangerous, but it's also a place of great fortune," said Nalan Hanyue. "It's like that. This place is worth our effort," said Xianxia. "Then let's do it. If the three of us work together, we can break this formation," said Xianxia. He was very strong. Not only did he have a strong cultivation, but he also knew many secret techniques and immortal techniques. He also had a very deep understanding of formations. In fact, it wasn't just Xianxia. Xianxia and Nalan Hanyue were the same. How else could they be described as heaven-defying monsters? The so-called heaven-defying level was not just about having a powerful cultivation base. He was also extremely proficient in many auxiliary professions, such as formations, pills, refining, and so on. "No problem," Xianxia and Nalan Hanyue nodded. The three of them walked towards the array. "The three of them are working together to break the formation. This formation will definitely be broken. Once the formation is broken, we will make our move immediately. Although they can break the formation, the opportunity may not be theirs." Some cultivators were whispering to their companions. These people also wanted to fight for the treasures in the cave. These people's thoughts were actually quite reasonable. Many opportunities could not be obtained just because one was strong. It all depended on luck. "This place is extremely dangerous. Once it's opened, I'm afraid some unexpected and terrifying things will happen. I advise everyone to give up," Lin Feng said. "If we cultivators are always overcautious when doing things, our achievements will definitely be limited," Xianxia said with an indifferent expression. He could not help but reveal a trace of contempt when he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and did not say anything more. These three people had obviously made up their minds to open the cave. He could not dissuade them. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched. He did not get too close. If a huge danger really appeared, it would be too late to hide even if they wanted to. There were also more than a dozen human cultivators who stood in the distance and watched like Lin Feng. They felt that Lin Feng would not speak without thinking. They were also very cautious. However, most of them had a sneer on their faces. They felt that Lin Feng was being too cautious. Xin Daotian, Xianxia, and Nalan Hanyue were extremely skilled in formations. The three of them quickly broke the formation. 2 hours later, the formation was broken. Whoosh! The three of them quickly rushed in. "The cave is broken. Hurry up and go in," many people exclaimed and rushed into the cave. Lin Feng also rushed in. When the cultivators outside noticed that the restriction had disappeared, they also rushed in. In the distance, many cultivators were also quickly gathering here. Such an ancient cave abode could attract countless cultivators. The cave abode was very deep, and the evil aura inside was extremely dense. It's very likely that there are supreme treasures in the land of extreme negative energy, but such a place is also extremely dangerous, the demon lord said. "If there's a chance to snatch it, we'll snatch the treasure and leave," Lin Feng said. He had always been very cautious. At this time, he had to be cautious. Because if he was not careful, he might die without a burial place. Soon, these cultivators entered a huge cave abode in the depths. This cave abode was connected to an abyss. In the abyss, there was boiling magma. The magma was rolling. The temperature was scorching. Waves of violent fluctuations came from below the magma. Xin Dao Tian, Xianxia, and Nalan Hanyue were the first to enter the cave abode. They had already lurked in the magma. Their cultivation bases were powerful. They could support a magic power light shield to resist the scorching temperature of the magma. Their bodies would not be harmed by the magma. Many cultivators also entered the magma one after another. Boiling magma actually appeared in the land of extreme negative energy. It's really too strange, Lin Feng frowned. He felt that this magma abyss was extremely strange, and it made him very uneasy. He did not rashly go down. Instead, he continued to wait outside. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this time, 3 figures rushed out of the magma abyss. The 3 figures were as pale as a sheet of paper. The 3 of them were Xin Dao Tian, Xianxia, and Nalan Hanyue. They seemed to have experienced something terrible in the magma abyss. Everyone's expression was extremely gloomy. After the 3 of them rushed out, they did not say anything and rushed outside. Something's not right. Lin Feng frowned. Let's go. There's probably great danger below the magma world. He came back to his senses and thought of a certain possibility. Then, without thinking, he quickly rushed outside. Rumble, at this time, the magma world violently rolled. Waves of scorching heat swept across the world. Then, a terrifying creature emerged from the void. A foreign creature. After seeing this creature, Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. This was actually a foreign creature. It seemed that this place of extreme energy was a place where foreign creatures were sealed. I really have to thank you, bunch of ants. Soon, I will be trapped here to death. It was you who opened the seal and loosened the complete refining formation, allowing me to escape. The foreign creature sneered as it spoke. Its body was filled with an incomparably terrifying killing intent. Pooh. Pooh. Pooh, this foreign creature was abnormally powerful. The killing intent emitted from its body swept forward, piercing through the bodies of cultivators one after another. When the foreign creatures flew past the dead cultivators, they were all stunned. Those cultivators' bodies instantly turned into dried corpses. The flesh, blood, and soul essence in their bodies were all devoured by the foreign creature. As it continued to devour the flesh, blood, and soul essence of these cultivators, the foreign creature's strength was quickly recovering. This was the terrifying part of the foreign creature. The foreign creatures possessed extremely long lifespans, possessing extremely powerful tenacious life force and recovery abilities. It was extremely difficult to kill a foreign creature. Moreover, as long as the foreign creature continued to devour the flesh, blood, and soul essence of cultivators, their strength could quickly recover. After recovering their strength, these foreign creatures could still continue to devour the flesh, blood, and soul essence of cultivators to increase their cultivation. For the 9 provinces, the foreign creature could be said to be a disaster. In fact, it was not only for the 9 provinces, but for all the worlds in the heavens. It was all disastrous. Once the other side's creatures appeared, they had to quickly kill them. Once the other side's creatures became stronger, wanting to kill them would be close to impossible. The foreign creature could often devour the creatures of a world to increase their cultivation and complete their evolution. This kind of thing had happened more than once in the past. There were originally 3,000 great worlds in this world, but in reality, there weren't that many great worlds left. It was because some great worlds had long been destroyed by the foreign creatures. Those great worlds that were destroyed by the foreign creatures became great worlds where lonely souls wandered. Not a single blade of grass grew. It wasn't a problem for a foreign creature to destroy a great world. Otherworldly creatures. They're otherworldly creatures. Hurry up and run. When they saw this foreign creature, many people cried out in alarm. This foreign creature almost scared everyone out of their wits. Who dared to fight against the foreign creatures? Lowly creatures, none of you will be able to escape. You will all become my food. The foreign creature laughed maliciously again and again, his body releasing terrifying killing intent. The murderous aura emanating from his body was like sharp swords. The killing intent was like a sword, slicing through the void. Puff. Puff, cultivators continuously suffered disaster, dying under the foreign creature's hands. Immediately afterwards, their flesh and soul essence would be devoured by the foreign creatures. In the end, only a few dozen people out of the 1,000 managed to escape. Soon after, the foreign creatures also rushed out. A foreign profound world. Suddenly, the otherworldly creature released a series of growls. Immediately after that, all the cultivators within a radius of 15 kilometers were enveloped by the domain that the otherworldly creature released. This kind of domain was very powerful and also very strange. It was similar to momentum or domineering. It was much stronger than momentum, but it was not as powerful as domineering. Its effect was also far less than domineering. However, that was because domineering was too heaven-defying. Actually, the domain was also an extremely terrifying technique. Anything that was enveloped by the domain would be instantly killed. When enveloped by a domain, the cultivator's body would be greatly restricted, and even moving would be difficult. This foreign creature wanted to surround all the cultivators within a radius of 15 kilometers and capture them all in one fell swoop. It's the foreign creature. When the cultivators in the distance saw the foreign creature, their voices trembled. Their bodies were also trembling in fear. There were more than 2,000 cultivators who were surrounded by the foreign creature. There was no lack of experts. Even Shandao Tian, Xianxia, and Nalan Hanyue were unable to escape. They were all enveloped by the foreign creature's domain. Lin Feng was also enveloped by the foreign creature's domain. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Let's attack together and kill the foreign creature. The source of the foreign creature is a great supplement. Lin Feng shouted loudly. Many people shook their heads in fear, not daring to fight the foreign creature at all. There were too many legends about the foreign creature. The foreign creature was synonymous with disaster. Once the foreign creature appeared, they would run as fast as they could. This thought was deeply ingrained in every cultivator's heart. Therefore, it was too difficult for the surrounding cultivators to attack the foreign creature. Many people were so scared that they couldn't use their magic power before attacking the foreign creature. The foreign creature was almost refined to death. Now is the best chance to kill him. If we miss this chance, it will be too difficult to kill the foreign creature. Once the foreign creature's cultivation increases, you all can imagine what the consequences will be. Your loved ones, friends, family, they might all die under the foreign creature's hands. Why don't we just join hands now, stake it all? We will definitely be able to get rid of the foreign creature," said Lin Feng. He really wanted to fight against the foreign cultivators. This was because he knew how terrifying the foreign creature was. Now, this foreign creature had appeared in the world. For the 9 provinces, it was very likely to be a disaster. However, no one responded to Lin Feng. Although there were many cultivators around, no one dared to fight the foreign creature. What about the 3 of you? Lin Feng looked at Shandao Tian, Xianxia, and Nalan Hanyue. He had advised the 3 of them not to open the seal before, but he was ridiculed by Xianxia. Now that the foreign creature had escaped, it could be said that it was because of the 3 of them. If you want to die, you can go. Don't drag us down with you, Xianxia said with a cold smile. He quickly flew into the distance. Although the foreign creature's domain was very powerful, it couldn't suppress Xianxia. Shandao Tian and Nalan Hanyue didn't say anything and quickly fled outside. Cowards, even if you escape, your achievements won't be too high, Lin Feng said with a cold smile. You're courting death and still ridiculing us. How laughable and stupid. Nalan Hanyue sneered back. There's no need to say anything to people like him. He might have some talent, but he's too stupid. Talking to people like him is an insult to us, Shandao Tian said with a cold smile. The 3 of them didn't stop and quickly fled. 108,000 swords. The remaining 2,000 plus cultivators also fled outside one after another. However, right at this time, that foreign creature released a cold shout. Giant swords began to condense in the void. They were energy swords. They were densely packed. 108,000 swords swept out. Pooh! 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 The sound of flesh being torn apart and the cultivator's screams rose and fell. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I'm still young and have a bright future ahead of me. I don't want to die here. My son was just born not long ago. I have to get out alive. Many people cried out in fear, but no one could save them. These cultivators were all killed by the foreign creatures. In the end, only 7 or 8 people managed to escape. Of the remaining 2,000 or so people, apart from Lin Feng, all died miserably. After those cultivators died, their flesh and soul were instantly devoured by the foreign creatures. The foreign creatures were much stronger than before. Lin Feng had been locked onto by the foreign cultivators the whole time. The foreign cultivators were staring at him. It was no wonder the foreign creatures targeted him. Previously, he had called for everyone to work together to kill the foreign creatures. It would be strange if the foreign creatures didn't target him. It seems like your words were useless. Those people were scared out of their wits when they saw me. How could they still have the courage to fight? The foreign creatures looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng sighed and said, "What a pity. If these people had listened to me and worked together, there's a high chance that they could have killed you. How can there be so many ifs in this world? Things that didn't happen. The foreign creatures mocked. "You're right." Lin Feng nodded. "You're not bad. You're actually not afraid of me." The foreign creatures narrowed his cold eyes and looked at Lin Feng. He sneered and said, "I'm a person who cherishes talents. If you submit to me now and are willing to be my slave, I can spare your life. How about it?" Swoosh, with a flash of light, the black dragon sword flew out. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and looked at the foreign creatures indifferently. "I want to kill you to prove my Tao even more," the foreign creatures said mockingly. "With just you? You're really too far away. If you can't grasp some opportunities, you're destined to die." The foreign creature's enormous claw suddenly swung out. 108000 swords were moving towards Lin Feng at the same time. Heaven and earth had turned into a sea of swords. Lin Feng was submerged by the sea of swords. This foreign creature was already about to be trapped to death, its cultivation perhaps not even a 10,000th of its peak, perhaps not even 100,000th. However, he was still unimaginably powerful. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't weak either. He transformed into a yin-yang Dao diagram. Then, he quickly flew through the void. The black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand became a part of the yin-yang Dao diagram along with him. Clang clang clang, clanging sounds of collisions rang out one after another. The power of the yin-yang Dao diagram formed by Lin Feng was extraordinary, directly breaking apart the sword chi. Then, he quickly slaughtered his way towards the foreign creature's main body. Soon, Lin Feng's yin-yang Dao diagram arrived in front of the foreign creature's main body. Then, he slaughtered his way towards the foreign creatures. He does have some tricks up his sleeve. The foreign creature's expression was indifferent. He raised his huge claw and slapped it towards the yin-yang Dao diagram formed by Lin Feng. A dull collision sound rang out. The yin-yang Dao diagram formed by Lin Feng collided with the foreign creature's claw. The foreign creature's claw was too hard. Meanwhile, the power of the foreign creatures was just too great. It directly sent the yin-yang Dao diagram formed by Lin Feng flying. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was beaten back to his human form, his face extremely pale. That strike just now didn't hurt him lightly. The damage to his body was extremely great. Now, he still felt his blood boil. His entire body was in intense pain. "Lowly creature, you're not bad to be able to withstand my attack." The foreign creature looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. It was as if he was looking at an ant. The foreign creature really didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. This was because the foreign creatures were extremely arrogant. They didn't put any other races in their eyes. In the eyes of the foreign creature, the races in this starry sky world were all lowly races. The foreign creature's arrogant attitude naturally made people gnash their teeth in hatred. However, the foreign creatures were indeed very powerful and terrifying. This was a world where the strong were respected. The weak, in the end, they would be looked down on. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Do you think you're very noble? Truly laughable to the extreme. Back then, in the starry sky world, I personally killed a few dozen foreign creatures. Not long ago, in the netherworld, I even schemed against a foreign creature to death. There's nothing to fear from foreign creatures." The foreign creature sneered. "Do you think you can deceive me with this nonsense?" The foreign creature didn't believe Lin Feng's words at all. Just how terrifying of an existence were the foreign creatures, even if their cultivation fell to the lowest point in their lives. In the eyes of the foreign creature in front of him, their strength wasn't something that an ant like Lin Feng could contend against. Nothing is impossible. You are also destined to die in my hands. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he quickly charged toward the foreign creature. He didn't say that he wanted to kill the foreign creature to prove his Tao casually. This foreign creature definitely couldn't be allowed to live. Otherwise, there would be a disaster. Moreover, Lin Feng needed a great battle to temper his cultivation. This kind of great battle was also very beneficial to the cultivation of the white tiger aura. Oh, the great Tao of reincarnation, you are immortal for all eternity. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. He began to chant the incantation of the great reincarnation art. He wanted to summon the wheel of reincarnation to deal with the foreign creature. This foreign creature was too terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng also attacked with all his strength, not holding back at all. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. The wheel of reincarnation was summoned by Lin Feng. It lingered in the black fog, emitting waves of terrifying power. The development of all things in this world, there must be a cause and effect. Next, Lin Feng chanted the incantation again. This time, he began to summon the gate of karma. This was an ancient immortal gate summoned by the great karma art, which was ranked third among the 3,000 great Daos. Of course, it was only an illusion and not the real gate of karma. When Lin Feng cultivated to the immortal king realm, he might be able to summon the real gate of karma. But for now, he couldn't do it. Of course. Even if it was just an illusion, the power of the gate of karma was terrifying enough. The wheel of reincarnation, the gate of karma, all of them were summoned by Lin Feng. Above the 9 heavens, a terrifying aura pervaded the air. The foreign creature narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. He sneered and said, "This is a divine ability manifested from the Tao of reincarnation and the Tao of karma, right? I didn't expect a little ant like you to cultivate 2 such powerful divine abilities. In a moment, I will devour your soul and seize all your memories. Then, your divine abilities will also belong to me." Heaven-swallowing demonic abyss. As soon as the foreign creature finished speaking, he used a supreme divine ability, condensing a huge demonic abyss. The might of this heaven-swallowing demonic abyss of the foreign being was simply too strong. At the same time, it was incomparably tyrannical. Facing the attack of this mystic skill, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He was controlling the karma gate and reincarnation plate with all his might. This was not the first time Lin Feng had summoned the karma gate and reincarnation plate at the same time. He realized that by summoning the karma gate and reincarnation plate at the same time, these 2 mysterious treasures could form a tight connection. Their might would increase tremendously as well. It was as though they could form a perfect cycle and complement each other. Their might would increase. Therefore, when these 2 mystic skills were deployed together, their might was abnormally tyrannical. And now, when Lin Feng activated these 2 mystic skills together, the might of the karma gate and reincarnation plate was indeed released. When these 2 utmost treasures joined together, they formed a tight connection as though they were the 2 extremes of the cycle of yin and yang. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive explosions rang out as the karma gate and reincarnation plate broke through the heaven-swallowing demonic abyss mystic skill that was deployed by the foreign being. Thereafter, the karma gate and reincarnation plate slammed out at the foreign being. Bam! Following that, an intense collision sound rang out. The karma gate and reincarnation plate slammed into the body of the foreign being fiercely, sending him flying out. However, Lin Feng's face darkened. After the foreign being was sent flying, his body did not receive any damage at all. The physical body of this foreign being was simply way too frightening. Lin Feng's karma gate and reincarnation plate could not hurt him at all. Lin Feng felt that things were getting a little troublesome. If even these 2 mystic skills could not deal any damage to the foreign being, this foreign being was simply way too strong. Even though the foreign being before him was still in an extremely weak state, his fighting strength was still frightening to the point where it could cause one's heart to palpitate. "Lad, your lord will have you dead." Even though the foreign being was not injured, he was extremely infuriated at this moment. That was because the foreign being was extremely prideful. Now that he was repelled by Lin Feng, this was a great humiliation for the foreign being. The foreign being bolted out, displaying an endless amount of killing power as he tore through the void and swept out in all directions, shattering the universe. His claws were his most powerful weapon. They destroyed Lin Feng's karma gate and reincarnation played instantly. The fighting strength at the foreign being's strength was shocking. Lin of Lin Feng was. The situation was extremely dangerous. Just as the attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's expression changed. The foreign creature suffered a calamity. His head was dizzy, and his body fell straight to the ground. Lin Feng used the great cursing technique to attack the foreign cultivators. Die. Lin Feng took out the stone dagger and pounced in front of the foreign being. The stone dagger pierced towards the foreign being's head. Even though the foreign being was hit by Lin Feng's great curse, his instincts were very strong. He moved to the left. However, the foreign being was not able to completely dodge Lin Feng's attack. The stone dagger in Lin Feng's hand pierced through the foreign being's right eye. The foreign being's eye was blinded by Lin Feng. The foreign being let out a painful roar. When Lin Feng blinded the foreign being's eye, the foreign being's huge claws struck Lin Feng. Lin Feng was sent flying by the foreign being. A huge wound appeared on his body. That wound almost tore Lin Feng's body in half. "You human ant, I'll kill you." The foreign being's life force was incomparably tenacious. Blinding an eye didn't seem to affect him much. He roared and pounced towards Lin Feng again. This time, Lin Feng quickly retreated and dodged the foreign being's attack. He activated his immortal divine body to heal his injuries, but he found that his wound couldn't heal. Blood kept flowing out. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He sensed a strange power surging into his body. It was as if that strange power was preventing the wound from healing. When he sensed that strange strength, Lin Feng frowned. He had never looked so serious before. This was troublesome. That strange power would make his body bleed continuously. A person would lose more than a certain amount of blood. All of the body's abilities would decline greatly, and they might even faint. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that he was in trouble. After the foreign being missed, he continued to pounce towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged several of the foreign being's attacks, but the wound on his abdomen was still bleeding. Therefore, Lin Feng felt his body getting weaker and weaker, and his speed was getting slower and slower. Lin Feng didn't leave just like that. He was condensing the Great Fate technique. This was a peerless ultimate technique. It wasn't easy to use. However, as long as he could successfully use this divine ability, he would definitely be able to cause extremely serious injuries to the foreign being. The foreign being pounced towards him again. At this time, Lin Feng finally succeeded in using the Great Fate technique. A loud rumbling sound was heard. A long river of fate descended from the sky and blasted towards the foreign being. Bang! The long river of fate slammed into the foreign creature's body, directly sending it flying. "Falling into the 18 levels of hell is your fate," Lin Feng shouted coldly. He turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced over quickly. Lin Feng held the stone dagger in his hand and pierced towards the foreign being's head. At this moment, the foreign being was suppressed by the long river of fate summoned by the Great Fate technique. Therefore, he couldn't dodge Lin Feng's attack. Pfft! The dagger in Lin Feng's hand pierced into the foreign being's head. Roar! The foreign being let out an incomparably painful roar. Then, the foreign being's tail whipped towards Lin Feng fiercely. Bang! That tyrannical attack slammed onto Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood in midair. He had severely injured the foreign being, but at the same time, he was also severely injured by the foreign being. The foreign being didn't continue pouncing towards Lin Feng. Instead, he quickly fled into the distance. First, one of the foreign being's eyes was blinded by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng used the stone dagger to pierce a bloody hole in his head. The foreign being's injuries were much more serious than Lin Feng's. Seeing the foreign being escape, Lin Feng wanted to chase after him. However, he felt that his body was extremely weak. Lin Feng was helpless. He could only watch as the foreign being escaped. He didn't stop either. Instead, he rushed into the distance. He had to find a place to heal his injuries quickly. Otherwise, all the blood on his body would flow out. When that time came, he would probably die. Lin Feng's combat strength had plummeted due to his injuries. However, his spiritual sense was still very sharp. When he sensed the terrifying aura coming from behind him, he could still feel that terrifying aura. Therefore, Lin Feng's body moved as fast as lightning. The cold light behind him almost brushed past Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was just one step away from being killed. Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect you to be able to severely injure the foreign creature alone. Even among the heaven-defying monsters of the myriad races, you can be ranked in the top 10. A cold laugh was heard. Then, a man walked out of the forest. This man was Xianxia, who had escaped before. It turned out that this person did not escape. Instead, he had been hiding in the surrounding forest and witnessed the fierce battle between Lin Feng and the foreign creature. You shouldn't have attacked me. You should have taken the opportunity to kill the foreign creature. You shouldn't have let him escape. Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. Ha 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 ha, what a complete idiot. What does the foreign creature escaping have to do with me? I don't care how he destroys the 9 states. The 9 states are not under the control of the myriad races. What does the destruction of the 9 states have to do with the myriad races? I hope to see the scene of the foreign creature wreaking havoc in the 9 states. It must be very exciting then. Xianxia laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. The foreign race should be killed. The ancients didn't lie to me. Die, brat. Xianxia sneered and quickly attacked Lin Feng. He had been waiting for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Feng had many things that Xianxia coveted. In Xianxia's opinion, this was the best opportunity to kill Lin Feng. Blood slaughter cut. Xianxia's body turned into a blood-red light. The blood-red light slashed gently, as if it could tear the world apart, and slashed towards Lin Feng. Violent fluctuations surged from the blood-red light. The power of that blood-red light was so strong that it shocked and moved everyone. Lin Feng used his great defensive technique to condense a defensive crystal wall to block Xianxia's attack. However, due to the severe injuries on his body, the power of his divine ability was far weaker than before. The bloody light that Xianxia had transformed into slashed at the defensive crystal wall that he had condensed. Clang clang clang, after a series of collisions. Lin Feng's defensive crystal wall was directly shattered. Die, Xianxia laughed sinisterly. In his opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. He did not believe that Lin Feng would be able to withstand his attack with such a heavily injured body. Xianxia's attack was about to hit Lin Feng. Numerous runes appeared on Lin Feng's body. This was a rune condensed from magic immunity. The moment the runes condensed from magic immunity appeared, Xianxia's blood-colored light had already bombarded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was directly sent flying. His face turned even paler, but fortunately, he had the magic power immunity theurgy. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of Xianxia. Buzz, the blood-colored light that Xianxia had transformed into did not stop. He once again slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was clear about his current situation. He was now seriously injured, but Xianxia was in peak condition. It was not wise to continue fighting with Xianxia like this. He wouldn't be able to fight for long, and he might not be able to hold on any longer. Therefore, he had to launch a sure-kill attack on Xianxia. Therefore, when Xianxia attacked again, Lin Feng directly used his supreme domineering aura to envelop Xianxia. The power of Lin Feng's supreme domineering aura was very tyrannical. When the supreme domineering aura was released, the terrifying attack fiercely bombarded the blood-colored light that Xianxia had transformed into. The blood-colored light that Xianxia had transformed into was sent flying. Then, Xianxia was beaten back to his human form. The deterrent effect of the supreme domineering aura directly suppressed Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly found that his body was unable to move. Domineering aura, Xianxia was shocked. Obviously, he had seen domineering aura before. Those who had not seen domineering aura before would definitely not be able to recognize it. That's right, you can die now. Lin Feng shouted coldly and quickly attacked Xianxia. The dragon elephant arm was activated, and an invincible punch blasted towards Xianxia. The domineering aura was intimidating. Coupled with the dragon elephant arm, Lin Feng was originally very confident that he could use these two supernatural powers to kill Xianxia. He did not expect Xianxia to undergo bloodline atavism at this time. His original body was a blood-winged wolf. When his bloodline was activated, Xianxia turned into a blood-winged wolf that was more than 10 meters long and 8 to 9 meters tall with a pair of huge wings. After atavism, Xianxia's cultivation had increased by many times. He could now move under the deterrent effect of the Supreme Domineering Aura. The Supreme Domineering Aura was naturally a powerful supernatural power. However, the Supreme Domineering Aura needed to be supported by an extremely powerful magical power to display its power. Lin Feng was currently in a weak state. He could not fully display the power of the Supreme Domineering Aura. After atavism, Xianxia's strength had increased greatly. He said with a sinister smile, "So what if you have mastered the domineering aura? After atavism, I can still kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's huge body directly pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Xianxia exchanged a blow, and he was sent flying by Xianxia. The blood-winged wolf that Xianxia had transformed into opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour Lin Feng. Epical aura, stack. At this time, Lin Feng once again displayed a domineering aura. Epical aura and Supreme Domineering Aura were stacked together. His current state was too weak to release the power of the Supreme Domineering Aura. However, when the two different domineering auras were stacked together, the power of the domineering aura was released. Epical aura and Supreme Domineering Aura were stacked together, and the blood-winged wolf that Xianxia had transformed into was obviously slowed down. At the same time, Lin Feng began to activate the Emperor Bone in his chest. This Emperor Bone contained unimaginable power. Once activated, it could unleash a portion of the Great Emperor's power. Now, Lin Feng began to activate this Emperor Bone. Boom! The power of this Emperor Bone was released. A thick holy light shot out from Lin Feng's chest. Activating this Emperor Bone consumed a lot of his body. In order to activate this Emperor Bone, the magic power in Lin Feng's body was completely sucked dry. There was not a bit left. After sensing the power of the holy light, the expression of the blood-winged wolf that Xianxia had transformed into changed drastically. He wanted to dodge that terrifying attack. But it was too late to dodge. Because his body was suppressed by Lin Feng's two domineering auras. Even if he wanted to dodge, he was powerless. No! Xianxia cried out in horror. Bang! The next moment, the holy light released by Lin Feng's Emperor Bone directly bombarded Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body directly exploded. Xianxia's body and soul were destroyed, and he died tragically on the spot. In a cave, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He channeled the archean dragonesque elephant art to refine the strange energy in his body. It was that strange energy that was hindering his body, causing his body to be unable to recover for a long time. Now, with the channeling of the archean dragonesque elephant art, that strange energy was gradually refined by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body also began to recover. After his body had completely recovered, Lin Feng realized that the murderous aura in his body had become even stronger. This was of great help to cultivating the white tiger aura. If he wanted to cultivate the powerful technique of the white tiger aura, he needed to constantly fight. He had to break through in the midst of life and death. First, he had to fight with the foreign creature, then he had to fight to the death with Xianxia. This was crucial to Lin Feng's cultivation of the white tiger aura. The only thing that Lin Feng found a pity was that he could not kill the foreign creature this time. The main reason was that he did not have a helper of his level by his side. If Gong Ziyu and the others were present, they would definitely be able to kill that foreign creature. As for the cultivators of the myriad tribes, he could not count on them. After the previous incident, Lin Feng already had a deeper impression of the myriad tribes. The foreign race should be killed. To the cultivators of the 9 states, the myriad tribes were considered foreign races. Therefore, the myriad tribes should be killed. Swoosh! A light flashed in his hand. A storage ring appeared in Lin Feng's hand. This storage ring belonged to Xianxia. Xianxia was the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of the blood-winged heavenly wolf clan. He was one of the famous heaven-defying prodigies of the myriad tribes. There were definitely many magic treasures in the storage ring. Lin Feng's divine telekinesis invaded the storage ring. Then, a gloomy and cold aura pounced, wanting to destroy his divine telekinesis. This was the divine telekinesis imprint that Xianxia left in the storage ring. Now that this divine telekinesis imprint sensed Lin Feng's divine telekinesis aura, it wanted to destroy Lin Feng's divine telekinesis. Xianxia, your body and soul have been destroyed. This divine telekinesis imprint should be destroyed as well. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. A heavenly flame surged into the storage ring and enveloped Xianxia's last divine thought. Ah, Xianxia's divine will screamed and roared with hatred, Lin Feng, you bastard. I curse you to die 10 times, no, 100 times more miserable than me. Lin Feng sneered, you'll never see that day. Go to hell. Lin Feng activated the heavenly flame and instantly extinguished Xianxia's spiritual sense. Lin Feng's divine will invaded Xianxia's storage ring. Xianxia's storage ring was hundreds of acres in size, and there were all kinds of treasures piled up inside. For example, the high-grade origin crystals were piled up like mountains. There were also many natural treasures, divine stones, immortal iron, formation materials, secret manuals, various grades of magic treasures, and so on. Xianxia was indeed a top prodigy of the myriad races. He had so many treasures on him. Among all the magic treasures, Lin Feng saw a war spear. The war spear was 2.5 meters long, and it was pitch black in color. The tip of the spear was sharp and stained with blood. It seemed to be the blood of a demon god that would never dry up. The material of the war spear was very special. It was made of purgatory fiendish copper. Purgatory fiendish copper was a material that was not inferior to bronze. This treasure should be a supreme treasure created in the Bronze Age. It had been passed down until now, and its power was still unimaginably terrifying. When Lin Feng approached the war spear, his divine will felt a sense of dizziness. The war spear was very terrifying. It contained a terrifying demonic power. Lin Feng summoned the war spear. Purgatory fiendish spear, purgatory fiendish spear. Suddenly, a series of eerie and terrifying sounds came from the war spear. Then, the war spear stabbed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect the war spear to attack him. This war spear was really strange. He quickly dodged the attack of the war spear, and then grabbed the war spear. The war spear shook violently, trying to break free from Lin Feng's grasp. Lin Feng said coldly, if you dare to struggle again, I will destroy you. Lin Feng cast dozens of spells to suppress the war spear. The war spear had a spirit. Realizing that Lin Feng was a very powerful figure, it gave up struggling. These powerful magic treasures often had a common characteristic. If one's cultivation was not enough, it was unrealistic to want to refine these powerful magic treasures. Because cultivators could not subdue the weapon spirits of these powerful magic treasures. Lin Feng poured his magic power into the war spear. Immediately, a lot of information entered Lin Feng's mind. Many images even appeared in Lin Feng's mind. He saw a man holding this war spear and participating in an extremely tragic battle. That man finally fell. And the war spear was lost. Purgatory Devil Master. This is actually the treasure of the first-generation Purgatory Devil Master. Lin Feng was very shocked. The origin of this war spear was extremely extraordinary. It came from the 9 Hells Purgatory. Lin Feng had been to the 9 Hells Purgatory before. That was a special world that only souls could enter. It was very terrifying. When a soul entered the 9 Hells Purgatory, it was worse than death. And this war spear was a treasure forged from Purgatory Devil Copper by the master of the 9 Hells Purgatory, the number 1 Purgatory Devil Master. In that battle, the Purgatory Devil Master died. The Purgatory Devil Spear was covered in dust. In the end, the Purgatory Devil Spear fell into the hands of the blood-winged Heavenly Wolf clan. It was passed down from generation to generation. This generation passed it down to Xianxia. Who would have thought? Xianxia wanted to sneak attack Lin Feng and kill him. But he did not manage to do so and was instead killed by Lin Feng. In the end, this treasure also landed in Lin Feng's hands. What a great treasure! This war spear is stained with the blood of gods and demons and is forged from Purgatory Devil Copper. It was once refined by the Purgatory Devil Master for so many years. It is definitely a great killing weapon. Lin Feng looked at this Purgatory Devil Spear lovingly. The gains from the battle with Xianxia were not bad. Xianxia was indeed a top genius of the 10,000 races. The treasures on him really made Lin Feng very excited. Lin Feng kept the Purgatory Devil Spear and his consciousness continued to enter the storage ring. There were many treasures in the storage ring. Lin Feng basically scanned through all of them. Unless it was an extremely heaven-defying treasure, Lin Feng would not be particularly excited. Buzz. At this moment, a violent vibration came from the depths of the storage ring. Lin Feng's consciousness reached the depths of the storage ring and realized that the violent vibration came from a porcelain bottle. At this moment, that porcelain bottle was emitting a dazzling light. The porcelain bottle had already turned transparent. And there was a pill sealed in that porcelain bottle. That pill was extremely extraordinary. It was surrounded by immortal light. If it was really an immortal pill, its value would be too great. It might even be able to raise his cultivation by several levels. After so many years, Lin Feng had heard of many miraculous uses of immortal pills. However, he had never eaten an immortal pill before. He held the pill in his hand and observed it. He found that there were waves of runes lingering on the pill, which shocked him. Could a pill show runes? This pill's grade was really high. Lin Feng took the pill out of his storage ring. The pill immediately tried to escape. The pill has gained sentience? He was shocked. With a wave of his hand, he immediately suppressed the medicinal pill. Is this an immortal pill? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a high-grade pill. He could feel the powerful energy contained within the pill. That energy. Surging with power. It's not a true immortal pill, but it should be a pseudo-immortal pill. The Demon Lord said. In the past, as one of the big shots of the Undying Realm, the Demon Lord had seen and even consumed true immortal pills. Therefore, he could determine the grade of this immortal pill. Too bad it's not an immortal pill, Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord said, you're wrong. Immortal pills are too extraordinary. With your cultivation, if you get a true immortal pill, you might not be able to subdue it. You might even let it escape. Even if you can subdue it, you won't be able to refine it. This pseudo-immortal pill is the best. You can suppress it and refine it. Hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng became happy again. He said, if I refine such an immortal pill, I wonder how many levels I can raise? Lin Feng's current cultivation was at the peak of the 5th celestial stage. Naturally, he wanted to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. However, Lin Feng's savings were too great. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to raise his cultivation. But this quasi-immortal pill let Lin Feng see hope. Lin Feng swallowed the quasi-immortal pill and began to refine it. A powerful medicinal effect began to surge within his body. The powerful medicinal effects of the subimmortal pill were completely devoured by Lin Feng, transforming into the purest form of energy that flowed through his limbs and bones before being absorbed by his body. Lin Feng's magic power began to transform. The magic power in his body became purer and purer. Moreover, his magic power was also becoming more and more majestic. Finally, Lin Feng's cultivation realm broke through from the 5th heavenly layer to the 6th heavenly layer. After breaking through, his body still contained a large amount of subimmortal pill medicinal effects that had not been refined by his body. Lin Feng continued to refine the medicinal power of the quasi-immortal pill in his body. As expected of a quasi-immortal pill, its effects were truly too heaven-defying. The powerful medicinal power continued to be absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's magic power was still constantly transforming. His magic power was also constantly increasing. Rumble. A series of loud sounds came from his body, like a surging river that swept through heaven and earth. His cultivation had once again completed a breakthrough. He had broken through from the 6th heavenly layer to the 7th heavenly layer. Lin Feng felt an unprecedented amount of magic power surging within his body. This feeling was simply too great. After breaking through 2 levels in a row, the medicinal power of the quasi-immortal pill was also exhausted. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He was pleasantly surprised to sense the powerful strength in his body after breaking through. I didn't expect this quasi-immortal pill to be so effective. It allowed me to break through 2 levels in a row. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. The Demon Lord said, "This quasi-immortal pill is very precious. This time, killing Xianxia and snatching this quasi-immortal pill can be considered a great opportunity." Lin Feng said, "I guess that there are strong and weak among the heaven-defying geniuses of the myriad races. This Xianxia should be a weaker heaven-defying genius." "That's right." The Demon Lord nodded. He agreed with Lin Feng's point of view. The Demon Lord continued, "Do you still remember that Gong Xianxia?" Lin Feng nodded. "Of course I do." "What about him?" The Demon Lord said, "This Gong Xianxia is a peerless and terrifying figure." "Oh? A peerless and terrifying figure? I feel like he's only at Xianxia's level." Lin Feng said. Gong Xianxia was Gong Ziyu's elder half-brother, but Lin Feng hated him to the core. His arrogant attitude was extremely detestable. Moreover, Gong Ziyu and Gong Xianxia seemed to have a personal grudge. Lin Feng guessed that Gong Ziyu had been ostracized and even hunted down by his clan back then. Perhaps this had something to do with Gong Xianxia. This Gong Xianxia has hidden himself very deeply. He looks arrogant on the outside, but inside, he's a cautious, callous, and heartless person. The Demon Lord said. For the Demon Lord to mention Gong Xianxia, it could be seen how outstanding he was. Lin Feng carefully recalled everything about Gong Xianxia and found that he was indeed a person who had hidden himself very deeply. "I hope Gong Ziyu won't suffer too much." Lin Feng frowned. He was worried about Gong Ziyu, afraid that Gong Ziyu wouldn't be able to deal with this Gong Ziyu. Dragon Turtle Mountain. This was an extremely dangerous place in the southern celestial devil realm. Gong Ziyu had obtained an opportunity from Dragon Turtle Mountain and obtained an immortal herb. Immortal herbs were extremely rare and precious. They could be used to refine immortal pills. Of course, refining immortal pills was very difficult, so most of the time, even if one obtained an immortal herb, they could only refine a quasi-immortal pill. The quasi-immortal pill's effects were naturally very good. Lin Feng had just refined a quasi-immortal pill and raised his cultivation by 2 realms. Lin Feng's savings were so huge, but he was still able to raise his cultivation by 2 realms. If it was someone else, the increase would be even greater. After Gong Ziyu came out of Dragon Turtle Mountain, he was planning to leave. At this time, a man walked out of the forest step by step. "My good little brother, it seems like your harvest is not bad." The man who walked out was none other than Gong Xianxia. After seeing Gong Xianxia, Gong Ziyu's face suddenly sank. His eyes flashed with hatred that was engraved in his heart. "My good little brother, what's with that look? I am your elder brother, do you hate your elder brother so much? When you were expelled, your elder brother even spoke up for you." Gong Xianxia said with a smile. "My mother was killed by you," Gong Ziyu said with gritted teeth. Gong Ziyu's childhood was very unfortunate because his mother was a slave. She was of lowly status. She was in charge of his father's daily life. A slave like her didn't even have the right to sleep with him. At the time, Gong Ziyu's father wasn't the Sky Demon Emperor and hadn't grown into such a powerful existence. Once, Gong Ziyu's father got drunk. He then had a one-night stand with Gong Ziyu's mother. That was how Gong Ziyu came into existence. The Sky Demon race had originally discussed whether or not to give birth to Gong Ziyu because the Sky Demon race placed great importance on bloodlines and were extremely arrogant. The offspring of a female slave's pregnancy was viewed as a great humiliation by many Sky Devil race elders. That was why Gong Ziyu's fate was destined to be bumpy before he was born. It was said that the Sky Demon race wanted to kill Gong Ziyu's mother and the unborn Gong Ziyu together. However, no one would have thought that when the Sky Fiend race wanted to kill the mother and son, there would be a natural anomaly with the appearance of a devil lotus. The magic lotus was the Sky Demon race's sacred artifact. The magic lotus had 9 the magic lotus in the world, and many of them had been lost. The Sky Demon race also seemed to only have 3 the magic lotus. The magic lotus that suddenly appeared was protecting Gong Ziyu. Gong Ziyu's father stepped in to protect Gong Ziyu and his mother. After Gong Ziyu was born, he was given to one of Gong Ziyu's concubines to raise. Gongziyu's mother was confined in a courtyard and could only see Gongziyu once a year. Gongziyu had been protected by the demon race's sacred artifact, the magic lotus, since he was young. His talent was also astonishing. In addition, his mother was a slave, so many people had their eyes on Gongziyu. It was very common for disciples of the same clan to kill each other. Not to mention the royal families of some empires killing each other. There were even cases of people killing their own fathers and brothers. In this world, many people only value benefits and despise feelings, including family, friendship, love, etc. There were several times when Gongziyu almost died in accidents. Fortunately, he had the magic lotus to protect him. Gongziyu was lucky enough to escape the calamity and survive in the end. That year, Gongziyu was 6 years old. He missed his mother very much. So, he sneaked into the courtyard where his mother was confined. When the mother and son met, they were naturally overjoyed. However, not long after Gongziyu saw his mother, Gongziyu, who was only 10 years old, came to Gongziyu's mother's courtyard. Hide. Don't show yourself, Gongziyu's mother said and hid Gongziyu in the cupboard. Although Xianxia was young, he was very mature. Moreover, he was vicious and merciless. When Xianxia was 6 years old, he slaughtered dragons. When he was 8 years old, he slaughtered over 100 million people for the sake of cultivating demonic arts. From this, one could see how terrifying Xianxia was. No one dared to look down on Xianxia, even if he was only 10 years old. You are the disgrace of our bloodline. If you don't die, our bloodline will be ridiculed. Lord Father didn't kill you because of that bastard Gongziyu. That's because Lord Father is too benevolent. I can't let a lowly slave like you live. Gongzinya's voice was ice cold. His hands were already stained with the blood of countless people. Naturally, he didn't mind killing one more. Although Gongziyu's mother also had some cultivation, she couldn't compare to Gongzinya. After Gongzinya subdued Gongziyu's mother, he used a rope to strangle Gongziyu's mother's neck. I'll kill you first, then I'll kill that bastard Gongziyu. The magic lotus will be mine at that time. A sinister expression appeared on Gongzinya's young face. His strength grew stronger and stronger. Gongziyu, who was hiding in the cupboard, wanted to rush out and save his mother. But at this time, Gongziyu's mother turned to look at the cupboard. Her eyes were filled with pleading. She prayed that her son wouldn't come out no matter what. Once he did, both mother and son would die here. No one knew how much pain and torment Gongziyu, who was only 6 years old at the time, went through in his heart. He watched as his mother was strangled to death in front of him. But he was powerless. Gongziyu wanted to rush out and fight Gongzinya to the death. But in the end, he restrained himself. The seed of hatred sprouted in his heart. Gongziyu told himself that he had to survive. Gongziyu swore in his heart. He had to kill Gongzinya and avenge his mother. From then on, Gongziyu endured humiliation and worked hard to cultivate. His talent was very strong, and among the younger generation, he gradually showed a heaven-defying side. Gongziyu and Gongzinya's father also obtained a great opportunity and became a great emperor-level existence. Ever since their father became a great emperor-level existence, their lives seem to have changed a lot. Nurturing the imperial son is very important. One of the supreme elders said. Do we have to restart the imperial son nurturing plan? Another grand elder frowned. Of course, we have to do this. Perhaps in the future, the heavenly demon clan will have 2 great emperors, said the grand elder. The imperial son was very cruel. It was to place all the top geniuses of the heavenly demon clan's younger generation on an alien planet and let them kill each other. The one who survived in the end would be the imperial son. He would be nurtured as a successor. The heavenly demon clan used such a bloody method to nurture their descendants. They firmly believed that this method could produce the strongest successor. Many great emperors of the heavenly demon clan were the last to survive the imperial son nurturing plan. Gongziyu's father had also survived this way. The heavenly demon great emperor had a total of 13 sons, including Gongzinya and Gongziyu. All of them had participated. Gongziyu saw the bloodiest scene in the imperial son nurturing plan this time. Many people of the same race had died tragically. He also saw his elder brothers killing each other. When both sides were injured, they were killed by the other. Heavenly demons were merciless. Perhaps it was because only half of Gongziyu's blood was heavenly demon blood, while the other half came from his mother, a very ordinary cosmic race. Thus, with only half of it, Gongziyu couldn't be so merciless. In the end, only Gongxingye and Gongziyu were left in this bloody battle. Gongxingye had personally killed 10 of his brothers. He was very terrifying and merciless. Such a character was indeed very suitable to become the new heavenly demon great emperor. Gongziyu wasn't Gongxingye's match. Gongziyu originally thought that he would die at Gongxingye's hands, but who would have thought, the magic lotus protected its master and released a terrifying power, injuring Gongxingye. At this moment, several grand elders appeared one after another, wanting to kill Gongziyu. Gongziyu questioned these grand elders. He was also the son of a great emperor. Why did they want to kill him? And protect Gongxingye? The answer Gongziyu received chilled his heart. Because Gongxingye was a pure heavenly demon. He was destined to become the heavenly demon great emperor. And he was just a little bastard. Kill him and give the magic lotus to Nye. A grand elder of the heavenly demon clan said coldly. He wanted to kill Gongziyu and forcibly take Gongziyu's the magic lotus. The grand elders of the myriad races had a good idea, but they had underestimated the extraordinariness of the magic lotus. The magic lotus was extremely powerful. It had directly broken through the layers of seals. Then, it took Gongziyu and fled. The Sky Devil race began to pursue Gongziyu. In those years, Gongziyu had experienced too many tribulations and had narrowly escaped death countless times. Gongziyu had once had friends and lovers. But he had seen them die tragically one after another. He gradually became ruthless. Later, Gongziyu was stranded in 9 provinces. After many years of fleeing and fighting, he had also suffered serious injuries. Thus, Gongziyu sealed himself. Then, he fell into a deep slumber. He hoped to recover from his slumber. What Gongziyu didn't know was that after Gongxingye was injured by the magic lotus, he also fell into a deep slumber. Because the magic lotus was very frightening and the power it released was very strange, it was very difficult for Gongxingye's injuries to completely recover in a short period of time. He needed some special methods to restore his body to its original state. Gongxingye was placed on the holy altar of the Sky Devil race's ancestral land to recover. That holy altar was very mystical, and time didn't flow. Thus, Gongxingye also didn't age. After countless years, Gongxingye also woke up from his deep slumber. The two of them seemed to be destined to meet. I have never forgotten to cut off your head and place it in front of my mother's grave as an offering to her soul. Gongziyu's voice was cold. Why else would I call you a bastard? Sky devils are heartless, but you have feelings. A bastard like you is destined to not achieve much and will be trampled under my feet for the rest of your life. Gongxingye looked at Gongziyu with a mocking expression, his face full of contempt and disdain. In his opinion, Gongziyu was nothing to him. Not a brother at all. He was just a bastard who brought shame to the Sky Devil race. Sorry, I was too excited just now. My good little brother, please forgive me for what I did just now. Gongxingye suddenly changed his tone. This person was very fickle. The tone of his voice. He could also switch back and forth at will. Gongziyu indifferently looked at Gongxingye and said, "Why are you acting so hypocritical in front of me? Haven't you always wanted to kill me and seize the magic lotus? My dear brother, I'd rather see you personally give the magic lotus to your dear brother." A ferocious expression appeared on young Master Nye's face. He continued, "My favorite thing to see is my little brother clearly wanting to kill me but being unable to do so. In the end, you can only kneel on the ground and submit to me. Don't you think that's a very exciting feeling? Are you dreaming?" Gongziyu said coldly. Gongzongye smiled and said, "How could it be wishful thinking? My good little brother, I'll give you 2 choices. The first choice is to submit. The second choice is to die. Then let's fight." Gongziyu's expression was indifferent as he charged at Gongxingye. He threw a punch at Gongxingye, and behind Gongziyu, a myriad of demons appeared. Myriad Demon Fist. Not bad, not bad. This myriad demon fist actually manifests a myriad of demons. Looks like you've cultivated it to an extremely high level. Looks like you've improved quite a bit over the years, my good little brother. Xianxia's lips curled into an indifferent smile. His tone was still indifferent, as if he didn't care about Gongziyu's attack at all. Perhaps in his opinion, breaking Gongziyu's attack was a very simple matter for him. Gongxia made his move and walked towards Gongziyu step by step. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Gongxia's body. Domineering aura. It was actually a domineering aura. Gongxia's domineering aura was green. It was on the same level as Lin Feng's white tiger domineering aura. It was the 7th level of domineering aura. The power of this domineering aura was unimaginably powerful. Once it was released, it was simply invincible. Especially when a powerful existence like Gongxia used it, it was even more terrifying. Previously, the Demon Lord had said that Gongxia wasn't simple. He was a person who hid very deeply. Everything that happened today seemed to prove that the Demon Lord's words were correct. Gongxia had indeed hidden very deeply. He actually possessed green domineering aura. If Gongxia didn't use it, no one would know that he possessed such a terrifying domineering aura. The moment the green domineering aura was released, Gongziyu's divine ability was immediately broken. Gongziyu was also sent flying. In the past few years, Gongziyu had been condensing his domineering aura. However, it was not an easy task to cultivate Haki. Just look at Lin Feng's white tiger domineering aura. Even after obtaining the white bone sacred bone and the cultivation method, he still hadn't succeeded in cultivating it. It could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate domineering aura. However, Gongxia had already condensed his domineering aura, and it was such a powerful domineering aura. After Gongziyu was sent flying, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face also became as pale as paper. Gongxia quickly charged towards Gongziyu. He punched towards Gongziyu. Gongziyu was intimidated by the green domineering aura. Although he wasn't completely suppressed, his movement speed was greatly reduced. This was the terrifying part of domineering aura. When Gongxia used his domineering aura, it could increase his cultivation. Gongziyu realized that he couldn't dodge Gongxia's attack, so he blocked it. The two sides fiercely collided. Following the violent collision, Gongziyu was sent flying by Gongxia. Kacha, his arm was directly broken. My good little brother, you're really too weak. Gongxia looked at Gongziyu with disdain. You're actually so strong? Gongziyu's face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. He didn't even dare to believe what he was seeing. I forgot to tell you that I've swallowed the divine blood. I now possess 30% of the combat strength of a great emperor. Not to mention you, even a quasi-emperor realm cultivator who has reached the 99th step of the stone steps can only die in front of me. Gongxia's mouth curved into a sinister smile. So that's how it is. Gongziyu's expression was gloomy. He directly summoned the magic lotus. After seeing the magic lotus, Gongxia's eyes suddenly revealed a burning gaze. It was a gaze of naked greed. Gongxia had been peeping at Gongziyu's the magic lotus. Now that he saw the magic lotus, he couldn't wait to immediately take it for himself. My good little brother, you think you can deal with me by using the magic lotus? You're gravely mistaken. In my eyes, you're too weak. Even if you use the magic lotus, you're still weak. End of chapter 2604. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.